was expected, but I think he said something that was the most significant and sort of, I think, inspired a lot of the backlash, which is that his show is not important, but living in a country that allows shows like his to exist is important. And that, I think, is honestly the catalyst for so much of the organic pushback and the consumer pushback that you saw against Disney's suspension to pull him in the first place. And I think that, to me, was the most significant takeaway. That's what this is about.
About going after explicitly people they view as political enemies or opponents and silencing those voices. How dangerous do you view that moment to be?
I view it as very dangerous. It is right out of the authoritarian playbook, Willie. I mean, this is, this is point 4 of the authoritarian playbook. Silence your opponents. Cripple the media that doesn't give you the slavish attention and agreement that you desire. Use the power of the government to go after corporations and individuals. I thought, Jimmy Kimmel did an excellent job last night in, being very emotional, actually, about that moment for him and how he felt misunderstood, and he certainly didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings. But on the other hand, standing up for free speech. I've said a million times, I mean, good Lord, the things that have been said about me, the lies that have been propagated, if I had only known, I could call up the FCC chair and say, take this person off the air. Get that person out of my sight, off with his head. Yeah. I'm just looking at Joe.
What?
Yeah,
what? I've done nothing but be kind to you.
Well, once you saw the light, I mean, it was sort of an epiphany.
Why don't you admit it? We were the only ones at this network in 2000. Yeah. Well,
but you have to laugh about it so you don't cry, because what is happening is so contrary to the founding principles and values this country was built on. Yeah. Why is the First Amendment the First Amendment?
Right.
It's because the people who constructed the, architecture of this incredible country of ours understood what it was like to live under absolute power, where you would be told what to say, what not to say, don't insult the king, don't, do anything that will displease the king. And we've got to stand against that. And I appreciated Jimmy Kimmel calling out some of the Republicans, frankly, who stood up and said, wait a minute, this is not right. We can't go here. But they're not going to stop. They're going to try, because that's what authoritarians do. They want to silence people who are raising questions, who are asking, really, what does this mean? How can you do this? I mean, what are you talking about? You have no scientific evidence. You have no basis for that.
A middle finger to the United Nations. That's how one headline described Donald Trump's speech to the UN General Assembly this morning, which at times sounded more like a campaign rally than an address to the world on stage. Or to the world stage. Trump called climate change a con job, questioned whether the United Nations should even exist, and lectured foreign leaders about immigration, even telling them, quote, your countries are going to hell. Just hours later, after meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, Trump completely shifted his stance on Russia's war, now saying he thinks Ukraine could win back its territory and return to its original borders.
How did the international community feel about his speech?
Well, George Bush said back after the first Trump inaugural speech that was some weird bleep it out. And I think that's kind of the reaction of much of the international community. I mean, we have a column from the FT right now putting it out, because it was a very, very weird speech under anyone's standards, even President Trump's standards. I would actually echo what Luke just said about the fact that what we didn't hear today was a threat to pull the U.S. out of the United Nations, to cut all its funding, to smash the whole operation apart. And frankly, that's progress, because he could have done that. Instead, what we had was this really weird scattergun speech of going all over the map. He's obsessed with windmills being evil. He started talking about the Scottish countryside at one point. He started talking about,
shouting at windmills.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Tilting at windmills. Quite exactly. So I think people, on the one hand, internationally are used to this crazy whirl. It absolutely was done for his base. But in substance, it wasn't quite as bad as it could have been.
The Constitution is 238 years old this month. Are we still headed toward a more perfect union?
I think right now we're on pause. I think that people are uncertain. Some people are actually scared about what's going on in our country. The idea of we the people, that all men and women are created equal, that seems to be in the crosshairs of those on the right who want to turn the clock back on the progress that has been made, writing out huge chunks of our history, slavery, suffrage, anything inconvenient, take it out of museums, take it out of national parks.
Even Abraham Lincoln's own words, even Abraham Lincoln's own evolution. You can't look at this American story and not be proud because of that progress.
Well, I wish you would record that and literally go play it outside the White House and the Congress 24/7, because, I love my country and I love it, warts and all. Yeah. And I'm proud of the fact that we have always been a work in progress. We haven't gotten to the more perfect union, and we fought a civil war over part of it. Mm-hmm. And people have been protesting, for hundreds of years that, things were not as they should be, given our ideals and how we should be moving toward them. So I think that's what makes us so special as a country. And the idea that you could turn the clock back and try to recreate a world that never was, dominated by, let's say it, white men of a certain persuasion, a certain religion, a certain point of view, a certain ideology, is just doing such damage to what we should be aiming for. And we were on the path toward that. I mean, imperfectly, lots of, bumps along the way, but I agree with you. We were on the right trajectory.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Wednesday, 24 September, year of our Lord, 2025. We had the blubbering Jimmy Kimmel. Can't even be a man when he comes back. I got to blubber, right? Try to get audience sympathy. All about him. I just made him say, you're the stone cold liar, dude. Come on, man. Be a man and step up and just own what you said. Just own it. You were trying to smear MAGA. You're trying to steer this in a certain direction. And you see how they're doing it about the disturbed young man. He's just a disturbed young man. He's a disturbed young man. No, he's a product of the radicalization that you, bro, and all the progressive left have brought on this country. Right there, you saw the entire apparatus. Oh my gosh, they're so authoritarian. Were they whining and crying for the First Amendment? You ever hear the First Amendment? During the years in the wilderness, when they stole the 2020 election, let's be blunt, stole the 2020 election and installed Biden, who they knew was virtually incapacitated at the time, and then for years hid that incapacity. There is nothing these people will not do to remain in power. And Hillary Clinton, I love my country. You love your country so much. You sold it out to every international institution. You set up the Clinton Global Initiative. You set up the Clinton Foundation, all of that to suck in money from everywhere in the world to use it for your own personal aggrandizement. And then you go down that fantastic spot that Stephen Miller and others played. I think it was like 3.5 minutes. Our closing argument in the 2016 campaign when you went, I believe it was in Brazil, and gave a talk, remarks, a speech in front of the international bankers. Will you brag about you sold your country out, you sold your countrymen out. You and your husband, right? They used to play off working class whites in Arkansas with all your phoniness and all your lies. Hillary, by the way, she's throwing the hat in the ring right there. She's on Morning Joe trying to sound presidential. You never know. She's going to give it one more shot. Since she was 9 years old, she wanted to be president. I go to sleep every night, and when I say my prayers, one is that I was fortunate enough to work for, I think, the greatest political candidate we've ever had at the beginning of his political career, President Trump, and defeat her and keep her. Do you understand where this country would be? Think about this for a second. With her prepared to put Merrick Garland on the Supreme Court and Hillary Clinton in the White House, embrace that for a second. Where would this nation be? Where would this nation be? And last night we're going to have more. We got Gavin Newsom. I'm worried about there's going to be a 2028 election. I'm worried about even we're going to hold the election. You ought to be concerned about holding it, because if you're the candidate, you're going to get smoked. All they're doing, all nonstop, and you can tell we're winning, and this is why we have to go to the maximalist strategy. Urgency, every day. Take as much as we can and seize the institutions. They know we're winning, and they're trying to slow it down. You see that whining right there? They understand that we're taking back the media. That we're standing up to the corrupt voices of ABC and people like Jimmy Kimmel. That embarrassing, and they're saying he was so great. He was so... That blubbering, not even a man, a homunculus. I don't even know what you call it. Because it was so funny. Then he pivoted for the rest of it, just attacked President Trump. And they say, this is so great. Hey, we're winning. It's now time to double and triple down. You can never let them breathe. You can't let them get off the canvas. They're totally and completely evil and demonic. And everything they do is try to get their narrative. Look at what they're doing now on the shooter. Oh, he's just an aberration, just evil young man. He's a product of your system. And this is what's so great about now Cash expanding the investigation within the FBI. And now that we have both the NVE, the nihilistic violent extremist, that they're looking at the paramilitary operations of these manipulative men called trannies. They're not in transition to be a girl, they're a man, okay? A man that's got mental problems. We're on fire and we're winning. We cannot back off. This is the exact moment, the inflection point, where we have to double and triple down and crush them. No unity. No compromise, no group hugs, no kumbaya. Short break. Be back in the war room in just a moment.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love RAV because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
I'm Lou, MAGA pilot from RAV's Gator Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love RAV? If you ever talk to the hosts, you can do that on RAV. And the RAV family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rev, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Welcome back. We're tracking a developing story in Texas where 3 detainees have been shot at an ICE field office in Dallas. An ICE spokesperson has now confirmed that 2 of the 3 people shot are dead. The third in the hospital. No ICE officers were hurt. The shooter died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The spokesperson cautioned that information is still very fluid.
That is official. The shooter's deceased, as we've already mentioned, but there are multiple injuries and fatalities than potentially the 3 that we were initially hearing. So I just wanted to add that piece of information as that we continue to get more details that coming from Christine Ohm, and that is again the latest there on that situation.
You know, Jonathan, we're making phone calls. I actually just heard from an FBI spokesperson who said that FBI agents are headed to the scene. They would not elaborate anymore. As you mentioned, the situation is very fluid, but we are making phone calls to learn more. We also learned that the scene is in the control of Dallas PD, so we're making those phone calls as well to try to learn more information. But we have learned from ICE, according to an ICE spokesperson, as you mentioned, 3 individuals were shot. 2 of them have died. The third individual is in the hospital. And ICE pointed out that ICE agents were not hurt. Now, they are investigating the motive of the shooting, but of course it's very early in the investigation, and they say that they don't have a motive at this point. But they did mention the fact that there has been a lot of violence directed towards ICE. And as you know, there's been a lot of emotions around the Trump administration's mass deportation efforts around the country. We've all seen very dramatic videos outside ICE detention centers. And again, ICE is saying that they are investigating the motive, that they don't have a motive at this time. But Jonathan, we are making phone calls, trying to learn more. As I mentioned moments ago, FBI agents are headed to the scene as well.
So, yesterday, this is the big thing, California, and I'll get Gavin Newsom here in a minute on his clip. California has passed a law that the ICE agents and the agents doing this can't wear masks because they're being doxxed, their families are being harassed, they're coming in Antifa every night in Portland. And now that we designated Antifa a terrorist organization, which is really to get to that middle layer, as I keep telling you, of the military guys that train them and national security people that train them, right, that are far leftist, because there's a lot infesting our military and the deep state, right? Then you've got the, all the NGOs that support them and the billionaires that support them. That's where you have to use terror financing toolbox to go after that. But the ICE agents are under assault. DHS announced yesterday that in the first 250 days of the President Trump's second term, the 2 million, they're saying 2 million, I think, illegal aliens have left the country. 2 million. Most of those, I think, through self-deportation. Just realizing, hey, the law is going to be forced. Maybe I don't want to. Now I'm really going to have to live in the shadows. It's not going to be open, brazen in people's face that these employers are hiring illegal aliens over American citizens because they don't want to pay a decent wage and they don't want to pay the medical, and they want to dump all the problems into the medical system, to the school system. This is one of the reasons the schools are getting crushed. That in the Marxist administrators and teachers that run them. It's also one of the reasons that, you have to now go to emergency room to get any help in some of these poor rural areas or in cities. 2 million. That is a milestone. And we have not begun, contrary to the report right there, we have not begun the mass deportations. What did I say back in 2023, over Thanksgiving? I gave a speech down in Pinehurst that talked about the first, actually the second 100 days would be around day 200, that the convergence of cuts to social programs and that you needed to eventually get to this madness of our budget process and the spending, coupled with the beginning of mass deportations, it was going to get crazy in the streets, because that's what they're going to do. And you see this in Los Angeles, you see it in California, where they've passed a law. Now, that's not going to stand up, but they've passed a law just to show their defiance to making sure that it's only American citizens in the United States of America and working and have jobs. And in Portland, it's even worse. There every night, I do not know why we have not shut that down. I hope with this new addressing of Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, and boy, do they hate that. They hate that because they know what's coming for them. And you're going to see media people exposed. You're going to see government officials exposed, deep state exposed, and particularly the billionaires, the Soros-type billionaires trying to destroy our country, all exposed in this. So 2 million, the government's estimate is 2 million have gone home. Now, my estimate of in what Biden did, remember all the lies you heard about Biden, from Biden? Same type of lies they did on shutting everybody's voice down. How did we punch back? YouTube yesterday made, oh, yeah, we're going to let Bobby Kennedy and Bannon and all these guys back in. Hey, screw you. We built this show, that one of the biggest and most powerful shows in media regarding politics and change in economics and capital markets, and we did it without the big platforms. Why? The audience are force multipliers. They share the clips. The folks at RAV have done a great job. Why have we been a voice for sanity? And virtually everything we've said, in fact, I would say everything we've said, but I'd be stealing the president's line. So virtually everything we've said has come to pass. And now we're in it. This is the crunch point. This is where, you're going up the octave, or the law of three, or, what Hegel's, the thesis, the antithesis, the synthesis. This is when people quit. Think about your own personal life. You start out on so many initiatives in your own life, and it goes good at first. I'm motivated, I've got it. And then you hit some resistance, personal resistance, social resistance in the environment, what you're trying to accomplish. I don't care if you're trying to build a business, if you're trying to start a nonprofit, if you're just trying to do something for your own personal benefit for yourself, if you're getting involved in community activity or in politics. We're going to have Steve Stern on a little while, talk about the Precinct strategy. Now, a couple of weekly calls set up, because understand, I talk to so many people in the Precinct strategy all the time. I hear the same thing all the time, even at the most microscopic level. Not the Democrats, the establishment Republicans are the ones fighting you every day and making it so miserable. And you ask, hey, are we really making change, or can I continue to do this? I've given up so much of my personal time. This is where we are right now in the Trump administration. I told you this was going to happen, and there's a way you're winning, right? But it's just not going to happen. Those people, particularly some of the lower information voters and people just not that into politics, are still Trump supporters, and maybe even some of your friends. Well, hey, you know, we got so many wins, you know, we can't stand it. Well, look, we do have a lot of wins, but some of these and some of the most important are quite tenuous. This is why I keep saying maximization, maximize, seize the institutions. We have to make this revolution permanent. And in doing that, we have to destroy the deep state and the administrative state. This is why during Charlie's, you know, his student action summit back in July, I gave a different speech to the young people there about action, what I thought was the most important, and that was taking on and finishing this fight against the administrative and deep state. Now, I happen to think that look, what we've accomplished is unbelievable. But we have to make it irreversible so they just can't come and look at those demons. I played as much, by the way, I still got more Hillary Clinton. I knew there's no better way to get this audience jacked up and just fighting mad over your morning coffee than play Hillary's voice, right? She's not gone by a long shot. If you don't think she's thinking around and, hey, how do I slip into this 2028 deal, right? You don't know Hillary. She's psychotic. All they think about is power. When they're out of power, they have nothing to do. Bill and Hillary going to look at each other and, hey, honey, want to go see a movie? Want to go have a romantic dinner? Do you want to go have a romantic dinner, honey? Is that what Bill and Hillary talk about? No. They're twisted about power. That was one of the things that was most amazing about Trump winning. The American people weighed and measured him and said, you know what? There are some risks to this Trump guy. He's never really been in these kind of offices. I've known him from TV or from real estate or from the media. I love what I hear about making America great again. But, man, the Clintons have been doing this since forever. They've been doing, and Hillary's been preparing this since she was 6 years old. And they voted for Trump. The common sense of the American people voted for Trump. And what are the lies? She couldn't accept it. Oh, it's a Russia. Bald-faced lie. Bald-faced lie from twisted, perverted people whose only purpose in life is power. That's what you're fighting. And if you want to take this country back and make it permanent, we still have such a long way to go in the fight. We cannot flinch. We have to be steadfast. Short break. Turn them up.
Every person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found two lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Getter Chat, here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rav. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
What's gone wrong? What do Democrats need to do moving forward to set things straight?
Look, I think that there are a lot of reasons, but, it probably boils down to candidates on the Democratic side either stop talking in ways that were going to be understood and appreciated and agreed with by certain constituencies, stop being effective communicators in modern communications. The Republican Party, I have to say, has done a much better job dominating social media, dominating the podcast ecosystem, getting messages out, and aiming particularly at young men. And this was one of the insights that, Steve Bannon had, that, young men who were into gaming, young men who were on the internet a lot, they could be recruited. They could be persuaded to be political supporters of the Republican Party if the Republican Party actually engaged and talked to them in the right way. And I think Democrats missed a lot of opportunities on that. There seems to be a concerted effort to try to catch up and repair that. But if you don't communicate with people online, the people who are watching us are people already interested in politics. They're curious about our takes on things. They want to see who your guests are. But that's, kind of a small portion of the electorate right now. Most people get their news from social media.
I fear that we will not have an election in 2028. I really mean that in the core of my soul, unless we wake up to the code red, what's happening in this country, and we wake up soberly to how serious this moment is.
Okay, you see the support there. Code red, not going to have an election. My girlfriend Hillary saying sweet things. She's right. We understood that, look, Hillary, it's not about, let me explain this. It's not about reaching out and using social media in 15 and 16 with people like Cernovich and others, the Pepes. And yes, I knew that from the gaming world, that there were all these disaffected young people, young men out there. But why? Why are they out there? It was your governance, because you and Bill became, this 90s became when globalization exploded. Why? A minority president, Bill Clinton. Remember, Bill Clinton only got 43%. The first time, I think he only got 46%. The second time, he was never had the majority of the country vote for him. But they immediately, with Bob Rubin, embraced globalization to the nth degree. Now, this is right after the Bushes, Bush 1, had saved the Chinese Communist Party from being overthrown by Lao Beijing at Tiananmen Square in 1989. Please, if you take away anything of the show, is that we essentially abandon the two greatest allies we had in World War II. After the war, in the last stages of the war, and then up to 1949. The Russian people not the Bolsheviks, the Russian people and the Chinese people, allowed by Beijing. We turned over, we armed Stalin to the teeth and allowed him to take the captive nations of Eastern Europe. In Berlin, all those footage you see of the fall of Berlin in the Second World War, the greatest human catastrophe in mankind's history, and we allowed the Russians to put the red flag up there. That was allowed by us. That was allowed by General Marshall and FDR and Harry Hopkins, Alger Hiss, all the KGB agents, all the communists, all the fellow travelers in the Democratic administration, yes. Then later, 1949, they turned it over to a group of bandits who did not lift a finger in World War II, the Chinese Communist Party. Then 50 years later, guess what? Those very people had a belly full of it. Tiananmen Square in June of 1989 and the fall of the Berlin Wall in November of 1989. Gosh, wow, that's the first time everybody's tied together. Why is that? Because the globalists know exactly, and the sympathizers with the Marxists and the communists know exactly what happened. That's why they never tie it together. They want you to be fools. They want you to be fools. And Hillary Clinton and all the, let's stop thinking about tomorrow, whatever it is, the song they played, and they're all clapping down there in Little Rock and all happy. And then they turned and sold the country out. Chinese generals coming in, they're renting the Lincoln bedroom. Hey, and don't think the Republicans are much better. The Bush business Republicans kind of, okay, fine, we'll make China this, make China, and ship all the jobs. Why are the young men disaffected? It ain't because they're playing video games. They're playing video games, got nothing else going on in their life. They don't have a decent job. The education system's against them. They're looked at, they're made as villains. The same young men from the same families that, oh, wow, the greatest generation. You fetishize the greatest generation as they should be honored, but you dishonor their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren. They're young men. The same, I told this at the speech in front of the Jewish community in down in Dallas. I gave this speech with the rabbis down there. I said, hey, the same people, it's the same grandsons of the same type of young men that are Americans that were in the 8th Air Force, 8th Air Corps over Germany. And I think we have 40,000 we've never recovered. Why are they in the video games? Why were they disaffected? You once again, Hillary, you still miss the point. The point is not that we could go and you get them. They're disaffected. They're still disaffected. They're still disaffected. Maybe more so. Because you see the freak show? You see the freak show that's coming out that potentially killed Charlie Kirk, or at least the front of that? I don't know. I don't believe this guy's the killer right now. But hey, if the evidence comes out, good. But we can't have a second guess. You got to look at everything. Why are they disaffected? Because they're treated as the enemy. Hell, in Loudoun County in Virginia, you still got they're still prosecuting 2 young Christian boys in high school because they got, they still got the transgender bathroom. Are you going to go in a bathroom? Every day of their life, they are made to be the problem. They're not the problem. They're the solution. So no, Hillary, it's not about getting the Pepes in social media. It's why they're disaffected and to give them hope. And when we're sitting here even thinking about, we have to give hope to our young men, how off the rails are we? If you look at this school, look at the poison. You want to see the poison? You want to see the poison? Just look at New York City. You want to see the poison? And the poison's taking power after the election. The poison's taking power after the election. We are on the cusp of losing this country, and this is with Trump with us the second time and hammering every day and having the House and the Senate and the Supreme Court. And you know why? It's like I refer back to the Untouchables. Who's got the will to take the axe and beat down the door and go through the door? You're not going to be popular. You're going to be called divisive. You're going to be called angry. You're going to be called all of this. Well, hey, only the divisive and the angry and the focused and the determined are going to sit there and say, we're going to save this country. No, we're not going to get patted on the head and then have, Jimmy Kimmel normally has 260,000 viewers per night. That show cost a fortune to produce. 260,000. That was his average viewer. How pathetic is that on a major network? 260,000. They had, 11 million last night or some huge amount. Of course he's going to get that. Because they're all back praising him. He's so great. He's blubbering there. Act like a man. If you're going to come on, be a man. How about that? Start with this. Own it. Own what you did. Own what you said. Own it. Don't be blubbering. And then whiny. You're going to whine for a while. You're going to blubber. Then you're going to whine. Poor pitiful me. Aren't I great? And I didn't then bald-faced lie. Well, I didn't mean I really didn't say anything. You tried to. You thought you were going to be a narrative shift and say, oh, this guy's MAGA, when you knew it was a bald-faced lie. You people are revolting. And we've allowed you to take charge of the greatest country in the world, and now we're taking it back, and you don't like it. Well, you ain't seen nothing yet, because this is the top of the first inning. The top of the first inning. And anybody's there for accommodation, anybody there's for, quote, unity with that, there's nothing to unify around. They want to destroy our young men. Don't ask me, ask our young men. Hear it from them. Why is marriage later? Why are family formations later? Why are we approaching a demographic crisis? Why? Because all the economic opportunity is taken from them. And then Howard Lutnick, that blowhard, is up there. He should be fired. That is the worst performance out of a Secretary of Commerce. This is his job. He puts out nothing but phony information in the Oval Office right next to the president. He's either feeding the president that phony information or he's just lying. And here's the scam. We have Reed Hastings and all these guys now saying, we really like what we're doing in the 100,000. That's because Amazon and Hastings and Netflix, all these guys are hiring. This is all they think just going to take care of the body shops, right? We need to stop. You want to get young men away from the video games? You want to get them away from the video games? You get them out of the basement? Hey, we got jobs for them. There's 12 million STEM qualified folks in our country don't have jobs. I got plenty of jobs for them. It's in Silicon Valley. Send the foreigners home today. Take those kids in college. The foreign students, no. They don't get into the OPT crowd. They don't get into the HB1Vs. They go home and help to make their countries great again. And American citizens, Hispanic, black, white, Asian, Muslim, but as long as you're an American citizen, they get the jobs. You want to get them out, right? You want to have earlier family formations. You want to have earlier marriages. You want to start to see the sunlit uplands. Then stop crushing the greatest asset we've ever had, the next generation in this country. And now we've had this conversation, and Hillary, you did it. It's your embrace of globalization, and you turned against the white working class that had put you in office in Arkansas, and you reached out and tried to save you when President Obama ran as a anti-war populist. You're so phony and hypocritical. And you sit there, we have to start discussing this stuff. Look at your policies that destroyed this country. Look in the mirror, as hard as it might be. I understand that. Look in the mirror. You in the Democrat political class, in the business community, in the Rhino Republicans, you have destroyed this nation. And Donald Trump, as imperfect as he is, has saved it. Full freaking stop. Let's take a short commercial break. Tage Gill on the other side.
and you are over. Cause we're taking down the CCP. Spread the word all through Hong Kong. We will fight till they're all gone. We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
This Sunday, Real America's Voice pauses to honor a patriot whose voice carried a movement. Rav presents Charlie Kirk, a legacy remembered.
We will achieve American greatness, and we are just getting started.
From campuses to the national stage, Charlie inspired millions to stand boldly for faith, freedom, and country. Now, we reflect on his life, his mission, and the legacy he leaves behind.
The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done.
When America needed a hero, God sent us a Charlie Kirk.
Hosted by Steve Bannon, live coverage of Charlie Kirk's funeral service begins at 10 a.m. Eastern. Join us as we remember a life that will never be forgotten, only on Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the host, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois. We like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Cherry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
Assalamu alaikum, Sayyid Rais. Ahlan wa sahlan. Ahlan wa sahlan. And Sharafna Sayyidi. As you know, Mr. President, I spent over 37 years in the U.S. Army, and I was a soldier, not a diplomat. So I hope you'll forgive me if I speak with the directness of the old soldier that I am as I get the first question out of the way. Because the fact is that we were on different sides when I was commanding the surge in Iraq. You were, of course, detained by U.S. forces for some 5 years, including, again, when I was the 4-star there. And here you are now as the president of Syria, which your forces liberated from the murderous Bashar al-Assad regime to participate in your first UN General Assembly as the president of your country. Earlier this year, you met the President of the United States among many other world leaders. Please help us understand how you got from al-Qaeda in Iraq 20 years ago to where you are today, Syria's head of state on stage in New York City.
I welcome you
It is good that at a time we were in the combat, and then we now moved to the discourse. We moved from war to discourse. Yes, sir. Someone who went through war is one who knows most the importance of peace. First, the past has its rules when it comes down to traditions and rule and the traditions and the customs of that phase. When we want to subject when we want to judge it, we have to judge it based on these phases. We cannot judge the past based on the rules of today, and we cannot judge today based on the rules of the past. Today, now, we have a new phase that's special. The region, there was an occupation of Iraq. There has been a lot of conflicts in the area in Palestine. Syria was facing a lot of challenges and was threatened. And the phase at that time and the awareness, all these factors were contributing to the choices of that phase. What's important, the intent was clear when it comes down to protecting and defending people and defending human rights, the women, the children, from the injustice that was taking place in the region. Perhaps there were some mistakes. Sometimes in a person's journey, there are some mistakes, but what's important is to focus on defending people from the threats that they face, especially from the instability that could take place in any region. Our commitment to that line is what brought us here today to the place we're in, sitting here among allies and friends.
So this next one is about you personally. How are you holding up under all this pressure? Are you getting time to do some thinking? Are you getting enough sleep at night? Again, I've been there, and it is so very, very hard. And your many fans, and I am one of them, we do have worries.
Tej, there you have a murderous Al-Qaeda terrorist, Islamist, Sharia supremacist, right? What? Let's go back to the young men. What we asked, and these were volunteers. This is the thing that they want to glaze over. That the kids that are doing what we want, the system wants you to do is go to class, not go out drinking every night, go to those tough engineering classes, go to those tough computer science classes, get the STEM, get qualified. Then you don't get a job. You do what you're told to do from the time you're a little kid, and then there's nothing for you because we're going to give it to a foreigner because we can pay them 1/3 of what we pay you as an American citizen. Oh, in addition, we're going to take away the draft. So all the deadbeats, and all these mama's boys, right? You know who they are, like the guys out there in St. George, Utah, that are part of the furry crowd, so they don't have to step up and defend their country. We just have volunteers. We get the Tej Gills of the world and the Mo Bannons of the world, right? You get you, and then we fill up Section 60 over in Arlington on a couple of wars of choice and trying to turn these guys into Democrats, and then you got Petraeus. Sitting there glazing. Are you getting enough sleep? Why don't you just have him come over and hug him and give him a bottle? What kind of signal is that to send to the dead, our honored dead?
It's
I'm a big fan of yours. Steve. We had you detained. You notice when he said we have you detained, he didn't say why we had him in prison and should have executed him in prison. Tej Gill, how revolting is that to you, sir?
It's disgusting, Steve. I lost so many friends and so many teammates chasing these Al-Qaeda guys down back in the day in Iraq and Afghanistan, and then later on in Syria. And, this guy, he had a $10 million bounty on his head in 2017. Who knows how many heads he's chopped off of Christians and everybody. It's crazy. And it all goes to show everything is about money and power in this world we live in. I've seen over the years I used to work as a contractor with the agency. I've seen over the years many times saying that the reason we had the Arab Spring and the reason we needed to topple Assad in Syria is, one, the pipelines. It's the quickest way to get oil out of the Gulf to the West, to Europe, is pipelines, and they all have to run through Syria into Turkey. Some of them go through Iraq, some of them go through Iran, but it's natural gas and oil. And then the other thing is Israel needs access, like full access to Syrian airspace, so they can transit through Syrian airspace to get into the Gulf, Iran particularly. So we've taken this guy who's a mass murderer who chops people's heads off, and he wanted to create this caliphate in Syria and take over the entire world, and now we put him on a pedestal, and he's meeting with our former CIA director, world leaders. There's a picture of the Italian prime minister sitting with him. It's absolutely insane.
Hang on one second. We're going to go to break. I'm going to keep change. They gave him a standing ovation at the end when Betrayal said, "Are you getting enough sleep? You're fans of which I'm one. We're worried about you." When the UN's giving you a standing ovation, you're on the wrong side of history. Petraeus and working for KKR now. What a disgusting lump of humanity you are, sir. Revolting. Unbelievable. Short commercial break. Tej Gill is going to stick around and join us on the other side.
This Sunday, Real America's Voice pauses to honor a patriot whose voice carried a movement. Rev presents Charlie Kirk, A Legacy Remembered.
We will achieve American greatness, and we are just getting started.
From campuses to the national stage, Charlie inspired millions to stand boldly for faith, freedom, and country. Now, we reflect on his life, his mission, and the legacy he leaves behind.
The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done.
When America needed a hero, God sent us a Charlie Kirk.
Hosted by Steve Bannon, live coverage of Charlie Kirk's funeral service begins at 10 a.m. Eastern. Join us as we remember a life that will never be forgotten, only on Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and I like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts to everyone from Carrie Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Wednesday, 24 September, year of our Lord 2025. I think momentarily we're going to be going to Dallas to to a press conference of what happened with the ICE agents. It's been backed up a little bit. As soon as it goes, we'll go to it live. We've also got Ben Berquam trying to pull together as much information as possible. So we'll get updates as soon as we get them, and we'll go live to that. Steve Stern, so two things on the precinct strategy. I'm going to have Schultz on, Dan Schultz, who's the creator and the guy that thought up the precinct strategy, is now doing a couple of times a week a broadcast or mini cast about what's going on in the precinct strategy. I'm going to try to get Dan on tomorrow, the next day, to talk about that and what he's doing so you can join him. Maybe we can start, Grace and Mo, we can start picking it up on our platforms. I got Steve Stern here. Now, Steve, you've got a special one-time event that's going to happen. This is not about election integrity. This is more about precinct strategy. Give the details of when this is going to happen and how can people join.
So this is next Tuesday, and we're happy to have you and Dan on. There'll be one person from every state. There'll be a star such as Greg Dutton from Arizona. He's one of the chairs. We'll have Ken Neunenkamp. He's the executive director from Virginia. Jim Weldon, vice chair of Delaware. From Florida, Chris Marino, chair of Broward County. Michigan, we'll have Bernadette Smith, vice chair. Rhode Island, Alan Myers, chair of chairs. Maryland, Nicole Harris, who is the chair. And Steve Gillen, Project Civica from New York. I'm happy to announce today, I was sitting Monday and I got a call from PRISM from Tina Peters. There's supposed to be a big announcement for her today. Not sure it's going to happen. And you can see behind me a little sign. President Trump, a couple of years ago with you, me, Liz Harrington, endorsed precinct strategy. On yesterday, a friend of mine texted Susie Wiles and asked President Trump if he will do a video for us. We'll see if that happens. So this is going to come on Tuesday at 1 o'clock. It's going to last till 4:30, 4:45. We'll have special guests. We'll have one person from every state speaking. Dan Schultz and myself will host it with Raj Diyajami. So again, if you want to come on, go to Stern American Rumble. Go to your channel. You want to get on direct, email me below, sstern1054@gmail.com. We'll be on many programs. I'll be on today, this afternoon at 2:45 on a famous program. Mike Lindell will be on there. He's one of the people that initially endorsed precinct strategy. You worked on this for 14 years. You talk about this all the time. Lots going to happen. Dan and I have been working on this for 3 months to make sure this happens. We're going to have close to 7 million people on this. They asked how to do it. We have 150 podcasts doing it. We'll have the War Room, Getter, X, every place streaming it, Stern American Rumble. Thank you very much for coming on for us. You have done a terrific job in getting people involved. And why is it important? Because they have asked me to talk to you from the RNC about protectthevote.com. Please sign up for poll watchers and poll workers for Virginia, New Jersey, and California. Go to cagop.org. We've got elections coming up. We want everybody to get involved. Don't go to sleep. We got to win the election. It's very important. Thank you very much for having me on. I know you only have a short period, so it's action, action, action. You know, we've been working on this forever.
This is going to be a big event. We're going to promote it more, and then also we'll get Dan on here he's got a twice a week show. The precinct strategy is one of the key components of victory in 22 midterms, 24, and we're going to need it more than ever in 26 and 28. Brother Stern, still hitting it every day. Are you 83 years old or 82? You don't look a day over 70. You don't look a day over 60, but you're actually 80.
84. 84, and we're running our election security thing on October 8th, so that's coming up also. Cleta Mitchell's going to star. We got Joe DeBox coming on, Dr. Robert Epstein, Brian Swenson from the RNC, Gary Myers, Andy Maggioni. We got terrific people coming up. You promoted it. Things are happening like you never saw before. People are calling me from all over, thanking me and thanking you for doing everything for precinct strategy. And, you know, I've run 3 different events. So if I'm 84, certainly the people that are listening that are 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 can get involved. So let's get involved. Action, action, action. Go to sstern1054@gmail.com. I'm glad to show you how to become involved.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. One of the things we try to do, this access to the precinct strategy, over there to the great Charlie Kirk and the work they're doing at Turning Point, all these different organizations, is to give you access. That's why we put people up. Grace and Mo are pushing out things all day long on our channels, whether it's Getter or our Rumble channel. We're streaming these all the time. Why? Your engagement, your involvement is everything. This is one of the reasons, like in Birch Gold, that we said, hey, we're just not going to sit here and talk about gold prices, although gold, I think, blew even higher through 3,800. It might have backed off a little bit. But it's the process of why people think gold is a hedge against fiat currencies. This is why we started with this topic of the dollar as the prime reserve currency. Most people didn't understand that, how important dollar is to the world financial system and the obligations that brings onto the United States of America. You see right now you got all these situation with the Argentina's currency, Scott Bessent, and as you know, we're not into bailouts here at the in the war room, particularly foreign bailouts. Scott Bessent's working through different issues they can do to help Millet and the team down there get organized on the mess they've got, particularly around the currency. This is why we recommend you go to birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, End of the Dollar Empire. Make contact with Philip Patrick and the team if you haven't done it. You'll get an understanding of gold and its relationship to fiat currency, in this case, the U.S. dollar and other fiat currencies around the world. The meeting with Lula, I think, is scheduled for next week. We will do as much to publicly prep President Trump, but those around him are not going to do it because Lula is not your friend. He spent his entire speech before he got on there trashing your policies. He hosted the Rio Reset, of which we covered with Birch Gold and the team at Birch Gold, and Philip Patrick team said the de-dollarization, which de-dollarization is just an effort to destroy the U.S. dollar. The de-dollarization effort to try to do these bilateral trade deals, side pocket deals where they're going to use their own currency and take the currency risk around that. How do they hedge all that? That's why the central banks are buying gold at record rates. They're buying gold at record rates. Why? They're trying to support de-dollarization. That's why the central banks have done it. Or like I don't know, China, Russia, India, right? Brazil, others, the Gulf Emirates. So the storm clouds are there. You have to understand why, and this is the reason that the gold has had a pop over the last 4 years. Birchgold.com. Now, if you want something quicker. They just take your phone at Bannon 989898, BANNON at 989898. Just text that, and you get access to the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals. So the War Room Engine Room tells me all the time, particularly the Arizona branch of the Engine Room, do not forget silver. Okay, so you get precious metals. You go check it out in the age of Trump, not the era of Trump, the age of Trump, because this is the age of Trump. President Trump's been on fire with the Charlie Kirk memorial service on Sunday, then the huge, massive, unbelievable announcement on autism on Monday, and then a unique, one-time only throwdown at the UN yesterday, just incredibly unique. Tej Gill. Antifa has now been designated as a terrorist organization. That allows us to go up and roll up the top level, which is all the grundoons in the field that you say we can crush if we get focused. Then the second is military guys, national security people, intelligence guys that are the radical Marxists that have infested our military and trained these people. On Jesse Waters had a great interview with a young woman who was trained by these folks a couple weeks ago. Then you've got, that's the second layer. The third layer, the most important, is the NGOs, the Soroses, the overseas billionaires, maybe even some countries overseas that are basically funding, in conjunction with our deep state operatives, a color revolution against the United States of America. What would your recommendation to President Trump be now that he's designated it and people like the Joe Kents of the world and the Kash Patels and the Dan Branginos are off to the races? What would your recommendation to these guys be?
Take out George Soros, take out Alex Soros. They're funding most of this stuff, or a huge portion of it. Unleash the FBI, and then, integrate the local law enforcement, the police departments, the sheriffs, the DEA. We have it's called the JTTF, the Joint Terrorism Task Force. They're created after 9/11, and They're in every major city in the United States. It's a fusion cell, a place for law enforcement to share intelligence and target terrorists. That's what this task force was created for. And everybody's already there. It's already in it. Just get the Antifa on the top of the deck at the Joint Terrorism Task Force and unleash law enforcement at every level at these guys, the sheriffs, the police, the feds, the DEA, everybody, because they are a terrorist. They've been designated a terrorist force. So go after these guys, get them out. Like you said, get the low level grundoons, the guys off the streets. But then what you didn't mention is the college professors. That's where these people are being radicalized, is in college. And, this has been going on for decades, and it works. It's radicalized a huge chunk of our population. And now they're going after the kids in elementary school, the middle school, high school. They plant the seeds then, and then when they get to college, they hit them hard with this ideological poison, right? The woke mind virus, and they go after these students. So it's just like we're talking about the Syrians and ISIS. When I was fighting these wars, they're always trying to figure out how are these young Muslims getting radicalized. Well, guess what? Now it's here, and we're getting our people are getting radicalized into the left, and they're going out and murdering people and cutting off their own genitals and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. So we have to stop the radicalization at the root. It's in the classrooms, in the college classrooms, and then now it's in the grade school, high school classrooms. And then you have to use the law enforcement and let them action the targets. They know who these people are. We have the most intelligence gathering apparatus on the planet, and it's been turned inward on us with the Patriot Act. So they know who all the Antifa are. They know who's bankrolling them. They know who's funding. They need to shut down their bank accounts, freeze the bank accounts. They shut off USAID because a lot of the money from USAID was going to these nonprofits that George and Alex Soros set up, and then it's funded inward to the United States to poison the country from within. So that's how you do it, Steve. Unleash the Joint Terrorism Task Force. They're already there. The framework is already there. It already exists, and it was built for Al Qaeda and foreign terrorists. Just turn it inwards on these guys, on Antifa. It's already there. Take down the colleges, the college professors.
Tage, I know you're running a company, but I want to ask you to hang around. I want to talk to you about the investigation to the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Okay.
Tage Gill's with us. Two things. Jim Rickards, if you like capital markets, intelligence, national security, geopolitics. We got Jim as a contributor here. In fact, trying to get Jim on to give his assessment of this UN meeting, right, and President Trump's speech. RickardsWarRoom.com. You get access to strategic intelligence, which has this construct of predictive analytics. Predictive analytics. He lays out what's going to happen. This is why CEOs and chairmen get this newsletter. Strategic intelligence. You get access to it by going to RickardsWarRoom.com. It's a landing page. Also, if you subscribe to Jim, you get a free book, Money Chat GPT, Artificial Intelligence and Fiat Currency. Might want to read it. Also, for the folks at Home Title Lock, they constructed a way for you to get a test drive of this for a couple of months. HometitleLock.com, Steve60, $1 for 2 months test drive on Home Title Lock on their service. Make sure we don't turn your home where every dream you have is embodied into a nightmare by somebody getting into your title. HometitleLock.com, Steve60. Back in a moment.
This Sunday, Real America's Voice pauses to honor a patriot whose voice carried a movement. Rev presents Charlie Kirk, A Legacy Remembered.
We will achieve American greatness, and we are just getting started.
From campuses to the national stage, Charlie inspired millions to stand boldly for faith, freedom, and country. Now, we reflect on his life, his mission, and the legacy he leaves behind.
The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done.
When America needed a hero, God sent us a Charlie Kirk.
Hosted by Steve Bannon, live coverage of Charlie Kirk's funeral service begins at 10 a.m. Eastern. Join us as we remember a life that will never be forgotten, only on Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the host, even management. We are the RAV family, and we're better together.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts. Everyone from Cherry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
I want to thank also one of our other big sponsors, Patriot Mobile. We did, 10, 11 hours commercial free the other day. Really appreciate Real America's Voice. AMAC, of course, the guys, the Real America Voice guys, have a big event they're doing for them this week. I think it's on Friday. Also, Birch Gold, Patriot Mobile, just spectacular. Glenn Story and the team. 972-PATRIOT. You know they support your causes. You know they support your values. You know you should stop giving money to people that hate you, like the big phone carriers. You think ABC hates you? You think, Bob Iger? Remember, Bob Iger is going to run for president one day. He was all walking around, he's chairman of Disney. He's going to run for president. Are you kidding me? This is the kind of jokes you got of these wealthy guys. He let that blubbering, weeping fool Jimmy Kimmel on last night to basically attack the president of the United States. They would do anything they possibly can. Is the press conference? Okay, we're going to go to Dallas. Taja's with me. We're going to go to Dallas in the press conference right now about the ICE facility assault. Let's go.
And the power of prayer, and that prayer changes things. And so I'm going to ask everyone, please join me in praying for the families of the folks who lost their lives today. Pray for the speedy recovery for those who are hurt and were injured in what happened today. But maybe even more to the point, we're a country and a city that needs prayer. So I'm going to ask you all to join me also in praying for this city, that we can come together at a time like this, and that we can be there for one another the way we always have in times like this, to support one another and help us all get through this very difficult time, not just in our city, but in our country. And that's why I'd ask you to pray for our nation. There's a lot going on right now in our country. A lot of it's confusing. It's a scary time. I've got children. I've got 3 young children, and I'm here to tell you that it is challenging to explain to them what's going on in our country right now. But I said before, and I'll say it again, I believe in the power of prayer to change things, and it can change the hearts of people. It can change this country, it can change this city. So please pray for everyone who's affected by today's tragedy. I also want to say thank you to the Dallas Police Department, and say thank you to the Dallas Sheriff's Department, Dallas County Sheriff's Department, Texas Department of Public Safety, and all of our various federal law enforcement partners who acted so quickly today to make sure that today's tragedy wasn't worse than what it was. So on behalf of the city of Dallas, I want to say thank you to all of you. And you're going to hear from some of those folks later, but I wanted to let you know that we appreciate what you all do, not just today, but every day, to help keep us all safe. And lastly, and this is really important, I would ask all of the city of Dallas residents who can hear me right now, let's be patient, let's remain calm, and let's let our law enforcement partners, our police department, do their job. This is an active investigation. There's still a lot of unanswered questions, and I want to encourage all of you to exercise a little bit of restraint and allow them to do their job to help make sure this continues to be a safe city, and that they can help us figure out what happened here today. But with that, I want to say, again, thank you to all the folks who came out this morning from our law enforcement community. I'll turn it over to our police chief, Daniel Como, to speak a little bit more directly to the investigation itself. And with that, Chief Como, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Today at approximately 6:40 a.m., we received a city officer call. We responded to the call, got to the scene, and we later learned that we had 4 individuals that were shot, 2 of them deceased, including the shooter. The DPD was able to locate the shooter, who was deceased. We're going to be working this investigation shoulder to shoulder with our federal partners. The FBI is on scene, and right now I'm going to introduce you to the SAC of the Dallas Field Division, FBI Joe Rumrock.
Yeah, good morning. My name's Joe Rothrock. I'm the special agent in charge of the Dallas FBI Field Office. I want to first start by thanking our partners in local law enforcement, specifically the Dallas Police Department, for their quick and timely response. I can confirm at this time that the FBI is investigating this incident as an act of targeted violence. It is unfortunately just the most recent example we've seen of targeted violence, to include here in North Texas, where back on July 4th, we saw a coordinated attack carried out against an immigration detention center in Alvarado, Texas. What I can also share with you is that early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature. Again, this is just the most recent example of this type of attack. This will be a whole of government response. There will be no resource not utilized to bring all those individuals who are responsible to bring them to justice and to hold them accountable. While we're not releasing identities of any victims at this time, what I can confirm for you is no members of law enforcement were hurt during this attack. If any member of the public has information that would help the FBI's investigation, I would ask that you please report that to 1-800-CALL-FBI. Again, any piece of information will be helpful, but this will be an ongoing investigation between us, a number of federal partners, and our local partners, again, to ensure that anyone responsible is held accountable. With that, I will turn it over to my counterpart from the ICE Enforcement and Removal Office.
Good morning. My name is Joshua Johnson. I'm the acting field office director for ICE Dallas. I'll be brief with my comments, but I do want to start off by saying thank you to the Dallas Police Department, Dallas FBI, HSI, CBP, ATF, and virtually every law enforcement officer in North Texas for your support. This is the second time I've had to stand in front of you and talk about a shooter at one of my facilities, and I think that the takeaway from all of this is that the rhetoric has to stop. There are people out there who are seeing what is being placed online, and they're coming and they're doing acts of violence against ICE employees. So that's kind of all I have for today, is that it's just got to stop. It's dangerous, and people are losing their lives. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for coming. We really appreciate it. Again, thank you all so much. As it was said here today, if you do have any information, reach out to 1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you. Thank you.
This needs to stop. Violence is wrong. Politically motivated violence is wrong. It was 2 weeks ago today that we saw a political assassination in Utah that tore the heart out of much of this country. This is the third shooting in Texas directed at ICE or CBP. This must stop. To every politician who is using rhetoric demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop. This has very real consequences. Look, in America, we disagree, that's fine, that's the democratic process. But your political opponents are not Nazis. We need to learn to work together without demonizing each other, without attacking each other. And I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to the brave men and women of law enforcement. I want to say thank you to the brave men and women of ICE and CBP and everyone who puts their lives on the line to keep us safe. The divisive rhetoric tragically has real consequences. I hope that every one of us will pray, number one, for the safety of law enforcement that are risking their lives to keep us safe. Number two, for the health of those who were shot and injured today. We still don't know the full details of who was injured, but for the families also of the victims of this shooting. Violence has no place. It is wrong. And we should come together. If we want to have a debate about immigration policies, we can do so in the halls of Congress without demonizing each other, and especially without demonizing the men and women who every day put on a badge and go risk their lives to keep us safe. And we should not be putting language out there that inspires madmen to commit evil crimes. Our prayers are with the men and women of law enforcement, and we ought to come together and have some decency across the political aisle to say this violence is wrong and it needs to stop.
Senator, have you been told that immigrant detainees were the victims of today's shooting?
My understanding is the details of who the victims are still being ascertained, so I don't want to go ahead of law enforcement releasing these details. What they have said is that no law enforcement was injured, and so that's a natural inference, but I don't know the details.
Special Agent, can you talk a little bit about some of the evidence you mentioned earlier, just for clarity? I think there's going to be a lot of questions. Our understanding is that some of the shell casings had specific writing that was relevant to the motive. Give us more information.
So I'm not going to go into any more details at this time. We will come back to you when we have more details to share. Again, our goal here will be transparency as those details become available. But we are still in the early stages of an investigation. Information is still coming in. When we have more details, we will come back to this group. I'm not going to be identifying victims at this time. The only thing I will confirm at this time is no law enforcement was injured. Certainly you can respect law enforcement's need to make notifications. At this point in time, we're not going to take any additional questions from law enforcement. Again, I'd ask for you to respect the fact that this is an ongoing investigation, and as more details come available.
We're not asking for the names of the victims.
I understand.
In general sense, if the victims are the detainees.
The only thing I can say right now is no law enforcement was injured this morning as part of the attack. I won't be taking any more questions, neither will law enforcement this time. We'll come back to you later today or in the coming days when we have additional information. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, right there, you see in the media how contentious they want to be. Another target, looks like ICE facility. This is why we think it's quite important, Tej Gill, to get this situation sorted out in Oregon, where I think last night again they surrounded the ICE detention center. And my understanding from folks up in Oregon is that the employees are having to find alternative exits to get out of the building after their shifts are over. We either going to enforce this or not. Gavin Newsom yesterday is bragging about how they passed a bill in California that the federal agents can't keep masks on because if they don't, they get photographed and they get doxxed and their families get terrorized. These people, and particularly Customs and Border, remember, I think it's over a majority Hispanic Americans that live in the community, and they're getting terrorized. These people that hate this country and trying to destroy this country, that exacerbated the invasion of this country by the illegal aliens, now don't want any of them deported, right? Want to go after law enforcement. They're just trying to do their job. Tej, your thoughts on all this, sir?
Yeah, I saw that last night. The Antifa surrounded the federal building in Portland, Oregon, and they've been attacking it. This has been going on for years, Steve. This was going on in Trump's first administration. They would surround those federal buildings up there, and the U.S. Marshals were out there protecting them. They put big steel fences out, and the Antifa would shoot fireworks into them. And at that time, they were using high-powered laser, and they trying to blind the agents. And it just continues. It's more of the same. And like I said, they need to activate the Joint Terrorism Task Force because Antifa has been designated a terrorist group. So they need to unleash the full might of the federal, state, and local governments against these guys and stop them dead in their tracks. The local police should be out there working with the federal officers to protect these buildings. And the local police, they do nothing because the politics of these cities, the mayors and the city council, and then the police chiefs are liberal also. So they've actually they've had a stand down order for the local police, and they just stand by and let these guys run wild. They terrorize the cities. They terrorize the federal agencies. They terrorize the citizens of these cities are being terrorized by these people because they are actual terrorists. So they need to be treated as such. So we need mass arrests on them. And then what you were talking about in California about banning the masks for federal agents. Across the United States, police officers at local, sheriffs, federal, their license plates and everything's are sealed in all the systems, so people can't dox police officers and find out where they live. And this is such a polarizing issue, the deportations, that yes, these federal agents should be allowed to wear masks, and they're going to continue to do it. They're not going to follow Gavin Newsom's orders not to wear it, but he literally wants to dox the federal agents, put their pictures out online so people can go to their homes and harass them and possibly, murder them or whatever, like bad stuff. So it's crazy. This Trump needs to get on Kash Patel and the intelligence agencies and tell them to activate the Joint Terrorism Task Force that's already there and put Antifa at the top of the stack and let them go to work and arrest these people and stop them. Protect America.
I would put Dan Bongino, put your deputy Dan Bongino in charge right now. We need Dan more than ever. I know you get a bounce real quickly. You're a shooter for the U.S. government as a SEAL and then as a contractor. Just give me a minute or two on your assessment of your thoughts on where you think we stand. Cash has announced that they're broadening out the investigation into this situation, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Your thoughts, sir, from what you've seen so far?
I was a sniper in the SEAL teams, and then I was a sniper when I worked for the government as a contractor. I've been to a bunch of sniper schools, and in the Naval Special Warfare Sniper School. I've been to the Las Vegas SWAT Metro Sniper School. I've been to a bunch of long-range shooting schools that the government sent me to, and I still do a little bit of competitive long-range shooting. So that's my gig is long-range stuff. But yeah, the whole thing doesn't make sense. I still don't. There's pictures and videos of the kid going up the stairwell. Like, where's the gun? They said he took it apart, but the problem is that gun's not a takedown gun. You can disassemble it. You can remove the action screws and take the barreled action out of the stock, but the stock is still long. The barreled action, let's say like a hunting barrel is probably going to be 20-inch barrel, maybe 18 for a short barrel. And then you have 6 inches in the action. So you got at least, let's say 22 to 25 inches for the barreled action. It just doesn't make sense. The whole thing is crazy. So, and then the videos of him jumping off the roof on YouTube that have taken, the barreled action in the stock when they're disassembled and wrapped them in towels. And a guy actually made a really good video, but it doesn't make sense. Where is the gun? And then now they're saying there's no exit wound. And then there's another video showing that they think it looks like a second shooter shot Charlie Kirk from the back of the head, and then the neck wound was the exit wound. So the 30-06 is a very, very powerful round. They say it's the round that won World War II. It's a very high velocity 30 caliber bullet, and it's devastating. So there should have been a huge exit wound on the back of his neck, and there wasn't. So that's the first red flag. So I don't know. There's too many crazy stuff. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. But bullets do crazy things when they hit flesh. So I mean, you can shoot a guy in the chest and it'll come out of his calf. But none of it makes sense. To be honest with you, it doesn't add up. And we'll see. We'll see what happens.
We're going to stay. I think what we're going to do is take some of those videos you're talking about. Some of the special warfare guys are putting things up, and I think I want to break them down. Maybe have a Saturday special with you. Because it doesn't make sense. I love that. And we got to make sure. One thing I'm going to say over and over again: this generation, we cannot have a grassy knoll 2.0 with this generation. No. Kennedy, we know what happened. We know everything, all the lies and misrepresentations and the institutions, and J. Edgar Hoover and the CIA and the FBI and Lyndon Johnson. All these guys went out of their way from the moment it happened to cover everything up. That's a historical record, right? Just it's a historical record. We can't.
We still don't have the answers on the JFK. We still don't have answers on JFK, Steve. We still don't have answers on a lot of stuff.
Well, that's what I'm saying that's my point. It doesn't make the JFK thing is been the grassy knoll, and it's haunted the boomer generation in the country since then. Anyway, Tej,
people say that sorry, one more thing. People say he disassembled the rifle.
Go ahead.
Sneaking it up the stairwell, and then he had a screwdriver on the roof, and after he took this shot, he disassembled it again, but when they found the rifle, it was assembled in the woods, but the screwdriver is on the roof. So how did he put it back together? There's so many holes in the story, and there's so many inconsistencies. It just doesn't add up. And like I said, and the biggest thing is this 30 caliber 30-06 round. It's a very high powered round. it's a monster of a bullet, to be honest with you. It's a huge casing, and that round has killed more animals in North America than any other round because there was a surplus of it in World War II. And it is devastating. Especially for the neck, it's such a small area. It should have blown out the back of his neck. I mean, I've seen guys' biceps and thighs like completely blown off the bone from smaller. It doesn't make sense. There's something weird going on as usual.
You said it's the round that won World War II, and the surplus we create so many millions of it. That's why it was such a used by hunters when it's overkill. Tej, pleasure and topics. Tell people where to go. You've now shifted late in your life, or I guess midlife, to become a CEO of an amazing company. Give me a minute on Warpath and where they go for the coffee.
Yeah, Warpath Coffee. It's if you haven't heard of it, it's the premier coffee out there. On our website it's warpath.coffee is the website, and we have over 13,000 5-star reviews now. People absolutely love this coffee. We have a dark roast, light roast, medium roast. We have K cups. We have espresso. We got mugs. We've got all kinds of stuff, and we've got a bunch of flavored coffees, and we've got some more holiday blends. We got a pumpkin pie and a peppermint mocha dropping here any day now for the holidays.
Oh my God, dude, you're not doing that to me. We got our own. No, God, people love it though. I got it. People love it. The one thing I'll tell you, this will save you. Your overall coffee consumption will cost you less money because you won't have to buy cream, milk, sugar. Yep. This is made to drink it black. The way coffee's meant to be consumed. It is the champagne of coffees. And Tej, I'm so proud. I'm a coffee addict, an aficionado, and I absolutely love Warpath after all those years. One more time, Tej, where do people go? I know you got to bounce.
You go to warpath.coffee and use promo code WARROOM. It's always at least 15% off. Sometimes we'll bump it up to 20, and like on big sales, we'll bump it up to 25. But warpath.coffee and use promo code WARROOM. That's the promo code. That's for the War Room Posse. Warpath.coffee, promo code WARROOM.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Mike Lindell, we got you up a little early. Big news coming out of Michigan yesterday with Jim Hoft and the team. People are now getting geared up. Give me a minute on where we stand with the election platforms and all of that, because folks, I'm ticked off now that Hillary Clinton was yammering on a Morning Joe this morning. If we don't get to the bottom of 2020, we have done this republic a great disservice, sir.
Yes, absolutely, guys. And we have teams in every single state with the Cause of America, my election crime bureau. Yeah, great news out of Michigan yesterday. We've had this stuff all along. It's all getting released, though. And Dallas County in Texas, everybody, they just voted a week and a half ago for this primaries to go to paper ballots hand counted. I mean, we are winning across this country, and it's going to be a great primary, and we can keep you updated as we go, Steve. But there's great things happening. It would take an hour to tell you all the great things happening, but I'm just telling you, we are on the offensive, everybody. We're on the offense. We've always been on the offense. They just made it look like we were on the defense. We will get to the bottom of 2020, and that'll all be coming out very soon, too, from this great administration, our great president.
So talk to us about the War Room's looking for a special deal from you, as we do every day. What do you got for us?
Yeah, you guys, this, as I told you, we waited months now. We got in our My Towels, the best towels in history, the 6-piece sets you can get for $39.98, the regular $69.98. We only have so many that came in. We're already halfway through the stock. So you guys at War Room, take advantage of this. All the colors are still there. Makes the best gifts. You all need the best towels that actually dry you. And then that middle section there, we made a special version of the My Pillow Premiums that made us famous with Giza cotton on the covers, just like our Giza Dream Sheets. Look at the price, $17.98 and $19.98 for the Kings. You get the best sleep in history. And then the last special on this 3-in-1 sale, the Percale bed sheets. Once they're gone, they're gone. We're closing them out for good. $29.88, any style, any color. King size, split kings available, RV queens, things that you wouldn't, but any size for $29.88. Once they're gone, and we're not putting a limit on it. You go to mypillow.com/war room, and there you see those 3 specials I just talked to you about, but we're also closing out. There's our My Slippers. Those are closeout War Room exclusive, $39.98. The best slippers ever made, and get them now for those Christmas gifts. Get them before they're gone. Also, remember, you got the mattresses and the mattress toppers. You guys have all took advantage of the free shipping on those. You get the big discounts and free shipping on those, made in the USA. When we invented, or not invented, when we improved on mattresses and mattress toppers, it was so you get great Delta and REM sleep. Your body needs great sleep too. So you guys take advantage of promo code War Room, 800-873-1062. You're going to get an operator, mom or dad, right in this country, taking your phone call, and you can talk to them. The War Room Posse, we love hearing from you guys. Promo code War Room.
A U.S., just like Patriot Mobile, you're going to talk to a citizen of the United States of America. Mike Lindell, thank you. Promo code War Room, mypillow.com, promo code War Room, most powerful promo code in the business. We'll see you this afternoon, Mike. This afternoon's coverage, a lot on this ICE situation. Loomer's reporting that the shot came from the top of an immigration lawyer's office.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
I'm Lou, MAGA pilot from Rav's Gator Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Okay, welcome back. Trevor Comstock joins, by the way, 2 things of breaking news. Laura Loomer's reporting that the shots came from the top of an immigration office next to the law firm, next to the ICE facility. Also, it's being reported now by a filing that the FBI found secret classified secret information in the office of John Bolton on their raid. So we'll have more about that this afternoon. Also, what happened in Dallas. We'll cover that extensively at 5 o'clock. Charlie Kirk show is going to be next. Then you got Poso, you got Gruber, Bowling, then back to Bannon at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We'll be back here for all the updates for the afternoon. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing this wall-to-wall coverage. We'll be streaming. Real America's Voice will have it, of this symposium or roundtable on autism and everything they're finding on the information. It starts at noon to 5. We're going to have a little pregame before that and a postgame analysis. Our other contribution to make America healthy again is Sacred Human Health. Trevor Comstock, you're with us. What do you got for us, brother?
Yeah, Steve, great to see you. So as many of you know, we recently launched our new tallow moisturizer, and I just wanted to touch on it because we've been getting a good amount of emails, people just asking how it kind of compares to other moisturizers on the market and what it does for you. But again, compared to most commercial skin creams out there, the issue with those is that they're usually filled with synthetic ingredients and things like alcohols, as well as fragrances and other cheap fillers that can unfortunately damage the skin barrier over time. So although they may be somewhat effective, and what we see again is that just the standard skin cream is unfortunately just contains a ton of chemicals and usually produced overseas with questionable quality. So in turn, that's kind of why we created this product. We wanted something that's natural, and it really does just contain the two ingredients, which is the 100% American grass-fed and finished beef tallow, and then the raw Manuka honey from New Zealand. We don't include any synthetic fillers, no ingredients that are unnatural, anything like that. And also, every jar is handmade, so we really don't skimp out on quality. So it's pretty amazing. We technically sold out a few days ago, but we're back in stock, so we're all set there. And then while I have you, Steve, I also wanted to mention, I know one of your favorite products is our new creatine monohydrate. We also recently launched that. For anyone that doesn't know, it's amazing for the brain, memory, as well as cognitive function, and also muscle recovery. And what's great about the creatine monohydrate is that it's one of the most studied and effective supplements almost in history. You can even Google it. So it's extremely effective. And if you want to compare it to other brain supplements or brain boosters out there, those usually have, some can be effective, but usually those are diluted proprietary blends that have a lot of funky ingredients and a lot of unnatural additives. So we skimp out, or we just exclude all that and give you the real deal. So we got you covered on those two new products.
Trevor, where do I want people to go to the website right now and go check out where they go.
Yeah, you can go to sacredhumanhealth.com or just type in Sacred Human to Google, and then you can use code WARROOM for 10% off any one-time purchase. If you subscribe, you get the 10% discount for life. We got you covered there.
It's 10% for life. Thank you, Trevor Comstock, Sacred Human Health. That's our contribution to make America healthy again. Okay.
Thanks.
Yesterday passed away one of the great movie stars of the 50s and 60s, Claudia Cardinale. We're going to play a little sequence in some of the best films I think ever made that she starred in, including, I think, one of the greatest Westerns, Sergio Leone's Once Upon a Time in the West, where she co-starred with Jason Robards and Henry Fonda. We're going to play that sequence, and then from 8.5 and from the first Pink Panther right now, Claudia Cardinale.
So million times. Was yesterday. Why'd you tell your brother?
Hiya, Gramps.
Hi, Bill. We're back again.
Come on, get a move on, will you? Get the lead out of your asses, you red-skinned warriors. I got a whole train to unload. All right, shut down those feed sacks first. Come on. Come on.
Signore? Signore, il bicchiere.
We have time for the Pink Panther. Maybe we'll get to that later. Once Upon a Time in the West. If you're a Western fan, one of the great classics, and she is amazing. Dead at 87. Claudia Cardinale. Charlie Kirk's show is next here at Real America's Voice. See you back here at 5.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
I'm Lou, MAGA pilot from Rav's Getter Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Today, Charlie Kirk rests in glory in heaven for all eternity. He has gone from speaking on campuses in Wisconsin to kneeling at the throne of God, where he is right now.
Verily, verily, I say unto you, this is Christ speaking, except a corn of wheat fall onto the ground and die, it abideth alone. But if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit. And I want to thank Charlie for his sacrifice, because much fruit is going to be realized.
Now, I want you to know that Charlie right now is in heaven, not because he was a great husband and father, not because he saved millions of kids out of darkness on college campuses, not because he changed minds and chased votes to save the country, not because he sacrificed himself for his Savior. Charlie Kirk is in heaven because his Savior sacrificed himself for Charlie Kirk.
But the main thing about Charlie and his message, he was bringing the gospel to the country. He was doing the thing that the people in charge hate most, which is calling for them to repent.
I believe Charlie is still urging us on, urging us not to sit back, not to be quiet, but to carry on his mission forward, loudly, proudly, and with the same conviction he showed.
Sacrifice is a gift. Sacrifice is that last full measure of devotion for God, for country, and for his people.
We will devote the rest of our lives to finishing the causes for which Charlie gave his last measure of devotion. You cannot defeat us, you cannot slow us, you cannot stop us, you cannot deter us. We will carry Charlie and Erica in our heart.
But we go forward strengthened by his faith and bolstered by his courage and inspired by his example to defend the country he lived for.
You see, Charlie Kirk was a true believer for the cause of freedom, for the power of young people, belief in our republic and our founding principles, in America first and make America great again. But more importantly, he was a true believer. Only Christ is King, our Lord and Savior.
The lesson of Charlie's life is that you should never underestimate what one person can do with a good heart, a righteous cause, a cheerful spirit, and the will to fight, fight, fight.
Charlie lived what our founders envisioned. Freedom, the right to speak even when we disagree. Freedom. I may not agree with what you say, but I will fight to defend to the death with my very life your right to speak.
Now, our whole administration is here, but not just because we love Charlie as a friend, even though we did, but because we know we wouldn't be here without him.
In the words of Soren Kierkegaard, the tyrant dies and his rule is over. The martyr dies and his rule has just begun.
On the cross, our Savior said, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do. That man, that young man, I forgive him.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Everybody, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. This is Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this show, and that empty chair reminds us of Charlie's legacy, his memory, and the fact that political violence took his life, an assassination did, and this morning we awoke to more news of political violence targeted at ICE in Texas. And to start off the show, and we had a whole show planned, but I thought it was important that we do this. Simply, it hits very close to home for this team, I can tell you. And so I wanted to have Border Czar Tom Homan kick off the top of the show with us. Border Czar Homan, thank you for joining us. What can you tell us about what happened in Texas?
Well, this morning, a lone gunman was targeting an ICE facility in Dallas, Texas. It's where aliens are processed, either for removal or transfer to a facility. Again, it's the third shooting that's occurred in Texas against immigration officials. And we had a shooter show up at a Border Patrol facility and open fire trying to kill Border Patrol agents. He was killed by agents. Then we had a group of people show up with weapons at an ICE detention facility in Alvarado, Texas, and tried to kill ICE agents. And they did shoot one officer, a local police officer, who's also responding to the scene. And now we have this today where a lone gunman stood at perch and opened up on ICE during a transportation transfer. And we know we have at least 2 dead, and officers are uninjured. And it later was announced by Kash Patel that one of the bullets had an anti-ICE slogan on the bullet. So this is clearly a targeted attack against ICE.
Well, Border Czar, I just know that Charlie, this is his show, he was such a supporter of yours and was worried for our brave men and women in law enforcement that were doing what the voters had voted for, very, very clearly, to remove illegal aliens from this country. And we've seen these stats that the targetings are on the increase, that assaults against ICE officers. Are we still seeing a ramp up? I mean, this instance is awful. Thank God no law enforcement were harmed or injured. But, you know, our prayers are with the families of the detainees that have lost their lives. But are we seeing this continue to ramp up across the country? Are we still seeing it go up? Are we seeing any calming down of the violence and the attacks against ICE officers?
First of all, you're right. I had many discussions with Charlie, and he always ended the discussion to be safe, and that ICE officers should be safe, because the rhetoric has continued to increase. Assaults on ICE officers are up over 1,000%, and no, the rhetoric hasn't stopped. And I said months ago, that if the hateful rhetoric didn't decrease, it's going to end in bloodshed. Someone's going to die, and of course, I was called a fearmonger. The left says I was, making irresponsible comments. Unfortunately, I was right. And just this past weekend, we saw protests turn criminal in Chicago and in Boston. I mean, in Chicago, the ICE facility is under attack. In Portland, Oregon, the ICE facility there has been under attack for months. So, no, it has not slowed down. Either has the hateful rhetoric from some up on Hill, some are congressional representatives, and other people who are in a position where that small fraction, I'll say on the left, not everybody on the left is a bad person. Most of them, aren't. But there's that fraction that listens to this rhetoric, and they feel empowered to take action against ICE. If you got a member of Congress comparing ICE to the secret police, which is a direct affiliation with the Nazis, or calling straight out Nazis to terrorists, or Governor Newsom just recently said the secret police. I mean, he just passed legislation about secret police. I mean, bottom line is that rhetoric is causing some of this violence. And I've been calling for people to stop the hateful rhetoric, because it's more are going to be hurt. As a matter of fact, when we talked about the person that was shot at the Alvarado City, and we talked about the gunman that was killed at a Border Patrol facility, I said at that time, there's going to be more if the rhetoric doesn't stop. I've seen this game before. I've seen this story before, and I just hate to see it right now. I hope, between what happened to our officers across the country, what happened to Charlie, and what's happened today. I mean, at what point do people just Stop the hate. You can disagree with what ICE does, but taking those sort of actions, it's unbelievable. There's no excuse for it.
I want to show you a graphic. I'm going to put up a graphic. It's basically which groups justify violence based on age and political affiliation. If you could put up 141, this is the question: is it ever justified for citizens to resort to violence in order to achieve political goals? And this is the percentage responding yes. And you can see there, Tom, at 18 to 39-year-old liberal progressives, that's 30% believe that sometimes violence is justified to achieve a political goal. And I believe, that matches with what happened to Charlie. I don't know the age of this particular shooter in Texas, but we are seeing an alarming rise. And by the way, it's worth noting conservatives 18 to 39 are the most peaceful node on there besides moderates over 60. So we're doing our part on the right to quell the violence, to quell the rhetoric, to say, lean into Jesus, do not give in to hate, forgive your enemies. We have to find a solution here. And yet that one node, you can see it sticks out like a sore thumb there, Tom. 18 to 39, 30% of them believes violence can be justified. Your thoughts?
Well, it's not the country I grew up in. I mean, you never heard of this. When I went to college, you never heard of kind of this. It's justification for violence ever. I really think that, many of the colleges have failed us. And also think that the negative publicity being pushed by 90% of the media, 90% of the media, constantly attack this administration and the work we're doing. And I've said it before, I think there's groups out there that hate President Trump more than they love their communities, or more than they, have any common sense. There's no reason for it. I mean, it's out of control. And you're right. The last 4 years under the Biden administration, everybody was angry about the border. Everybody was angry about the number of Americans dying from fentanyl, the vast increase in sex trafficking, the cartels having placement in this country, killing millions of Americans with poison. You didn't see that counter protest that turned criminal. No. So it's mainly on one side, and again, I'm hoping today, on top of everything that's happened in the last few months, just let's stop the hate. Well, let's have a meaningful debate, which Charlie was all supportive. Let's have a debate about the issues. Let's get back to talking.
Yep.
Rather than putting bullets in a firearm.
Tom, I want to make this personal. About 1 minute remaining. I know that this kind of rhetoric has directly impacted your life and your family. If whatever details you can share, I want the audience to know what the real impact is for real people like yourself. 1 minute.
I have a 24/7 security detail because of threats against me. I don't live with my family because I don't want them around danger as much as I can. So, it's tough, but I'm not going away. I'm not shutting up. I'm going to continue fighting to make this country great again. President Trump made a promise to American people. He brought me to help him in that promise to make America safe again. And we're going to continue working to remove the worst of the worst illegal aliens from this country to make our community safer. Hard stop.
Well, God bless you, sir. Thank you for joining the show. I thought it was important to lead with that. And on behalf of a grateful nation, Tom, thank you for your service. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your voice. And thank you for the results, because this is what the American people voted for. And we will not be deterred. The truth will be the truth. And we cannot be cowed by these vigilantes. And we got to do something about it, but we will not be cowed. Tom Homan, thank you so much. Borders are for the Trump administration.
Thank you, sir.
More when we get back from break. We'll be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Gator Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. We're working to update you on the latest information involving this morning's shooting at a Dallas ICE facility. Investigators now confirming that at least one victim is dead, 2 others hurt. However, police are only confirming that no law enforcement official was hurt. There's no confirmation about who the victims are or in what capacity they were at that facility.
Politically motivated violence is wrong. It was 2 weeks ago today that we saw a political assassination in Utah that tore the heart out of much of this country. This is the 3rd shooting in Texas directed at ICE or CBP. This must stop. To every politician who is using rhetoric, demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop. This has very real consequences.
A sniper went on a shooting spree from a nearby rooftop and eventually killed himself. The FBI is investigating the attack, quote, as an act of targeted violence, saying that, as you can see here on your screen, some of the bullet casings had anti-ICE messages on them. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem posting this message on X, writing, "While we don't know motive yet, we know that our ICE law enforcement is facing unprecedented violence against them. It must stop. Please pray for the victims and their families." Well, it looks like the federal government will be shut down this time next week. While House Republicans passed a continuing resolution that would keep government agencies funded until November 21st, the Senate failed to pass a similar measure and won't return to Washington until right before the deadline to pass a funding bill. Plus, President Trump just canceled a meeting with top congressional Democratic leaders to discuss ways to avert a potential shutdown. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. This is Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this show. I am joined by Blake Neff, one of the producers, as well as the great Dr. James Orr. Honored to have you, Doctor, on the show. I'm candidly, of all the conversations I've had, and we've had some amazing guests and some amazing conversations over the last couple of weeks. This is probably the one I'm most excited about because of the way that you and I got to meet. Charlie was there. You met Charlie when he went to Cambridge and Oxford, Oxbridge, as you guys, I guess, call the grouping. But we then spent a weekend together in Aspen, and we shared some just truly amazing moments. And you also sat down with Charlie for an interview, which will now sort of, in a haunting way, but in a beautiful way, because I know how much Charlie loved you. Your interview with Charlie on that Aspen trip was actually the last episode that went on the Charlie Kirk Show broadcast before he was assassinated. So it's a weird thing, I'm sure, for me to hear that from me. It's weird for me to say it out loud, but it's true. And I just knew Charlie so well that, again, it's sort of fitting because you were like this academic, ideological, spiritual, just shining light for Charlie, so much so that I was jealous when we got back from Aspen. Charlie looked at you and he was like, can you hang out with me on Sunday and just like be my professor for a day? And as far as I know, you guys hung out on Sunday and you talked about the classics and about the canon of Western civilization. And I love that because I know that was basically the happiest you would ever see Charlie Kirk. So thank you so much for giving him that day so close to the end and for just being somebody that he deeply, deeply loved and appreciated.
Well, Andrew, thank you. It's just so good to be with you, despite the circumstances. And gosh, what a surreal few days it's been. What an extraordinary achievement you guys pulled off. I was so thrilled to have been able to make it to the stadium on Sunday for that extraordinary day. And just so many thoughts going through my mind. But, you know, I've been teaching undergraduates, graduate students at Oxford and Cambridge on and off for 15, 16 years. And I can say, you know, hand on heart, I have never come across a young person with that thirst for knowledge, that thirst for intellectual formation, spiritual wisdom. You know, I spent weeks trying to get him to call me James, but it was always Dr. Orr. There's always this sort of extraordinary respect and humility that he had. And you're right, that last afternoon, just before I was getting off to the airport, I think that morning a car was supposed to pick me up to take me to his apartment. And Mikey, Charlie's chief of staff, rang me and said, I've canceled the car. I said, what? How am I going to get to Charlie's apartment? He said, no. He wants to come and pick you up from the hotel so that he can have more time with you. And you know, we had a day together. We had a wonderful morning and went into his apartment. And 2-3 hours of just philosophy, just grilling me on that big whiteboard. He wanted me to, you know, map out moral philosophy. He was just prepping. What if I get this question? What if I get that question? It was just extraordinary. And absorbing it all, taking notes, grilling me. Yes, I understand that point, but how do I make it accessible? And there was always this sense of the audience that he wanted to reach, and not be in conflict with, not to sort of dunk on them at all, but to inform them, to educate them, to enlighten them. Just extraordinary. And then got back to London. I'm getting texts from him, Bible verses from him, and then a text on that lecture by Jean-Paul Sartre you mentioned on existentialism in 1946. Can you send me a copy and can you explain to me that point? It's like, okay, let's do it. I did that, and then on my last text from him was on the 1st of September. Saying, can you send me a lecture on natural law? And God help me, I never got back to him. It was a busy week, and I thought, I got to sit down and do this properly. And then by the time things had calmed down, it had happened. And I'd never met anyone like him. And you meet people who know that there's just, you're going to be friends for years and years and years, and you're going to learn so much from each other. And we had great plans. He was so excited about Britain. He loved it so much. He was staring now at this photo of Winston Churchill, and was so excited about what was happening on the right in Britain, and wanted to know exactly what all the polling dynamics were and how he could help. Extraordinary.
You were a really important bridge for him, and he was an Anglophile, begrudgingly, but he genuinely was. And we'll get into more of that and what his trip to England, I think, really was all about. We'll be right back. So, yeah, I mean, I mentioned just before we hit the break that Charlie was a real Anglophile. I don't think that many Brits maybe appreciated that because he came into England and really lit up the leadership, lit up the current zeitgeist in the country. But it has become clear to me that Charlie, and I've said this a bunch of times, and I'm just going to say it again for the sake of this conversation, that Charlie was a modern prophet, and he was going around campuses, this country, calling our leaders to repent, calling our citizens to repent, to remember themselves. And he went straight into the belly of the beast in Oxbridge and called on Brits to remember themselves. Stand up, man. Put your shoulders back. Remember who you are. You're a great people. Like, wake up. And just like they do with prophets, not only is Charlie dead, but in England, they rejected him. Tell me about your perspective on that.
Well, I think it was Jordan Peterson who first connected us, I think about a year ago, I think. And so Charlie had been on my radar for a while. We had a lot of mutual friends, but he was very excited about his trip to England and started peppering me with texts and requests like, what will the audience be like? What are the kinds of questions that I should be thinking about? What are the topics? He was just prepping. And so he came to Cambridge. I went to the Cambridge Union to just give him some moral support with my son and half a dozen students, and we were the only ones supporting him. I mean, my goodness, it was
and Blake.
And Blake, you were there, of course, and the team. You and the team were there, and it was impressive. I mean, he was combative, he was quick, he was, I don't think any of those students, and they were bright students, I was quite, in a funny way, proud of those students. I mean, they were, off the cliff progressive on on all the issues, but I thought they stood their ground well. And then we went for this meal afterwards, and just again, 2-3 hours of just talking stats, and I got a call from one of this big media platform, GB News, just desperate to get half an hour of Charlie's time, but it was down in London. It was just awkward to get to. I said, look, I know this is difficult, but if you could just, would you consider this? And he said, absolutely, no problem. And you managed to fit it into that very tight schedule.
That was with Ben.
Yes, that's right, with Ben.
That clip went viral.
Yes.
It was a good thing he fitted it.
It's great. He did it, and it was much appreciated. And so, I think it was great. And I sat in that debating chamber and thought, this is a proper debate. This is what this place was designed for. And this is really puncturing the groupthink in a way that is pretty rare these days on elite campuses on both sides of the Atlantic. And it was, we were fortunate to have him, and
images.
And then we got some images there.
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah, the bouncy Brit. The bouncy Brit.
Yeah. Oh, bless him. Yeah, that was Charlie found that so funny.
Because he looks like a Harry Potter figure, like character to us.
That's it. He was quick on his feet, just jumping up and down, and amazing. I remember that so well. And it was just great to see. And as I said, it punctured the groupthink. And I've said this before, that the trouble with groupthink is that wrong think becomes evil think. When there's just this tiny minority opinion, then it just becomes subversive. It becomes something that is threatening. It's so easy to demonize. And what we saw on both those debates was Charlie's ability to put across cases and positions in a winsome, civil, respectful way. And, I think the assassination it's triggered off a whole lot of very interesting debates on the free speech side of things, of course, and Charlie's great free speech warrior. We've been fighting a lot on free speech battles on university campuses. And, but, if this is how it ends, if one side is so quick to resort in the end to lawfare or warfare or violence, what do we do? Where does that leave liberalism? Where does that leave the project?
Before we move on, I don't, we've seen the reaction around the world, but those Cambridge students who came out to support Charlie last May, how have they reacted to this?
Well, I tell you, they've been in pieces. It's been very upsetting for them. And my son, in particular, who just worshipped Charlie, and Charlie recorded a little video for him actually when I was here at the offices a month ago. It's been very hard, and even those who didn't know him at all. I mean, we gathered the 2 days after it happened. Friday, it was the Friday evening outside Downing Street. A pretty spontaneous vigil. Thousands and thousands of people around the Cenotaph and Whitehall. Just so moving, just this very kind of, very unusual to see that in London. It just sort of, there was a sense of a great kind of peace and love.
Radio back here.
Yeah, we'll take radio back, but I love where this is going. Stay right there. Welcome back to radio stations across the country. We have Dr. James Orr, who is a brilliant man, and you're a professor at Cambridge University, and you welcomed Charlie to the UK. You helped get these debates set up for Charlie, which would be one of his last big trips. And it's hard to think about that. He loved that trip. He loved meeting you. You were so dear to him. And I know that you guys had great plans to keep learning from each other, and you are yourself becoming sort of known politically in the UK, and I know that you enter into that with fear and trembling and a great weight on your shoulders, and we can get into that a little bit later. But I love what we're talking about. You were witnessing the immediate aftermath of the assassination, and there was huge vigils throughout the UK. And I said something that before, that prophets are rejected. That is sort of the model. And he was a prophet taking the truth around the world, even to the UK. But there was a remnant that heard what he said. And then you had Tommy Robinson lead this huge march. Elon Musk called in. They talked about Charlie. I saw so many people with Charlie's picture, and they were chanting Charlie, Charlie. It was really beautiful for me to see this outpouring of love for Charlie, even across the pond. What was that like? Take us into that moment.
Yes, well, I didn't go on that march, but I know that over the summer there was a lot of anxiety in the press, within the establishment about it, and I remember talking to Charlie about it last month, and there were just sort of premonitions, people thinking that this is going to end violently. It was demonized, and I think one silver lining you might say is that I think the march, from what I can tell, was broadly peaceful. I mean, I think there were about 100,000 people marching through the streets, and I think there were something like 25 arrests, which I think, when you compare it to similar kinds of events, it's not out of the ordinary at all. And it was, from what I could tell from just looking at the footage, it was peaceful. And I'm sure that sense of it being a vigil for Charlie, it being a sort of witness to Charlie, as you say, his face was all over, posters everywhere of him, and I think that would have had a calming effect on the march, and I think there was a great atmosphere, from what I could tell. It was broadly demonized in the mainstream media afterwards, as far as I could tell, but I think it went off a lot better than many people were worrying about over the summer.
Yeah, well, and to the point about violence, I know that there's an establishment press that is even more entrenched in the UK than there is in the US, and they still have more power to sort of set narratives and things. And so that's certainly something that needs to be addressed in the UK. But the point is, you had all these people that have a lot of reason to be upset about things, but they're largely peaceful. And that's the actual truth. The actual truth is that it was sort of beautiful and really respectful. And we got a note yesterday. I can't divulge who this is from, but this note was passed along. Said, just got off the phone with a friend, won't say the name, who is SWAT and was tasked with working the memorial for Charlie here in Glendale, Arizona. He said they were all briefed to 100% expect something major to happen. And the whole event came and went without one arrest between Peoria, Mesa, Glendale, and Phoenix PD all assisting. A complete anomaly for an event even 10% this size.
Even the Super Bowl would have someone get drunk and like punch a guy.
Yeah. They didn't have one arrest. And the power of prayer, you know, I keep saying this over and over again. The first time in my life that I can feel the prayers of strangers, just sustaining this whole team through Turning Point Action, the Charlie Kirk Show. You can feel it, and you could feel the prayers inside the memorial. And you were there. You actually made it back, which is a whole other saga, which is incredible. And I think such an honor. Charlie would have been just so honored to know what you went through in order to get like planes, trains, and automobiles for you in that trip. But I do want to stay on the UK. Do you think, you know, a lot of people are talking about this as a revival moment in the U.S. A lot of people are talking about this is the turning point. This is a politically galvanizing moment. Do you feel like this is having at least some sort of the same effect in the UK?
It's had extraordinary reverberations all across Europe, I think, and definitely in Britain. I'm having conversations with people about faith, about family, about freedom, about loving your country, that I simply, you know, was just very, very difficult to have before. And he's unleashed something extraordinary. A lot of people didn't really know who Charlie was, I think, in Britain. It was only, you know, when the news broke, people started, the framing, I think even on the BBC to start with, at least was saying this is a far-right character. Some of the press were just were demonizing him, but very quickly that shifted, and it was just obvious. He was you couldn't mistake it. He was an extraordinary husband, loving father, civil, respectful in his engagement with young people, and that came across very, very quickly. And so it's been remarkable, the kind of conversations that have opened up, and I think his legacy is going to be a remarkable one. I think we're having these big debates in Britain at the moment around exactly these kinds of issues, and all of those sort of those great sort of four cornerstones, I think, of the faith, family, flag, and freedom, that were just celebrated in that extraordinary way in the stadium on Sunday. And it's very difficult still in Britain to have conversations around those. But something's shifted, and I'm sure that Charlie's legacy will be to catalyze that and to put those issues back on the table. And they're going to be right, front and center of the British political landscape over the next 5 years.
I just want to make sure you're getting, because you and James, you were in England with James, so I just want to make sure I'm giving.
Blake has views on what's happening over there.
Of course. Before we move on too far from the debate, I know I followed this. You definitely followed it, but I don't know that a lot of people in the U.S. know about this. That one of the Oxford Union people that Charlie met when he debated there, he posted something about Charlie's death that was pretty bad, and there's been a backlash to that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's the incoming president of the Oxford Union.
Do we have that?
Who debated Charlie back in May. I think said something, I can't remember the words.
He said, yes. So President-elect George Aberonier, who there is an image of them debating. I'll get that loaded to our team so they can put this up. Get that ASAP, guys. So he posted. He debated Charlie. He was one of the people who debated him.
He was actually really
appeared to he shared multiple celebratory remarks about the shooting on WhatsApp, according to the Oxford student. One message said, "Charlie Kirk got shot. Let's effing go." And the other said, "Scoreboard FN." I don't know what that means. I think Ryan would probably be able to tell me what that means. But basically, scoreboard. I mean, it's like basically put a point on the board because we took one down. and you can probably tell us more about what happened.
Yeah,
since.
so
has he been punished for this?
So there was the big debate kind of blew up afterwards. To be honest, I was so upset at the time. I was tuning out of the negative reactions, and I was trying not to dwell on it too much. But I was getting a lot of texts from people who were signing effectively a letter of no confidence, and I think the threshold is, I think it's something like 150. So if you were an officer of the Oxford Union in the past, you could force a resignation. I think they've hit about 70 signatures, and we are. I mean, it's
very damning.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's touched a nerve because the worry is this legitimate speech? Is this he was should he be expelled for this? Should he be rusticated?
Okay, but hold on. That this is one of these stupid academic cul-de-sacs that people that are educated but beyond their intelligence get themselves into, and this is like, I'm sorry, Charlie Kirk was murdered, assassinated. Do you think it's okay that Martin Luther King or JFK or Lincoln or whoever was assassinated? Do we think that this is okay? Do we think political violence is okay? Listen, I understand if some fringe character on some Discord chat thinks that it's is gleeful, but that person does not represent Cambridge or Oxford. That is supposed to be a premier institution. I'm calling. I hope this gets clipped. I am calling on you sane left-wing students that are still advocates for civilization to sign that petition, that letter, whatever it is. Get it to 150. That is not okay. Even if you disagree with Charlie. Charlie was a fundamentally good and decent, loving husband and father who believed in the building blocks of Western civilization. He did not deserve this. And for somebody to represent your school that would celebrate his death is shocking that you cannot get 150 people to put their name to disciplining, or at least, or whatever. I don't even know what but the fact that can go unchecked is abysmal. It is such an indictment of the moral character and the lack of moral clarity that exists at the UK's elite institutions. I just have to say that. Get it over 150.
Absolutely right. Language like that, it lays down the enabling conditions for violence, and
it dehumanizes conservatives. That if you are a conservative, you're less than human. You don't deserve to live. And by the way, if somebody kills you, you had it coming.
Yeah. To be clear, the unanimous reaction on left and right in Britain was one of condemnation and anger.
Good.
And so
apparently not unanimous.
But why are there not 150 signatures? When somebody actually has to put their name to it, they get weak in the knees.
Yeah.
What is there to be weak in the knees about political assassinations?
No, I couldn't agree more. And I mean, 2 days later, I remember I was having lunch with Nigel Farage, and people, this group walked out and screamed fascist at us. And I just thought to myself, and he gets that all the time, of course, but I just thought to myself, Charlie's blood had barely run cold, and still they would have known exactly what had happened. They would have known the kind of rhetoric and the demonizing that can lay down, as it were, the conditions for violence on the left. And I just, I don't see how we come out of this. I don't see what solutions liberalism has.
I didn't mention this, but it's worth mentioning that go ahead and put up 141 again. You can do it on the screen. And this is this poll about political violence being justified, 141. And you look at the date that this was conducted, September 12th through September 15th. Charlie was murdered on the 10th.
Yeah.
This is a poll conducted after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and 30% of young liberals still believe that.
Yeah.
That is
extraordinary.
That'll make that should be a sobering stat for anybody. We've got to take a quick break. We'll be right back with Dr. James Orr from the UK.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Howdy, Rav fam. This is Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. We're continuing to update the investigation regarding this morning's shooting at a Dallas ICE facility. Investigators now saying at least one victim is dead, 2 others injured. However, police only confirming that no law enforcement official was hurt, no confirmation about who the victims are or in what capacity they were at that facility. We do know that a sniper went on a shooting spree from a nearby rooftop and eventually killed himself. The FBI investigating the attack, quote, as an act of targeted violence, saying that some of the bullet casings, as you can see here, had anti-ICE messages on them.
Politically motivated violence is wrong. It was 2 weeks ago today that we saw a political assassination in Utah that tore the heart out of much of this country. This is the 3rd shooting in Texas directed at ICE or CBP. This must stop. To every politician who is using rhetoric demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop. This has very real consequences.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem posting this message on X, writing in part, while we don't know motive yet, we know that our ICE law enforcement is facing unprecedented violence against them. It must stop. Please pray for the victims and their families. An FBI search of former National Security Advisor John Bolton's Washington, D.C. office reportedly turned up classified documents. That's the word from a court filing that was released on Tuesday. The documents were reportedly gathered in August and allegedly included materials that reference weapons of mass destruction, among other things. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Time is flying with you, by the way, Dr. James Orr. It's truly amazing. We have actually Charlie's debate with it's coming. I don't know that we have it yet, with the new incoming president. Yes. So we'll play that before this segment ends. But I mean, give us, I don't know, your just sum it all up. Charlie, England, the UK, free speech, wherever you want to take this, because we were just discussing in the break all these other things we're going to get to, but I think we need to put a capstone on this hour.
I once made the mistake of asking Charlie what part of the motherland he was from, his family was from. He said, "My surname's Kirk. Where do you think I'm from?" I said, "Yeah, okay, right." He's proud of his Scottish heritage. He loved Britain, and he had this sort of, I think sometimes in our country we get a sense, a note of almost kind of a smug contempt from Americas to what's going on over here, but it's just not true. And Charlie sort of personified that. Charlie was somebody who he loved the country. He was sort of heartbroken at what he saw was happening to it, and the fact that it was just losing. That it was no longer the cradle of those founding values that he believed made America great, that gave America its DNA. And he was so passionate about us, and not just recently. I mean, I can't remember when he set up Turning Point UK. I think that must have been 2017, 2018. I don't know if he's did that in any other country. I mean, he had a fierce desire to kind of connect that sort of Anglo-American axis, and I think it's been pretty successful. TPUK, they're the ones who organised that vigil outside Downing Street. They've
got a good social media following.
Absolutely right, and so it's something we talked about it a lot actually last month, and how to help ramp it up and how to kind of develop this sort of a youth movement on the right in Britain, and so he was passionate about it, and I think felt the right's in a little bit of chaos at the moment in some ways. I think it's kind of fruitful chaos. We talked a lot about it. There's all sorts of emerging movements. There's a lot of vitality now, I think, on the right, a lot of philosophical energy, a lot of political energy, and you're seeing that now reflected in the polling.
Do you think that do you think Nigel Farage is the likely next prime minister if things hold?
Yes, I do. I think he is set to be the next prime minister of the United Kingdom. Whenever the election is going to be held, I think the latest it could be held is August 2029. That's a long time.
That's a long wait.
That's a long way.
That's an eternity in politics.
Was it Adam Smith who said there's a lot of ruin in a nation? Well, I just don't know how much ruin there is left in ours with the current government, certainly. But yes, I think if you were the betting markets and the polling would suggest that Nigel is set.
Keir's very unpopular.
Extremely unpopular, yes, absolutely. I think he's just this week, his approval rating sank to below what I think Boris Johnson had at his very, at the nadir.
At that nadir.
Exactly. So
it sounds better.
There's a lot, there's a lot of maneuverings now on the left, which is now fragmenting into the kind of the Rainbow Caucus, the Crescent Caucus, the Star, the old school socialists, and it may be that he gets almost very likely that Starmer gets unseated. I mean, we're good at ditching prime ministers.
Yeah, I was going to say, what triggers it?
Well, so we're a parliamentary democracy. So what that means is you've got the party that can command a majority and command the confidence of the House of Commons is the government, and now Starmer's got a majority in I think 154. And so turkeys don't vote for Christmas, even if the turkeys really, really hate each other. And so it's very likely that the government will survive in some form till the end of the electoral cycle. But I suspect Starmer's not going to be that long in Downing Street. And
one could hope. So Nigel's well positioned. By the way, we were going to play Sweatpants Bro, but I actually like this better. Let's play the clip from the UK of Charlie paying you quite the compliment, Blake. 162.
Blake is like the smartest person I know. We're all plenty prepared to like.
That was sorry, I just had to do that for you. Charlie was very impressed by Blake's intellect and by your memory. And that was you traveling with your travel buddy. You guys were international travel buddies at the end. I mean, it really was something.
I picked up on that reverence for Blake over at our dinner in Cambridge, and whenever there was this kind of difficult moment, a difficult discussion, or we needed some facts, Charlie would turn to his left, say, Blake, and he'd always have the answer.
Well, it's true. You do have a weirdly photographic memory for history. Maybe it's not photographic, whatever it is. You have a great recall. We're gonna transition in hour two. And we're going to talk about this Jimmy Kimmel controversy, and we're going to start debunking this both sidism with some actual facts, and I think that's important. We'll be right back with Dr. James Orr. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the hosts? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. The big story of the day involves this morning's shooting at a Dallas ICE facility. Investigators saying that at least one victim is dead, 2 others hurt. Police only confirming, though, that no law enforcement official was hurt. No confirmation about who the victims are or in what capacity they were at that facility. We also know that a sniper went on a shooting spree from a nearby rooftop and eventually killed himself. The FBI investigating the attack, quote, as an act of targeted violence, saying that some of the bullet casings, like the one you see on your screen, had anti-ICE messages on them.
Politically motivated violence is wrong. It was 2 weeks ago today that we saw a political assassination in Utah that tore the heart out of much of this country. This is the 3rd shooting in Texas directed at ICE or CBP. This must stop. To every politician who is using rhetoric demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop. This has very real consequences.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem posting this message on X, writing in part, while we don't know motive yet, we know that our ICE law enforcement is facing unprecedented violence against them. It must stop. Please pray for the victims and their families. An FBI search of former National Security Advisor John Bolton's Washington, D.C. office reportedly turned up classified documents. That's the word from a court filing that was released on Tuesday. The documents were reportedly gathered in August and allegedly included materials that referenced weapons of mass destruction and records related to the U.S. government strategic communications. Inventory from the search lists several folders that were labeled confidential and some pages that were marked secret. Similar to the search of Bolton's home in August, agents confiscated computers and other electronic devices as potential evidence. The searches were both conducted as part of 3 felony investigations for gathering, transmitting, or losing national defense information in violation of the Espionage Act, as well as retaining classified information without permission. Well, it looks like the federal government will be shut down this time next week. While House Republicans passed a continuing resolution that would keep government agencies funded until November 21st, the Senate failed to pass a similar measure and won't return to Washington until right before the deadline to pass a funding bill. Plus, President Trump just canceled a meeting with top congressional Democratic leaders to discuss ways to avert a potential government shutdown. Taking to Truth Social, the president writing, "I have decided that no meeting with their congressional leaders could possibly be productive. If the shutdown happens, it would mark the 15th partial shutdown of federal services since 1981. The man who tried to assassinate then presidential candidate Donald Trump while he played golf in Florida tries to stab himself in the neck with a pen after a jury took just 2 hours to convict him. These courtroom sketches illustrate just how it all went down. The 59-year-old was found guilty of attempting to assassinate a major presidential candidate, possessing a firearm in furtherance of a crime of violence, and assaulting a federal officer, among a long list of other charges. He now faces up to life in prison during his sentencing December 18th.
Very appreciative of the justice that was given and the way it was handled by Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche and everybody that it's been, and their team of people. It was really well handled, and it's very important. You can't let things like that happen. Nothing to do with me, but a president or even a person. You can't allow that to happen. And so justice was served, and we'll see what happens.
Prosecutors say the guy spent weeks plotting the attempted assassination. He lost the case and his freedom after representing himself during the trial. Attorney General Pam Bondi says the verdict illustrates the Department of Justice's commitment to punishing those who engage in political violence. That's a quick check of your headlines. As always, we appreciate having you along for the ride. Now, let's get you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Hello, this this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the hosts? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. This is Andrew Colvett, your executive producer. I am joined by the great British patriot, Dr. James Orr, who, it was interesting actually, when we hung out in Aspen, there had just been this piece that came out about you, calling you the mentor of J.D. Vance. And you are friends with J.D. We are friends with J.D. He actually hosted this show the Monday after September 10th. And it was a great honor, great tribute. But you took umbrage with that, didn't you? That framing of things. Because JD hung out, he went on vacation or something.
Yes.
And in the Cotswolds.
Yeah, I've known him for a few years. He had a trip to England over August. It was supposed to be a family holiday, but it just
worked the whole time.
It turned into a media circus, and he had to cut it short. He did some golf up in Scotland, I think, and I took umbrage at the description. This idea that I'm somehow mentor to the Vice President of the United States is not true at all. I've learned a great deal more from him than he's ever learned from me. But the last time I saw him in Washington must have been just a few days before it happened. I think it was about a week before it happened. And I just said, I was out in Arizona and spent some time with Charlie and his team, and it's, my goodness, you're in good shape for 2028. That machine is going to be is roaring, and with energy and enthusiasm.
We hope he dives in. I mean, every indication you would think a vice president would be primed for that, but he's very coy about.
Yes,
it.
Of course,
he's being very respectful, and of course we appreciate that. It's still the era of Trump, and we're into that too. But
of course,
tell us about your relationship with him. I think that's interesting.
Well, we met. I think a few years ago, and I think summer of 2019, I think it was, through mutual friends, and we hit it off. He was a private citizen at the time. I'd read Hillbilly Elegies when it came out, I think in 2016. I had a Texan friend of mine, it was end of October 2016, pressed a copy into my hands and said, Trump is going to win, and this is why. You need to read this. And I read it, loved it.
Wow.
So he was on my radar early on. And then had the chance to meet him in 2019. We hit it off. We talked a lot, and not actually very much about politics at all. Although, we did a lot of philosophy. Talked about faith. Talked about theology. And I thought, gosh, this guy's promising. He could be a congressman one day.
Congressman.
He looks like he's got a bright future.
Yeah. Everybody. By the way, I usually don't share numbers, but him hosting Charlie's show, and I hope people understand there's a difference between 1 million views on YouTube and and 1 million downloads of a podcast. I've never seen a podcast.
Let's just say it's true. It's our most downloaded podcast.
It's the most downloaded podcast episode, and I will just say that ever of all time. And JD did such a magnificent job, and I was thinking about that this morning. What he said on his episode when he hosted, he said, "Yes, we want unity, but first we have to have truth." I think that is really relevant to something that's happening in our own news cycle right now. And the truth is, and I think we're going to discuss both this hour about this both sidesism. It's a lie. But also, Jimmy Kimmel said that, he essentially stated, I think very clearly, that the shooter came from MAGA. And that really upset me. Had a trans boyfriend or whatever, however you're supposed to say it. I think that's probably the right way to say it. That he was into all this weird stuff. He was writing all of these notes on these bullet casings and things like that. And his own parents were worried about his radicalism. And then to go on the air and say, no, actually it was from MAGA. MAGA killed him. What that means to me is that you can lie with impunity, that there is a machinery in place that will defend you. Your life is not important. That I'm free to desecrate your memory because conservatives bad and what you had it coming and more should, it's basically a license to say, we're going to support you guys if you guys go do this stuff out in the real world. And that's not okay. And so we have clips, Blake, I don't know which clip it is, the Jimmy Kimmel in response to the backlash he received. We can just play one of these. I mean, it doesn't matter. 132.
I don't think what I have to say is going to make much of a difference. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. I have no illusions about changing anyone's mind. But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't think there's anything funny about it. I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it, and I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of what it was obviously a deeply disturbed individual. That was really the opposite of the point I was trying to make, but I understand that to some that felt either ill-timed or unclear, or maybe both. And for those who think I did point a finger, I get why you're upset. If the situation was reversed, there's a good chance I'd have felt the same way.
So what I'm lacking there is I'm sorry. I lied. I misrepresented the nature of who the shooter was. I'm sorry. I will do better. My sincerest apologies to Erica Kirk and to the Kirk family. And James, you're a Christian. Explain the difference between what he did, sort of parsing words, never kind of owning it. It was sort of, I'm sorry if you were offended. Explain what Christian contrition looks like, what it looks like in Scripture, historically, what it means, and what that was lacking.
Yeah, I mean, look, I could hear some contrition in his voice, as he was clearly emotional, whether the emotions was being driven by what had happened to him, the fact that his career looked like it was on the precipice. I don't know. I mean, I think, true contrition expresses itself in actions. And, I detected sort of a hint of a politician's apology there. Just deeply sorry that offense has been caused. But, repentance, the New Testament is metanoia, which means a complete transformation of one's mind, of one's intellect, one's understanding, one's heart. The Latin translation, I think, is penitemini, which is kind of not just repentance, but do penance. And there's a lot of debate about that in the Reformation, about, his sort of repentance is something not just of the heart, but you've got to do it. You've got to do stuff that shows there's kind of the outward working, the outward expression of inner contrition within one's heart. And I don't know. Look, I don't have a window into men's souls. I don't have a window into Jimmy Kimmel's soul. I just hope that this incident, this whole sorry saga, has made the left, has made the kind of American liberals think a lot harder about the language that they're using, and just being aware that spinning the kind of conspiracy theories that are completely fact free, as seems to be the case with this extraordinary charge that the killer was motivated by was part of the MAGA movement, just simply absurd, not a shred of evidence for it. I just hope that this will give them, pause for thought, and that it'll just slow things down. And there cannot be civil discourse if it's, if one side is constantly paying the consequences for indiscreet speech or violent rhetoric, and the other side effectively gets a free pass. And that seems to be what's happening, not just in America, but all across the landscape of Western culture, Western politics.
Yeah, Blake, you have kind of a contrarian take here because you think we should just sort of move on from this topic. I want more.
Well, so what's frustrated me about it is they went and, due to sort of how it unfolded, we allowed it to become that, like, Jimmy Kimmel was this free speech martyr against, because we had Brendan Carr at the FCC, he stepped out, and he basically said, you better take him off the air, or we're going to, investigate ABC and Disney, and they're going to have to answer for all these things. And you took what it should have been, which is Jimmy Kimmel said something disgusting, and there really was this big organic anger against them, and that got tamped down, and it turned into, this guy in the Trump administration is silencing Jimmy Kimmel, who is also lame and not funny. And it took something that was good and it changed it. And it also colored, and unfortunately, what we also saw, which was the very organic anger against all the other people who said disgusting things.
Yeah, I want to keep talking about that. We'll do it in the break. Quick break on radio. We'll be right back. Yeah, keep going with that, though, Blake. And I mean, I know I will say one of the things that I noticed, and you saw this with the Pam Bondi, I think it was a misspeak on Pam Bondi's behalf, because she kind of clarified her point after. She was talking about incitement. She meant to get to incitement.
Yeah,
she said hate speech.
It was so frustrating because
I would just say there was a lot of voices that on the right that said, we don't agree with the way she said that.
Yeah,
that's not our POV.
And that was also frustrating.
That's not Charlie's POV.
We've had to endure all this stupid, nasty, fake stuff on the left. We're like, the right doesn't care about free speech at all. They want to crack down. No, the backlash to Bondi saying the hate speech thing was immediate. It was basically unanimous.
Right. Yeah.
It was dial this back right now, and she did, thankfully. But it was a similar issue here, where I think there is a huge amount of genuine backlash to what Kimmel did. I think he probably would have gotten suspended. In fact, we got reporting from the Wall Street Journal and others that suggested he was going to be suspended at minimum, even without what Carr said. And I think it put the wrong color on it, that there was that kind of overt threat. And then the way he was, if you go to Carr's Twitter account, he was like posting all these memes and just like bragging about what he did. And I understand the impulse. It is a way. There is an element where the Trump movement made the movement more assertive, more bragging, and we've seen it with like the ICE stuff, where they're like, we're deporting people, and here's a meme of this person who is also a child predator getting deported, and it's great, and people have liked that. But you do have to be careful, because we do want to make sure that this is about that. Charlie, who is a martyr for free speech, a martyr for Christianity, and we don't want that to turn into Charlie is ever considered some sort of like justification for an anti-speech crackdown.
Charlie would reject that, by the way.
Completely.
He was basically a free speech absolutist. I mean, I think I say basically because, I'm just hedging in my mind, maybe some sort of incitement he would draw a line at. But, he believed in ugly speech. He believed in vile speech. He believed in the freedom to say evil things. I mean, that does cross the line into incitement, which is illegal when you're calling for violence for somebody. But, I mean, I struggle with asking the question, when we think about some of these ugly reactions, people celebrating, you think about the Oxford kid, sweatpants bro, where you're celebrating the murder of somebody, is that not incitement in a certain way? I think the spirit is certainly the same. Legally, the barrier is different.
So one of the things that makes American free speech so exceptional, even compared to other Western nations, is we have kind of the Brandenburg Standard for speech. It's a Supreme Court case, and it's basically like it is in fact only incitement if you are directly calling for some criminal act. And like in a specific way. So if someone were to say someone should go to the Utah Valley event and shoot Charlie Kirk, that is incitement. But even saying someone should shoot Charlie Kirk isn't by itself. And that enables a lot of ugly speech. As Charlie himself said, I think he has a tweet where he says, like, there is ugly speech, there is deranged speech, but there is not hate speech. And the thing with incitement, what's good about that strict standard is that gives us it means that an authoritarian government like the Biden administration has so little grounds to come out and say, and the left loves to do this, where, this thing you said, that was actually inciting hate against migrants. That was inciting hate against trans people. That was inciting hate against minorities, just because you say, I don't want more immigration. And certainly Dr. Orr can tell us all about how that's been abused in the UK.
That's where we're going next.
Which they'll claim that's a free speech country, but it's clearly not anymore.
But this is the distinction, and I think it's really important for us to remain morally very clear on this. What I was trying to say was that celebrating nasty,
100%,
and it is from the same demonic spirit that I think somebody would, this incitement legal. So I'm talking, there's two distinctions. There's almost like the demonic spirit that I would call it versus
totally
the legal
agree.
standard. And I'm not conflating the two. I'm saying, if you're going to celebrate that, certainly maybe you didn't break a law, but you are participating in the same demonism. And I would just say, I have not fully internalized that, other than to say that may you live a life so remarkable, so courageous, and so true that the demons celebrate when you die, and may your enemies celebrate, because that means you have done something. You have been so extraordinary that you live rent free in their heads, and they don't know anything else to do other than to say, thank goodness that extraordinarily effective person is off the board. But in Soren Kierkegaard's words, that's really just the beginning when a martyr dies. And so we're going to welcome back radio. We'll be right back in just 1 second. Charlie was a free speech absolutist, and one of the themes of his trip to the UK was about this issue of free speech. We've heard that in the UK, 30 arrests are made a day for people criticizing immigration, basically. Just this sea of humanity. And, we have a ton of immigration into this country, which is one of, my pet projects, is to limit that. But we also have a country that's much larger. And it sort of can absorb the visceral feel or the visual feel of it, can absorb it a little bit differently than the UK, which is, remind me, what are you, 60, 80 million? I can't remember. So if you have a couple million migrants come into the UK, it's instantly very visible. It's it impacts the daily life of a lot of Britons really quickly. Tell us about the state of free speech in your country. Did this 100,000 person march push back against that? Was that a theme of it? Explain.
Yeah, sure. Well, of course, to go back to your earlier conversation, we don't have anything like the sort of the jurisprudence that's built up around the First Amendment over over the last 150 years. But I think up until the end of the last century, there was no sense that there was a kind of there were free speech problems in Britain. It's really been the last 25 years, I think, intensifying in the last 10 to 15. And I don't think there's any real doubt that it is connected to the rapid demographic change at scale that we've witnessed in the last 25 years, but particularly in the last 5 to 10 years. And what happens there, I think, is that there's sort of sense of a kind of high trust society, a moral community that is, basically shares the same universe of norms and standards of speech. That kind of gets fragmented, and silos begin to open up, and there's really just a dialogue of the deaf between different blocks within different demographic blocks. And so that's sort of that sense of being in a shared enterprise is starting to kind of unravel. And what happens there is that the state increasingly has to police these fragile boundaries between these different silos. And that's what we've seen in the last 10 to 15 years. We've seen it under a Labour government, a left-wing government. We've seen it under the Conservative government. The last Conservative government brought in something called an Orwellian phrase, non-crime hate incidents, where police can record your name, whether they accept that no crime has been committed, that you're exercising lawful free speech, but they make a note of it. It goes on your record. Until recently, I think that was on your record forever.
So
now
it's just this database. The state, the Leviathan, is just collecting this.
That's right. The police, they are policing tweets, not streets, and it is getting worse.
Can Nigel fix this as Prime Minister?
Well, I think one of the central focuses, one of the kind of guiding, one of the North Stars of the reform sort of philosophy and policy agenda is without question free speech. So there's a lot of debates, I think, internally as to what that's going to look like.
Isn't that just politics? I want fewer immigrants in my country.
Yeah, so you're not going to get, you may well get a knock on the door if you say that in the wrong way online. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. But yes, I think that there's this thing about this sort of dominant left-wing orthodoxies become this sort of, the moral universe.
Yeah, it's like a puritanical,
a purity spiral. Exactly right. So that any dissent, as I said earlier, any wrong think is evil think. It's something that is you've got to demonize. So it's this old point that we've made it many. It's on the left, the idea is that you're not just wrong, you're morally wrong. And on the right, okay, maybe it's not always the case, but I think generally speaking on the right, we do just think that, the left honestly and sincerely mistaken. And there isn't the same rhetoric, widespread rhetoric of demonizing and a kind of name calling that, okay, maybe it's not direct causal incitement, maybe it doesn't meet the Brandenburg standard, but it's certainly, I think, shifting the conditions. It's laying down the enabling conditions for violence. If you call somebody, public figure, Hitler, fascist often enough, then you shouldn't be surprising that crazy people will do violence against them.
It's one of the most frustrating things where we've had the left is certainly pushed in the last couple of weeks to try to argue, actually, there's more right-wing violence than left. And one, it's false, and we'll get into that in the rest of the show. But I'm looking at these tweets. Matt Iglesias, that fat guy from Vox, he was people remind themselves of things he said a while ago. I'll read this one quick and we can go back into it. But he said it was when Tucker Carlson got harassed at his home in 2017 or 2018. People were trying to kick in his door, basically, and terrorizing his house. And he was saying, I'll read the full tweets later, but he was basically saying, this is a good thing. You should do this to right-wing people. And now he's going to come out and be like, oh, I oppose violence against the right. Well, no, you just are trying to read the winds, Matt.
Dehumanization, otherization. We have a little bit of a surprise coming. Don't go anywhere.
Every person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found two lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my real America's voice.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my real America's voice.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Lawrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Let's take you to the White House, where it looks like Ben Carson is standing by. Let's listen and see what's being talked about here.
For this country and leading this country. And so that was just another step. We have the dietary guidelines coming out very soon. Dr. Carson's going to play a major role in that. We'll have a very big announcement, most likely next month. But there will be a fundamental shift in the way that we are suggesting. And ultimately, the DGAs drive a lot of the government nutrition program. So that's coming soon. Stay tuned, amongst other things. Listen. What the question was about was the hunger survey that USDA canceled recently. Our research showed, it's not statutory. No one was asking us to do it. There are a lot of other good reports that are out there that better capture the question. This specific survey had been used for years, we believe incorrectly, to make the case that under the last administration, spending in SNAP increased, 40-50%. But even that survey showed the hunger in America only increasing 3%, but it continued to be used as a driver. We just felt, and the White House agreed, that it was one more waste of taxpayer dollars not being used appropriately. We believe at USDA and with our other counterparts across the government, HHS and others, there are many, many other surveys collecting that data. Yeah.
On that question, what other survey will release?
Well, yes. No, there are other surveys at USDA. I don't have the name, but we'll get that to you. And then across HHS and also several of the other agencies as well. So we'll make sure and send that your way. We will not be creating a new one, just making sure that the ones that are used are the most appropriate. We'll do one more question, y'all.
Just as a follow-up to that, do you have any updates on how your department is rolling out the changes to work requirements for SNAP?
We are working on that right now. Obviously, work requirements were an important part of the One Big Beautiful Bill, and ensuring that every taxpayer dollar was being spent in its highest and best use. And so there's been a lot of narrative around the work requirements. What I will say is those work requirements that were included were for able-bodied adults that could work that didn't have children under the age of 13 or 14. So we'll continue to build on that in partnership with the states. Of course, they're the laboratories of democracy, and more announcements on that are forthcoming. We'll do one more. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Secretary. When do you guys plan to make a decision on farmer relief?
So the farmer relief is continuing. I've had a lot of conversations with you guys here in the gaggle on that over the last 6 months. Obviously, based on a couple of very unprecedented factors in the last number of years, the farmers, only 5% have made money over the last decade. 5%. It is a continuing struggle in this farm economy. In the last administration, of course, we had the cost of inputs go up on average 25%, but even more than that, fertilizer increased 36%, fuel increased 28%, seeds increased 35%. Interest rates for our farmers. By the way, if you're a farmer, you rely on the bank to get your harvest harvested and your next crop planted. Those went up almost 73% under the last administration. At the same time, we had a trade deficit of $50 billion in agriculture just under Biden. We went from a surplus in Trump 1 to a massive deficit under Biden. So that, alongside, of course, the president's effort to realign America around American products and making all of these new deals, we are at a point where we're looking at the harvest, where we're looking at our soybean, corn, wheat, sorghum, cotton farmers who are facing very, very difficult times. We are currently in conversations here at the White House, across the government, on a farmer aid package. In our current programming right now, we've got about $13 billion moving out under ECAP, which is our old farmer payment system based on losses from last year and the year before. So this would be in addition to that, in partnership with our colleagues on the Hill. We should have an announcement very soon, perhaps in the next couple of weeks.
Before you go, what about the president's prayer initiative for the 250th celebration of America?
That's a beautiful thing to end on. Yeah, why don't we end on that, because that's a great way to end. We were just talking about this. In the last administration, obviously faith and religious liberty and working for a higher power, for God, for Jesus, has always been a driver for so many of us in President Trump's administration. but we believe that even now it's even more of a driver, and you saw that with Charlie's memorial on Sunday. We all just believe we're called for a time such as this. We believe that we're fighting for the soul of America, but also fighting for what's good and right, fighting for our God. And so this president's next step of having prayer and services as a part of that as we celebrate America at 250, I'm just so proud to be a part of this team every single day.
Absolutely. And we are complex beings. We're not just the physical aspect, it's the mental aspect and the spiritual aspect that makes us different from other creatures. And we need to recognize that in all of our policies. And remember that America didn't become great by accident. It was because of the policies, the Judeo-Christian values that we live by. And look what's happened as we begin to throw those things away. Instead of love your neighbor, cancel your neighbor. Those are not good things. So it's good to have a government that actually realizes that. And I think we will be realizing many blessings when we continue to move down the right pathway.
Perfect. Thank you all so much. Thank you, everybody.
You were listening to Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins along with former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development Dr. Ben Carson speaking outside the White House. We, of course, will have continuing coverage throughout the day here on Real America's Voice. But for now, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Allow the signs of the times for you to be paralyzed, static, to not engage in the culture. We must challenge people to be greater, to reach higher, to be biblical, to be Christ-like. And I'm telling you, this generation cannot just be the most conservative generation, but the most Christian generation as we continue to be salt and light in every single walk of our life.
Oh, amen.
Extraordinary. I mean, just going, I find it difficult to look at old footage and, I've tried to just screen it all out because it's makes me too emotional. But he had this extraordinary gift to talk about faith in a way that was just so accessible to. It just grounded everything he said, all of the politics, all of the sort of neuralgic issues in this kind of non-negotiable, moral foundation. And there was just such authenticity and sincerity there. And it's something that the right really needs to remember, that you've got to be anchored in clear moral foundations. And I think, without faith and without that sort of, without that framing that Charlie was always so insistent on, it unravels. It unravels. And we get towards a sort of, Nietzschean nihilism or actual racism. And it's just amazing to be reminded of what he was like in full flight. And I never seen him using notes, never seen him reading from a speech, but just extraordinary fluency and extraordinary sort of, just raw rhetorical flair for someone that young.
The story of how Charlie was discovered is, I think, very telling. And actually, something that Ben Shapiro, because he had come in on the Tuesday after it happened, and he said, Charlie wasn't charismatic at the beginning. And Ben said wonderful things about Charlie. Please don't take this the wrong way. But it's actually a bit of the opposite of that. Is he was gifted from God without any training with this rhetorical flair. And the story was that Bill Montgomery was at some sort of Tea Party rally, and Charlie was 18, and he was going to be one of the speakers because he had, I think, gained a little bit of local notoriety for organizing. So they invited him to be one of the speakers, 18 years old, and the story that was conveyed to me is everybody's asleep. This actually, Bill told me this story, actually, many years ago. He said everybody was kind of asleep and dazed and bored, and then all of a sudden, Charlie took the stage, and Bill said it was like he looked at everybody in the audience, all of a sudden Charlie starts speaking, and everybody goes, head up, ears perk up, because Charlie just had this way of his words would pierce, like they would pierce your mind and your heart. And I think this is his moral clarity was so strong that he was sort of like a dividing line. Like his words were a sword, and they were sharp, and they would cut through, and it would force you to pick a side. He didn't leave you any ground to sort of remain in the mushy middle. He would say things so, and he took a lot of flack for that. He took a lot of heat, took a lot of slings and arrows because he was so morally clear, and he would say it with such force that you had to sort of wake up And perk up out of your seat. I actually forgot that Bill told me. That was the first time I ever met Bill Montgomery, and may he rest in peace. He died in 2020. But, that was Charlie from the start.
It's easy to think, obviously after 2016 on both sides of the Atlantic, there was... there many more people are coming through, and the new media emerged. You started to see a lot of incredible conservative voices coming through. But Charlie, at 18, we're talking the Obama years. This is the early 2010s when it was extremely costly and very rare for people of any age to be coming out. That to have that kind of trenchant, clear moral horizon and that clarity, it's just remarkable. And it must have been, Kirk contra mundum in 2012. And I can't, I wasn't tracking American politics that closely back then, but, I would have thought within the GOP that would have been very unusual. And I don't know what sustained, I don't know where he got it from,
God. It was straight from God. That God had a plan from Charlie's for his whole life, but that 18 to 31.
Charisma like that's difficult to explain.
So much into it. And you saw it up close in those last trips, but his schedule was truly to manage that schedule that he kept, especially at our conferences. Yeah. It was booked from 6 a.m. to the time he put his head down on the pillow. It was truly remarkable how much discipline it took. And I want to say, you talk about his fluency, and this is something that Blake and I talked about. I actually had a line in my speech at his memorial, and I cut it just for time. But this show was how he got battle ready, and everybody kind of reflects how Charlie leveled up over the years, and I do think it was this show, because every day he was forced to come on the show and defend his values or his political takes or how he was reflecting on the current news of the day, and it just gave him repetitions. And originally the show was a 3-hour show, so he was doing a 3-hour show. We didn't move to a 2-hour show until January of this year, which was really wonderful for his schedule because he could get more done. But it did really make him battle ready, and some of the arguments we'd have before show, that was really special moments, right, Blake?
Yeah, no.
It's just, it was your line. The battle ready was your line, so I was trying to give you credit for it. And it was a good line, but so we do have a potential surprise coming for you. Somebody might be joining us. I don't want to flag it unless it ends up happening out of respect, but. Nevertheless, I really hope it happens, because I think it would be a really sweet moment if we can do it. In lieu of that, however, Blake, let's talk about both sidesism.
Yes, let's do that.
Are both sides equally guilty of political violence?
Yeah, so we've seen this a ton in the past, since this happened. So this came out. It was obviously the most spectacular, the most damaging assassination in the U.S. since RFK, probably. 50 years ago, and actually almost 60 years ago now.
Yeah.
And so it's been, and so people are like, well, this fits into, and it came right after, there was this apparently racially motivated stabbing on that bus in Charlotte.
Right, yeah.
And people are saying, okay, there's a lot of left-wing violence out there. And so these experts trotted out with some charts that were in The Economist or in Cato or whatever, where they're like, actually, left-wing violence isn't common. It's right-wing violence that's way more common.
I even heard them mentioning J6.
The J6. They have DHS. DHS made that a huge priority under Biden. They always like to make it a priority because that's who works at a lot of who was doing a lot of that work at DHS or at the FBI. Remember when they were investigating pro-life, like Catholic churches, because this was going to be this terrorist nexus. And so finally, people are saying, you know what? Let's actually look at the numbers. What is the real deal with these numbers? Because they're just getting pushed. And so one of these studies that went really popular, it was literally just compiled by an Antifa person. An Antifa person made a study of what was more common, left or right wing. And if you dig into the numbers, there is so much lying about it. So I'm looking at this thread by Tim Carney, where he just looked at some of the numbers in what they were using for this database. So, for example, a suicidal young man made a hit list that included Trump on it. He then later killed 2 strangers who were both white. This was counted as right-wing political violence, according to an ADL study, because the shooter had a swastika on his gun. There was a felon in New Hampshire, Jesse James Sullivan, in 2024. He murdered his half-brother, who was white. But they counted it as a right-wing political violence because he had joined a white prison gang while he was in prison.
By the way,
previous
that's
offense.
what happens in prison. You have to find somebody that will protect you.
There's someone I found where someone like sent anti-gay, like made a harassment call to George Santos and said that he had like hurt the gay community with what he did, and that was like right-wing anti-government threats.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick radio break. I think we're going to keep going in the stream. Hang tight. All right, welcome back for the stream. Keep going, Blake. This George Santos. So this guy calls him and makes a threat to him because George Santos made fools of the gay community.
Yeah,
so
a gay activist
right-wing.
left a threatening voicemail for George Santos and said he felt he had undertaken anti-gay acts, and that was right-wing government-focused violence. And then another one was a homeless man broke into a hotel and attacked someone and used a racial slur. It was later put in a mental institution. Oh, that's right-wing, racially motivated violence. And so this happens over and over. And there's even a chart that was in, I think this was in The Economist or somewhere, but it shows that, over time and how they allegedly, there's all this right-wing violence that peaks in 2018, 2019, and then it goes down in 2020. And that's how you always know all this stuff is BS. Whenever they put out these studies, they don't count what was clearly the biggest outburst of politically motivated violence in our lifetimes, which is in 2020, George Floyd died. We had gigantic riots in Minneapolis where they burned down a police station. We had gigantic violence in, sorry, one moment there. We had gigantic violence in Minneapolis. We had gigantic violence in D.C.
And they're counting this all as right-wing?
I think they're just not even counting it. They're just like, oh, that's something else. This is it's mostly peaceful protests. Or they'll say someone has to be So the prosecution project, this is one that was getting shared a lot, that was supposedly tracking what violence occurs. And what they'll often do, so for example, in this chart, they say resulting in a guilty verdict. So if they have clearly hundreds or thousands of people going around, smashing windows, doing graffiti everywhere, terrorizing the public, but, whoa, nobody was convicted of this.
Right. This is a great point. This is a great point because nobody was convicted of anything. As a matter of fact, the cities ended up settling with many of the protesters
giving them money, or
and saying sorry.
St. Louis, a mob brays and terrorizes that family. Was that the McCloskeys?
The McCloskeys.
Yeah, the McCloskeys. The McCloskeys bring out empty guns to have these people not storm their house and attack them. And I bet that's probably counted as nothing, or it's going to be counted as right-wing violence.
Sure.
Anti-protester, anti-racial justice. And it's just a total sham.
Yeah,
they besieged a courthouse in Portland for that. Oh, that was another one. One of the data sets that was getting shared around. It did not count a member of Antifa taking a gun, shooting a Trump supporter in the head in a murder, and they didn't count that as left-wing political violence. Probably because he wasn't convicted, because he was killed by the police before he actually was arrested.
And this is why it's such a salient point you're making, is because we saw in the aftermath of what happened to Charlie, we didn't riot, we didn't burn down buildings, we didn't.
It is a psyop. We need to learn the talking points.
We
on
did
this.
not loot businesses. We prayed.
And everyone knows this. Nobody actually, was prepping their stores or anything, or nobody was doing excess preparations like, oh, we have to be ready. After Charlie Kirk. There's no one was worried about the Charlie Kirk riots. Nobody was even worried about that. We might have worried about other violence happening, but nobody was worried, oh, all of those conservatives who like Charlie Kirk are going to go and burn down Salt Lake City, burn down Phoenix. No one was worried about that. We do worry about that all the time with Antifa, with BLM, with causes that are on the left. This is what the reality is.
Right. You can trade
just
statistics
BS
and studies
about this.
You can trade statistics and studies all you like, but the true character of a political movement comes out in moments of crisis and of tragedy. And I'm sorry, but the contrast is as clear as day between what happened in May, the aftermath of the Floyd killing in May 2020, and Charlie's death. I mean, that what you were saying earlier, Andrew, just not a single arrest. At 100,000 people in that stadium, and we were all there. It was just so peaceful. There was
almost 300,000 people in and around the stadium.
Right. Yeah.
Got to welcome back radio. Hang tight. Final segment of the day. Excited. All right, welcome back. The final segment of the show. It has flown by, and it's really a tragedy, Dr. Orr, because we could really, if we wanted to just pick, a single thread, pick any of them from the Western canon, you would then be let loose like a Mustang to just, delve into this chapter and verse of this ancient text, and we could go on for hours. So it's almost a disservice to you to make you reflect at all on the ICE shooting or, the statistics about X, Y, and Z, because truly you are a marvel and you are a unique human that understands the Western canon and what built Western civilization, unlike anybody I've ever met. And I had some wonderful time with you, and we have a really dear shared friend, Don Williams, who was actually the man that married me and my wife, who you happen to know, and we discovered our mutual connection. Don went to be with Jesus a couple years ago, but a truly remarkable man that had a great, great life and a great ministry, and he ministered to you and he ministered to me. And so I think the floor is yours, my friend. Like, end this hour as you see fit. And maybe it's remembering Charlie, maybe it's what you hope to see come from this, and whatever it is, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Andrea. The check's in the post later. That's so good of you to say, and it's so strange to meet not just Charlie, but you and to his team, and just a few months ago, and yet felt like just lifelong friendships were emerging, and we just had these great plans. And I learned far more from Charlie than I think he learned from me, because I think I was joking earlier. I spent months trying to get him to call me James, but it was always Dr. Orr, that incredible kind of humility.
It's ironic that he's known to be sort of anti-college and all this stuff, but yet when he met a true scholar, how much reverence he actually had.
And that came across, I thought, in Larry Arnn's beautiful tribute to him in the stadium. And I've never seen Larry deeply kind of moved like that. He's always very good at keeping it together, but it was just such an extraordinary testimony. I think he mentioned at one point that, he said to Charlie, you got to learn, and it's going to take suffering. It's a great bit of wisdom from Aeschylus's Agamemnon, pathemeter, mathemeter. You have sufferings, learnings, and that idea that Larry's just instills that in his cohorts at Hillsdale. And then just Charlie goes off and does all 31 Hillsdale courses available, then comes back for more, and just extraordinary. And I think it's hard to replace somebody with that kind of package of powers and skills and abilities and aptitudes. And
you can't replace him.
But I felt on Sunday, something had shifted, and that although he could not be replaced, there's something stirring, something that is peaceful, something that is that is kind of recovering the ancient vision for the West, of hope, of faith, of love, the great trinity of theological virtues. And it was just extraordinary to witness that. And there's a kind of envy. I remember that last show we did that was aired as his last show. We recorded it back in August, and I think I opened it by saying, I don't normally like watching things I do, but I wanted to watch that because I wanted to be reminded of him and of our time together. And I think I just started by saying, look, young people are always saying, we want to change the world. And I tend to think that the world would be a much better place if fewer young people were trying to change it. But in Charlie's case, I said, you really are changing the world. You are really shifting things in extraordinary ways. And I think I said at one point, we need to bottle some Kirk juice and bring it back to the mother country. And but I think there's going to be a a lot of Kirk juice in Britain now.
It's been better than bottled. It's been unleashed.
That's right. And there's going to be there's a torrent of it all over the West now. And he what a role model he will be. What an exemplar he will be in death to so many who'd never really come across him before. It's true, as I said, in Britain he's being discovered for the first time by millions of
and
Brits.
In France, I've heard similar stories about France and Italy and even Spain.
Especially among the young. I've lost count of the number of people saying, like, I've never heard of this guy, but my children are talking about it. My children are incredibly upset, and it's just an extraordinary legacy. I count it just such a high honor to have got to know him in the last few months of his life, and we must honor him in the months and years ahead, honor his legacy.
You and he shared a mission. To save the West, and we must do that. We must. It's worth saving. It's beautiful, and that was his passion. It's just been an honor to have you here, Dr. Orr. James, I don't know what we call you.
At last,
yeah, Dr. Orr. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Blake.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Howdy, Rav fam. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
Person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found two lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. And for this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuelan terrorists and trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing. We have no choice.
Breaking news today, because we are following this story closely, hearing about a heavy police presence at an immigration and customs enforcement facility. This is in Dallas. It's off Interstate 35.
So I'm hearing that DPD right now is looking for sniper or snipers that may have been on top of rooftops near buildings around the ICE facility. There have been 3 people wounded. According to sources, at least 3 people have been transported.
As far as the shooter goes, there was a self-inflicting gunshot wound, and he is dead. He's deceased. We believe that he was shooting at law enforcement and the detainees from an apartment building. Again, those details are still murky. It looked like it might have been a sniper or some sort of a long form shot, but as soon as we have more information, we will give that out. But we do ask the American public, please join us in praying for the victims, for our law enforcement. You know, we've been saying for months that the rhetoric around our law enforcement, particularly ICE, the dehumanization, the demonization, has spun so far out of control, and that someone is going to get hurt.
What I can also share with you is that early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature. Again, this is just the most recent example of this type of attack.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We're here live, Phoenix, Arizona, the Charlie Kirk studio. Today is September 24th, 2025, Anno Domini. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now living through the largest leftist violence spree since 2020. But here's what's different now. The leftists aren't running around in black blocs. They're not influencing and organizing with BLM. What are they doing? Targeted killings, targeted assassinations, like the assassination of the man who sat in that chair right next to me, Charlie Kirk. Understand the situation that we are in. They will shoot your friends. They will shoot up ABC stations. They will shoot up ICE facilities, killing 2. Turns out they were detainees, weren't even ICE agents. And then what will happen? All of their deceptors will go up on ABC, on Late Night with Jimmy Kimmel, run around on social media telling you that it didn't happen. They'll put out all of the disinformation that they can. We were the first to report here at Human Events that it was an anti-ICE attack, and we got that from a highly placed individual that gave us that information. We now know, of course, that that was etched into one of the casings of the bullets, and there may even be other messages etched into those casings as well. They just don't have the ink in them. The individual has been identified and is already quickly being tied to extreme leftist, Marxist, communist, violent ideology. How many times does this have to happen before we get some action? How many more times has it got to go? How many more shootings do you want? How many more? How many more bodies and boxes are we going to have before someone actually takes this threat seriously? I'm seriously asking at this point. I don't understand. It keeps happening again and again. And then we hear, oh, I guess we didn't know. Oh, there's nothing that could have been done. Are you serious? There's nothing that could have been done? Oh, there's lots that could be done, but no one is doing it. So I want to hear the people getting up and saying, oh, well, we've secured the perimeter. No, you only secured the perimeter after the bodies are lying on the ground. That's when you secured the perimeter. That's when you kept everyone safe. No, we need to be taking proactive measures, and the proactive measures need to come now. Not just for law enforcement, but for everyone else who's in the crosshairs of this violent leftist insanity that is sweeping our nation. Understand the time that it is. Understand what part of the movie you are in. It is not the good part. It's going to get worse. They are escalating. It's getting worse, it's getting more frequent, and it's getting more deadly. So how many more is it going to take? How many more? Seriously, I want a number. Anyone out there, just give me the number. How many more is it going to take before we actually get some action? They're rioting up in Portland last night, rioting full black bloc up there, right? You want to tell me there's no groups? You want to tell me there's no organizations? You want to tell me there's no individuals? And then you go out and you pull up the social media, and it's nothing but violence after violence after violence over and over and over again. And the media will come out and say, gosh, we're just not sure what the motive is. There's no way to tell. There's no way to tell. There's no way to tell what inspired this. I guess we'll have to find out later. And then later, some guy in a suit comes out and says, oh, that was just a disturbed individual. Just a disturbed individual. Well, I'll tell you something right now. I'm a disturbed individual because I see this happening every single day. It seems like reset the clock, 0 days since the last act of leftist violence. What is going on? It will not stop until it is stopped. We'll be right back.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? You guys have a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Howdy, Rap fam. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rap is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
Rhetoric here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
Stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec here. We are Phoenix, Arizona, Charlie Kirk studio. Honored to have on now as our next guest the press secretary for the War Department, Kingsley Wilson, joins us. Kingsley, how are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me, Jack.
And obviously, I know that the Department of Homeland Security is the sister department, not your department. But I was wondering if I could get your comments just very quickly on this violence that we saw. And obviously, it's a breaking news situation out of Dallas, an attack on federal law enforcement.
Yeah, it's horrific. And this is, on the heels of rhetoric that has demonized a lot of our ICE officers. And here at the Department of War, we are proud to work alongside our ICE officers and all of our DHS partners to ensure that the American people are kept safe, our borders are secure, and deportations, a promise the president made on the campaign trail that's being delivered on, is fulfilled. So this is despicable. We are praying for all of the ICE officers across this country who are facing increasing threats. And we condemn this completely.
Well, I thank you very much, and I certainly agree with your sentiments there. We had originally booked you because I've just been talking here on the show regarding these violent attacks that seem to be happening over and over. But another level of violence that we've seen in the United States and in our hemisphere is the cartel violence. And for so many years, the federal government had no response to it whatsoever, other than to treat it as a sort of law enforcement matter or a drug interdiction matter when it came to the Coast Guard or others. But the War Department is taking a slightly different tack on that as per the president's guidelines. Walk us through these new offensive operations that are being done to the cartels.
Absolutely, and you paint the picture perfectly there. This is not the previous administration. We have gone decades letting narco-terrorists run the Western Hemisphere effectively and traffic drugs into our country that kill Americans. Deadly fentanyl has ravaged young Americans across the country. It is totally unacceptable. And until President Trump and Secretary Hegseth, no one was doing anything about it. President Trump declared these narco-terrorist thugs FTOs early on in his administration. And since that point, the Department of War has gotten to work. We are taking out deadly narco-terrorists all across the region that threaten our people and that threaten the security of the homeland. And this is something that we're proud to be doing. Keeping our people safe is the ultimate goal of the Department of War. And that's what our troops sign up to do. That's what they're proud to do. And we are going to ensure that we continue this operation so that drugs don't kill Americans any longer. That is a non-negotiable for this department. We want to have secure borders, and we want to have safe shores. Drugs cannot traffic through the Gulf of America any longer under this president.
When you look at the Gulf of America, when you look at the Caribbean, certainly, by the way, this, and as a prior Navy officer myself and someone who served in the Caribbean while stationed at Guantanamo Bay and under the auspices of Southern Command, SOUTHCOM, this isn't the first time the U.S. military has been used for these types of interdiction operations or offensive operations. And it really strikes me as strange that the media is sort of just not talking about the full picture here. This is a historic mission of the United States Navy and the United States military.
Absolutely. And I've got to tell you, Jack, seeing the mainstream media reaction to these operations has been just truly mind-boggling for me. I was watching MSDNC this morning, and I saw Hillary Clinton on there talking about these operations and how they're horrible, and it's terrible that we're taking out these people who are just on boats. These are terrorists that are sending fentanyl to America, and they are killing young people in droves. 100,000 Americans died every year under the Biden administration because of these deadly drugs. This is a real threat to the homeland, and it's crazy to me to see people in the mainstream media not understand that threat and actually go the other way and carry water for these narco-terrorists and the Maduro regime and all of these people who seek to harm American citizens. It's got to stop, and we're going to keep working towards that goal. And we're going to keep ensuring that this operation is a success, despite the mainstream media's efforts to, say that it's illegal, which it's not. It's perfectly and totally legal. Or all of these Democrats that are going into apoplexy, that we're actually taking care of our hemisphere for once.
Well, the purpose of having a military is to defend the homeland. That's number one. And it seems that other administrations have had different ideas about what that means, defending the homeland in places that are very, very far from the homeland. And certainly the military has operations that have a global reach. But when it comes to the core mission of the United States military, you would think that defense of the homeland would actually be number one.
Yes, absolutely. And it is for this president and this secretary. And that's why President Trump was elected. He got the popular vote. He has a mandate from the American people to enact this agenda. People were so fed up of defending foreign countries' borders in far-flung places that didn't necessarily suit our interests. We're putting America first. And America first means we need a Western hemisphere where America is dominant again. We can't have cartels running the Western hemisphere. That is totally unacceptable. And what these strikes do is not only do they take out narco-terrorists who are actively bringing drugs to our country. I've seen a lot of people in the mainstream media trying to claim, oh, you don't know that these people were narco-terrorists. You said earlier, Jack, you're a Navy intel guy. You know how this works. We have credible intelligence. Without a doubt, we know who these people are. We know where they're going, and we know where they're coming from. We know what's on their boats. We are going to take this threat very, very seriously and ensure that the American people are kept safe. As you say, Homeland Security is a priority for this department and this president. We're not going to relent on it, and we're going to make sure that every cartel in the Western Hemisphere knows that, because when people see these strikes, whether they're a cartel in Mexico or a cartel in Venezuela, they are put on notice.
And I should also ask him, I mentioned before about obviously the attacks on the ICE facilities. And are these operations then being conducted with, and obviously I understand you can't get into classified intelligence, but would it be safe to say that there is coordination between the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of War on this?
Absolutely. We work really closely with our interagency partners, whether it's the U.S. Coast Guard, to ensure that we are just kind of implementing a policy that is going to ensure that we're all working together and collaborating, intel sharing, all of that sort of great stuff, right? So we're working alongside our government partners because this really is a whole of government approach. As I said in the beginning, President Trump early on designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And what that did for the department is allow us to start taking these threats more seriously than we had in the past. And we are working with the interagency to do that. And we're going to continue to ensure that they can't traffic drugs throughout our hemisphere and endanger American lives any longer.
No, it really seems that it's just remarkable to me to think that not only as having a Navy background, but also just as a father who's someone who lives in the United States, have been living on the East Coast. I'm in Phoenix right now, and you see what effect that these cartels and the narcotic operations have had on these cities, many of which, by the way, fuel the street violence that we see in cities like Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Baltimore, so many others across the country. And yet there are so many politicians that don't actually want to step up and treat this like the operation that it needs to be. They don't want to. They want to play these games. They say we need social reform. They say we need all these things. Whereas, look, sometimes you just need a hammer.
Absolutely. I think we've forgotten that the solutions are often very simple. We like to create more problems and try to act as though things can't be fixed. We have found very quickly that all we needed was a new president and a new Secretary of War to get to work and to get all of this done. We're delivering on promises. We're making steps that we haven't taken at this department in decades. We used to have under, 20 years ago, we used to take the Western Hemisphere pretty seriously. And then we got bogged down in the Middle East and nation building. And we were over there. We didn't really know what the objectives were, what, success looked like, but we just kept throwing money at it anyway, while politicians in D.C. got super rich and advocated that we stay there for even longer. Now we've got a secretary and a War Department that are focused on our main mission, keeping America safe. And that means secure borders. We've got a lot of troops down at the border that are working with DHS to make sure no one's crossing. I can tell you, Jack, I've been down there a few times now. It is all quiet on the Western Front. There's nobody crossing our southern border anymore. And we're going even further, right? We're making sure that our waters are secure, that our shores are secure. That's something that's really important to the American people, so it should be important to the Department of War. This is a department that is going to put America first every single mission. And that's what we've seen with Secretary Hegseth, and it's really fantastic, I think, for our troops as well, right? They get to protect their people, their neighborhoods. They're not just nation building. They're not just defending allies, right? They get to actually know that when they're standing post on our southern border, they're protecting Americans directly behind them. I think that's really impactful, and that's something that you hear from our troops when you talk to them down at the border.
Well, I think that's absolutely incredible. I also saw the Secretary was just visiting our troops down in Puerto Rico as well. Are there any other any other plans for operations to be run in the Southcom AOR from various U.S. facilities there?
I can't get into, those specifics or any operations that we might have in the future, but I can absolutely tell you that this is a region that matters to the secretary and to this president. And it's really cool to see, because I think, Southcom, you mentioned your experience there, hasn't gotten a lot of attention up until now. But now is really their time to shine, and they are showing that they can do all of this incredible hard work. They can take out terrorists. They can conduct lethal strikes, precise strikes, and deliver for the American people. So it's been really fantastic to see them kind of have the opportunity to deliver on a mission set. And it's something that I think we're going to see continue.
Well, I just have to say hoo-yah to our boys in blue that are down there. Keep putting those warheads on foreheads. Gentlemen, Press Secretary for the War Department, Kingsley Wilson, thank you so much for joining us here for that update on Human Events Daily.
Thanks for having me, Jack.
God bless. Folks, that's what it's all about. Taking actual action, taking steps to defend the homeland, to defend our people, to defend our nation. No more foreign threats. And I have an interesting take. Is there a foreign connection for Antifa? Could they be designated as a foreign terrorist organization? We'll get into it next. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hey, Rap Patriots. This is Pissed Off Nurse from Idaho. Mainstream news is flatlined. That's why this nurse tunes into Real America's Voice for a daily dose of honesty and integrity, just what the doctor ordered.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love rap. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
They talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
Jack Posobiec, we are back live, Human Events Daily. We're here in Phoenix, Arizona, and we're in the Charlie Kirk studio. We're talking about leftist violence because we are currently in the largest wave of leftist violence since 2020. I want to bring on now Mike Davis from the Article 3 Project. Mike, how are you?
I'm doing well, and thank you, Jack, for having me on.
Of course. Look, Mike, I mean, I'll be blunt. We've seen the murder of Charlie Kirk, a shooting at an ABC station in Sacramento, California, after the short vacation that was given to Jimmy Kimmel. We have a deadly sniper shooting at an ICE facility in Dallas right now. There was another shooting at an ICE facility in the Fort Worth area back on the 4th of July, in very, very close proximity to today's shooting, to today's violence. We've seen, I'm running out of time in between these events. When are we, so that we have the Antifa designation from the Department of Justice, and we have that from the president, or excuse me, the president's executive order. Antifa has foreign ties. They have foreign cells. They have cells all over Europe. They went over for training in Syria. Could they be designated a foreign terrorist organization?
Yes, under it's the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act of 1996. The Secretary of State consults with the Attorney General and the Secretary of the Treasury. And if you can show that you have a foreign organization that's committing these terrorist acts, you can designate them a foreign terrorist organization. And once they're designated as a foreign terrorist organization, you can go after any of their supporters for providing what's called material support under our federal anti-terrorism criminal statutes. You can also expel all foreigners, including people who came here even lawfully. You can expel them if they're working with a foreign terrorist organization, and you can cut off all this foreign terrorist organizations' funding. So if Antifa is getting foreign support, which there's evidence that exists, including in your book, Jack, then if that's the case, they should move forward and designate it a foreign terrorist organization. I would say this: we have to take off the gloves, and we need to go after this left-wing violence. There's not a both sides issue here, as you rightly point out, Jack. It is leftist, it is Democrats killing conservatives and Republicans, and they're being cheered on by Democrat politicians and other thought leaders, and it's unacceptable, and we need to start rounding up these violent criminals and putting them in prison.
It's really simple, and actually we've got a breaking clip here from the vice president who just commented on this. I'd like to play that now.
Law enforcement, because here's what happened. Because here's what happens when Democrats like Gavin Newsom did say that these people are part of an authoritarian government. When the left-wing media lies about what they're doing, when they lie about who they're arresting, when they lie about the actual job of law enforcement, what they're doing is encouraging crazy people to go and commit violence. You don't have to agree with my immigration policies. You don't have to agree with Donald Trump's immigration policies. But if your political rhetoric encourages violence against our law enforcement, you can go straight to hell, and you have no place in the political conversation of the United States of America.
I love it. I love hearing that from the vice president, Mike Davis. And this is where it comes from. Look, we're getting what I used to call in the military, what we used to call command signal. The command signal is there. The president, the vice president. What are the next steps that need to be taken for a whole of government approach to this?
First of all, I want to say amen to Vice President J.D. Vance, because he is showing bold and fearless leadership here, which is much needed. President Trump has assembled a fantastic team across government with Tulsi, J.D., Cash, Pam, Todd. There are so many good people who are working every day on this. Judge Jeanine Pirro, we need to start arresting these people under our federal criminal statutes. It is a federal felony to harbor illegal aliens under 8 USC section 1324. That includes housing them, providing them financial assistance, trying to hide them from arrest from law enforcement. It's also a felony to obstruct federal law enforcement. It's also a felony to conspire to do either of those things. We have RICO statutes on the books that we use to take down organized crime. What Antifa and these anti-ICE groups are doing is organized crime. So in addition to making foreign terrorist organization designations, we have plenty of federal statutes on our books right now for assaulting federal law enforcement, destruction of federal property. We have weapons charges you can bring. You can bring charges for incendiary devices. There is no shortage of federal statutes that can be used, and I have full confidence in Attorney General Pam Bondi, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, FBI Director Kash Patel, Deputy Director Dan Bongino. There is a very good team in the Trump Justice Department, along with Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem and her team, Tom Homan. They are going to move forward aggressively, taking down this organized violent crime on the left.
And it's obviously organized, because what did we see last night in Portland? We saw in Portland there were violent riots by Antifa members. The Post Millennial had great reporting on this, Katie Daviscourt, and that was just last night at the federal facility actually it was Eugene, Oregon, and they were out there. They were arrested, but again, there is coordination. There are cells. There's organization. This is what I'm saying, that it's time. The mandate is there. The executive order is there. The statutes are there. What we're missing is the action. These things need to stop. Mike Davis has the way forward. Mike, we're coming up on a quick break. I want to hold you over because we need to dig more into this. It's time to stop the nationwide leftist violence spree. And I don't want to sit there and have everybody wringing their hands about the rules of engagement. We're in a fight, and we're going to win. We'll be right back. Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hey, Rap Patriots. This is Pissed Off Nurse from Idaho. Mainstream news is flatlined. That's why this nurse tunes into Real America's Voice for a daily dose of honesty and integrity, just what the doctor ordered.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love rap. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
Jack. Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here, Human Events Daily. Folks, September is National Preparedness Month. So the perfect time to ask yourself questions like, how much food do you have on hand for emergencies? How would you get clean water if the tap went dry tomorrow? What would you do if a storm knocked out the power for a week? Well, if you're anything like me, there's room for improvement on this stuff. Luckily, our friends at My Patriot Supply are making disaster preparedness easier and more affordable than ever by giving you over $1,500 worth of emergency food and preparedness gear free. They just launched their Preparedness Month Mega Kit and includes a full year of emergency food, a water filtration system that can purify almost any water source, a solar backup generator, and a lot more. Here's the best part. If you go to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack, you can get 90 preparedness essentials totaling over $1,500 absolutely free. What do? You go to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack for more details. That's mypatriotsupply.com/Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living through bloody September. We are living through bloody September. I wake up, there is a leftist attack. I wake up, there is a leftist attack. I wake up, there is a leftist attack. Get it through your minds. Fix it in your brain. Activate the little gray cells. This will not go away. This is not going to get better on its own. This is not going to stop until it's stopped. I don't know how many more times I have to say this. The bullets will keep flying until we stop the bullets from flying. Christian students, Catholic schools, conservative campus leaders like the man who sat in this chair right here, and Hillary Clinton up on TV. White Christian men. You heard her say it. White Christian men. White Christian men. White Christian men. She says it over and over and over to remind you and to remind all of her little violent acolytes who the targets are. White Christian men. Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk. Over and over and over. And you hear it from Jimmy Kimmel against ICE. You hear it from Hillary Clinton just this morning on MSNBC. Van Jones targeting Charlie Kirk just the day before. CNN. And then they want to get all mad at me because I go on CNN and I say we are facing asymmetric civil warfare. Well, what are you going to call it? What are you going to call it? How many more friends in boxes do I got to have? ICE agents. How many more? Mike Davis is our guest right now. Mike, walk us through the legal authorities and the legal actions that can be taken here.
Well, first of all, I want to say, Jack, you literally wrote the book on Antifa, right? You served for years as an intel operative. You wrote an Antifa publication years ago. You wrote on Humans about the communist revolutions. That's what they're doing now. The left is running a Marxist revolution, and they are rounding up these radical groups on, racial grievances, gender chaos, that the Antifa foot soldiers, they are running, as you said, asymmetrical civil war in America, and we need to wake up to that fact. So in addition to designating Antifa as a foreign terrorist organization and using our RICO statutes to dismantle Antifa and these other left-wing groups, including George Soros and its octopus of network of all these left-wing radical violent groups. You can also have federal, state, and local prosecutors use simple conspiracy statutes to take out these left-wing organizations. For example, if you're attacking police officers or you're attacking federal ICE agents, you can charge those people with assaults, and you can charge anyone who supported them with conspiracy or aiding and abetting that assault. These prosecutors across America need to take off the gloves and be more aggressive, go after them legally, politically, financially, and destroy them. These are not liberals with whom we can debate. These are leftists, and they want to kill us. Charlie Kirk learned that the hard way, and this is not going to stop. These leftists are only going to get more emboldened. We're going to see copycats like we're seeing now, and until we drop the hammer on them, the legal, political, and financial hammer on these left-wing groups and their cheerleaders like Governor Gavin Newsom and other Democrat politicians, until we go after these groups and dismantle them and throw these groups and their supporters in prison, this is only going to get worse.
And we're just getting breaking news now. The death toll has now risen to 4, including the shooter himself. And so 4 dead at an ICE facility in Dallas. 3 were shot indiscriminately through the window. He was targeting the agents, ended up shooting detainees. The 3rd detainee, who was in critical condition, this according to local news, has passed. And the shooter himself took himself out up on that roof. The crazed Marxist leftist went up there. You know,
yeah,
Mike, you've been, and you're right. I've done the infiltration of Chaz. I've done Deplorable. I've gone up against these guys from time to time. We have Pete Hegseth at Deplorable, who's now the Secretary of War. And I've written the book talking about this thing. Mike, what is it about conservatives, particularly in Washington, D.C., that makes them not care about this threat and not give it the gravity that it deserves? They want to talk to you about some, they'll talk to you all day long, talk your ear off about some group 5,000 miles away or 6,000 miles away. But when I come up here and say, hey, this group is going to shoot your kids at school or shoot your friend at his next event, they say, oh, well, that's terrible. But, what can we do? What can we do? Our hands are tied. I don't get it, man.
Yeah, I think too many Republicans, too many conservatives in Washington, D.C. are cowards. I call them the string orchestra on the Titanic. They want to look majestic while the ship is going down. And what's good about President Trump and his team is they are bold and fearless, and they don't care about being the acceptable Republicans at the country club or the city club in Washington, D.C. So I have full confidence in President Trump and Tom Homan and Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi and their teams at the Justice Department and DHS, Stephen Miller. I have full confidence that they're going to take this seriously. We're going to treat this as a criminal enterprise, a RICO conspiracy, a terrorist conspiracy, and they need to make this a whole of government approach to wipe out Antifa and Transtifa and all these other left-wing radical groups who are literally trying to kill the President of the United States twice, trying to kill his supporters successfully like they did with Charlie Kirk, and now trying to take out federal law enforcement. And let's be crystal clear about this. These Democrat politicians like Gavin Newsom are cheering on this violence. And too many of these Democrats, this is going to be controversial, but I don't care. Too many Democrats, the only regrets they have about this shooting today at this ICE facility, the only regret they have is that illegal immigrants got killed instead of federal ICE officers. And I don't say that lightly, but that's what we're up against with today's Democrat Party. They are the today's Democrat Party is the party of violence.
They want us dead. This isn't a both sides issue. The bullets are flying in one direction. They want you dead. They want your kids dead. They want your friends dead. They want your family dead and bloodied. They will shoot your children while they're in church. They will shoot your friends for trying to have a discussion, and they will celebrate on it. And then their talk show hosts will go on TV and say that you were the ones who did that. That was your fault. And by the way, I saw what Joe Rogan was saying about Charlie yesterday, and I really don't appreciate it. I'm just going to say that right now. I really don't appreciate it. Charlie cared a lot about Joe Rogan. That's all I got to say about that. And look, Mike Davis, where can people go? Where can they follow you? Where can they get everything that you're putting out?
Well, first of all, Jack, thank you for all you're doing to step up after that tragic murder of our friend Charlie Kirk. You're doing God's work. You can go to article3project.org and follow us on there and take action. That's the big thing that we're pushing right now, is for our followers to take action, to light up these politicians in Washington, D.C. and help them find and keep their backbones.
No more talk. Action. 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 Right back. Jack Posobiec, Human Events.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
Flash a source in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
I just want to say thank God for President Trump and the heroes at ICE for protecting us from these bloodthirsty fruit stand vendors spreading their dangerous pineapple chunks and mangoes with a squirt of lime all over the city. We are so grateful for what you have done. I'm very angry, I have to say. I cannot believe what's going on. I knew it was going to be bad. I did not know it was going to be this bad. People who have lived here their whole lives, people who've been in this city longer than I have, the vast majority of whom have never done anything wrong, are being abducted, which is the correct word to use, by agents in masks, hiding their identities, grabbing people off the street and at work, sending people to detention centers. And to protest that, which is not only our right as Americans, it's our responsibility, Los Angelenos have been gathering to demonstrate, and with very few exceptions, peacefully demonstrate, to voice their opposition to this disgusting and unnecessary abuse of power instigated by our mentally ill president.
All right, Jack Posobiec back live. That was Jimmy Kimmel. That was Jimmy Kimmel back, I think it was June of this year, putting a target on ICE agents' back. And here we have now bloody September. 4th of July, there was an ICE attack also in the Fort Worth area. An ICE attack that was directly tied back to an Antifa cell. All right. Now, these different cells use different names. They'll call themselves things like the John Brown Gun Club. John Brown was a violent anarchist. He is someone who is revered as a saint on the left, and Antifa cells that are particularly violent will use names like the John Brown Gun Club, all with chapters all over the country designed to use these tactics, many of which also have trans members or trans affiliations, as well as queer affiliations and other groups such as this. But, oh yeah, there's no such thing as a group. Shut up. Just shut up. Oh, there's no group. Yes, I know. Anti-fascism is an ideology, just like radical Islam. Are you going to say there's no radical Islamic groups? I'm sick of it. Enough is enough. Oh, we have the Hillary Clinton? Let's play Hillary. Let's listen to Hillary this morning for your 2 minutes of hate from her.
And I am proud of the fact that we have always been a work in progress. You know, we haven't gotten to the more perfect union, and we fought a civil war over part of it. And people have been protesting, you know, for hundreds of years that, you know, things were not as they should be, given our ideals and how we should be moving toward them. So I think that's what makes us so special as a country. And the idea that you could turn the clock back and try to recreate a world that never was, dominated by, you know, let's say it, white men of a certain persuasion, a certain religion, a certain point of view, a certain ideology, is just doing such damage to what we should be aiming for. And we were on the path toward that. I mean, imperfectly, lots of, you know, bumps along the way, but I agree with you. We were on the right trajectory.
Okay, so let's go down the list. We have Barack Obama, who couldn't say my friend's name, who couldn't say the name Charlie Kirk without insulting him and attacking him. Couldn't do it. He's the leader of the Democrat Party. Then you have another leader of the Democrat Party, Hillary Clinton. What does she do? First time she does a major interview since Charlie died. She says, remember, can't have those white male Christians in charge anymore. We got to do something about all these white male Christians. White male Christians, white male Christians. And she repeats it. She makes sure to repeat it. And you notice how she slightly changes her tone. I'm going to walk you through the tactics here a little bit. She slightly changes her tone to a tone of educating, but also a tone where it says, you, of course, agree. We all know. We all know. We all know it's the way, as of course, as you know, the white male Christians, you know, the whites, the males, people of a certain religion who used to be in charge in this country. Yeah, that's right. This used to be a Christian country. And that's what Charlie was fighting for, to return people back to Christ. And they have Hillary Clinton up there, MSNBC. We can't have that. We can't have that. They tell you. They just listen to them. They tell you what they're afraid of every single time. All you have to do is listen. They tell you point blank what they're afraid of. They don't want, she is terrified. She can't even say the name Christian. She goes, a certain religion. She can't even say it. Can't say the name of Christ. That's interesting. That's peculiar. Why can't you say the name of Christ, Hillary? You got a problem with that? Wasn't she one of those people who said Easter worshipers a couple years ago or something like that? She called them Easter worshipers when there was that attack in Sri Lanka. Remember Obama said it too. The Easter worshipers. Easter worshiper? You mean like a Christian? How about you say this, Hillary? Jesus Christ. How about you say the name of Christ? How about you say Christ is king? She can't do it. They never can. They never will. They expose themselves at every turn. They hate you if you're Christian. This is at their core. Absolute core. Yes, there's ICE. Yes, there's law enforcement. Yes, there's order. They hate all of that. Antifa has always hated all of that. From the dawn of Antifa. And we've tracked these violence. And I'm sick of the conservatives, by the way, running around saying, oh, it's just memes. Oh, it's just video games. Really? Did they have video games back in the 1800s when they shot McKinley, or 1901 when they shot McKinley? Do they have video games when they're shooting the Tsar and all of his kids, stabbing him to death, shooting little Prince Alexei in the head? Was that video games when the Bolsheviks did that? And memes? Really? You sure about that? No, I don't think it was memes. I don't think it was video games. It was violent leftist ideology. Get it straight. And if you find someone who isn't saying that and trying to push you down another path, question their motives. Why won't you just say it? I saw a leftist murder Charlie Kirk, and I saw them celebrate it. I saw a leftist murder Charlie Kirk, and I saw them celebrate it. This is what we're in. We're in a fight. We're in a fight for the very survival of our civilization. I don't say that lightly. I know what building I'm in. I know what desk I'm sitting at. And I know who should be sitting at this desk. And it isn't me. It's Charlie. And we can talk about how great Charlie was and how great his legacy will continue to be and everything that we will do to commemorate his legacy. But understand, this was done by a specific group of people with a specific ideology, with specific motive and intent. And if you can't figure that out, then you're not going to make it. I don't have time for you. I don't have time because we're out of time. And if the death of Charlie Kirk isn't going to wake you up, I don't know what is. I really don't. Full-on law enforcement response from a federal level. We've seen what they did. Go look at what they did after Jan 6. Go look what they did after COVID. Go look what they did to round up patriots back then. We know what the federal government looks like when they want to come down on something. We know exactly what it looks like. We just lived through it twice. So if you mean to sit there and tell me, oh, well, you know, the rules have been given, shut up. It's time to do what needs to be done to keep our people safe, to keep our children safe, to keep our law enforcement safe. It's really simple. And it's the same pattern every single time. So don't sit there for a second and give any attention or oxygen to the people saying it's not happening. It is. We are living through bloody September. And you go watch. Go turn on conservative media. Go look at social media. They won't even act like it's happening. They'll deny it. Yeah, I know the left is going to deny it. I know the media is going to deny it. But when are conservatives going to wake up? Because guess what? It doesn't matter how nice you are. It doesn't matter how polite you are. It doesn't matter how much tone policing you do. They'll kill you too. And then they'll take your kids and they'll put them over with whatever trans group they can find. And they'll laugh. Ladies and gentlemen, you have my permission to lay ashore.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
Flash a source in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurley.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, yellow on cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurley. It is Wednesday, September the 24th, in the year of our Lord 2025. Let's get to today's top stories. Thank you for being here. As always, we appreciate your support. Political violence continues to be an issue in America. From the attempted assassination of President Trump before the election to the assassination of Charlie Kirk just 2 weeks ago, and even the continuous attacks on ICE agents and law enforcement. I'll bring on a member of Congress to discuss that in detail today. Also, the budget deadline for September 30th is right around the corner. The House of Representatives has passed the budget, sent it to the Senate, but of course, the Senate stuck, as always. We'll discuss that coming up as well. And then later, in a humorous twist of irony, Cornell University student councils are seemingly telling students not to attend university events if they don't belong to a marginalized group. Okay, you can't make this stuff up. All the details and updates coming your way today, but first, we start with the latest attacks on ICE. Agents continue to face threats as they continue to round up illegal alien criminals across this country. Earlier today, a shooting occurred at an ICE facility in Dallas, Texas, that resulted in 3 people being shot. One of those victims has died. Details on the conditions of the other 2 victims has not yet been released. However, the suspected shooter has reportedly died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The gunman, identified as 29-year-old Joshua John, who online has numerous associations with far-left groups, including communist groups. According to a preliminary investigation, the suspect opened fire from an adjacent building at an elevated position. Rounds were found near the suspect's location containing messages that were anti-ICE in nature. It's almost becoming predictable. No ICE officers were wounded, and it's not clear whether the victims included ICE detainees, but likely they were. You see, he was shooting indiscriminately into an ICE van in the Sally Port of the ICE facility in Dallas. One can only surmise what his real intentions were. Senator Ted Cruz had this to say on the scene.
This needs to stop. Violence is wrong. Politically motivated violence is wrong. It was 2 weeks ago today that we saw a political assassination in Utah that tore the heart out of much of this country. This is the 3rd shooting in Texas directed at ICE or CBP. This must stop. To every politician who is using rhetoric demonizing ICE and demonizing CBP, stop. To every politician demanding that ICE agents be doxxed and calling for people to go after their families, stop. This has very real consequences.
Oh, it does have very real consequences. How bad is it? Well, ever since the shooting in Dallas today, all over social media, well, no ICE officers were shot, so clearly it wasn't an attack on law enforcement. Really? Really? An ICE van gets shot up from an elevated position at an ICE facility in Dallas. 3 people are shot, but it was not an attack on law enforcement. That's what the liberal chattering class is saying all over social media right now. It's embarrassing and dangerous. You see, the Democrats who are demonizing ICE officials and telling their brainwashed posse to go after them and their families don't understand the words they speak. They don't understand the concept of consequences. Borders Czar Tom Homan does. He appeared on the Charlie Kirk show earlier today with Andrew Kolovet. This is what he had to say.
Well, this morning, a lone gunman was targeting an ICE facility in Dallas, Texas. It's where aliens are processed, either for removal or transfer to a facility. Again, it's the third shooting that's occurred in Texas against immigration officials. And we had a shooter show up at a Border Patrol facility and open fire trying to kill Border Patrol agents. He was killed by agents. Then we had a group of people show up with weapons at an ICE detention facility in Alvarado, Texas, and tried to kill ICE agents. And they did shoot one officer, a local police officer, who's also responding to the scene. And now we have this today where a lone gunman stood at perch and opened up on ICE during a transportation transfer. And we know we have at least 2 dead, and officers are uninjured. And it later was announced by Kash Patel that one of the bullets had an anti-ICE slogan on the bullet. So this was clearly a targeted attack.
Yes, clearly a targeted attack, just like Senator Cruz said. This must stop. Join me now to discuss former police captain, SWAT commander, and current Federal Law Enforcement Director Joshua Sherrard. Joshua, thank you for being here. Look, we continue to see the same thing. And then you see this guy identified. So you've got this whole, it becomes too predictable. Luigi Mangione, Ryan Routh, Tyler Robinson, Joshua John, Matthew Crooks, James Hodgkinson. For anyone that doesn't know who that is, that's the guy that shot up the congressional baseball game. It's too predictable. It's not a both sides issue, Josh. It's not, and I'm sick of hearing it. Your thoughts?
Yeah, they're definitely following the playbook here and just building on the previous shooter's experience and their modus operandi, so to speak. And we're seeing the same thing here. We have the writing on the bullets. We have a similar sniper style attack like we saw, in the Kirk shooting, with very similar callings to that shooting as well. So and still similar questions to be asked, especially with in terms of support, whether it was intel or information that he may have gotten from certain political groups or just certain groups in general, or if it was actually materialistic support. I mean, we're still waiting on a lot of answers on the heels of the Charlie Kirk shooting on some of those questions. And now some of these same questions are being brought up again on who is involved in this. While it may have just been a lone shooter, I think we can all agree that there, when we look at the Kirk shooting and all of the texts and the Discord messages and the forums and the boards, that there was a lot more going on that involved a lot more people. And I'm willing to bet that this shooting is no different. And we're going to start seeing, once again, a network of individuals that either provided information and intel support or actually materialistic support to the shooting as well.
Yeah, we saw a lot of social media posts before and after the assassination of Charlie Kirk that would indicate that people had prior knowledge to the shooting. So far, nobody charged. And so that 2 weeks on makes me wonder, were there other people involved? Is the FBI running down leads? They had thousands of them, as you know, Josh. Where are we in the investigation? Because if there were direct connections to Twiggs, the roommate, the lover, for example, I would expect that person would be in handcuffs already. They're not. Your thoughts?
When we look at that network of people that may have been involved and we look at what kind of support, I was doing an interview and a discussion with a former FBI agent who worked in counterterror and in the Intel Center. And they talked about one of the most difficult things to do is determine the difference between having information that might have happened or information that could have led to, or a lead or a possible tip, and actually having material and actionable intelligence to know that this was going to happen, or to have actually assisted in the procurement of weapons or the provision of supplies or support transportation. That's where it really delineates on whether law enforcement is going to be able to place those handcuffs on other individuals, whether they can prove that they provided that materialistic support.
Well, it's pretty clear that Robinson was asking his roommate, his lover, Twiggs, to go pick up the rifle. I mean, that was discussed in the text message. Then suddenly he changed the structure as if to cover his tracks. I don't know, but it seems to me if Twiggs is involved, he should be in handcuffs now. And that's true of anybody else they can find. We'll see where this leads. What really has to happen is left-wing violence has to stop, Josh. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, absolutely. If all we're going to see is an escalation of violence, if we don't find a way to really get to the root of where this message is coming from, where these groups are home brewing these domestic terrorists, for lack of a better term, and just on heels, on just a couple days after Trump has declared Antifa a domestic terrorist organization, we find someone that has ties to that group is now targeting ICE. And if we don't really be aggressive about handling this and about getting to the root of this, we're only going to see this violence escalate.
There you go. Greatly appreciate you being here. Thank you. We'll talk again soon, Josh. Thank you so much. All right, coming up after the break, Congressman Tim Burchett of Tennessee will continue the discussion of political violence in America, from assassination attacks to successful ones to the attacks on ICE. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
Flash a source in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Point to where they're willing to take a life just because they don't agree with a policy or someone else's beliefs. This assassination culture has got to stop. It does. We have to get to a point in this country where this attack on Donald Trump, on Charlie Kirk, and others comes to an end. We saw it again today. Look, we've got a guy perched on a rooftop in Dallas, Texas, shooting into an ICE van in a sally port indiscriminately. Shoots 3 people, kills 1. And you've got people on the internet all over social media saying, well, that wasn't an attack on law enforcement. Well, of course it was. It's an ICE van at an ICE facility, parked at a sally port. You're in an elevated position. You can't see who's in that van. That's clearly an attack on law enforcement. To call it anything else is dishonest, dangerous. We shouldn't have to deal with that sort of thing. And that's a fact. We should not have to deal with that sort of thing in this country. The identified shooter now is Joshua John, 29 years old, associated with several left-wing organizations. including communist organizations and other radical leftist postings online. I don't have to stop and think about this. I know what this is. This is a terrible situation in America. Join me now, Tim Burchett, Congressman from Tennessee. Congressman, thank you for being here.
Hey, thank you for having me on. It's a very important issue.
It is a very important issue. 2 weeks to the day that Charlie Kirk was gunned down in cold blood in Utah, right?
Yes, sir.
Here we are with another shooting, another attack. Steve Scalise nearly killed at a baseball game by a radical leftist. Donald Trump nearly gunned down in Butler, Pennsylvania. This is not a both sides issue, Congressman. I'm tired of that being repeated. Let's talk about it. What are your thoughts?
They always want us to play nice when we're in the majority. You know, they always talk compromise when we're in the majority. When Nancy Pelosi was running Washington, D.C., they never talked compromise. Look, this is radical people that have been radicalized. I think we better start looking at the source. You know, we're all puffed up right now, all the conservatives. We've kicked a few college professors out and a few, you know, idiots that get on the internet. What we better start looking at is the people that are doing the hiring of these folks in these colleges and universities. I live in Tennessee. We're in the South. There's a weed down here called kudzu. You know, they bring in all these experts and they always do the same thing. They cut it down and then or the goats eat it. Heck, I don't know. They might napalm it. But you know what it does? It comes back up in 5 different spots after that. And that's exactly what's going to happen right now. You know, the left is watching our reactions to this and how we're reacting. We're going after the obvious, the offenses, the surface cancer, if you will. But we better start getting at the source. And the source is these embedded people in our so-called think tanks and our places of so-called higher learning that we've got going on down here. And these state legislators better get engaged, and they better start cutting the funding off and getting rid of these far leftists. And their agenda is one thing. You got an agenda in Congress, and that's to spin us into oblivion, spin everything we got, run us out of business, and then we will be forced into a Marxist type situation. You'll see you see it in history with their dollar or whatever their choice of currency is devalued. And then people riot, and then they overthrow, and then they say, we're going to spread it out even and it works. It worked. Like Margaret Thatcher said, it works for a little while till you run out of people to stop stealing the money from. And then we'll be enslaved to this bunch. We better wake up. This is not some Archie bunker.
It is time to wake up, but how do you do that, Congressman, when you've got almost 100 members of Congress, Democrats, that would not vote for decency, for Charlie Kirk in the House? How do you have a conversation with those people? Look, when the former Speaker of the House of Minnesota was murdered in her home, every single Republican voted for a resolution saying that was wrong. Every single Republican voted for Charlie Kirk, but not Democrats. No. It's a both sides issue? No, it's not. No, it's not.
We got to get take the gloves off and start fighting. We got to get some guts. We still have members, you know, that are going to want to, let's just make friends. Look, we're not so far apart. You know, yes, we are. At the core of this is just an evil hatred of this country and everything it stands for. And I would dare say that they would overthrow us just like that. And we would be out because that is ultimately their goal. I can't say it either way. We got too many gutless Republicans that won't stand up and fight them either. They're just kind of wringing their hands, hoping this fight's never come to the floor. It's pathetic. I can't tell you how many times I've been talked to by someone in leadership or somewhere telling me, hey, man, you can't be saying that stuff on these shows. You can't say this stuff. And I said, well, it's the truth, right? And they say, well, yeah, it's the truth, but we just don't like you saying it. Look, we have got to clean house. Washington, D.C., people, it's like a trash can. People want to pick and choose. We need to turn it upside down and put a garden hose in it. Trump proved that. Donald Trump proved that. You know it, and I know it. He won overwhelmingly. But guess what? Congress did not win overwhelmingly. Our agenda did not sell. His agenda did. America first. That's what the agenda is. And we better absorb that as a Congress, or we will be looking for jobs next November, new jobs.
I think it's time to speak up and say we're tired of this. Look, I couldn't even tell you the number of people I've seen and talked to that were non-political or left of center or whatever they might be, agnostic politically, that saw what happened with people on the left dancing on the grave of our friend Charlie Kirk?
Absolutely.
Turned a lot of people off. And do you really think that people, I'm watching the leftist posts on social media right now. Oh, that was not an attack on law enforcement. No law enforcement people were shot. Let me get this straight. An ICE van is shot up at an ICE facility in Dallas, Texas from a high position by a sniper, and that's not an attack on law enforcement? What is wrong with these people?
And that's their agenda, and you better believe the talking heads on the big liberal stations are going to be spouting that out. They'll be repeating that. You can just put it on the split screen. Boom, 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 boom. Every dadgum one of them will say the exact same thing. And that's exactly, they get their talking points from the DNC, and they're hanging on. And hopefully, but the problem is we got to do something with it. We've got the majority. Let's do something with it. Let's take that out for a walk. That's why I put over 20 of President Trump's executive orders in the form of law. But guess what? Not a dadgum one of them has been heard in committee. Not one of them. No, we'll probably write somebody a strong letter or have a really vigorous hearing and get some great quotes. It's
embarrassing,
for the internet.
Yeah. It's embarrassing. I know you're on a tight schedule here. I appreciate you coming in. I'm going to turn you loose so you're not late to your next appointment. I appreciate you taking the time. We got a lot more to talk about here, so next time, come on in. We'll talk more.
Thank you, brother. Have me on anytime. See ya.
Really appreciate it. There you have it. We're going to take a break. When we come back, the House of Representatives having passed a budget to fund the government. On their end, will the Senate be able to get it done? Yeah, probably not. We'll talk about it straight ahead on America's Voice Live.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love Rav for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Welcome back to America's Voice Live. Glad to have you here as we continue. Congress facing another budget showdown and shutdown possibly as the end of the month deadline looms. Senate Democrats are digging in, rejecting the clean bill, the House path that extends funding until Thanksgiving, instead pushing policies like Medicaid for illegal aliens, adding billions to the $37 trillion national debt. They would rather force a shutdown than show fiscal restraint. The Fed cut rates last week, a meager 25 basis points from 4.25% to 4%. Nowhere near enough to ease the pain from the 4 years of Joe Biden's America Last economy. Join me now, Tommy Aiello, Senior Director of Government Affairs at the National Taxpayers Union. Tommy, nice to see you again.
Good afternoon.
All right, so where do we go from here? Yeah, where are we going from here?
Yeah, it seems like we're careening towards a government shutdown. And as you rightly noted, House Republicans, they passed a clean CR that takes us for another 7 weeks with the government funded, ensures that the government doesn't shut down. And it seems like Senate Democrats, they want to play hardball with Medicaid. They want to overturn many of the really good pro-taxpayer provisions in the One Big Beautiful Bill that, protects people that actually genuinely need Medicaid coverage. It really is a mistake on the Democrats' end to try and reverse some of those good things.
Yeah. Good to know that. So, look, it's past the House, right? It's on to the Senate.
Yep.
But the Democrats don't care. They don't care. And you know what? If it was the other way, the Republicans probably wouldn't help them either. But, this idea that somehow it's Trump's government shutdown. Look. Last 12 times there were government shutdowns, I remember not caring, honestly. Is that fair? It doesn't affect most people. It doesn't affect most people.
Yeah, I look at it from this way. No one wins in a government shutdown, right? It means bureaucrats, they're not working, but they're getting paid to work. So it's very inefficient from a taxpayer's perspective. It means small business loans can't get processed. It means fossil fuel energy projects can't have their permits approved. And it adds to this dysfunction. I think President Trump is exactly right to say, let's just fund the government at the current levels to give us more time to negotiate. I don't think that's an unreasonable position. It's really the Democrats that are being the unreasonable ones, and they want the government shut down so they can blame President Trump.
Yeah, of course they do. They want to get political points here. But I don't think there's any political points to be scored here. I don't. What are you going to win? Oh, the government shutdown. People have work to do. They have got kids in school and a job to go to and other things to concern themselves with. Unless they work for the government. In a non-critical position. And if it's non-critical, maybe we can get rid of that position altogether. Just an idea. But if they're in a non-critical position, Tommy, they're going to go home for a few days. What happens? After whatever period of time, they come back together. They spend more of our taxpayer dollars on stupid things. They go back to work. The people get their paychecks. The American taxpayer gets abused, and everybody gets their money. My money. Yeah. Where am I wrong?
Yeah. No, you're not wrong. And I would just say the Democrats' position here is really not a very strong one, right? They're going to be blamed for the shutdown. It's always the ones that want to shut down the government that are blamed for it, right? Democrats, they want to shut down the government if we don't extend COVID era Obamacare subsidies that cost $410 billion. That's a lot of money. Roll back to the coverage of illegal immigrants receiving Medicaid coverage. What else? Work requirements, 20-hour-a-week work requirements for Medicaid. They want to roll those back. All of these things, it's going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars a year. That is absolutely ridiculous. So President Trump, he's called those demands ridiculous and unserious. He's 100% right. I really hope he can find a way to keep the government open. But at the end of the day, if Democrats want to be the ones to shut it down, I think the American people are not going to look very kindly upon that.
Yep. All right. I don't think so either. Look, playing politics, and this is just, it's noise to most people. Tommy, it's just noise. It is. What we'd like to see them, take money out of the budget and save us tax dollars. We'd like to see them reduce the budget, reduce spending, stop squandering money. We'd like to see DOGE ideas implemented so that the amount of tax burden we pay is lowered, right? I mean, we'd like to see those basis points lowered on interest so we can get a better loan on a used car or a better mortgage rate so we can own a house. Isn't that what people are concerned about? I mean, honestly.
No, 100%. And I think the Fed is going to line themselves up to continue to cut over the course of the next 5 to 6 months. That's a very good thing. It'll make credit cheaper. It'll make it more affordable to buy a house, refinance your house, get a car loan. All of those things are really good, and that actually impacts people's wallets. But, at the same time, you mentioned we need to rein in spending. Totally agree, right? We're running $2 trillion annual deficits. That's unsustainable, right? whether the Democrats want to play ball to try and reduce government waste, that's up to them. There's a way to do it without them, and that's through reconciliation, the same process we did the One Big Beautiful Bill Act through. We don't need Democrats for that. We just need Republicans to step up and say we need to cut spending. We need to get our budgets in order. They can do it, and they should do it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Let's shift gears just for one moment, because one of the problems here, I think, is who's in charge of the Democrats. How are you going to get a bill through when you've got Hakeem Jeffries over here, you've got Chuck Schumer, you've got Hillary Clinton out there using, again, incendiary language again today about, Donald Trump and Republicans being fascist. If you have no actual leader of the Democrat Party, which appears to be the case, how do you move it forward?
Yeah, the funny thing is, I was reading an article today. Most of the people that are running in Senate primaries for the Senate are saying Chuck Schumer shouldn't be majority leader if they take back the Senate, right? Chuck Schumer, he's basically a lone man taking a walk. He doesn't have the full command of his conference or caucus behind him. I think if this government shutdown drags on and they realize that they're getting blamed for keeping the government shut down, you're going to have individual members buck party leadership and actually caucus with Republicans to try and open the government again. Hopefully we don't have to shut down the government at all, but just reading the tea leaves, it really doesn't seem that the conference really wants to do that. It's Chuck Schumer trying to hold everybody together, but I think if this drags on, he's not going to be very successful in that regard.
I'm not sure Chuck Schumer will be in charge of the Senate Democrats if he continues down this road. I don't think Hakeem Jeffries is going to be in charge of the House Democrats, honestly. I mean, everybody wants, changes, right? Everybody wants, and when I say everyone, I mean Democrats are not impressed with their leadership. I just saw polling over on Chicken Noodle News. They don't like them at all. Anyhow, I'll give you the last word.
No, I would just add, Chuck Schumer is deathly afraid of a progressive primary opponent in 2028 from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. So he needs to try and take this attack Donald Trump, attack Republican stance that is really going to play well with the party base. That way he can keep his seat in 2028. But I bet you she primaries him and she beats him.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something? Frightening, that is. Tommy, always appreciate you being here. Senior Director, Government Affairs, National Taxpayers Union. Look out for my money, would you please?
We try to. Thank you.
I appreciate that. All right. When inflation jumps, when you hear the national debt is over $37 trillion, do you ever think maybe now would be a good time to buy some gold, whether as a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just for sensible diversification? Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold, and so they created something special. Till September 30th, if you are a first-time gold buyer, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of up to $10,000 in free metals on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility to start the process, request an info kit now. Just text America to 989898. Plus, Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and you're still eligible for a rebate in free metals of up to $10,000. Birch Gold is the only precious metals company I trust, as do their tens of thousands of customers. So make right now your first time to buy gold and take advantage of a rebate of up to $10,000 when you buy by September 30. Text America to 989898. Claim your eligibility and get your free information kit. Again, text America to 989898. All right. After the break, I'll discuss Cornell University student councils telling their fellow peers don't attend diversity events if you don't belong to a marginalized group. If you're white, you're not welcome. Details coming up.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, We are RAD.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
My name is TJ Ash from Cardinale, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Marginalization is a buzzword of sorts that has been used by many college-age students to explain why things are going bad for them. Oh, I'm part of a marginalized group. Like what? The group that doesn't study or the one that stays out too late? You know, doesn't do your homework? Which one? Now it seems the word is being used as exclusionary, as Cornell business students who did not fit the specific mold of marginalized were specifically told, don't attend these meetings by a student council, as their appearance could make those belonging to the group uncomfortable. You know, if you're a white guy, don't show up. It really does not look good when these groups actively prohibit others from joining while screaming discrimination. It's counterintuitive to the point of being absurd. Additionally, these practices are in active defiance of the Trump administration's efforts to dismantle DEI altogether. However, these schools don't care. They think they can do as they want. Joining me now to discuss is campus reform correspondent Michael Duke. Michael, nice to see you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so let me see. If you're white, you can't attend business school meetings. If you're what? If you're a Christian, you can't come. Well, what are the boxes that get checked that make you excluded?
Well, earlier you said exclusionary. I'd like to correct you by saying it's segregated. It's not exclusionary at all.
Okay,
it's
better.
Segregated, Steve. And, you know, what we're seeing out of Cornell, we have a student council telling students that if they're part of a non-marginalized group, they're going to have negative hiring outcomes. They're threatening their livelihoods. They're threatening their life after college. And it's all in the name of DEI elements. One of the terms that they used was allyship in action, something which we've already seen in the Leadership Institute's campus reform has reported at other colleges and universities across the nation when they hosted segregated graduation ceremonies for students who identify as BIPOC or LGBTQ. It's outrageous that we're even talking about this today. It has no place on college campuses.
Yeah, I agree with that. It has no place in college. It's segregation. Didn't we have a whole civil rights movement about all of this? And now they want to segregate it. They desegregate, segregate. I'm so confused. It gives me a headache. Help me here.
Well, the bottom line here is just that students right now, they're being taught that the meritocracy doesn't exist, despite the fact that President Trump, lawmakers, many academics, and countless students want the meritocracy to resume, to be brought back to universities, for this mantra and dogma of DEI to be reversed. You know, right now what we're seeing on campuses is that students are being told that it's how they look, their identity, or other characteristics or factors about them, that's what's going to get them hired. Now, if I have a hiring manager who's a business student now, but a hiring manager in 10 years, and they're basing me based off of those factors as opposed to whether or not I'm qualified for a job, that's just outrageous. We're teaching students the exact wrong things that are going to have negative outcomes both now and in the future.
Yeah, this doesn't go anywhere good. Because if you can exclude these people, look, it's not legal. Let's just jump right to it, Michael. This is a violation of federal law dating back decades, as longer than I've been alive. It's not legal. You can't do that. But then again, by the same token, I just saw Tennessee State University, a whole mob of people run two guys out because they had red hats on, go figure, because they want to sit there and talk about DEI and the mob rules. And the police escorted them out of there. I mean, having a conversation about DEI or segregation or putting people on a list so they're not allowed to attend, I mean, it's not getting better. It's getting worse. And again, it's not a both sides issue. I mean, we just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated for debating on college campuses where we should be debating every topic under the sun and deciding which side we're on. This is insanity defined, Michael.
Yeah, well, I'll give you a very good analogy here. We're talking about Cornell University. Imagine just for a second if their football team said, if you're part of a non-marginalized group or community, you're not going to practice with us, you're not going to play with us, you're going to get no playing time. There would be outrage beyond compare. The fact that we're not seeing it at this level just because it's a student government saying it is just outrageous. We need a good solution to it, and I'll tell you what it is. It's the meritocracy. The assessment of whether or not you've worked hard, you're gritty, you've had accomplishments and achievements because of your willingness to work hard and do for yourself. Those are the aspects that are going to propel you in life. It's the whole reason why I'm sitting in this chair today, not because I'm white and not because of any other factors. That's what students need to be taught in the classroom, outside of the classroom as well, because it will have negative effects if we continue this dogma of DEI outside of college and into the business fields. But moreover than all of this, the meritocracy just wins. It promotes competition. It promotes students to do 1% better every day. And by all means, we need more students to have that mentality.
We sure do. We need more students to have the mentality of, you know what, I can defend my position rationally, logically. I can defend my point of view because I believe in these things. Not, oh, I don't want to hear what you have to say. You must be silenced, because that's the mentality. They've been taught what to think. They have no idea how to think. They just follow along like sheep. And it doesn't matter what color they are or what sex they are. They've been conditioned that you have to follow the dogma. Here it is. Michael, it's got to stop. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything that you've just said. DEI is only something that seeks to divide students rather than bring them together. There's a reason why we call them college communities, not college sects, not college tribes is another great term. It's college communities. We need students to bring together everything that they have, because at the end of the day, a community of a university is exactly that. Students should be able to go to class, study, eat, sleep, and do everything else on a college campus together, rather than look at things through an invisible line that the left has drawn on campuses. It's outrageous that we're even having to talk about it, but it seems like if we bring the meritocracy back, which is what President Trump seems to be doing, and students seem to appreciate and are thriving on campuses, the future is going to be somewhat bright.
Yeah. I hope you're right. Michael, I hope you're right. I hope the future is bright. As always, thank you for being here. Nice seeing you again.
Thank you, Steve.
All right. Do you owe back taxes? Are your tax returns still on file? Did you forget to file an extension? Well, the October 15th deadline is fast approaching, and look, time's running out. If you haven't gathered all your documents or made any estimated payments, you could soon be targeted by the IRS. Sounds like fun, right? They can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. But there's help available. Tax Network USA, a nationwide tax firm, has helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. They found hundreds of thousands of tax returns and assisted thousands in reducing their tax burdens, and they can help you too. Don't wait. Visit tnusa.com/RAV or call 1-800-905-8000 for a 100% free consultation. In one short call, the experts at Tax Network USA will guide you through some simple questions and determine how much you can save. Take action right now before it's too late. Visit tnusa.com/RAV or call 1-800-905-8000. After the break, we'll have more here on America's Voice Live. Don't go anywhere.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Flash a source in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
My name is TJ Ash from Cardinale, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Reports nearly 60 people arrested in chaotic protests on 42nd Street near the United Nations as President Trump delivered his speech at the General Assembly. You probably knew that. Dozens of demonstrators shouted anti-Trump slogans, waved signs reading "Reject Trump" and "Arrest Trump" as they blocked traffic in typical behavior. Not only that, a climate protest was also being held near the UN, where protesters marched down a nearby street, resulting in the arrest of 47 people there. Other protesters, including anti-Israel groups, that grew to about 150 people on the same street. But there was another protest, a peaceful one that's calling for a democratic republic in Iran instead of the current regime that feeds off of violence. The first time since 1979, that's what they're asking for. The Iranian people are not happy with the current regime, and they want change. They just can't get there because it's dictatorial. Here with me to discuss this is a member of the National Council of Resistance of Iran. It's Iran's parliament in exile, Dr. Ali Safavi. Doctor, thank you for being here. Tell me about it. Pretty good turnout. You had a setup right there in front of the United Nations, Iranian flags, people turning out, supporting your efforts to have freedom in Iran for the first time since 1979. How'd it go?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Steve, for having me on the show. Yes, as you said, actually, this was a major two-day event, both days, yesterday and today. There were thousands of people out there from 46 different states across America. And as you said, they came to support a free, democratic, and secular republic in Iran. They are all supporters of Maryam Rajavi, who's the president-elect of the NCRI, the main coalition that has been fighting against this regime for some 47 years. And they basically called on the UN to hold the Iranian regime accountable for countless crimes against the Iranian people, including the massacre of 30,000 political prisoners in 1988 and recent spate of executions under the so-called moderate president Pezeshkian, some 1,800 since he took office, which comes to like one person every 3.5 hours. So clearly, they were very, very vocal, very enthusiastic, and I think they sent a strong message that the Iranian people want regime change, although not through foreign intervention nor requesting for any kind of financial assistance, but they need moral and political support from the international community.
Let me tie this into the recent events here in America that have been heartbreaking for millions of people, and that's the assassination of Charlie Kirk, obviously. but for you and for so many people you know. Assassinations and executions and violent attacks on your side, they're all too common, aren't they?
Indeed. Speaking of that, my own brother, older brother, who was an American-educated aerospace engineer and ironically a prolific writer and editor, was executed at the age of 29. Actually, come September 27th will be the 45th anniversary of his execution. So yes, for all of us Iranians who aspire for a democratic, secular government that is part of the international community and wants to be at peace with its neighbors, this has been a very heart-wrenching, difficult struggle, but we have kept it up and we will continue to do so until freedom comes back to Iran. As you may know, of course, freedom is not something that is granted, you must earn it. And of course, the Iranian people have paid a heavy price. 100,000 of supporters of the opposition have been executed by this regime over the past 47 years. But the spirit of resistance is very strong. And of course, within Iran itself, there are thousands of resistance units who are fighting this regime every day as we speak. And so we are quite hopeful and very determined to change the course of life in Iran and make Iran great again.
The impression for a lot of folks since the American attack on the nuclear facilities in late June is that this regime is more fragile than it's been in all the time since 1979. There's an opportunity here for the Iranian people to be free, potentially. I'm not sure how you get there. I'll give you the last word here, Doctor, because I think a lot of us hope to see a free Iran. It's a beautiful country.
Yes.
To put it back in the League of Civilized Nations would be a wonderful thing, not just for you, but for the world. I'll give you the last word.
Yes, of course. You said it, I think, aptly. At no time during its 47-year history, the regime has been so weak and vulnerable. And of course, Iran right now, as we speak, is like a powder keg, and anything might spark another nationwide uprising. That is what we're working very hard at. And we are, of course, quite confident of our chances. We will continue to persist. And of course, having the moral support, the political support of the international community would encourage and embolden and empower the Iranian people to, in a sense, carry out this one last yard. To use the football analogy, we're like at the goal line, and we just need a little bit of a push to go over and win victory for our people.
Doctor, I appreciate you being here. We wish you only the best. I'm glad you had such a successful time over the last couple of days in New York to present your case again to the world. It's time for Iran to be free again, for its people to be free, and we appreciate you taking time and being here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you.
Greatly appreciate it. I mean, can you imagine your country's taken over by barbarians? It's 46 years later. Man, tough stuff. After the break, we'll have a story that reminds us of how wonderful America is, plus your answers to our America's Voice question of the day. How can we solve the issue of political violence in America? We'll take a close look after this.
This Sunday, Real America's Voice pauses to honor a patriot whose voice carried a movement. Rev presents Charlie Kirk, A Legacy Remembered.
We will achieve American greatness, and we are just getting started.
From campuses to the national stage, Charlie inspired millions to stand boldly for faith, freedom, and country. Now, we reflect on his life, his mission, and the legacy he leaves behind.
The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done.
When America needed a hero, God sent us a Charlie Kirk.
Hosted by Steve Bannon. Live coverage of Charlie Kirk's funeral service begins at 10 a.m. Eastern. Join us as we remember a life that will never be forgotten. Only on Real America's Voice.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? If you ever talk to the host, you can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rav?
Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
Howdy, Rab fams. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rab is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
And we are just getting started, that's for sure. What makes America wonderful, we do it every day here with the hope that you leave with a smile on your face. Today's story comes to us from Yorktown, Virginia. The community rallied together to thank a Vietnam War veteran in a very tangible way. Mr. Thomas, as he is affectionately known by customers, is a Vietnam War vet who had to return to work at the ripe old age of 81 after he had spent his life savings caring for his wife who had suffered from 4 heart attacks. Despite this, Mr. Thomas buckled down. He got a job at Walmart where he was tasked with checking receipts and even going through long shifts. Mr. Thomas was willing to go the distance to continue caring for his wife. I mean, that's compassion. Through sickness and through health, right? One shopper, now identified as Sandra Otterson, was moved by his story and decided to open a GoFundMe. While expecting not to make that much, both her and Mr. Thomas were in absolute awe as the community had raised over $10,000, which will surely go a very long way. The power of community always persists. That is readily seen in this instance while reminding us of what makes America wonderful. People like you do. All right, people like you do. Now, your question of the day, here we go. How can we solve the issue of political violence in America? We try to talk about it every day here. Cute Piece writes, people need Jesus. A personal relationship, not religion or religious traditions and beliefs. Receive Jesus as Savior and Lord. Most receive as Savior, but not Lord. Okay, thank you for the advice. Alice K. writes, start enforcing the laws on the books. All right. Sal Doer writes, publicize every left-wing support company and create right-wing companies to outsell them. Then our funds will go to the right companies that love our country and bankrupt those left-wing companies, left-wing support companies, as he puts it. Tasman, USA, how you doing, buddy? Open carry. Well, I don't really love that idea, but I get it. Zeus writes, too far gone. I don't see this changing. You know, unfortunately, Zeus, a lot of people feel that way. I don't. All right, I don't feel that way. I think we've got chances. I think we've got opportunity. We're not done yet. We're not done yet, all right? 255-7, BS. Yeah, BS, all right. Can they use AI to do preactive law enforcement instead of the reactive law enforcement we have? Now that's a good question. And I say it's a good question because I know that there are programs in AI now that can detect somebody with a firearm on them so that you can further protect schools. Why would not every school in America have one of these AI programs that can detect when somebody has a firearm on them and they're in the school? things to think about. Torres 56, it is time to start enforcing laws. Incitement speech is not protected speech. It's close. It's a close call. Arrest and charge people for incitement. This is crazy. We are not arresting crazies for attacking ICE at detention centers. Enforce the laws. Well, we better figure out after what happened today in Dallas. Bowling standing by now to take the baton as we work our way through another big day here on the program. Eric, nice to see you as always.
Good to see you, Steve. Great show, as always, as well. Yeah, it's really good questions. Really, really interesting questions. We have Harmy Dillon on, who's the assistant U.S. attorney, U.S. Attorney General to the United States. And we're going to talk about exactly that, and especially in California, Gavin Newsom, who is now requiring in the state of California ICE agents to remove their masks. And she said, good luck, Gavin. She's going to make sure that ICE is continuing to allow to hide their identity, because we know Antifa and the radical left has enough software, enough AI software to, when they take a picture of these ICE agents, they'll know exactly where these people live and where their families are within seconds. Yeah. So this is an interesting fight between California and ICE coming up. I think it's going to be really fascinating.
Especially in light of what we saw today, Eric. No question about that. An ICE facility being attacked in Dallas. The latest attack.
And by the way, Steve, another bullet casing with some left-wing lunatic writing stuff on it against citizens of America. It's a problem. Yeah. It's becoming an issue. Yeah.
You got it.
All right, brother. Take it from there. Appreciate your time.
All right.
Everybody. All right, it's Wednesday, 4 p.m. The markets are closed. Take a look at how they fared. A little bit of a down day across the board, folks. I saw the Dow drop a bit, down 162 as my last print here. NASDAQ down 75. It was down a lot more earlier. Had a tough day yesterday. Oil prices were up $1.42. That's a tough one. That's going to hurt a little bit. Gold down $50. Not a good day across the board. Crypto did bounce back. So a lot of mixing and mashing going back and forth with all of that, back and forth. Yesterday, President Trump spoke at the United Nations General Assembly, UNGA, where he focused on energy, border security, and immigration. Here to give us an update on that event is White House Deputy Press Secretary Anna Kelly. Anna, really good to have you. That was one part of those moments. I really want to get to all the things he said, especially when he told Europe they're going to screw everything up. But this whole idea, do we know anything more about the broken escalator as Melania and Donald Trump got on it? And then the teleprompter, which I'm sure pissed him off enough where he said, forget that 15 minutes I'm allotted at UN General Assembly. And he took the hour and ad-libbed for an hour. So do we have any more in the investigation on who done it?
We don't have any updates on that investigation at this point, but there is an investigation ongoing. I know Caroline announced this last night that the Secret Service is looking into this, because we had just a week ago reports, and I believe it was the Times of London, about UN staffers joking about what if they played a prank on the president by stopping the escalator. And look, that's no prank. That's an extremely concerning risk if that were to be true. And so the Secret Service is looking into this. We don't have any updates at this point, but I'll say, as someone who was with the president backstage, he was in good spirits, even despite all of those mishaps, because I think you and I agree, Eric, it was a great speech. He did what he does best. He told the truth. He did it directly to the globalists in the audience by bringing up, as you mentioned, some of these radical globalist policies that are truly wrecking formerly free nations around the world, unchecked migration, green new scam type energy policies that are driving up costs and truly making America the last defender of Western civilization in this world. And so, all things considered, it was a great speech. And so I think the president was quite pleased with how it went, but we are certainly looking into that incident, because it's incredibly concerning if it was deliberate.
When this first happened, when the escalator thing first happened, I was like, that's odd. And then can you imagine for just a second? I'm just going to speculate here. You don't have to weigh in if you don't want to. You are the deputy press secretary. If he just said, screw you, UN, screw you. We don't need you. You need us. We don't need you. He walked out and said, you're on your own. Can you imagine what would happen? That would just have been the moment of all moments for President Trump. Because honestly, what the hell do we need the United Nations for? Honestly, I lived in New York for 40 years. It was the worst week in my entire existence in New York when the General Assembly came to New York.
Well, I think he kind of did get at some of that messaging, right? He talked about the fact that it was this president, President Trump, who ended 7 conflicts just in 8 months. Where was the UN while the president was personally negotiating ends to decades-long wars between the DRC and Rwanda, Armenia and Azerbaijan? Those are both just two of the 7, both 30-plus year-long conflicts that were resolved not by Joe Biden, not by the UN, but this president. And so I think he kind of talked about that. Of course, the UN is an organization that should be leading efforts to deliver peace around the world. And so I think he recognizes the UN has so much potential, and yet they failed to meet that potential. And so that's why he brought up his desire for the UN to reach that potential, to maybe relieve some of its efficacy problems that we've seen over the past several decades. And as he said, the only thing he got out of the UN was a broken escalator and a broken teleprompter. But nonetheless, it was a great speech, and I think he was very pleased at the end of the day.
Yeah, because it really gave him the opportunity to go off script and say what is actually on his mind. If people want to wonder what's on Donald Trump's mind, listen to when the teleprompter is broken, because there you find out. And he told Europe, "You're going to screw everything up. It's going to be a disaster for you if you keep on your immigration policy, etc." I found it fascinating. Just before we came to air yesterday, he was sitting down with Macron, President Macron of France, and he said that he made some news, and initially a lot of folks jumped that thought Trump is now going to start supporting Ukraine again. I read it as it was a good opportunity for Trump to say, "Hey, Ukraine, you have a chance to take back your own land, but we're not going to do it. We're going to continue to supply NATO with arms and help NATO because we're part of NATO, but we're not going to be getting involved in direct assets and transfer of payment and money and weapons to Ukraine directly anymore." And I found that very, very refreshing.
Well, this is a vast change from the Russia-Ukraine stance under Biden, right? Under Biden, we were sending billions and billions of dollars unchecked, unaccounted for to Ukraine with no end in sight. This president, in contrast, has brought these two nations together to get us closer to peace. And American taxpayers are benefiting now because we are, as you said, selling these American-made weapons to NATO allies who are then backfilling some of these munitions that they are sending to Ukraine. So now, unlike Joe Biden, where we were paying billions and billions of dollars, American taxpayers, American companies, American communities are now benefiting from this. And look, this president has been very clear. He wants this war to end. I think he was making a very accurate observation that with all of the odds stacked against Ukraine, when all of the experts predicted this would be done in just days, Ukraine's put up a great fight. And so I think he was making that observation. But at the end of the day, he wants this conflict to end. And so he's going to continue to push for that.
Did I read it correctly, though, Anna? Did I read it correctly that we're no longer going to be sending money and weaponry directly to Ukraine? It's going to have to go through NATO?
Well, the president's been quite consistent on that. He said, as you know, we had that very historic NATO defense spending pledge, encouraging NATO allies to step up to increase their defense spending to 5%. Again, another thing that no one thought could be achieved.
Allow me. I just mean regarding Ukraine. Like I get NATO. Yeah, he wants NATO to do their 2%, like their pledge, and it's what they're supposed to be doing. I mean, so I've come from the side that says Ukraine and Russia war has nothing to do with us. I get it, that you don't want communism spreading throughout NATO countries and whatnot, but most of the MAGA, I'll speak for MAGA here, doesn't want any more of that. We don't want to spend any more money. We don't want to lose any more blood or treasure in foreign wars that don't affect us directly. It sounded like this was his moment to say, Ukraine, you're on your own. We're going to help NATO. And I don't think there's any push by President Trump to get Ukraine in NATO, is there?
Well, the president, as you said, has kind of alluded to the same things you're talking about, right? He wants Europe to take charge of his own defense. That's what all of these policies are about. Again, making sure that we are reversing course on the failed Biden policies to just send billions and billions of dollars of unchecked, unmarked checks to Ukraine. This president is saying Europe needs to take charge of their own defense. Again, like the president has said also, we're prepared to put more economic pressure on Russia, but Europe also must step up, because Europe, while calling for an end to this war, is also simultaneously funding the war with purchases of Russian oil. So Europe needs to step up. They need to stop purchasing Russian oil and funding this war. They also need to do what the president is doing and put pressure on allies of Russia like India, even our friends, right? We are willing to look anyone in the eye to say, you need to stop funding this war that is perpetuating this killing. So yes, the president has been very clear. Europe needs to step up, do its part. That's why he negotiated this historic NATO defense spending pledge. That is why he is selling U.S.-made weapons to NATO and calling for this to end. But at the end of the day, again, Europe needs to do its part.
Very quickly, Turkey. I think Erdogan's coming to the White House next week, if I'm not mistaken. Erdogan is he's a key player. He's a Middle East negotiator, almost like a clearinghouse. They take both sides. And a lot of it has to do with countries buying Russian oil. Some of it has to pass through Turkey. How is Trump going to get Erdogan to really just take the side which is the best interest for the United States?
Well, I don't want to get ahead of the president and anything he plans to discuss. I will leave that to him. But again, the president wants this war to end. And what is not helpful is countries, our allies, our friends like India, and even Turkey, all of these countries who are contributing to this funding of this war effort while simultaneously calling for the war to end. It doesn't make sense. This president privately and publicly has called on all countries who are invested in ending the war to stop the killing, to put their money where their mouth is and stop financing these purchases of Russian oil. So I wouldn't be surprised if that comes up tomorrow. But again, I'll leave it to the president
is
to
Turkey a friend of the United States? Is Turkey friendly to? I mean, I've been doing this for half my adult life, and I can't figure out where Turkey stands. I literally cannot. Is Trump going to welcome like a pseudo ally? Where is that relationship?
Well, again, I'll leave it to the president to share what he chooses to discuss. But I think what makes President Trump so good at what he does is he's going to look anyone in the eye to deliver better results to our country, to deliver hard truths like he did just yesterday at the UN. So I don't want to get ahead of him, but I'm sure that we will see some commentary and some results out of that bilateral, which is actually tomorrow. So stay tuned.
Oh, it's tomorrow. Okay, my bad. I thought it was next week. Okay, that will be fascinating. I'm going to keep my eye on that. Also, when he's sitting with Macron, he pushed back on Macron pretty hard when Macron said that I believe they said France was going to recognize Palestine as a state, and Trump pushed back. So your thoughts? What do you know? What was Trump's reaction after that?
Yeah, I think President Trump has spoken to this quite publicly, right? President Trump's priority is the release of all the hostages, not just some, not just a trickle. He wants all of the hostages out, and also the bodies. There are so many families who are tragically know that their loved ones were lost, and they are waiting for the remains of those loved ones. The president wants to see all of that released, and so he's been very clear. Efforts to recognize Palestine as a state, which it is not, are not helpful to delivering a lasting peace in the region. That's what this president wants to see. That includes disarming Hamas, and that includes releasing all of the hostages in order for a lasting peace in the region to be achieved.
We're going to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time. Anna Kelly, White House Deputy Press Secretary. Always great to have you on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Hey, listen, when inflation jumps, when you hear the national debt is over $37 trillion, do you ever think, well, maybe now would be a good time to buy some gold? Whether as a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just for sensible diversification? Well, guess what? Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold. I certainly do. I have a lot of gold. I've had it for many, many decades. And so Birch Gold has created something special until September 30th. Few days from now. If you're a first-time gold buyer, Birch Gold is offering you a rebate of up to $10,000 in free metals on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility and start the process, request an info kit right now. Just text the word America to 989898. Plus, Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA. If it's in stocks or bonds, you can roll it into or a 401k for that matter, roll them into gold, and you're still eligible for a rebate in free metals of up to $10,000. So you're literally not spending any more money. You're just turning an IRA or 401k into a gold IRA or 401k. Great idea. Birch Gold is the only precious metals company I trust, as do tens of thousands of their customers. So make right now your first time to buy gold and take advantage of a rebate of up to 10 grand, folks, when you buy by September 30th. Text that word, America, to 989898. Claim your eligibility. Get your free info kit. And again, text America, the word AMERICA, to 989898. And I better not have to teach you how to spell the word America. All right. So, The Edge. We had Brett Favre last week. This week we're delving into the health hacks that men are using as we get a little older, 40, 50, 60. We're trying different things. Take a little taste of what's coming out tomorrow. The testosterone, aside from, however, the biochemical things that are going on in your body, it also it tells your brain, I guess it entices your brain into wanting to do more, wanting to lift more, wanting to walk further, run further, and becoming stronger. That's an interesting concept. That's not is it medical? Is it biochemical?
It's really not medical. In other words, there's no receptors in your brain that the testosterone affects that are called the pleasure or enjoyment receptors. So when you exercise or whatever. So I think what that is, though, there are receptors that involve motivation. It affects the neuronal circuits for motivation. It affects the neuronal circuits for your sort of reward system, your emotional processing, your sense of well-being.
This Sunday, Real America's Voice pauses to honor a patriot whose voice carried a movement. Rev presents Charlie Kirk, A Legacy Remembered.
We will achieve American greatness, and we are just getting started.
From campuses to the national stage, Charlie inspired millions to stand boldly for faith, freedom, and country. Now, we reflect on his life, his mission, and the legacy he leaves behind.
The evildoers responsible for my husband's assassination have no idea what they have done.
When America needed a hero, God sent us a Charlie Kirk.
Hosted by Steve Bannon, live coverage of Charlie Kirk's funeral service begins at 10 a.m. Eastern. Join us as we remember a life that will never be forgotten, only on Real America's Voice.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the hosts? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hi, I'm Bridgie, and why do I love Rav? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
Howdy, Rav fam. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Kimmel is back on the air, but the left still needs to whine about it some whole bunch more.
I mean, I thought it was pretty much the most direct infringement by the government on free speech that I've seen in my lifetime. Yeah. You have
No, really, challenge accepted, old Jakey Tapper, because it actually wasn't the most direct infringement by the government on free speech in certainly my lifetime, not even close. Jakey, how about this? While the left delivers Jimmy on a silver First Amendment martyr platter, they're desperately hoping that the world doesn't notice the news that the Biden administration silenced so many of us for so many years on yet another platform. Now, what we've known for years is confirmed. The Biden tyrants pressured YouTube to censor conservatives, to terminate our accounts. And finally, after all this time, they'll reinstate those accounts that were banned for political free speech. Google confirms that it was being pressured by the Biden regime to eliminate anything that was said about vaccines or elections that they didn't like.
My office encouraged those companies to exercise that editorial discretion to avoid spreading inaccurate information, particularly related to the ongoing pandemic.
So what was that all about? Government censorship, lefties? Are you serious? Joe Biden was ordering Twitter to remove posts. Zuckerberg said it was a full-scale shakedown at Facebook. And Google was freezing accounts. Uh-oh. Looks like another day and another episode of Democrat hypocrisy coming right up. I'm a constitutional absolutionist. Absolutionist. It's not living, breathing, or changing. It's firm. I carry a copy of the Constitution as a reminder of the core laws and values of this country, because it's so important for all of us to remember. And it's especially important for what I do here as a truth teller. I'm also a libertarian who believes in smaller government because bigger government always means more infringements on our rights. It's what the Second Amendment is for, folks. Really, the Second Amendment is all about not for protecting yourself against criminals and Antifa. The Second Amendment was protecting American citizens against a tyrannical government. Joe Biden, Obama. About what happened to Jimmy Kimmel last week. Our First Amendment rights, our freedom of speech is a bedrock of our democracy. But Kimmel told a lie about a murderer on national television just days after that murder. He should have been held to some account. And he was. He was suspended, but Bob Iger's a loser, and now Kimmel's back. It's a gray area when someone, particularly knowing the temperature of a country after a brutal political assassination, decides to dispense an outright dangerous lie. It's also an FCC violation, by the way. Now, whether or not the FCC has too much power and hold over our airwaves is an argument for another day. Like I said, less government is better for me and better for you. Regardless, Kimmel's back and chose to defend his lie with another lie about the man who shot and killed Charlie Kirk.
I don't think the murderer who shot Charlie Kirk represents anyone. This was a sick person who believed violence was a solution.
He knows what he's doing. By claiming the shooter doesn't represent anyone, Jimmy's trying to absolve the entire left and the trans agenda that created that monster and a whole bunch of other monsters around the country shooting the place up. Minnesota. Should I go on? Because there's plenty. It's a total cop-out. But again, it's his First Amendment right to deliver that opinion, right? Except that it wasn't protected. It wasn't a protected right for us. In 2020, when COVID was rampant, we had our opinions, but we were being shut out. Turns out that Joe Biden and his comrades didn't consider it to be a protected right for doctors like Robert Malone, politicians like Senator Rand Paul, and countless others who gave their opinions during the pandemic to express those opinions. They were removed from platforms, period. So Democrats trying to explain why Jimmy Kimmel being suspended is a free speech violation, but the Biden administration using Google, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube and TikTok to silence conservatives is somehow not a free speech violation. Jake, please help me out here. Can you help me out here? You guys are doing Cirque du Soleil backbends like never seen before. And you think they're done with censorship. Well, they're not. On the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, Gavin Newsom's California comrades furthered a bill that, under the guise of preventing violent content on social media, listen to this, in California, it says just meant to silence conservative voters. So here's what Gavin Newsom's doing. All Gavin had to do was sign it into law when he's not busy desperately trying to be any semblance of Donald Trump on his tour of patheticness. Americans were shunned, removed from social media, lost their jobs for expressing certain opinions, and Jimmy Kimmel has the gall to say this.
The President of the United States made it very clear he wants to see me and the hundreds of people who work here fired from our jobs. Our leader celebrates Americans losing their livelihoods because he can't take a joke.
Well, actually, no, Jimmy, you got to keep your damn job. You even lied through all your teeth when you were keeping your job and when you got your job back, whereas people actually were fired for expressing an opinion during COVID. Also, it's not a joke to lie about an assassin and disrespect an innocent man who was murdered, assassinated in cold blood in front of countless numbers, tens of thousands of young people, millions of people around the world. And they continue to happily ignore the fact that conservative voices have been censored for years.
Ted Cruz warned about it. Others warned about it. What we're doing to them right now, they will do to us when a Democrat. This is short-sighted. It makes no sense.
But the left has already done it, Joe. You've already done it. For years, you've been doing it. The Biden administration has been caught using the government to force Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and others to censor political enemies, almost always on the right. Joe Scarborough and his cohorts love throwing around the word fascist over and over again, but that kind of censorship is exactly what an actual fascist would do. Censor through the White House, right to Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, and others. Democrats called it fascism when Disney suspended Kimmel for 6 days, but not the fact that conservatives or dissenting voices were silenced for 5 years. And not one member of the left has issued a comment, a letter about the importance of free speech now that this truth is out. That's because they support censorship only as long as it targets their political opponents. We're not going to sit with it. We're not going to let them. We will continue to use our Second Amendment right, First Amendment right. That was a Freudian slip. Our First Amendment right to make sure it doesn't happen anymore. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore. Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rav Chat family.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
folks, ivermectin, remember that? Something that has been in the news a lot in the last few years, first with its application during COVID, then with its use to treat parasites, and then with its promise for a cancer treatment. Here to talk about additional uses for ivermectin is Dr. Ben Tapper, Director of Epigenetics at the Wellness Company. Welcome, Doctor. I remember when, in COVID, when we were talking about ivermectin and Dr. Malone and others said it's useful, it's helpful. Joe Rogan, it was useful, it's helpful, and the left just went apoplectic. You don't know science. They try to cancel us left and right for it. Now please tell us the truth about ivermectin.
Well, again, it's been used by millions and millions of people. It's helped so many other people, especially the people that stayed at the hospital, people that didn't go the hospital route or the medical establishment route that Fauci was pushing. They went usually the ivermectin route or hydroxychloroquine, and they recovered just fine. So what does that tell you about ivermectin? It's safe and it's effective, especially, when it comes to, it's one of the most powerful anti-parasitic drugs on the market. It's been used for a very long time, for decades and decades, and used by millions. And it's a very powerful and effective solution, especially what we learned during COVID. Pharmaceuticals weren't fulfilling his prescription, so this drug is a very powerful drug. Now, I understand you guys are talking about using it as some sort of like a skin cream to solve some skin issues. Tell us about that. Yeah, it's an effective cream for any inflammatory skin issues. It's it's safe, and it's a very useful cream in getting to the culprit and really helping so many people out with skin issues, especially inflammatory skin issues. Since it's anti-inflammatory, is it useful in other methods in taken internally? I mean, we have the topical, and we also have the prescription for taking it internally. But so it's a very versatile drug, and so again, the Wellness Company has multiple options there. You can take it in pill form, or you can take it in topical. Yeah. So a lot of people speculated that the Big Pharma was against ivermectin because they couldn't make enough money out of it. Tell us about how they've pushed back. They assisted Fauci in pushing back against ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. Well, first of all, if you look at the emergency use, they had to show that no other therapeutic was useful. That's why they came against ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. So they scrutinized the drug because they had to show that the vaccine was the only thing that would work during the emergency use, because they had to get it on the childhood schedule. So in order for that vaccine to get on the childhood schedule, the vaccine schedule by the ACIP, they had to show that no other therapeutic was beneficial. So they actually scrutinized the drug. You saw the stories out there. Oh, it's a horse pill. It's for, then people were mocking ivermectin and people taking it, but really the data was very clear that ivermectin was helping people stay out of the hospitals, and it was helping people get well. The data is there, the science is there. The drug was shown to be very, very effective. Doc, tell us about COVID. A lot of friends of mine have said they've contracted COVID. Obviously, it's akin to a cold now, but it's a big season for cold, COVID and flu, right? Yep. Well, first of all, stress levels are high. We're not getting that 30 minutes of summer sunlight. So we need to value our health now before we get sick. That's really the key here. Unless we're getting 30 minutes of summer sunlight, we are going to be deficient in vitamin D3. That's absolutely the key here. This is what I call vitamin D3 deficiency season. So we need at least 40 IUs per pound of body weight. But also, in the case we do get sick, we do have other methods here. We can take, the ivermectin or different things out there from the Wellness Company has phenomenal kits out there to help you get well. It's so much easier to stay well than it is to get well. That's why Benjamin Franklin said an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We need to value our health now before we get sick. But having these med kits, these contagion kits, God forbid we do get sick, we have these, and you can stay out of the hospital and really bypass going to the doctor. And if you do happen to get sick, if you're in big groups, there's 70, 80,000 of us at the arena in Phoenix. If you happen to get sick, some of these medications help you recover faster. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what they have been shown to do. And during COVID, what did we learn? I mean, ivermectin was very effective. I know people that took it, they were so sick, their oxygen levels were low, and they took ivermectin within 24 hours, they're almost back to normal. I can't tell you how many people I can talk to that testify of that. So the drug is tried and true. It's definitely effective treatment for flu. Very good. And we can get that at the Wellness Company. Really good to have you on, Dr. Ben Tapper, the Wellness Company. Appreciate your time. Yeah, thank you now. All right, folks, let's pivot a little bit. Jimmy Kimmel's back, dropped a whopper of apology. I'll tell you, it wasn't really an apology at all. These little fake tears. Well, before we roll this clip, it's important to note that there was no real moment of remorse whatsoever. I'll let you decide. Take a listen, watch.
I don't think what I have to say is going to make much of a difference. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. I have no illusions about changing anyone's mind. But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't think there's anything funny about it. I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it. I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of what it was obviously a deeply disturbed individual. That was really the opposite of the point I was trying to make, but I understand that to some that felt either ill-timed or unclear, or maybe both. And for those who think I did point a finger, I get why you're upset. If the situation was reversed, there's a good chance I'd have felt the same way.
You know, you're full of crap. Your fake tears, your fake apology, your fake making your voice stop like you're going to cry. BS. You didn't cry. You weren't even close to it. And by the way, you did. You exactly did. You say you blamed the assassin. You said the assassin. MAGA was trying to figure out how not to claim responsibility when the assassin was MAGA. You lied. You completely lied. Look. Words have meaning. Remember when you didn't like Trump on the left, you said words have meaning. You tried to get him not elected president because of the words he was using. Words have meanings. We're seeing Antifa. We're seeing anti-ICE on bullets that are killing people. We see catch on Charlie Kirk's assassin. Words. The left is calling Trump Hitler. They're calling us Nazis, fascists. Words have meaning. Kimmel, your words had meaning. First Amendment, protection. I don't know. It's close. Whatever. Bob Iger, the president of Disney, CEO of Disney, owns CBS. You know, I know something. You should step down too, Iger. Forget Kimmel. Kimmel should go, and you should step down as well. Meanwhile, West Gavin Newsom, the spreading blatant lies as always this week, he's telling people that Trump's trying to rig midterm elections.
As a Democratic Party, we have a lot of work to do to make up for our failures in the past. We got crushed in this last election. And now we're in a position where we are struggling to communicate. We're struggling to win back now the majority in the House of Representatives. And that's a big part of what I'm doing, not just today in terms of the work out here, raising money, but also raising awareness around how Donald Trump is trying to rig the midterm elections and how I fear that we will not have an election in 2028. I really mean that in the core of my soul, unless we wake up to the code red, what's happening in this country, and we wake up soberly to how serious this moment is.
You are so full of crap. You are unbelievable. You fear there's not going to be an election in 2020. What do you think's going to happen? Trump said declare himself dictator for life, you moron. Of course we're going to have an election. It's in the Constitution, Gavin. Stop it. You're just looking for applause lines from your stupid little appearances on late night television. More from Newsom, who's explained why the state of California has decided to implement its own vaccine schedule. Listen.
What's happening at the NIH and the CDC is heartbreaking to me. My dad was an immunologist who was at NIH under Kennedy. Yeah. And I love seeing this, personally, but tell the people why it's important that there are governmental institutions that actually are going to certify and say these are the proper treatments of these drugs. What does that mean in terms of people's insurance?
Well, and we just required that insurers provide insurance and cover the cost of all of these vaccines as well. And so we're not, again,
because normally they would use the CDC.
Yeah, they're going to use the CDC guidelines that are automatically default. And as a consequence, if they're not making those recommendations, they're not going to cover the costs of those treatments or those vaccines. And as a consequence of that, millions and millions of people potentially can lose that coverage. So in California, we're requiring our health plans, we're requiring those insurance companies to provide access, and we're making sure that our own independent analysis provides a list of recommendations based on facts, based on science, not based on bull and fear.
California should just secede. Just go become another California stan. How's that? California stan, not part of the U.S. anymore. 49 states. I don't know. Make Canada replace. Maybe we don't even want Canada either. Let's take Mexico, make it the 51st state, get rid of California. I'll take that trade. The mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, just responded to Trump, who called him a very bad mayor. Of course, he took a few pages from the Democrats' playbook during his response, calling Trump all sorts of names that have nothing to do with his stances or comments. Listen to this baseless defamation.
People will be wondering what it is about this Muslim mayor who leads a liberal, multicultural, progressive, successful city that means I appear to be living rent-free inside Donald Trump's head.
Are those comments Islamophobic?
Listen, when people say things, when people act in a certain way, when people behave in a certain way, you've got to believe them.
So you're saying he is Islamophobic?
I think President Trump has shown he is racist, he is sexist, he is misogynistic, and he's Islamophobic.
How's London doing there, Sadiq Khan? How's it doing? You guys are failing. You guys are failing. But the good news, Nigel Farage is there. He can save the day. All right, we'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumppknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the host, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
Our next guest is the Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division at the U.S. Department of Justice, folks. That's right. Always happy to have Harmeet Dillon join us. Welcome back, Harmeet. We talk a little bit about this news today of the sniper shooting the 3 ICE detainees at a Dallas ICE facility this morning. 6:30 a.m., by the way. 2 of the detainees have died. Third one in critical condition. We hear he or she may survive that. A shooter has not been identified, I believe, as of this moment, but the unused shell casings found had an anti-ICE message engraved on it. The shooter also killed himself. So tell us a little about what you know, what you're hearing, Harmeet, if you will.
Well, look, I'm not at liberty to talk about an ongoing investigation like this, so I don't really have any details to share. But what I can say is that we've seen escalating rhetoric against our federal law enforcement officials, including ICE agents, for some time now. And that has come from people, including Governor Gavin Newsom and other very powerful people who should know better than to be egging on hatred and targeting our federal law enforcement. And so I think a lot of people should be doing some introspection here as to whether it is appropriate for people who've sworn to uphold the Constitution to be putting metaphorical targets on the backs of our law enforcement who are doing their jobs. And it's not consequence-free. We're seeing the normalization of this kind of violence in multiple different settings. You see Antifa targeting ICE facilities on the West Coast. You see the government of California trying to strip ICE officials and officers from wearing masks to be able to do their jobs safely. And now you're seeing this. So I think, regardless of the facts of this particular circumstance, I'm a federal law enforcement official, and I will say, I think we're all concerned about the normalization of violence against those of us who uphold these oaths and do these jobs.
Trump 1.0, the left, the Democrats are going crazy. They're saying words matter, words have meaning, and they hated what the words that Trump was using. And now it's almost like the script has flipped on them, because words do in fact matter. We saw it in Minnesota, or the shooter, when he killed the two kids, had killed Donald Trump, anti-fascist comments on his shell casings, on his magazines, etc. And then we have Charlie Kirk's murderer, assassin, who had written, "Hey, fascist, catch," on the shell casing that he used, the bullet they used to kill Charlie Kirk. And now we hear this guy in Dallas has anti-ICE written on shell casing. So words matter, heightened rhetoric matters, and yet the Democrats keep pointing the finger this way. Let's play the soundbite referring to exactly what Harmy just said. Gavin Newsom.
I'll be signing a bill, the first in the nation, saying enough. To ICE, unmask. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? You're going to go out and you're going to do enforcement. Provide an ID. Tell us which agency you represent. Provide us basic information that all local law enforcement is required to provide.
Can you, by the way, this went on as Charlie Kirk was being laid to rest. I mean, can you believe this moron, this lunatic governor in California wants to basically, in essence, dox ICE agents?
This preening hypocrite forced millions of us in California to wear masks against our will on a, frankly, scientifically dubious basis. He is unaccountable, doesn't want people to have to provide ID to vote, and yet he thinks federal law enforcement officials doing a dangerous job, we can see how dangerous it is, should have to, like you said, be doxxed so that there could be targets on them from these crazy left-wing groups. Look, I don't think it's an accident that we have this spate of engraved shell casings with these messages in different places. I think that there are online groups that we're going to find out about, and the public's going to find out about, that are egging people on to do these kinds of things. We know this. There's been reporting about some of the potential sources of this. So I think this is a critical situation. Every American who has a leadership position, including Democrat governors, have a responsibility to keep the peace and not put targets on the backs of anybody, much less people who are carrying out law enforcement, state or federal. So they need to be more responsible, and then we all need to really be vigilant about this increased threat.
Tell us, you mentioned something there. There's some information on possibly a group suggesting to engrave things on shell casings before they commit crime?
Not specifically. What I said was there are groups that are egging people on to violence, and to violence that is political in nature. There are Discord groups. I mean, I think that's been widely reported. There are groups that are Antifa related. There are trans related groups. You're seeing, perhaps coincidentally, multiple instances of these engraved shells out there, different messages, but it's a fairly new thing. And so we're investigating these things.
Well, I love you. You're one of my close friends. You said not coincidentally. Can you just expand on that a little bit?
I said I don't think it's a coincidence. That's what I said. That's my hunch.
Okay.
We're going to find out the results.
I would agree with you. Just for the record, I would agree with you. I think you'll probably find groups, and you'll probably find groups that are funded by I don't know, maybe people we've spoken about in the past. Could be, not saying it is, but could be a Soros group.
And we're not going to get ahead of ourselves, but I think it is very strange that suddenly there have been several fatal incidents in our country that have had this type of a common theme. So I'm sure we'll find out more about that.
Yeah, and you know, one of the most effective tools in the law enforcement quiver, arrows in the quiver, so to speak, is the ability to hide who you are. Staking out, just hiding who you're identifying. Can you imagine if the CIA had to identify themselves as CIA wherever they went? What is Gavin Newsom trying to accomplish here?
Well, Gavin Newsom is politically illiterate because the fact that state officials are required to show badges is completely irrelevant to the fact that federal law enforcement has supremacy over state law enforcement on areas that are for the federal government to handle, namely border security, immigration, deportation. California's laws simply do not apply. They can have press conferences and distastefully during a important time of grieving in this country and grandstand and be fake, but it doesn't matter, Gavin. Your law is not constitutional. It will not be upheld in court. It is silly. It is silly virtue signaling, and it is embarrassing for a state legislature to waste its time doing this instead of doing its job to keep its citizens safe.
So how does it work, Harmy? Is it like kind of marijuana laws where each state decides whether it's legal or not, and the feds still have it illegal, so they don't necessarily enforce it. But if you piss them off enough, the feds will come in and enforce it. My point is, so Gavin can say ICE can't wear masks. ICE clearly will be wearing masks in the state of California. I'm guessing Tom Homan isn't going to cave to California and Gavin Newsom. So does there become illegal arrests or illegal detentions? How does it work?
I would like to see that arrest. I would like to see the California Highway Patrol or what have you, or whatever, cops try to arrest ICE agents. I don't think it's going to happen. That's what I mean. I think this is all just silly virtue signaling. And I and Bill Assaley, the acting United States attorney out there in Los Angeles, have both publicly stated that this law is a legal nullity and should be ignored by federal officials doing their jobs in California.
Trump has said he's going to, or has, I don't know if he's actually done it, deemed Antifa a terrorist organization. Tell us how that changes the game.
Well, it's kind of a new thing, but it is overdue, in my opinion, for federal law enforcement to be treating Antifa as a domestic terror threat. There are various ways that can be done. Again, I don't want to tip off people as to what the exact details of it are, but the president has laid out in his executive order some very accurate facts. I've been following and suing and dealing with Antifa for the better part of a decade now. And what I can tell you is his order is exactly correct. It is a paramilitary terror type organization that is loosely organized deliberately into little cells. Each of those little cells doesn't know what the other cell is doing. They report up through a management structure. There are national leaders of Antifa who travel around fomenting violence at different functions and riots that they have. They evade capture, yes. They are armed like military. They are issued with weapons, including hardened gloves and things like that. And they regularly wreak mayhem, including against ICE facilities on the West Coast. And so it is way past time for the United States to take this very seriously and put resources behind it, learn about it. ICE is kind of Antifa is kind of an outgrowth of Black Bloc and other type of political left-wing Marxist movements in Europe. And there's a lot of study about what they're doing over there. So we just need to do our homework, learn, and devote the necessary resources to this. I for one, am relieved this is happening because this is a national terror threat.
Harmy, really good having you on the show. We'll get you back again very soon. So much on your plate, my dear. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
All right, folks, we'll be back 2.5.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore. Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
The testosterone, aside from however biochemical things that are going on in your body, it also it tells your brain, I guess it entices your brain into wanting to do more, wanting to lift more, wanting to walk further, run further, and becoming stronger. That's an interesting concept. That's not is it medical? Is it biochemical?
It's really not medical. In other words, there's no receptors in your brain that the testosterone affects that are called the pleasure or enjoyment receptors. So when you exercise or whatever. So I think what that is, though, there are receptors that involve motivation. It affects the neuronal circuits for motivation. It affects the neuronal circuits for your sort of reward system, your emotional processing, your sense of well-being.
All right, I will tell you, yeah, are we back? Matt, are we back? So here's the deal. What we're going to do is we're going to do some voicemails, but I want you to go and sign up right now for The Edge, because that's going to come out tomorrow. That whole episode's coming out tomorrow.
Wait, no, don't hold up your screen. I have the voice.
Well, yeah, but hold just to see what this is. You got to see what it looks. Oh, you have it. You made it? You're amazing, Mad Dog. You're amazing. Put it up. So I'm counting. I'm going to see how many people. You guys sign up. When I ask you the voicemails, you absolutely come through with hundreds of voicemails. Sign up. See how many we can get you to sign up on The Edge. Tomorrow, we're going to have that doctor break down all the myths about testosterone, creatine, ice plunges, workouts, what works and what doesn't. Joe Rogan will talk, Huberman Labs, all of it's tomorrow. Last week's Favre. Tomorrow, we're breaking down the health hacks. All right, Mad Dog, thank you. Let's do a couple of voicemails. We got a bunch of them. I know I got thousands to get to, but throw me one right now, dog.
First one is condemn the UN building.
Do it.
Yeah, this is Cliff in Illinois. It's almost 3 in the morning watching your show. Comment about the UN speech and that. Listen, as soon as Trump and the First Lady hit that escalator, he should have stopped right there, looked into the camera, say, I'm condemning this place, and walked out. They had to board it up, deport everyone that's in that building. He had to renovate it, turn it into education, trade, a technical center for training, have companies do it. They had to have chef training in that. They can have cafeteria. They could make money out of that building and teach our young kids for the future. Only just a thought. Thanks for your time. Bye.
That's a great idea. I am the biggest advocate of getting the UN the hell out of New York. In fact, get us out of the UN as well. Great call. How about another one, Mad Dog?
Mary from Kentucky has a punishment for Charlie's assassin.
Good.
Hello, Eric. This is Mary from Kentucky. I'd like to say that what I think the punishment for Charlie Kirk's assassin should be is he should be made to watch as many Charlie Kirk episodes as possible until it gets to his conscience so bad that he has to beg the Lord's forgiveness, because I believe this is what Charlie would want, that Charlie would want him to ask the Lord's forgiveness, because Charlie is and was a true Christian.
All right. Mary, you're right. And may I just add in here, while they're playing Charlie's words and sermons and content into the jail cell, they put it on 20. They just blast it. And by the way, 24/7. I love that idea, Mary. I know not a very Christian thing to say. Sorry, I'm still mad. Very, very mad. Mad. Speaking of Mad Dog, you got another one?
Yeah, Vera wants you to help Oscar in Mexico.
Go.
Hey, Eric, Stephen Needham here. I'm in Ohio, and I missed your show during the day, so I'm watching it tonight. I couldn't sleep, and I just saw your interview with Oscar. Brother, do me a favor. Help him get out of Mexico, please. You know some people in administration and Rubio. They're all good people. But talk to whoever you can, bro, and please get Oscar over here out of that. Yeah, I'm so afraid for him. He's such a good man. Anyway, that's all I got to say this time. I'll call again. But I saw that, and it just touched my heart. Get Brother Oscar out of Mexico. All right, man. Love you. Take care.
Man, but this great call. And, we had Oscar on yesterday. It's an Oscar I haven't seen. He's concerned. He's scared. He's scared for probably his own safety more so he's scared for his wife and his kids' safety. We could see that, and he has the decision to make to leave or not. So I did. I reached out to the Department of Homeland Security, and to their credit, Trish McLaughlin got back to me. We're going to try and get her on the show tomorrow. She said, absolutely, have Oscar reach out, and I've got connected the two. And if there's any possible help for Oscar, we're going to get it. We'll get it, Mad Dog. We're going to get Oscar some help. And, he can choose to stay if he wants to. He's Mexican national. But if he wants to leave, I'm guessing we're going to be able to help him out. So we're going to get Trish on, who works directly under Kristi Noem, which is fantastic. So to their credit. Mad Dog, great show. And guys, please keep sending me these. I know I haven't gotten to many, hundreds of, maybe thousands of the voicemails. We took a little bit more than a week off out of respect for Charlie Kirk and the TPUSA folks, but we will get back to them. War Room is coming up next. We have a big show planned for you tomorrow, too. See you tomorrow, folks.
We are following, as we promised, breaking news. It's out of the Eastern District of Virginia, where three sources familiar tell MSNBC former FBI Director James Comey is expected to be indicted in the coming days. The full extent of the charges being prepared against Comey is unclear.
So, Katie, we have some sources who say that for several weeks now, the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Virginia, and actually in offices that are potentially much further south than Alexandria, have been eyeing ways to indict Comey, and they are getting very much closer. The statute of rephrase, they are arguing that Comey, there is evidence to suggest Comey lied to Congress in his testimony on the Hill in September of 2020. And for viewers out in the audience who may not be legally as nerdy as me and Ken, I'll just say that there's a statute of limitations to charge people with the crime of lying to Congress or perjury, and that's 5 years. The 5-year statute runs this month.
Is it a copycat situation?
Yeah, so the most famous example in recent years of writing is Brenton Tarrant, who is the Christchurch shooter, a mosque in New Zealand, and he wrote all over his weapon system and on his ammunition, very hateful, anti-Muslim, white power, neo-Nazi stuff. That was emulated by other shooters here in the United States later on. So suggesting that this writing is part of a pattern, you might see some people stealing it now, but I mean, traditionally in terrorism, you want to put across your message of why you're doing this. It's not just random violence. But I do think it's important to really dig in to find out what his motivation was. Is it something broader, or did he have a family member that was affected by an ICE raid? Is this a grievance, a personal grievance, or is he acting out against the government because he's seeing injustice? And if you want to look at trends in the United States, yes, this could be emergence of more violence from the left, but anti-government movements have also come from the right. If you look at Oklahoma City bombing, that was a culmination of the Patriot movement, but it really came out of Ruby Ridge and Waco, and those things led to a trajectory that had Oklahoma City bombing.
You would categorize this more as an anti-government movement?
We don't know.
Potentially?
We don't know. But I think we have to change the framework in which we categorize offenders at this point. When we first started in the counterterrorism space, people neatly fit into boxes when it came to motives. In today's day and age, the biggest threat we face is from lone offenders, and oftentimes lone offenders with a commingling of ideologies. There's not one thing that's leading them to take a weapon and to engage in violence. It can be a confluence of factors, and interestingly, Katie, a lot of the times, a lot of ideologies that are seemingly at odds. So we really need to change the framework that we're using to try to analyze these threats.
This is the response I think that Dominic is talking about. It's Donald Trump's post. I can't believe ABC fake news gave Jimmy Kimmel his job back. The White House was told by ABC that his show was canceled. Let's stop right there. Who do you think at ABC told the White House that his show was canceled?
That's a great question. I couldn't speculate on that. I mean, with Donald Trump, it's one of those things where it's like, did he make it up, or is he sharing something out of school? Both are very Donald Trump characteristics, so it's hard to know. I think the interesting, that post goes on to talk about how much money he got out of ABC from the lawsuit after the George Stephanopoulos shakedown that Disney that they settled, and I think that we're getting to an interesting place where he goes on to talk about how he wants to get more money out of them this time, and he wants to sue them again this time, and it's sort of this like authoritarianism by lawsuit, or I guess what was the Ted Cruz line about Brendan Carr, a mobster? It's a little different than kind of authoritarian attacks on free speech in other countries, the kinds that Jimmy Kimmel was talking about in his monologue, right? Because it failed. It failed to shut him down completely. He wasn't on in some markets last night. We can get into that in a little bit, but it failed to shut him down, and they failed in some of their most overt authoritarian attempts, which is good, and yet he still is using the presidency in a way that no other president has, certainly in modern times, to bully people, to shake people down, to extort people, to try to get money for himself, to try to line the pockets of either him or his family or his presidential library. And he's doing that in a very overt manner. And in some ways, I don't know, this might be another Trumpian innovation. I mean, obviously there have been corrupt banana republics before, but this sort of quasi, authoritarian, it is different than what we see when we talk about the authoritarian attacks in other countries.
This guy is flooding the zone. He's dominating the narratives. Facts don't seem to matter. Mm-hmm. And Democrats, frankly, have had a difficult time pushing back. And Democrats feel that, times there's sort of this weakness that dominates our brand and our party. And I think what people appreciate is that we're willing to fight, and not only fight symbolically by having a little bit fun, but fight substantively. We have 41 lawsuits against this son of a bitch. We're pushing back and we're winning. And we're filling a void on a lot of issues. I'm out here for Climate Week. California is the tentpole in terms of climate policy in this country. As he walks away from Paris, he walks away from leadership, moral authority around the rest of the world. California is trying to assert itself on health policy. Same thing. We created this West Coast collaborative. We're not going to listen to this guy. We're not going to listen to him trying to pronounce acetaminophen, or we're not going to sit there, listen to all that. No one trusts the guy.
Well, he certainly promised revenge and retribution in this campaign. When voters went to the ballot box, that was very clear that that's part of what they were choosing if they chose Donald Trump, and he promised it on his political enemies like James Comey. I think it's hard to make the case, even for President Trump, that Comey somehow wronged his voters. But I will say that sense of martyring himself, there is still this broader sense that does appeal to Trump's voters of sort of broader grievance, right? That the deep state is after me, they're after you, you're getting a raw deal with institutions and governments, which a lot of his voters do feel. And that if they could do this to me, imagine if I wasn't standing in their way, what they could do to you. And that is an incredibly effective, powerful message for Donald Trump's base.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Wednesday, 24 September, year of our Lord 2025. We're going to get to the shooter. We got so much to go through today. Signal, not noise. I got Julie Kelly by phone because of the Comey situation. But I got to start off, Julie, because you followed her ratings closely. Ashley Parker, how can a young woman who's so smart be so dumb? What? Comey is had no impact on the MAGA voters. January 6th, other things that Comey did for his entire time, built up the entire FBI apparatus that did Russiagate, that came after President Trump, and put in all the agents and all the field offices that Chris Wray, use in that mentality, that politicized mentality against MAGA. Was January 6th, the abortion clinics, the kicking, the Catholic Church, all of it was all Comey had built in there. Comey totally went after the MAGA movement. Right? Totally went after the MAGA movement, and he lied and lied and lied and lied about Russiagate, and that's what they're getting him for. Julie Kelly, your thoughts. Ashley Parker, good Lord, ma'am. Your thoughts, ma'am.
He did. I mean, this is the problem that Cash and Dan are facing at the FBI. You have this megalomaniac, Jim Comey, who did infect the entire Bureau with that sort of approach, with his deception, with his abusing power to go after political enemies, starting with Donald Trump. And yes, this manifested in not just the January 6th persecution, raids across the country, armed raids with little mini Jim Comeys beating down the doors of American citizens and arresting them on, nonviolent misdemeanors or bogus felony charges. But then, of course, his buddies still being in office and then pursuing President Trump in 2 federal criminal indictments that were brought by Special Counsel Jack Smith, who, of course, was in the Obama DOJ. At the same time, James Comey was there as well.
So, Julie, you've covered this better than anybody. The statute of limitations, I think the 5 years does run out, I think in 10 days or sometime midweek next week. What exactly is going on here? What is this potential indictment coming against James Comey?
So, Steve, it appears that this will be either contempt of Congress or perjury, lying to Congress related to his September 30th, 2020 testimony before the Senate committee that was investigating the origins of Crossfire Hurricane. And it appears that this will address Jim Comey's testimony and his story, let's say, that he did not leak those memos that he was taking in real time after meetings with the president. So as you recall, the president met with Jim Comey privately, I think 6 or 7 times. Jim Comey, then head of the FBI, would go right into his SUV, get his laptop, and take notes, recalling the subject, the topic of that conversation. And it appears that this specific memo that he took. And then he stored those memos at his home. I believe 4 of the 7 that he took, he stored at home. Then he leaked at least one of them, he says, to his friend Daniel Richman, who I think was a professor at Columbia, and then instructed Richman to leak this particular memo to the New York Times. What was this memo about? It was about the conversation, February 14th, 2017, about the Flynn investigation and the president allegedly telling Jim Comey, I hope you'll go easy on Mike Flynn, or something to the effect of those words, according to Jim Comey. So it looks like, and Daniel Richman was subpoenaed earlier this month. It is reported that he met with prosecutors in the Eastern District of Virginia last week. So did that story fall apart? Because Jim Comey has always insisted that he did not disclose those records, those memos, directly to the media. I just pulled up his transcript from that September 2020 testimony before the Senate. He said he never shared those memos with anyone except for Daniel Richman. Was that a lie? Also, the kind of sketchy report we got from DOJ Inspector General Michael Horowitz in 2019 that said, oh, yeah, Jim Comey really shouldn't have kept those notes. He shouldn't have taken them. He certainly shouldn't have kept them. Yeah. They did contain sensitive investigative information. Oh, but they weren't classified until later. So it was okay, basically, if he shared those with someone else who then leaked it to the New York Times to try to destroy Mike Flynn.
Comey's slippery. What he did with the dossier, all of it. Hang on for 1 second, Julie. I know you're by phone. If you just hang on, we'll take a short break. First off, Comey, as you know, never should have gone out and taken notes about the meetings with the president, right? He was using that for blackmail, right? To basically use it against President Trump, right? And then be a coward about it. He had to use an intermediary, the professor at Columbia, to get it to the New York Times. These guys are very slippery. They're deep state. They're liars. They all should go to prison. And now's the time. Let's get on with it. Okay? This is just the minor charge. This is just perjury or contempt of Congress. Contempt of Congress. Gosh, let me think for a second. Did anybody know? Oh, yeah, that's right. I went to prison for that. So did Peter Navarro. Comey, and this is, I'm glad we're getting under the wire. This is one of President Trump, I think, lit up Pam Bondi the other night to say, hey, look, let's get on with it. I think when somebody brought to his attention, the clock was ticking, and you had a criminal. Comey is a criminal. Should spend many, many, many decades in prison. We got to start somewhere. Let's start with lying to Congress and a contempt charge. We'll take it. Not the ultimate game, but we'll take it for a starter, for an appetizer, for just a taste. Short break. Julie Kelly, the one and only, on the other side.
In America's heart. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Trump has said he's going to, or has, I don't know if he's actually done it yet, deemed Antifa a terrorist organization. Tell us how that changes the game.
Well, you know, it's kind of a new thing, but it is overdue, in my opinion, for federal law enforcement to be treating Antifa as a domestic terror threat. And there are various ways that can be done. Again, I don't want to tip off people as to what the exact details of it are, but the president has laid out in his executive order some very accurate facts. I've been following and suing and dealing with Antifa for the better part of a decade now. And what I can tell you is his order is exactly correct. It is a paramilitary terror type organization that is loosely organized deliberately into little cells. Each of those little cells doesn't know what the other cell is doing. They report up through a management structure. There are national leaders of Antifa who travel around fomenting violence at different functions and riots that they have. They evade capture, yes. They are armed like military. They are issued with weapons, including hardened gloves and things like that. And they regularly wreak mayhem, including against ICE facilities on the West Coast. And so it is way past time for the United States to take this very seriously and put resources behind it, learn about it. ICE is kind of Antifa is kind of an outgrowth of Black Bloc and other type of political left-wing Marxist movements in Europe. And there's a lot of study about what they're doing over there. So we just need to do our homework, learn, and devote the necessary resources to this. I for one, am relieved this is happening because this is a national terror threat.
Okay. By the way, so I think that's fine. Some of the Warren posse was heads were blowing up a little bit about that. But hang on, let me just walk through this. If we can pull it up while I speak, and you can go do it in Amazon. I made a film when I was a filmmaker. Called Occupy Unmasked, starring Andrew Breitbart. It's Andrew Breitbart, I think his last great work before he passed away. It was about that right there. It was about the transition of Occupy Wall Street, or elements of it. Remember, he had elements, people like the Tim Pools of the world, and they kind of went in a different direction. But this Black Bloc in Antifa kind of took over the remnants of it and got a foothold here in the United States of America, since it's really started in Germany, France, and really Germany and Italy, I guess. And it was a Marxist and communist response to some of the movements in particularly in Italy. It's very dangerous. Harmeet, I think, lays it out. It's not that action is not being taken. I think action is already being taken, and Harmeet is very judicious in the way she says that. But Julie Kelly, I want to bring in for a bigger picture about this and about the way that Harmeet laid out Antifa, because people are chomping for action, right? Including a guy that both lives and works at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and he thinks the world of Pam Bondi, as many of us do. But he put out the other day, a true social. It was kind of like, hey, we got to get on with it. It was really around this Halligan situation in the Eastern. I guess she got temporarily put in. Next thing you know, voila, we have an indictment coming. I guess they're going in front of the grand jury on Comey very quickly. The president does seem frustrated. I think all of us are frustrated that you've got Bannon, you got Comey, you've got all these guys. It's evident what they've been doing, and where's the action? Where are the perp walks, right? Where are the indictments? Where are the trials? And I think on Antifa, the same thing. I realize Harmeet says, hey, look, we got to look at this. It's domestic. And I might add, because we had a little voice behind the scenes on this, it is pushing, I think, current legal boundaries about domestic terror versus international global terror. Though you can make the case Antifa is a global terrorist organization. And it's not the foot soldiers she was talking about. It's not even the second tier of the military, ex-military people who train them. It's really the NGOs, the big institutions, the Tides Foundation and the Rockefeller Foundation. I'm throwing out some names, just random names, and Soros and all that, of how these things are organized, financed, and who in media are their partners. So give me your perspective. You cover this closer than anybody. You see a building sense of frustration of like, when are we going to get on with it, ma'am?
Right. I mean, there definitely is frustration among the base, including ourselves. There's frustration in the White House. We know that. And so there are a lot of challenges for this DOJ. That's why everything had to be perfect, Steve. And I know that that sounds unrealistic. But because the DOJ and FBI was up against not just the media, but the institutional corruption of the DOJ and the FBI. So everything had to go perfectly. We couldn't afford any unforced errors. Unfortunately, we have seen so many that have been a distraction, that have left the base justifiably rattled and nervous, that we are going to see a repeat of things that we saw in the first Trump term, not because of the president, because we have a different president this time, and he has a different insulation around him than he had the first go around. But we can't afford these mistakes. And I think it appears that there were problems in this U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Virginia. There were institutional holdovers. There was resistance there to pursuing the investigation into Jim Comey and then Letitia James as well. And I'm going to go a little step further here, Steve. We don't need to hear from people all the time. We need work being done. We don't need a lot of social media posts. We don't need interviews. We don't need those things. We need the dirty fingernails. We need the ass kicking behind the scenes. We need the purging. And I know that some of that has gone on. But what they are up against is almost insurmountable. That's why, like I said, couldn't afford any mistakes, can't afford any mistakes, and certainly can't create them and then keep talking and talking and talking. Just get the work done.
Okay. So you know this better than anybody. We were taking apart the like the D.C. court in the appellate court and everything in D.C. with Peter Navarro. Spent an hour with him last night on the show, on the 6 o'clock show, and about how he and I didn't even realize how corrupt it was until we got sucked into the process. This is why I keep saying a maximalist strategy with a sense of urgency, and the objective is to seize the institutions. They're just looking at Trump as a passing phenomenon. Their plan now is how to wait him out, and that includes some people in his administration that are still rhinos and globalists, right? It includes definitely the Democratic Party, but it also includes the business community, all of it. They think this is a passing summer storm, a bad storm, but it's a passing summer storm, and it will be over. And once it's over, they look at who they got out there, and they say, none of these guys scare us. None of them. Zero. Zippo. Okay? So they're just going to wait him out. That's why you have to seize the institutions. You have to purge these. We're barely hanging on at the Justice Department. Your point, everything's got to be perfect, or they're leaking on you all the time. And this concept of blue slips, for folks that maybe missed our lesson on this in the past, this is a convention, a custom and tradition where the senators, whether from red states or blue states, kind of get approval of who's going to be on the list to be judges in their districts and who are going to be the U.S. attorneys. And that is a concept behind the scenes of how things kind of balance out, right? You kind of keep everybody united by doing that. But what that stops is putting in, quite frankly, MAGA-oriented U.S. attorneys and judges, particularly in a place like Maryland. It's always going to have 2 Democratic U.S. senators. And so now more than ever, we have to hit this system with a blowtorch. Or you're going to find out, this gets back to my speech at Turning Point in July, if we don't take the administrative state and the deep state down now on this watch, it ain't going to happen. And here's what number one's going to happen. They're going to put everybody in jail. Hakeem Jeffries just told you that 2 nights ago. They're going to put everybody in jail, and they move with alacrity, okay? They move with alacrity. They don't mess around. And we kind of stumble around. Julie Kelly, your observations on that.
Well, I mean, as someone I think who covered the D.C. court system closer than anyone on our side, I called for the defunding and dismantling of that federal courthouse for years after having seen what they did to average Americans who were completely defenseless and destroyed by the Biden DOJ, watching these judges in action. We have not had one single impeachment inquiry, not one, into a federal judge in Washington. If you're telling me, Steve, if House Republicans would have started an inquiry into former Chief Judge Beryl Howell, everything that she did to the president, all of his White House associates, his attorneys, J6 defendants, allowing the entire Florida documents case to be investigated in Washington, then switch the jurisdiction at the last minute to get the indictment in Florida by reading transcripts before D.C. grand juries. I mean, if this is not malfeasance and misconduct at the highest level of our judiciary, I don't know what is. You're telling me House Republicans wouldn't open a single an inquiry into her or into Jeb Bossberg for what he did and has done, that it would not be a little shot across the bow to these judges? Okay, well, this can happen. I don't want my records for the entire country to see. I want my name dirtied up. I want to be hero like I'm considered in Washington, D.C. So the president and his administration, including the DOJ, do not have back of Republicans in Congress. So that is very problematic for them as well. Republicans are not doing their side of the deal either. And I think that adds to our frustration. But yes.
Amen. Julie, where do people go to get your Substack to get all of it? And we'll get you back up here when you can be on camera.
Yes. Hopefully tomorrow I would like to talk more about Jim Comey and everything else that's going on. Declassified with Julie Kelly on Substack, @Julie_Kelly 2.
You have an open invitation to be on the War Room, ma'am, whether it's by phone or on camera. When hair and makeup is done.
Right.
See, wonder by land. Julie Kelly, you're great. Short commercial break. Pavlovsky's got a news flash for the business news press next in the War Room.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love RAV because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
YouTube announced yesterday it would open the door for channels that were banned to be reinstated. Some of the bans were for posting about COVID-19 or the 2020 election. This comes after Representative Jim Jordan subpoenaed Alphabet's CEO, alleging that YouTube was a direct participant in the federal government's censorship regime. Joining us now, Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio. He's the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, and I'm glad to have you on, even though it's a phone. I know you're in the great state of Ohio, Congressman. I mean, we heard something similar a year ago from, I think, Facebook, sort of copying to the same thing. And is this similar to this with Facebook? They weren't allowed to put anything out about the laptop, I don't think, or the lab origin, the Wuhan virus lab origin. Yeah. Is this similar? Is it the same things that they were banned for, or different?
Very similar. Google or YouTube admitted yesterday that they, like these other platforms, were censoring. We're being pressured by the Biden administration to censor speech. I mean, you got one of these. Google is it's a huge market cap company censoring half their customers in essence. And I think the big takeaway was they're going to reinstate people that they'd actually taken their channel from them, that they kicked off. And then they also said they committed to never use these fact checkers like these other platforms, these independent fact checkers who think they're so much smarter than the rest of us, but are just biased individuals. So we thought that was a big news. And then I think that maybe the fourth thing that we heard from them was, look, what's going on in Europe. We've all seen this with the Digital Services Act, the Digital Marketing Act, are very troublesome. So here's...
Okay, let me take it. Thanks. Chris Pavlovsky is... the founder and CEO of Rumble, of which you can find the War Room. And the reason you find the War Room, we were banned by Google and YouTube and taken down. We had a huge following on YouTube, just took it down. But Chris, you bring up a quite interesting point. And I heard you earlier today on Stuart Varney's show, and we love Stuart, right? He's always taken an alternative, although he's not particularly a fan of President Trump or the MAGA economic agenda. I think there's, and we are adamantly opposed to what Biden and the Biden regime did, but I think you got a very sophisticated take on what actually happened. Can you explain to our audience what actually went on, sir?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Steve. So, it's great that they've come out with this report and they're highlighting all the nefarious things that have happened over the last 4 years. But what I think this report is missing, in fact, what I know it is missing, and what Google is not saying, is what happened in 2020, in late 2020, prior to the Biden administration. So Rumble's in a very unique spot. We were the platform where a lot of band creators ended up coming over to our platform. You're a primary example of that happening. I think I just checked earlier. You came on November 6th and joined Rumble in 2020. That's 3 days after the election, and November 3rd. But what really happened in October, and I don't know if you were part of this, or I just know that you guys joined in November, but you may have been part of this, but the bannings happened in October of 2020. So when you look at that, what does that really actually mean? It means, in my opinion, that Google interfered in the 2020 elections. They banned all the many conservative voices on their platform prior to the election on November 3rd, 2020. And Rumble was a recipient of all these creators moving their audiences over to Rumble in October of 2020.
And Dan Bongino was part of the two biggest names they talk about in the headlines. All the headlines yesterday, Bongino and Bannon, can go back to October 20 is an interesting date because they banned us all and started moving and suppressing us for the laptop from hell. That's what they didn't want there, and Google was absolutely adamant about it. You could tell. And Rumble, if you didn't have Rumble, you wouldn't have had a voice. This is what, don't get me wrong, what Jim Jordan and the team did about Biden is 100% correct, and Biden had authorities, had the FBI going after these meetings. That's 100% correct. But let's not miss the plot here. This was all big tech working in unison with essentially the deep state, because President Trump was still president. The deep state to shut down any kind of mention of the laptop from hell. And now we know it's 100% true. Was what he said at the time. I was the guy that did the China part for Rudy and the team that did it. So if it hadn't been for you, and you absolutely nailed it, I don't know why more people are not talking about this. This is the reality. Was done way before Biden came in. It was done to steal the election from Donald Trump, sir.
This was, people are missing the plot on this. This was, in my opinion, the greatest election interference. The first person that came to Rumble was actually Congressman Devin Nunes in August of 2020. And what he noticed was that something was really, really wrong on the platform. So he may have not have been banned. He was He was a congressman in California. He had millions of constituents over there, and he may have not have been banned. But what was happening was that no one was subscribing to his channel. He wasn't able to garner any views on the platform. So there may have been a shadow banning happening to an elected member of Congress. And then he comes over to Rumble. Within 2 to 3 months, he accumulates like 200,000 to 300,000 subscribers. Whereas for the prior 4 years, he didn't have more than 10,000 subscribers while he's advertising his podcast on road signs in California. It makes absolutely no sense. But now, looking at this report, it is very clear to me that there was an absolute censorship happening to an elected member of Congress, Congressman Devin Nunes, for sure. Because how does he get 300,000 subscribers in a couple months, whereas he only gets 10,000 in 4 years on YouTube? So whether they were banning creators, they were definitely banning creators on October of 2020, but they were certainly shadow banning and steering content in a specific direction so that when you searched Congressman Devin Nunes on Google, you're going to get a New York Times hit piece, a CNN hit piece. You're going to get hit piece after hit piece after hit piece, and you're not going to be able to find the actual content of Congressman Devin Nunes, what he actually believes. And to me, that this is the biggest story of what really happened over the last 5 years. And Rumble's been in the middle of this from the beginning. You can say that they're going to bring back the creators on the platform, but whatever way the wind blows for these tech executives, like at Google, like at Facebook, they will capitulate to any government around the world, whoever the government may be. We have seen it. They did it back in 2020. They did it during the Biden administration. They do it in different jurisdictions. At Rumble, we don't do that. We we tell the government, go pound sand.
I think it's the reason people love Rumble. I want you to hit rewind and repeat that. This is what I was just screaming about with Julie Kelly, and then before Julie Kelly came on. Why do I keep saying it? Maximalist strategy, sense of urgency, seize the institutions. They think Trump's here is just a temporary summer storm, and he's going to pass. And once he's passing, and that's the key about these big tech broligarchs. Hit it again of what you just said about him, about capitulation, sir.
So Rumble gets governments coming to us to remove content all the time that doesn't violate our policies. My decision, our decision at this company is to stick to our policies. We're an American company with American values. So when Brazil comes to us to ban a creator, we tell Brazil to go pound sand. When France comes to us to ban a creator or remove content, we tell France to go pound sand. When France goes to Google or Brazil goes to Google, they're gonna capitulate. They did it. They do it. The executives made a decision in 2020 to remove all creators on the platform, all creators that got banned in October 20, and they did it because they thought the wind was blowing a specific way, and they're just going to do that again and again and again. They do not have the values that Rumble has. They do not have the values that many conservatives have. They are just doing it as a band-aid. Building on YouTube is like building on sand. A wise person builds on a rock. A fool will build on sand. And what is happening right now is just a little temporary band-aid to try to appease all the conservatives for the next couple years, or could be 10 years, could be 12 years, could be 2 years. Until they think the wind is blowing in a different direction, we'll see what they do then. But I'm pretty confident they're just going to capitulate, and they're going to go whatever way the wind blows, and they're not going to have any values behind that.
Well, it's not even the wind blows. They're all progressive, Marxist, leftists, all of them. Everybody in Silicon Valley to a T. And they we're libertarians. They're not libertarians. Write down, take your number 2 pencil out and write down Wednesday, 24 September, the year of our Lord 2025, in the 5 o'clock hour, what Chris just told you. Because it's as sure as the turning of the earth, it's going to happen. And that's why platforms like Rumble fight the good fight every day. Chris, how do people go find out more on your social media? How do they find out more about Rumble and what you guys have built over there?
Yeah, so I'm on True Social. Handles Chris. I'm on X, Chris Pavlovsky, and on Rumble, I'm Chris Rumble. But you can go straight to rumble.com. You can find the War Room. You can find the War Room right there on the homepage. You can subscribe to the War Room channel, and every day, I guess at 10 a.m. and at 5 p.m., you'll get a notification that the War Room goes live, unlike these other platforms that, perhaps don't send notifications every single time everyone goes live. But you'll always, without a doubt, be sure that we'll be broadcasting the War Room and many others.
We know we're building on Rock over Rumble, sir, because I can tell you with all the different chat rooms we got going simultaneously in all the different platforms, the Rumble chat sticks out. That is hardcore. They don't take fools lightly. It's pretty hardcore. So it's a great audience you got over there. We appreciate you, sir. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you for me.
Come on, man. It was all about the laptop from hell. They started shutting, because here's why. And maybe I could get that Hillary Clinton. I'll do it tomorrow when I get more time to work it through. Hillary Clinton said this morning on the thing, Steve Bannon knew about the disaffected young men in the gamer community, and he was able to kind of get in there ahead of the Democrats. They didn't realize what was going on. This is all of a piece. I mean, it's what they took a vow. They made a vow to themselves after 2016, and it was Darren Beattie and Mike Benz that brought this to me. Benz at the time was working over at HUD, right? He was working over HUD at the time. Beattie was still one of the speechwriters at the White House, and they came with all the evidence of how big tech had gotten bitch slapped, had a wake up call. That we had used social media much more sophisticated than the Democrats. And remember, they had their whole staffs. They had these sessions where they're all crying and taking the conch shells and cutting their forehead and belly aching and in a fetal position, terrible, that Trump, the savage, orange man bad, had taken the White House, and they vowed never to happen again. That's what happened in the run-up to 2020. We got banned earlier in some of these social media platforms about Fauci, but in the run-up to 2020, particularly around October 20th, the laptop from hell, they had to shut that down. They realized that everything they had done to steal it from Trump, that thing was so egregious. Russian disinformation. Remember all the lies about that? And they banned Bongino and it suppressed everybody. That's when we finally went to Rumble a couple days after the election. Been there ever since. Appreciate it. Short commercial break. Take your phone out. Text Bannon 989898. Get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump, and it's totally free. Get it today.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love Rav because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
We're going to drill down tomorrow on the shooter, but this guy was Antifa adjacent or Antifa affiliated in the Discord chats, was terminally online all the time, right? They're saying he's a copycat of the person that assassinated Charlie Kirk. Well, we don't know who assassinated Charlie Kirk, okay? Maybe the alleged gunman. This guy was far left, had a mother was progressive, had a bunch of progressive stuff on social media. But I want to get all the facts and put them out tomorrow. But this is the left has embraced assassinations. I told you this because they think it's working for them. They think it's working for them. Charlie Kirk's gone. What are you going to do about it? Yes, there's the team and Erica. They're doing amazing. Show's great. They got the college tour going. Great participation of that. You'll never replace Charlie. He's irreplaceable. You'll go on, and it'll be better, it'll be bigger, going to do fantastic things. But they understood. They took out Charlie Kirk. He's a unique individual. Today, they've embraced political violence. And you're not going to stop it until you stop it. You're not going to stop it until you stop it. And I don't care if people come, well, you got to come. They're doing so much. I understand. And great things are happening. But this is an inflection point in American history, and we have to hold ourselves to a higher standard. We have to push harder. We have to work harder. We can't take time off. You have to do it because we're burning daylight. And they know that. They're just waiting Trump out. So we're going to have a lot more tomorrow also on the government shutdown and things that are being planned. And, hey, this could backfire on the Democrats. They're trying to be cute about it. My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply, one of our best sponsors. Love these guys. And I want to make sure everybody knows they got a special. And this is like the biggest special I think they've ever had, at least I've ever seen. They have a whole year's supply. So go to mypatriotsupply.com. Put in promo code Bannon. They've got the biggest I've ever seen. You get a 1-year food kit. Normally costs $4,200. Now for $2,688. So you get a huge discount, massive discount right there. Plus you get $1,500, additional $1,500 worth of additional product, and the product's going to blow you away. Everything, just not food, but also instruments, flashlights. You got to see it. And this is why I need you to go to My Patriot Supply. This is extraordinary. It's a 1-year food kit, already with what, 40% off, $1,500 off, plus another $1,500 of top quality product. It's incredible. And you don't want to miss it. And here's the great thing, and this is one of all our sponsors. If you make contact, when you make contact, go online, make contact. They got customer service, and they got people that'll walk you through everything. And they take their time. They realize a lot of people are new to this. And this is why they have founded they kind of founded this part of the industry, what I call this segment, this sector, this vertical. And they kind of dominate it now because of not just great products, but amazing customer service. So My Patriot Supply, honored to have them as a sponsor. Go check out today, mypatriotsupply.com, promo code Bannon. Make sure you get there with this extraordinary offer, a 1-year food kit with $1,500 off of that and another $1,500 of incredible product. Like I said, this shooter on TV, you saw the clip. That's why I wanted to play the cold open to have your head blow up. Now they have to these it's not left right anymore, as they're murdering people every day and they're gunning down folks every day. And you get on there, and they're all the same, the young man, all twisted, and parents haven't been on top of it. Look at the parents. Hey, sorry. It's all part of a whole, and they're making a society's problem. But now it's got to be reclassified. It's got to be reclassified. This is all the demonic left, from the schools, how they form them, to the parents, how they don't pay attention. All of them are gamers, terminally online. That rotting their souls out. Disgusting and revolting. Because guess what? They are the same young men that won World War II. You just have to treat them like young men and demand of them that they be young men. And they'll turn out fine. Not the way they're doing it. And it ain't going to stop until we make it stop. Mike Lindell, I really want you on this afternoon. James Comey looks like he's going to be indicted. The Comey FBI was the ones that, stopped you, tried to humiliate you into a parking lot by fast food, took your phone, tried to make you look like a criminal as they get the forces around you to try to bankrupt you, sir. What do you think? Before you talk to me about a deal, talk to me about James Comey and the FBI and Mike Lindell's observations on this situation.
First of all, I've told everybody evil is greedy. That's our biggest advantage. And Comey is the example of that, the perfect example. He has until Tuesday, by the way, the statutes of limitations run out on him this coming Tuesday to indict him. We need to get this done. He made so many mistakes, Steve, that I could sit and tell on your show because he got way out in front of his evil. And he made mistakes that changed the course of history, actually. And it's all coming to light now. Remember, this is the same guy, everybody, that last May put seashells, took a picture of him and said 8647. Let's not forget that. So, what they're talking about indicting for is all the lies he's told and the stuff and the cover-ups. This man is, when you look up evil and stuff that's done as evil, there he is. But like I said, he's made a lot of mistakes, and they're all going to come to fruition now. And it's all, remember, everybody, these are, you look back and all, even things happening bad at the time, God uses all things for good for those who believe. And all the mistakes that evil makes, because evil is greedy, it's going to help us save this country.
Talk to me. Give me a special deal. We got about a minute. Give me a special deal, sir.
You guys get on this. This is our 3-in-1 sale at My Pillow, and we're running out. We got the towels came back in. We were missing for a couple months. There they are at $39.98 while they last. You guys get as many as you want. They're normally $69.98. They actually work. Then in the middle there we have the My Pillow premiums with Giza cotton covers, $17.98, $19.98, the lowest price in the history of My Pillow. And then we're closing out the Brickell bed sheets, best sheets ever, $29.88, any size, any color. You guys take advantage today. Go to mypillow.com/war room and get your free shipping on your mattresses, your mattress toppers, your made in the USA mattress pads, these all the made in the USA items, those big ticket items. Get them now so you get the best sleep cycles ever, your REM and Delta sleep for your body and your mind. We need it during this time. We need everybody involved, everybody getting great sleep so we can keep this fight and win and save our country. 800-873-1062. You guys call my operators. You get someone right here in the USA. What a concept. Promo code War Room.
Thank you, Mike. Most powerful promo code in the business. See you tomorrow morning. Stick around. 6 o'clock is upon us in the War Room.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Good evening, America. Happy Wednesday, and welcome to the latest edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you, as always, from the nation's capital. A quick programming note. My amazing co-host, Amanda Head, she is the pool reporter at the White House, a prestigious opportunity for her, but the president is still going strong at this hour, so she's not going to make it back to the studio in time for the show. You're going to have to fly solo with me, but we've got a lot of news to report at the start of today's show. And again, some more sad news. Another day, another sniper, another killing, another political inscription on a bullet used to kill. Political violence is alive and well, sadly, in this country. Today, this morning, a shooter opened fire on a Dallas ICE facility, killing a detainee and wounding two others before dying himself by a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Authorities have identified the shooter as 29-year-old Joshua Yan. We've also heard from authorities that the shooter, Yan, had written messages on rounds of ammunition, and we got this picture showing the words anti-ICE written on one of those rounds. The writing mirrors other writings on ammunition in two other cases of political violence we've recently endured. The Charlie Kirk assassination, our incredible colleague here at Just the News 2 weeks ago, as well as the Minneapolis Catholic school shooting from back in August. We'll be talking a lot about this story over the next few hours, or at least the next few minutes of the show. We're also getting reports that some accountability may be taking shape for one of the most high-profile figures in the Russia collusion hoax, former FBI Director James Comey. Multiple sources confirming to Just the News that the Justice Department is in the final stages of deciding whether to seek a federal grand jury indictment in the Eastern District of Virginia, accusing Comey of giving false testimony back in September 2020 when he denied that he had authorized leaking any classified information. Now, this indictment is based on some documents that Just the News, if it happens, and remember, the indictment hasn't been handed up yet, but if it were to happen, it's based on documents we made public back in August that show the federal prosecutors had evidence that Comey did indeed authorize the leaks of classified information, while one of those was confirmed by his former chief counsel. That's a pretty big deal. One of Comey's other advisors was recently subpoenaed by federal prosecutors in that criminal probe, so activity is ramping up. The deadline for the statute of limitations is next Tuesday, so if they're going to bring those charges, it's going to have to happen between now and next Tuesday. All signs are, though, that the prosecutors are heading towards a possible request for an indictment. We'll see if the grand jury hands it up. One last note, we've been keeping you apprised of what the FBI has been learning from its raid of John Bolton's home and his private office today. The search warrant returns for the former National Security Advisor were released by a court. What did they show? That the FBI did, in fact, find classified documents, some marked secret, some marked confidential, in John Bolton's private office. That is a bad sign for his legal future. Could potentially lead to criminal charges of mishandling classified information. Remember a couple of weeks ago when we were reporting what was really happening, there was other media out there suggesting, oh, this is a political vendetta. It was all about the book. It's not about the book. It's actually about classified information that was in his possession in a place where it apparently was not authorized. That, according to the search warrant returns released today. We've got a great show for you today. And a little bit later, we're going to have Bill O'Reilly, the great journalist, the author of another great book. You're going to really be impressed by what he's been talking about. He decided to pick the topic of confronting evil. We're all confronting evil a lot in the last few weeks. We're going to talk to Bill about that later in the show. But we're going to kick off our show with someone who knows an awful lot about James Comey, accountability, weaponization. She is Wyoming Congresswoman Harriet Hageman. Congresswoman, great to have you on the show.
How are you, John?
We are well. Sad again. Once again, Americans dying at the hands of what appears to be a politically motivated assassin or sniper. It just keeps happening. The inscriptions kind of give us some indication of what the motive might be. The target would suggest that, a nice van. Your thoughts on what went down today and what we can do to start to counteract this rash of political violence that's is a scourge in America right now?
There are political leaders of this country that are giving dog whistles to people, and they know what they're doing. They need to stop this rhetoric about how ICE is kidnapping people off the streets and they're showing up in unmarked cars and black and brown people are at risk. All of that is an absurdity. They are enforcing the law and they are following the law. And what they are doing is they are inciting these people to violence, and they know it, and they need to ratchet it down. What Gavin Newsom has been saying, what Hillary Clinton has been saying, it's absolutely inexcusable. I do not understand why they believe that coddling criminals is a better approach than holding people accountable and actually deporting people who should not be here, who are putting our communities at risk and need to be deported.
Yeah, and you put your finger on something that's so important. What the left has done, and we're all entitled to our free speech, and we defend the right to have our free speech, but when you literally falsely accuse someone of doing something like ICE agents who are just enforcing what is legally allowed under the law to do, what we ask our ICE officers to do, you're creating a false scenario that maybe causes people to enact. Is there any discussion in Congress to reprimand or denounce some of the statements that some of your own colleagues on the left have made on the floor of Congress, on television? Is there some way to repudiate that in a public way to start the process of getting a more common sense discussion going on?
Well, we attempted to do that with Representative Omar from Minnesota just a week or so ago, and 4 of my colleagues actually voted to table the censor resolution, and they came back and said that they believed in the First Amendment and freedom of speech. A censor resolution on the House floor doesn't have anything to do with freedom of speech. It is a representation that we vehemently disagree and want to hold someone accountable for their bad conduct that reflects poorly on the United States Congress. She's absolutely free to say what she wants to say, but we as a body have certain mores, certain standards, if you will, and when you violate those, we have the right to stand up and say, we are going to say that what you've done is wrong. And that's what a motion to censor does. I thought that Nancy Mace's motion laid out the facts and why it was appropriate for her colleagues to reprimand her for what she said.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see if today's tragic events make some of those 4 Republicans rethink their vote or open the door for some other sort of censure moments. It wasn't that long ago when James Comey did his tour saying he had a higher loyalty and it was morally superior for as an FBI director, but we're now learning he may have falsely told Congress that he did not authorize leaks when in fact his own lieutenants have told the FBI that he did. The notion that a grand jury may soon get that case and be asked to hand up an indictment, your thoughts on what that final statement might be about the Comey era of the FBI?
So in your opening monologue, you referenced 2 gentlemen, John Bolton and James Comey, both of who have in recent years made a career of attacking and attempting to destroy Donald Trump. Yeah. What I would say and what I've described is I think that Donald Trump can be referred to as the boomerang or the president. I mean, he has the ability. There is some way that people can throw these things out there hoping that they're going to be able to do damage to him, and it always comes right back and hits them in the forehead. And I think both of these gentlemen are examples of that. James Comey, in my opinion, is a liar. He lied to the American public. He lied to the president when he was allegedly serving him. He was involved in all of the nonsense with President Obama when they were trying to find a way to cover up what they had done in spying on the Trump campaign in 2016. He is a despicable human being. He violated his oath to the Constitution and to honesty and truthfulness. He violated his oath when he came and testified, claimed that he would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And I think that we need accountability there. And I am excited by the prospect that he might be the very first person that we can actually hold accountable for the terrible things that he did, both under Obama and President Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I would be remiss in not pointing out that you've been such an integral member of the House Judiciary Committee that helped identify so much of this weaponization the last couple of years since Republicans took control of the House in 2023. The work you all have all done to let us know how bad it was has been really important to this country, and I know you've been a big part of that. You've also been a big part of making sure that globalism and some of the insane ideas that the president called out yesterday at the United Nations don't ever affect everyday Americans. You have legislation to keep the United Nations from forcing the United States one day, which is one of their stated goals, of paying reparations for climate change. Tell us about that and why it's important, because the UN's serious about maybe doing this, right?
So I thought the President Trump's speech yesterday at the UN was absolutely glorious. He was a truth teller from beginning to end, and he threw bomb after bomb after bomb in that room, telling Europe that they are going down the wrong road, that they are destroying their own countries with their open borders, their globalism, and their radical green agenda. So the UN has decided that they are going to attempt to enforce their law that for countries who use fossil fuels, they are going to have to pay reparations. I assume those reparations would be paid to the UN, and then the UN gets to decide how that money is distributed. Now, John, I'm going to tell you something. I have signed on to a bill to defund the United Nations. I think that it is such a failed organization, and all you need to do is go through the bullet points that President Trump laid out on the table yesterday. All of the wars that they have been absolutely not only incapable of resolving and solving and ending, but actually exacerbating. Their involvement with what has been going on in Gaza and their refusal to help Israel to actually deliver aid to the Palestinians there, and their efforts to prop up Hamas. This whole thing with the global warming agenda. So I have introduced a bill last week that would prohibit the use of taxpayer dollars to pay reparations, really for any kind of a bad idea that the UN would come up with. But right now, the threat is that for any country that uses fossil fuels, they could be liable, according to the UN, to pay reparations. Every country in the world uses fossil fuels. So what you know is that this is really targeting the United States. Yeah. They have been unsuccessful in forcing us to go down the failed road that you see in Europe. Right now, Germany, France, England, their energy prices have skyrocketed. They are deindustrializing. I read yesterday that Mississippi, which is the poorest state in the United States, is within $2,000 of the average citizen of what they earn in Germany. On average, in the United States, we earn 40% more than people in England earn. Why? Because of their failed energy policies. They are deindustrializing, they are destroying their businesses, they're destroying their families, they're destroying their culture and their communities. And in many ways, they're doing it through this green agenda scam, through the global warming, climate change. And it's over my dead body that the United States is going to pay reparations to anybody or apologize to anybody by the policies that we have that make sure that we have affordable and reliable energy.
Yeah, so important. And congrats to you for introducing that legislation. It's an important piece of legislation that protects all of us Americans from a globalist ideology that clearly doesn't have our interests at heart at all. I spoke of the Judiciary Committee, and yesterday, once again, the Judiciary Committee dropped another bombshell when we got the admission from Google that they were, in fact, pressured by the Biden administration to censor specific opinions and people on YouTube, sometimes against their will and against their own policies. It used to be we settled our differences with debate, maybe some humor here and there, but the Biden administration began with censorship, then prosecution. Now we have people going as far as execution. But the Biden administration seems to be held to account for what it did enforcing these platforms. Do you think that's possible in Congress?
I do. And I was a member of the Select Committee on Weaponization of the Government. And through first the Twitter files and then bringing in other social media companies, we were able to expose the fact that these companies were, in fact, not only that the Biden administration was demanding that they censor conservative thought and conservative communication, whether it had to do with COVID, the 2020 election. There was a whole variety of jokes. There was a whole variety of things that the Biden administration was demanding that these companies censor. We have exposed that. I think that exposure was critically important, and it is now time that we hold people accountable for this. That's why I have introduced the First Amendment Accountability Act. Yes. And what that would do is it would allow someone who had been censored by a federal agency or a federal employee and actually to have any of their First Amendment rights impinged upon. So freedom of speech, freedom of religion, to peaceably assemble, freedom of the press, and to petition your government, which all of those rights were violated repeatedly during this whole COVID fiasco. What my bill would allow is that an individual who had their First Amendment rights impinged upon would be able to sue the federal government for damages, for an injunction, and for attorney's fees. So this is something that I think is very, very important to protect our First Amendment rights. One example of where this could be used is, if you remember during the storms last year, FEMA admitted that they were not going to those homes that had Trump signs. Well, that's clearly viewpoint discrimination. Under my bill, if you were one of those households, you would be able to sue the federal government for that kind of viewpoint discrimination. But it would also apply in the context of the Biden administration demanding that these social media companies censor American citizens.
That is amazing and important for the first time, some real accountability. Congresswoman, you're always working on some of the most important issues in this town. It's been a great honor every time you come on the show because we always walk away a lot smarter than when we started. Great to have you on today. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, appreciate you so much. All right, folks, a quick commercial break. When we on the shooting that targeted the Dallas ICE facility, we'll be right back with more on that. Hey, America, I got a question for you. What are the 3 pillars to good health? Great diet, lots of exercise, and of course, great sleep. If you snore, you not only will keep others from a restful night's sleep, but it could also be creating an underlying cause or other health issue for you. Zipa is the only FDA-approved and patented mouthpiece invented by Dr. Jonathan Greenberg. It has a 91% success rate to stop snoring. From now until the end of October, get a Zipa for you or someone you love and save $10 on a limited pink edition Zipa. With every order, they'll donate $10 to breast cancer research, plus receive a free 30-day supply of Dr. Greenberg's breathable mouth tape. Go to Zipa.com and use the code PINK or text PINK to 511-511. Visit Zipa, ZYPPAH.com, and use the code PINK or text PINK to 511-511. Remember, Zipa is happy Z spelled backwards. Go to Zipa.com and use that code PINK today. Text fees may apply.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back, America. We pride ourselves on this show on bringing as many truth tellers as we can every day so that you can get the real facts. And our next guest did that for 4 consecutive years, where the Biden administration lied to us and told us our border was closed and safe and secure. Art Del Cueto, as a member of the Border Patrol and as one of its senior executives in the Border Patrol Union, he came on each time and gave us the truth, the facts, the numbers, the reality at the border. He just recently retired as a Border Patrol agent. He's now a senior border security advisor for the Federation for American Immigration Reform, but he's still telling us the truth. That's why early this year we were very honored to give him the first ever Messenger Award from the American Border Heroes Project. We're excited to welcome Art back to the show today. Art, good to have you on, my friend.
Thank you so much, John. And as you mentioned, you gave me that award, and I keep it proudly here in my home. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much for that again.
It was one of my favorite nights. I watched you come on, and I know the duress that the Biden administration and the Homeland Security Department put on the Border Patrol, but you every day came on and told us the truth no matter the consequences, and we were grateful for that. And today, I think we have to get to another truth, and that is that same group of people that opened the border, they've created an ideology that seems to have inspired people to shoot at ICE agents who are simply doing their job enforcing laws on the book. Your thoughts on what happened in Dallas today and what it may portend for the future?
No, unfortunately, you're right, and they keep fanning the flames. Governor Newsom down in California was saying recently, what are the ICE agents afraid of? Don't use masks. Well, this is exactly what I would honestly say I'd be afraid of. Look, you have a bunch of lunatics out there that are not afraid to face any type of consequences and come after agents with, these types of deadly situations. We've heard about, obviously, what happened this morning. It was a horrific, event. But I'm going to tell you, John, there's other events that have happened that they haven't reported. There's been shootings at Border Patrol stations. There's been one in the Tucson sector where somebody drove by the station and shot at the station down in 3 Points. There was also reports of suspicious activity, and they're constantly having to deal with bomb threats. So this is the reality of what we're living in. We have idiots out there that are coming after law enforcement. We have politicians that have fanned those flames, and they're not saying anything against it. That's what's just upsetting to me. And all in all, you have agents' lives at risk every day. They're already at risk when they're out there working the field, and they got cartel members and everyone else coming after them. But now we have to worry about these domestic terrorism that are coming after agents as well. And unfortunately, individuals lost their life today. And it could have been much more tragic, but I think, unfortunately, that's going to be the norm. They're going to have to take more precautions. We're going to have to worry more about the perimeters of where these ICE facilities are and start paying attention to what businesses as well pop up around the area.
Yeah, that is so troubling that we have to go to the extra effort of securing the people who secure us because people are out there taking pot shots. Political messaging on the ammunition, we've seen that a few times now, all of them with leftist ideology in the most recent episodes. How do we start a national conversation to make sure that people like Gavin Newsom, when he calls ICE a private domestic army, which is not what it is at all, it's not even remotely true, how do we start a conversation that starts to roll back this heated rhetoric that inspires the mentally ill and others to take these incredible, heinous actions?
Look, unfortunately, I think there's some people that no matter what you tell them, they're not gonna turn back and admit that they were wrong. We saw it during the Biden administration. For the longest time, they sat there and they said that the border was secure. It wasn't until they started seeing the polls where the American people were tired of the open border policies that they started saying, okay, maybe we do have a problem. Perhaps we need to do something about it. So you have these individuals that have dug their heels and they've pushed themselves to believing their own lies. You're not going to change everyone's mind, but I think our job is to continue to push forward real stories and tell them, look, convince as many people of the truth as we can, or else this is going to continue to go on more so. And you bring up a fantastic point. When you're seeing them carve, messages into the bullet shells, that shows you these people are boasting about what they're doing.
That's right.
They're not shy. They're not hiding it. They want people to know what their ideology is, and they want people to know why they're doing it. And on federal issues like this, when there's a shooting, I assure you there's going to be many entities. It's different than when it's just one single agency or a local agency. On a federal matter, John, you're going to have the FBI involved, Office of Inspector General, different investigative entities from within the agency of ICE itself, and then you have the local authorities. So I'm afraid it's going to be a while before we get a clear picture of motive and if anybody else was involved or what groups this individual may have been a part of. But you're going to get a very good explanation, I believe, at the end when all the investigation is completed.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And it probably is going to be a difficult one, just like the explanations we're getting from Charlie Kirk's assassin are. We're living in an era where we've apparently made it okay to take your political differences and turn it into an execution strategy, and that's just not the America that we deserve to be. When you look around now, you talked about some of the countermeasures that'll have to happen, increased security, maybe changing routes, creating rooftop snipers, I guess. I don't know, counter sniper teams. What are some of the things that you think probably Congress needs to do to make sure that ICE can protect itself? Because it happens on the streets too. ICE agents are out there, they're getting things thrown at them. It's a very dangerous moment to be an ICE agent right now.
It definitely is, but I think we need to start prosecuting people. Yep. If you got individuals that do the slightest type of attack on an agent, if there is some type of threat, we need to go after those individuals and have them face serious consequences. And Congress is not, the ICE agents and Border Patrol agents aren't alone. I've been seeing, there's been groups that have been going to certain Congress members' homes and protesting outside their homes as well. So there is, unfortunately, a lot of issues going on in this country, and we got to make sure that we all keep our head in the swivel. And at the same time, when you identify those types of threats, there needs to be real consequences, not just something of, hey, we questioned them and they weren't going to do anything anyway. We need to have real consequences on any one of these individuals that are expressing any hatred and real threats towards law enforcement, towards politicians, honestly, on both sides of the aisle. But what we've been seeing is one side of the aisle being a lot more vicious than the other and coming after and wanting to use deadly force against a lot of individuals.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It is a head scratcher, but there is a lot of responsibility to go around, and those who are responsible don't seem to appreciate what they've done to wind up these people to take this action. All right, before we let you go, there's a lot of success to brag about, something we couldn't do during the Biden years, but the borders are so much more secure. Millions of people have either self-deported or are being deported. And it seems like in the early efforts, the worst people, the people who had the greatest propensity to create additional crimes, were targeting them first and getting them out. How much more secure are we today than 8 months, 9 months ago when Donald Trump took over?
Look, I'm really glad you brought that up because there's been a lot of back and forth going on about ICE agents and Border Patrol agents going out there and arresting people that don't have a criminal record. Yep. And that's simply not true.
Not true.
They're arresting all individuals that were here illegally. That in itself is a crime. And what you need to remember that a lot of these new targeted enforcement that agents are having to go through, it's because of the arrest and the intel that they did on those that had serious criminal backgrounds. When you arrest individuals, they're quick to point the finger at their neighbor, at their coworker, and everyone else. And you cannot forget about those, and you can't just ignore them. So law enforcement is doing everything they can and arresting as many individuals that they see are here illegally. And at the end, they came across, asked for asylum. They wanted their day in court. They're getting that day in court. It's just that they're showing that they really didn't have an asylum claim, and now they're getting deported.
Yeah. Well, that's it. The bluff has finally been called. All right, Del Cueto, it is always an honor to have you on this show. I am grateful for all the truth you have told us these last 5 years, and I know we have a lot more truth-telling ahead of us, but thanks for joining us, and congratulations to FAIR. They got a good one when they got you, so good to have you on.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, my friend. Folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. I promised at the beginning of the show we're going to deliver the great Bill O'Reilly next. He's got a great new book, Confronting Evil. What a great conversation to have at this very moment. We'll have that next, but after these messages.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
All right, America, welcome back. I'm very excited to have this next guest. I cannot think of a better time to message in America than what his newest book has brought us. He is one of America's greatest journalists, one of its greatest and best-selling authors, 19 bestsellers, and his newest book could not be better time for the conversation we need to have in America. It's called Confronting Evil, Assessing the Worst of the Worst. Of course, I'm talking about our good friend, the great Bill O'Reilly. Bill, great to have you on the show.
Thank you, John. We got some good news. The Confronting Evil book will open at #1 this Sunday on the New York Times list. So that makes 20.
That's amazing.
Which is a world record.
That is amazing.
Yeah, I am so stunned. When I was in 3rd grade, the nun said to me, "Are you ever going to read a book?" Now, sister, I'm writing them to the tune of 20 #1 bestsellers. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You have such an extraordinary zeitgeist of capturing really big topics, and this one captures a topic. And I have to admit, I've read all your books. This one's been the hardest for me to read, and I think that's the point, which is a lot of times we want to cast evil aside. We think about it for a second, like, that's enough. But at this moment in history, today, another assassin, another bullet with a political inscription on it. We're confronting evil right now, but we may not be confronting it aggressive enough. What do you think with what we've witnessed the last few weeks?
Well, the book came out, my book, on September 9th, and then I wake up on September 10th, my birthday, to find Putin lobbing missiles into Poland. Putin's on the cover of Confronting Evil. And then a few hours later, Charlie Kirk loses his life to an assassin. And I'm sitting there almost dazed. An interview said, this is eerie, the timing of your book. And I can't take credit, I'm not Nostradamus, but what I did recognize a year ago, because all my books take a year to write, research, and to put the words on the paper, was that a rise in evil was happening in the United States and all over the world. We weren't an exception here. And I saw it coming. And I also saw at the same time people looking away because they were creating their own bubble worlds on the internet, on social media, with all kinds of stuff that and they didn't want to be bothered with reality. And the reality in this world is a very, very evil world. Unfortunately, that is the truth. So I decided to pick 15 people that today influences us. And everyone in the book, every miscreant, what they did has not gone away. And this political violence now we're starting to see in Dallas with the ICE headquarters and Charlie Kirk, this is born out of mental illness, but that does not excuse the perpetrators. They know what they're doing. The problem is that they now have a crew on social media that encourages them to do it. That is what's new. 25 years ago, that did not exist. There were groups like the Klan and the neo-Nazis, but very few. Now, it's mainstream stuff. The assassin in Utah's family said he was radicalized because he was in the dark recesses of the internet. That is why I wrote the book, as an alarm. Can't turn away. Good people have to recognize what's happening.
What's remarkable with the great history lessons you give us on these 15 is that each of these 15 rise to power because there's a moment where a confrontation could have occurred and we look the other way. We don't step into the void and try to stop the rise of it in the course of history. That's the moment I think we find ourselves in America right now. What do we do at this moment where you've got gaming communities and social media rings and other places where people are being weaponized to go out and commit evil things and it makes it mainstream? How do we address that? Because right now I don't feel like we've had the national conversation we have to have.
I was talking to Sean Hannity about this today. And I said, look, somebody in a very high-profile media position has to put together a coalition of the willing to stop the hate. And it's got to come out of the mainstream media. It's got to be inclusive of both sides.
Yep.
And that message has to be drummed across that we're not going to do this as Americans. We're better than this. This is not what our country is. But it's got to be driven by the media. And now that would be 180 degrees different than what we've seen since the rise of Donald Trump in political circles. He brought all of this hatred. It's not his fault, although he can be very provocative, as everybody knows.
Yeah.
But the media, corporate media, despises him so much that they allow things to happen on television, radio, and print they never would have allowed before Trump got into politics.
Man, it's so true.
That drives the haters. That drives them. And we got to stop it.
Yeah, we saw it all through the Charlie Kirk coverage, excuse making for something that in an earlier generation of journalism would have been repudiated. It really was remarkable. Do you see anyone stepping into that void right now? Anyone using that pulpit that they have to try to get that coalition of the willing built?
I hope Hannity does it. I laid it out for him. He's got a very successful, obviously, television program. Right. He's got the most successful syndicated radio program. Yeah. So he is in a position to do it. And I said, look, throw something out to Newsom, Gavin Newsom, governor of California, throw something out to some other lefties, and get, maybe J.D. Vance involved, and put together something. Do a town hall on Fox or something like that, and let's get the message out. That, I think, would be very effective, John, if that happens.
It would be, and it's so needed. You are right. That's the moment. That is how you're going to start the conversation. It's got to happen that big, and it's got to be bipartisan, or it's meaningless.
Right. Right.
I'm glad that you picked Putin, because I think he's been so politicized in American society, and it's easy to sometimes forget the level of evil that he represents and the level of cunning that he has. In the last few weeks, there's been a detectable change in President Trump's own approach to Putin and his own language to Putin. What do you think's working behind the scenes on that?
I can just tell you from my personal experience, John. So on 9/11, I got a call from the White House to come and meet the president at Yankee Stadium. You may have seen some of the pictures.
Yeah.
And when a president calls and says, come and meet, you go.
You go.
And 4 presidents have asked my opinion on things in the past. So I said, sure, I'll meet the president. It's a free buffet dinner, and I'll watch a baseball game. And when I got there, I was sitting next to Donald Trump at his request. And I gave him the book, Confronting Evil. And I said, listen, Mr. President, I know you're busy, but you got to read this Putin chapter. You got to know that this isn't the same guy you were dealing with in your first term. This guy has deteriorated, and evil always does that, John.
It does.
Evil always gets worse, never gets better, okay? And I said, he is a psychopath, and he would use nukes, in my opinion, if his back's against the wall. So your strategy might have to be rethought. Because Trump did what he always does. He tried to make a fair deal.
Yep.
He was respectful to Putin. He didn't browbeat him, didn't humiliate him, but it didn't get him anywhere. Now, I think the president is rethinking this whole thing. So if I can be of a small contribution there, I do it for my country. But that's what happened.
Well, that's what makes his book so powerful. The things we haven't been thinking about, things we aren't talking about, you force us to talk about. We do that with all of your books, but this one, it comes, Bill, at such an extraordinary time in our history. I've enjoyed every word I've read. I'm not all the way through it yet, but I'm enjoying every bit of it. And you have done, once again, your country an extraordinary service. It's a great honor to have you on the show, my friend. Thank you.
John, it's always a pleasure to talk with you, and you are an excellent reporter and a great contributor to the welfare of our country.
Well, thank you, sir. That means a lot coming from you. Everybody, go get this book, Confronting Evil. It is a must-read at a crucial moment in American history. We'll have more right after these messages.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here. We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back, everybody. I always love talking to this next guest. He helps us understand the world we're in. He's done so much to be an innovator in the space of telemedicine so that we can restore the doctor-patient relationship after all the destruction it went through during COVID. He's a world-renowned doctor and chief scientific officer, one of our great partners here, the wellness company. He is Dr. Peter McCullough. Doctor, good to have you on.
Thank you.
All right. I watched a lot of bad reporting, including at my old news agency, the AP, where I started my career a long time ago in a different era, suggesting that Tylenol was the culprit and that Donald Trump had demonized it. But that's not really what happened at that press conference. Tell us what really happened medically at that conference.
Well, you're a sage White House press reporter, and so your read is correct. Trump came out and said autism is a big problem. He was the first president since LBJ to mention autism. He said it's growing at an exponential rate. That is true. He implied that it was a problem due to combination vaccination given in children, and he pointed out that the Amish and other people who don't take vaccines have little or no autism. That's what Trump laid out. And this overlay with Tylenol was something that, you know, in a sense has been in the literature for quite some time. There was a recent paper by Prada reviewing data back to 1996. Right. The FDA put a warning on Tylenol in pregnancy in 2015 regarding an association with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And then today, there's big pushback from the American College of Obstetricians, Health Canada, and others. And they want people, the pregnant women, to know that, listen, Tylenol to control fever during pregnancy is reasonable because fever can trigger loss of the baby.
Right. That's right. And by the way, the president wasn't suggesting, in fact, he actually really is a debate about when to prescribe Tylenol or acetaminophen during pregnancy, not banning it, right?
That's right. So, you know, during pregnancy, the hope is to take no medications whatsoever. 3 large cohort studies show that actually 2/3 of women take Tylenol during pregnancy, largely for fever control because they don't want to lose the baby. Right. One of the things that stimulates fever is taking vaccines during pregnancy, which really just started about 25 years ago. And so I think a lot of women would actually back away from these vaccines, which are not necessary in healthy cases whatsoever, obviously to avoid infection and to be careful during pregnancy. So if a woman can get through pregnancy without Tylenol, terrific. But if fever control is needed, it's the only choice. It's not safe to take ibuprofen or naproxen.
Yeah. Good advice. And by the way, as you pointed out, it's that advice has been around for a while. I want to turn a little bit to another thing that was mentioned there. The focus on autism is pretty remarkable, what RFK and President Trump have done in a very short period of time. But there is a body of scientific research that's showing very promising returns, and that is they're finding that some autistic children have a deficiency in one particular amino acid in their brain and folic acid, and it may have come from the fact that moms starting in the 90s were getting a lot more folic acid added to their diet. And there's a drug we've used for cancer for a long time that they recommend could potentially be used. The president suggested that in this conference. How important is it? How good is that research so far?
Well, let me just say that there's a common mutation that's more common in autistic children. It's called the MTHFR mutation. So there's an impairment in processing folate. Most autistic parents know about this. This is on the website. So they're giving folic acid, methylated folate to autistic children in higher doses. There's a form of folic acid that's completely bioavailable called folinic acid, available by prescription. That's leucovorin. We use that when we use methotrexate for cancer and for rheumatoid arthritis and other conditions, and I prescribe leucovorin. It's very safe. Now there are two studies in children. One is by Fry in 2016, just 78 children, and then Panda in 2024, just 48 children, both showing some improvement in autistic symptoms. And now it was announced that there's going to be some labeling changes, although this is generic, inexpensive medication, a labeling change isn't needed. But my point is, where is the CDC on all this? They've got a $9 billion budget, 12,000 employees. They should have done studies on folinic acid, a decade ago in order to get this, completely solidified in the, in the recommendations for autistic kids. So, this is, less than, 200 kids under study. That's wholly inadequate for a crisis situation, which is the autism epidemic.
Yeah, so greatly put. And you're right. The medical establishment community kept missing the big issues, and we're focusing on other things like social engineering. It's a head scratcher. A lot of people I talk to are so worried about the terrible cancers that seem to be cropping up with a velocity we haven't seen before. And I know cleansing is a very important part of protecting yourself, particularly from the spike protein. Talk about the regimen you've created.
Well, we encourage everybody who's taking the vaccine to strongly consider the Ultimate Spike Detox from the Wellness Company. This is a combination of nattokinase, bromelain, curcumin, minor ingredients that we believe play a salutary role. This clearly drops spike protein antibodies. We know that the Pfizer and Moderna messenger RNA are in secretions. It comes out in breast milk, so it's going to come out in sweat. I encourage my patients, John, to sweat, to go out, exercise. In Texas, it's easy to do. Up north, get into a sauna, sweat this messenger RNA out. Everybody should get an antibody level against the spike protein, figure out where they are. Probably the spike protein and the messenger RNA contribute towards cancer. And if we can get these out of the body, we're working on this, then that cancer risk is removed.
Yeah, I was on the wellness site. You got another exciting new product, an ivermectin cream. Talk about that.
There's such a demand for ivermectin. Now it's several states have authorized it to be over the counter. The problem is a lot of manufacturers don't offer it over the counter because they don't want to navigate through these various pathways, Federal Trade Commission and FDA. Wellness Company just made it available on its website, high quality, compounded. Go to the Wellness Company, twc.health, and use the promo code for Real America's Voice in order to get your discount.
You set up a very special way for all of our followers here to do it. All the great products you've done. You're really revolutionizing telemedicine, Doctor. For folks, if you want to go check out all these great things we were just talking about, go to twc.health/justnews. twc.health/justnews. Use that promo code JustNews. You get 10% off anything on the order. It's a great deal. My family uses it. You should too. Go check it out. twc.health/justnews. We're very lucky to have Dr. Peter McCullough on this show every month. All right, folks, quick break ahead. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about the Charlie Kirk effect and what it's doing for religion in America. Final discussion for the night right after these messages.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, Pat, from Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Hey, y'all. It's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, America. I had a wonderful conversation the last 24 hours with someone who was raised Catholic like I was, but said he had fallen away from the Catholic Church. But Charlie Kirk's assassin sort of created a spiritual awakening. They've gone back to Mass and gone back to practicing faith. And I thought, well, that's an amazing thing. And I looked, our own Just the News had a whole story on a spiritual awakening that's been sweeping the country since the tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk, our good friend and our colleague here on the network. Joining us now to discuss that and a whole lot more is the president of 40 Days for Life, our good friend, Sean Carney. Sean, good to have you back on.
Good to be back. Thanks for having me.
All right. Mass attendance up at colleges after Charlie's assassination. People talking about praying, people talking about faith and recommitting themselves to faith. It's funny that in such a dark moment that out of this violence, at least some good is coming of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's two things. I think it's the dramatic visual that we all saw when poor Charlie was murdered and assassinated in front of our eyes. And that jolts people. It jolts people to the level of 9/11 or one of these huge tragedies where it's not tucked away. You see it in front of your eyes. The other thing, and I've gotten this a lot the last few weeks, is a lot of people who knew the name Charlie Kirk, who thought he's a political guy, he's a Republican talking head. And then when they went and they started reading, and watching all of his videos, they realized what a faithful Christian he was and how, yes, he could talk about politics better than most people. But he was not afraid of the culture war, of abortion, of gay marriage, of trans, of race, of the things that people actually talk about in their living room. And he did so, was very articulate, was very joyful, but Christ was at the center of it. And those two things, seeing him die and also seeing him live for the first time, which many people really did. They kind of discovered him, particularly the boomers who maybe had left the church. I've had many of them say, I got to go to Mass again. What am I doing with my life? And look at what this kid, had done in his short life.
Yeah, it is remarkable. And that commitment to faith wasn't just for political expediency. It was really rooted in him, the person. His wife shared the story with me previously, and then they shared it during the memorial time, that Charlie would come home every day and ask, how can I be a better father? How can I be a better husband? And that is rooted in the greatest biblical principles that we have. This was something that was endemic to his life. It wasn't just for a political cover, was it?
No, he was the real deal, and I think a lot of people either knew, for those of us who followed him for years, we knew he was one of us, and a lot of people discovered that he was one of us. That everybody has said, and it's true, he definitely was going to be president of the United States, one day. But when you listen to him, you weren't thinking about that. You were thinking about what he was saying in the moment. That he was a true believer. That everything he did, he tried to do it through the gospel. He wanted to share Jesus Christ. He was on fire fire for the Lord, and that radiated, and it's inspiring. It's really inspiring. And look at how joyful and positive everybody has been. As we've mourned his death, it's really a testament to his life. And 15% increase in mass attendance just within the Catholic Church. Charlie wasn't even Catholic; he's getting Catholics to go back to mass. That's a beautiful testament of faith, no matter what religion you are. And I think it's so inspiring. And you just see, this hatred on the left and this response of hope and love and forgiveness coming through, with so many conservatives across the country.
Earlier in the show, we had the great Bill O'Reilly, and he's got a great book out, Confronting Evil, and really that's what we have to confront. It's a historical book looking at 15 extraordinary figures of evil in world history, but we're confronting an evil unlike any time in American history, where we have particularly young people who feel they don't see a human when they see a critic, they see someone worthy of killing. How do we restore that rehumanization of others, and that it's okay to disagree and still coexist? It seems like we have wound up a large number of people who don't see a human. They've dehumanized their enemies to the point of putting a message on a bullet and then shooting it at them.
Yeah, the timing of Bill's book is awesome. He's so good at timing books. Not that he intended this, but the timing is perfect. And I encourage people to get his book and really read all of his books. They're all fantastic. Yeah. But this one is especially important because it is evil. And we go through these stages in our country where we deny that evil exists, where we deny that evil exists in other countries or in our country. And in order to have evil thrive, you have to dehumanize the human being. And we certainly have done that at an astronomical level, more than any civilization before us, with the unborn, with 78 million abortions worldwide every single year. We've never had an injustice like that on that scale ever before. And when you do that, as Mother Teresa said, if we can tell a mother that she can pay a doctor to kill her child, how can we tell anyone not to kill anyone? And we are seeing that dehumanization, and we're seeing people take matters into their own hands. We've always had a political climate where there's name calling, right? Yeah. But we haven't had it to where there's name calling of, you're evil, you're a fascist, you're the end of the world, and therefore we're going to go shoot you. And that's what we've had. Recently, and even in the last 2 weeks, and even with this ICE shooting in Dallas, it's absolutely unprecedented. It's very, very dangerous, and it in and of itself, of course, is evil.
Yeah, and they're also in the middle of the memorial for Charlie, which was really a celebration of life, not a moment of great sorrow. His wife forgives the person that shot her husband. How important was that a message? We got about 15, 20 seconds left.
It was one of the greatest public displays of Christianity I've ever seen. Yeah. With all of the people watching that, for her to say that as a witness to Christ was one of the most beautiful things you're ever going to see in our country.
Yeah, I agree. It was profound in ways I can't even describe with words, and I'm always trying to find words. So, Sean Carney, you're always a great guest. We always learn a lot and walk away a lot smarter when you're on. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, my friend. All right, folks, that's all we have for you. Amanda will be back in the chair tomorrow night. Until then, we're going to hand off to the amazing Grant Stinchfeld. We'll be back 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Should have a pretty good scoop tomorrow night, so tune in January 6th. A little hint. I'll let you know more tomorrow.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. I'll tell you what, I'm moving to a very sad conclusion. I think we now need to dub the Democrat Party a terror organization. I mean it. The leaders of the Democrat Party push a violent rhetoric. The members of the Democrat Party carry out the violent actions that leaders want them to carry out. We're seeing this now today in Dallas, not far from where I broadcast from. One person is killed. 2 people are in critical condition after being shot by a sniper. Now, apparently, on the bullets were written things like anti-ICE. Those bullets right there, provided by the FBI. That's what they found on the roof. It becomes clear now that this was once again a politically motivated attack to go after law enforcement. Now, it was detainees that were shot, but FBI officials clearly believe the target was ICE agents, was law enforcement. Here's the ICE director.
I've never seen anything like this in my law enforcement career. I've never seen threats on law enforcement, specifically ICE, increase the way it is. You know, we're up over 1,000% assaults on officers right now. And really just a lot of the talk that's out there, a lot of the rhetoric is just the violence directed towards law enforcement officers just trying to do their job.
And I've been doing this for a long time. And the violence coming from the other side now is so out of control, something needs to be done to stop this. And I do not see leaders of the Democrats speaking out and stopping it. This is a picture of the alleged shooter who took his own life afterwards. Joshua John is his name. Think about this. We now have this sniper attack on a roof from a Dallas building down at ICE agents. You've got the Charlie Kirk assassination. You've got all of the transgender shootings, 2 attempts on President Trump's life. And that's just the start of all of this. This is Gavin Newsom.
That's happening in the United States of America. Masked men jumping out of unmarked cars, people disappearing, no due process. No oversight, zero accountability happening in the United States of America today. People ask, well, is authoritarianism, you're being hyperbolic? Bull, we're being hyperbolic. If you're a black and brown community, it's here in this country.
Do you see what I'm saying? That was the night before this sniper attack on ICE agents. The night before, he's pushing this ramped up rhetoric that inspires people to go out and commit violence. So again, the Democrat Party, if they aren't murderous anarchists, then they must be terrorists. And if they're not terrorists, then quite frankly, I don't know what they are. This is the acting director of the ICE field office in Dallas.
This is the second time I've had to stand in front of you and talk about a shooter at one of my facilities. And I think that the takeaway from all of this is that the rhetoric has to stop. There are people out there who are seeing what is being placed online, and they're coming and they're doing acts of violence against ICE employees.
And they want to tell you it's not those on the left. Well, the media is very culpable in this cover-up. So in many respects is law enforcement in blue cities, specifically the Dallas Police Department, very disturbed by their behavior this morning. When news came out that it was detainees that were shot from a sniper position in Dallas, the Dallas police released that it was a, quote, white shooter on the building. Now, I'm going to tell you, I did local news in Dallas for 20 years. The police do not release the race of the suspect if it's a minority, only when it's white. And I'm all for releasing the race of the suspect, but you have to do it across the board. White suspect. Well, what did this do? This made everyone think, oh, it's got to be the MAGA conservative going after illegal aliens before any of the information was out. Even the local news media ran with this.
The three people that were shot were apparently in ICE custody. We were told a white male was shooting at detainees from a rooftop.
Oh, a white male? Was he wearing a red hat? Must be one of those racist MAGA extremists trying to kill illegal aliens. And then, of course, FBI agents get up on the roof and find the anti-ICE bullets and then start to dig into the background of the man responsible for this, and you start seeing that he had an anti-law enforcement bent to him. Most likely, in my opinion, egged on by Democrats. This is MSNBC. They excuse the violence away.
You know, the militarization of ICE and other federal law enforcement, the wearing of the mask, the aggressive tactics. So the people who are starting to act out against this feel it's their only recourse. Again, this is predictable. We see this happening throughout our history and in other places as well. So, you know, we can tone down the rhetoric, and that's the right message. But you also have to start looking at what policies you've implemented.
So it's Trump's fault that he's got ICE agents back finally doing their job again. It's Trump's fault that ICE agents have to go out there and wear tactical gear with ceramic plates because obviously snipers are shooting at them. So, of course, they look militarized because they're under attack, you ding-dong. And so you're going to blame it on law enforcement for doing their job? They deserved all of this. That's what he was saying. And MSNBC eats it up and dishes it out right to you. To me, quite frankly, we're in a very bad spot in this country. Yes, we've got President Trump doing everything he can to make this country the best country ever. But boy, oh boy, what the left is doing today is nothing short of disappointing, maddening, saddening, you name it. I want to bring in now former Deputy Border Patrol agent in charge and author of the book Treason. Our good buddy J.J. Carroll is back with us. J.J., welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me, Grant. Thank you for pointing out that former executive FBI director. Can you imagine how much he has boondoggled his career to get to that point, to actually say as a former law enforcement officer, it's our fault. It's our fault that we're getting shot at. It's our fault that we're fighting for our lives every single day. It's our fault. These people are disgusting.
JJ, what do you make of the shooting today? Again, we've got a sniper, and this is, we'll call it the third sniper situation, because we had two for President Trump, and we had the one that took out Charlie Kirk. So three, this is the fourth time now that we've had a sniper try to kill, I'm going to say, those that embrace the rule of law, whether that's conservatives or law enforcement. That's who they're gunning for.
Well, it's frightening, because my wife asked me, because I'm about to go back to ICE and be an ICE special agent. My wife asked me, she goes, what can we do, or what can the government do to protect you guys more? I said, honey, the guy climbed on top of the building. These people want to kill us. There is no real protection. So they just follow us. If we get protection as far as a Sally Port, a facility off the beaten path, they'll just wait for us and snipe us as we're driving down the road. This is what's happened to America. The left are evil. This is no longer right versus left. This is good versus evil. And the left, they are demonic. They want to kill us. And I tell you what, we hear this from the sheriff or whoever was speaking with the cowboy hat saying, we need to tone down the rhetoric. No, sir. We need to enforce the law the strongest way that we possibly can. That's the only thing these savages understand. And until we get back to law and order in America, we'll live in this chaotic world that we are living in now.
Yeah, I would agree with you on this. There really isn't any rhetoric coming from us on the right. What else on the right say? Let's obey the law. If you break the law, we'll go after you, put you in jail, and you'll stay there a long time. That's it. They call us Nazis, which is basically giving the green light to everybody to go out there and try to kill us. I want to play a montage for you. This is how evil the Democrats are. When I say the Democrat Party needs to now be dubbed a terrorist organization, I never thought in a million years I'd ever say that. But I don't know, JJ. They push for violence. It's pretty bad. Watch this.
ICE, unmask. What are you afraid of?
Authoritarians thrive on your silence.
Donald Trump's modern-day Gestapo is...
Well, I think it's left the immigrant community terrorized.
Swooping in and terrorizing people.
This is the behavior of a dictator.
JJ, who's terrorized? You're about ready to go be an ICE agent. You're the one that's probably terrorized, thinking there may be a sniper above you.
Yes, and it's all the left. The left is vile. They're absolutely vile human beings. And I say that with no joy. They're our countrymen, or some of them act as if they're countrymen. They're vile. We would never, on our side, ever say that. Look, Mayorkas, Kamala Harris, and the weekend at Bernie president we had, they're traitors. I want them to go to jail. I want them to go to jail for treason. I don't want somebody to shoot them in the neck. I don't want somebody to go and stand on top of a rooftop and shoot them as they're walking to work. No. I want justice. You know what I want? I just want, can I have one arrest? It's 10 months now, Mr. President. Can I get just one person to be arrested for treason? One person that has done horrible things to America, these anti-American politicians that are on the take through the NGOs. Can I just have one? Can you throw me a bone? Because the reason why I say that, Grant, is it's a top down. If you allow the people at the top to just skate every single time with their white-collar crime and their treason, well, it trickles down. And everyone else in America thinks, well, there's no law and order. Why do I have to follow the law if they don't have to? We live in a lawless society right now.
Yeah, we sure do. Just to give the folks out there a little teaser, what JJ wants, he may just get it. We've got John Bolton and James Comey, former National Security Advisor, former FBI Director. Right now, squarely in the eyes of FBI agents and the DOJ. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. But, JJ, lastly, before I let you go, does the violence ever end anytime soon? What do we do to stop this?
I don't see it ending soon. I see them ratcheting it up. They're so close to scoring the touchdown to win the Super Bowl, which is the America, to destroy her, to change her. The only way this is going to change if we fight back with law and order, and we're unapologetic about it. Donald Trump, President Trump, needs to stand up and say this is a national security issue. Then if it's a national security issue, as he has claimed, then he needs to begin to fund it and staff it with the military. If you're not going to do that, if you're not going to protect ICE officers and police officers, then stop saying it's a national emergency issue. We need the military now involved. It's sad to say, but it's true.
It is. JJ Carroll, we're so appreciative of you. I do want to have you back because, look, you are nothing short of amazing. JJ Carroll, by the way, folks, is going out. He's signed back up. He's going in to work for ICE. He's going to be a regular ICE agent. This is a guy who was high-ranking inside the Border Patrol, gets retirement, and now going back to ICE. God bless you. Come back and let's talk about that and what made you make that decision, because it's a great patriotic move by you, JJ Carroll, and I'm grateful for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And don't forget to read his book, Treason, too. All right, I want to turn now to Jimmy Kimmel. You know, excuses. That's all we got from him last night. We did not get an apology. His monologue last night was nothing short of despicable behavior. It was all about him. It fell well short of making amends, if that was his goal. Here he is.
I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is, you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't think there's anything funny about it. I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it, and I still do.
You don't mean anything. You don't care about Charlie Kirk, Jimmy Kimmel. All you care about is your high-priced, overpriced career, up to $20 million a year. That's what he's crying about. He's crying about losing that. He doesn't know what pain is. Erica Kirk does. All of us do. that disaster of a comedian, it's not even close to being that, is a phony baloney. Again, he's upset about the cost to him, not Charlie Kirk.
I am a person who gets a lot of threats. I get many ugly and scary threats against my life, my wife, my kids, my coworkers because of what I choose to say. And I know those threats don't come from the kind of people on the right who I know and love. So that's what I wanted to say on that subject.
You see what I mean? Have you heard an apology yet for saying heinous things about Charlie Kirk, by the way? Saying heinous things about the MAGA movement. Somehow we were responsible for killing Charlie Kirk. It was all bullcorn. And yet he wants to make this about himself, that he gets death threats. Oh, come on. Now is not the place. Now is not the time to talk about how woe is me that you're getting death threats. I would put a warning out there. Don't send him death threats. You're not worth it. There's no Democrat out there worth it to go do what they do to us. And he knows we feel that way. It's the left that is dangerous. This is a common theme tonight. And now he says something like this.
Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of what it was obviously a deeply disturbed individual. That was really the opposite of the point I was trying to make. But I understand that to some that felt either ill-timed or unclear or maybe both. And for those who think I did point a finger, I get why you're upset. If the situation was reversed, there's a good chance I'd have felt the same way.
Good chance I would have felt the same way. You didn't even apologize for it. And not your intention to point the finger? You literally pointed the finger. Do I need to remind him? Listen to him, folks. What he just did there is the same thing he did the other night. He lied to all of you.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Who do you think he's pointing the finger at? All of you doing everything you can. That it's one of their own that did that. That's pointing the finger, you big dope. What a disgusting, angry, evil lowlife of a human being. My mother says don't call people names. I'm sorry. He deserves all the names I call him. I want to bring in now to discuss this the complete opposite of Jimmy Kimmel. A fabulous, beautiful, amazing, smart, compassionate, kind, funny Jennifer Horn, my co-host out on AM 870 in L.A. Jennifer, welcome to the program.
Your check is in the mail. It will be sent straight to you. Thank you for all of that. I'm never leaving. What a good introduction today.
All right. You and I talked about this morning. I think this was a disaster of an apology. You still got half of the ABC affiliates that are not putting him on air. What's your take from last night?
Yeah, I think it was not an apology. And, the more I think about it, because obviously we've been hearing this a lot over and over again. We did it on our show. We're hearing it all over the news media today. I'm actually angry. If you're a late night comic, assassination is not funny. I don't even know why he went there on Monday night because, and maybe the answer is he just can't help himself. His ego is so big and he is so desperate to try to pin everything on MAGA being bad because that's what the left does now, right? They want to vilify everybody. He couldn't help himself. But the more I hear him, the angrier I get because he didn't even need to broach the topic. And my goodness, he decided to. So when he gets pulled off the air, how about a nice apology that would have been something just simple, saying, I shouldn't have gone there. It was tone deaf. I apologize. We all need to take a step back and move on. But he couldn't even do that. He still had to make jokes at the Trump administration's expense. This is why ABC made a business decision, not a freedom of speech decision, to take him off the air because Jimmy Kimmel is bad for business. He still doesn't have all of his stations back taking his show tonight. I guarantee you when his contract is up next year, Grant, there is no way that ABC is going to do anything but show him the door. I think he's going the way of Colbert.
It certainly would make sense to show him the door, but I don't know. I give it a 50-50 shot because nothing in Hollywood makes sense anymore. You mentioned that he showed no contrition for this. I want to play you a clip. We didn't play this on the radio. And I heard this today and I thought, my Lord, again, last night of all nights, he goes down the Nazi track. He tries to do it subtly, But listen to this.
I heard from late night hosts in other countries, from Ireland and from Germany. The guy in Germany offered me a job. Can you imagine? This country has become so authoritarian. The Germans are like, come here, cut loose.
First off, it's disparaging Germany. Germany looks at Nazi Germany as a stain on its history. I mean, Jen, come on. That's out of line right there.
Yeah, what I think is even more gross than Jimmy Kimmel's attempt at an apology or trying to save his show or save his platform is that he still had to call people names, and he still is trying to present himself as some warrior for free speech. The warrior for free speech is our friend Charlie Kirk. That was a warrior. He died giving his platform to people who disagreed with him so that they could actually make their point, so that they could have an example of civil discourse in this country. Jimmy Kimmel is not someone who stands for free speech. He is a guy who is mediocre at best as far as his comedy. And I would say, Grant, if anybody thinks that he is somehow fighting the good fight for free speech, they are just about, as you like to say, a bunch of ding-dongs, because he is simply running a late night show into the ground. He's not up there doing anything to promote free speech. And if he were, I would challenge him to bring in some of his conservative friends and family members that he talks about, so that if he is indeed doing a political show now instead of a comedy show, which is sure what it feels like, maybe he could live a little bit in the shadow of Charlie Kirk and engage in some of those arguments that we can all have without calling each other Nazis and fascists.
I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. I just don't think he has it in him. If there was ever a time to do this, now would have been it, and he didn't do it. Real quick, before I let you go, I'm going to play our favorite cue ball, Brian Stelter. Last night on the program, we had CNN calling the Hollywood set the Avengers for saving Jimmy Kimmel. Now we got Stelter praising him.
He has been thrust into this bigger and frankly more consequential role. He is acting tonight, and I think he will act in the days to come, as a bit of a public servant, as an educator. He's trying to talk about free speech rights, not for late night talk show hosts, but for all Americans. And he really went there with this monologue, with this lengthy and emotional monologue.
Jen, last word real quick if you can.
I don't know if I can. I think I just threw up a little in my mouth. I mean, that is absolutely, and I apologize for being graphic, but my goodness. Again, yes, those Avengers saved him, but that's because they held Disney captive, and Bob Iger did not have the backbone to stand up for his business. So he's made a poor business decision that I think he's going to try to ride out until he has to make a big decision next year when Kimmel's contract is up.
All right. Well, you had a great idea this morning, and that's give Roseanne Barr his job. She would be great, and I think that's what we should do. Or I got another idea. Jen Horn, you take his job, and that would be great.
Let's do it together. I mean, that would be fun. But I think Roseanne for late night, she lost everything, even her own show. Jimmy Kimmel has nothing on Roseanne.
Nope, he doesn't. Jennifer Horn, I will see you in the morning, AM 870 out in Los Angeles. Thank you. See you soon. All right, folks. Do you owe back taxes? Are your tax returns still unfiled? Did you forget to file an extension? If you haven't gathered all your documents or made any estimated payments, you could soon be targeted by the IRS. There is help available, though. Tax Network USA, a nationwide tax firm that has helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. They've filed hundreds of thousands of tax returns and assisted thousands in reducing their tax burdens, and they can help you too. Don't wait. Visit tnusa.com/RAV or call 1-800-905-8000 for a 100% free consultation. Take action now before it's too late. Visit tnusa.com/RAV or call 1-800-905-8000. All right, you ready for this? John Bolton and James Comey are now feeling the heat of the Trump administration. We'll get into that next.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. means it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Howdy, Rav fams. This is Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois. We like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
Welcome back, everyone. I am thrilled to report that the season of retribution may just be upon us. Court filings now spelling out some of the case against National Security Advisor John Bolton, President Trump's former National Security Advisor, proves that he had classified documents in his possession. This is how the court wrote it out after taking in these things. Saying that there were travel memo documents with pages labeled secret, U.S. mission to the United Nations, confidential documents, U.S. government strategic communications plan, confidential documents redacted, heading weapons of mass destruction, classified documents. So this is all in court filings, by the way, not a leak. See, that's how the Biden administration do it. We get our information from what's filed in court. Now, this is a big issue because this would be a violation of the Espionage Act. What do you think John Bolton had to say about this just yesterday?
Well, I'd love to discuss this subject, but unfortunately, it's really not appropriate now. I'll just say that when the paperback edition of my book came out in January of 2024, I wrote then that I thought a second Trump term would be a retribution presidency. And that's at least one prediction, unfortunately, for the country as a whole, I think I got right.
Well, it's only retribution if you've committed a crime, a big difference from the Biden administration where they just go after political foes. If you had classified documents that you weren't supposed to have, that's a crime. We need to go after you. Now, he says they were old and pre-approved. Tell it to the judge, John Bolton. Here's the big fish, though. James Comey. James Comey now may soon be indicted for lying to Congress. The former FBI director turned out to be a general in Biden's weaponization of the DOJ and the FBI to go after not just President Trump, but conservatives everywhere. Now he may be charged with lying to Congress. Here's one of those lies.
How would you rate the Crossfire Hurricane investigation in terms of being done thoroughly, by the book, an investigation the FBI should be proud of?
I'm not sure I can apply a number scale, but I would say in the main, it was done by the book, it was appropriate, and it was essential that it be done.
Okay. So you're proud of it?
Overall, I'm proud of the work.
Proud of the work. Crossfire Hurricane turned out to be a total sham. All right, this is the Steele dossier. It was a Clinton campaign fabrication. Comey knew about it. We now have emails that they knew about it. A lie. Here's lie number 2.
Do you stand by your House testimony on March 20th that there was no surveillance of the Trump campaign that you're aware of?
Correct.
You would know about it if they were, is that correct?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Guess what? We now know there was plenty of surveillance of the Trump campaign, and it sure looks like he did know about it. Lying to Congress is a very serious charge. Usually they only convict Republicans who they string out to dry on this charge. Finally, we get to go after a Democrat who really lied to Congress about very important things. So, are there other lies that he told? I want to bring in Stinchfield's Army Secretary of Retribution. He, of course, is a former Green Beret and constitutional attorney, Lieutenant Colonel retired. Ivan Raiklin is with us. Secretary Raiklin, it is good to have you on the program.
It is an absolute honor to be back.
All right, what do you make of...
We're ready to ramp things up.
All right, Bolton, Comey really, I need them going after, but your assessment now.
Yeah, my assessment is that we just got a brand new U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. And for those that are paying attention at home, James Comey lives, I believe, in the Eastern District of Virginia's Alexandria division. That includes Arlington, Alexandria, Fairfax County, Loudoun County. So if you're a potential juror in that jury pool, once the criminal referral goes over and is processed, I would be honored to be the jury foreman at the Jim Comey trial because, well, I'm a voting registered member of that particular district. And as the most impartial human being in that district, it would be very important to have me be the jury foreman at the Jim Comey trial.
Well, I'll tell you this. I would love it if you were the jury foreman there. They will never let you get even close to being on that jury, but they should, because you are impartial, by the way. Let me ask you this, though. As an impartial investigator into all of this, are there other lies? Are there other people besides Comey we got to be going after?
Yeah, so I haven't seen anything related to this other than what the media has been talking about. But I think that the criminal referral based on lying to Congress, that's essentially a Section 18 U.S.C. Section 1001 violation. And under that statute, the statute of limitations is 5 years. But that is not the only criminal offense that he should be charged with. He should be charged with, obviously, multiple crimes, First Amendment violations at scale. Obviously, you can claim that's civil issues, Fourth Amendment at scale, as is when he was the director of the FBI. But in addition to that, I mean, you can see that there's evidence for seditious conspiracy as well as treason. So treason holds a maximum punishment of a capital punishment. So any crime, any felony with a capital offense attached to it does not carry a statute of limitations. And so while right now we're not hearing anything about him being charged with that, I think that ultimately you will start to see superseding charges similar to what was done to the January 6th First Amendment rally attendees. And then we can slap on further charges on Jim Comey. If not now, then I would expect it to occur. And even if it isn't done in the next, say, year or two, it can still be done at a next administration as the criminal liability on Jim Comey starts to increase.
As a constitutional attorney, in order to get to the treason charge, do we have to prove somehow that he aided and abetted a foreign enemy?
Most people equate that to a foreign enemy, but I'll tell you this, that I think the nexus will be clear because once you start to showcase how his own FBI was involved in providing top cover for the Biden criminal syndicate that we all know received bribe money and aided and abetted a foreign enemy such as the Chinese Communist Party, such as some of the dealings in Ukraine, you're going to start to see that nexus not only with Jim Comey, but I think more importantly, John Brennan as the former CIA director. So I think as we go after Comey, then you'll start to see the entire deep state target list being ensnared into this entire seditious conspiracy. And then we'll have to showcase that foreign nexus to then be able to get to treason on all of them.
Colonel, real quick before I let you go, I think the most important question is, even a Trump administration under Pam Bondi with Kash Patel at the FBI, does this administration, the people inside the DOJ, have the stones to actually bring these kind of serious charges against people like Clapper and Brennan and Comey? Real quick, if you can, for me.
I hate to say this, that I mean, you know these people probably better than I do, and I know Kash and Dan and Pam and others in the administration. They do not have the courage to do what is necessary. And they've shown that by not hiring the whistleblowers into their higher, like senior level staff to be able to protect them from those in the FBI that are feeding them complete lies, that are operating on behalf of the Jim Comeys of the world. And so 8 months into this, they don't have the stones. And that is why there needs to be a complete cleansing of the entire Department of Justice. And we need to bring in people that really don't care what happens to themselves to then go to the mat. I mean, mutually assured destruction, I think, is a victory in this situation for the Republic. And I'm willing to go to the mat. And there are many others that will.
You are, for sure. And I am as well. And so many out there watching are. I will say this. I believe it's not only on Kash and Bongino and Bondi. I believe there is a level higher than them between them and President Trump. And I believe
David Warrington needs to be questioned about his intensity and zeal at going after these people. Because at the end of the day, he is the senior White House counsel.
And that's what we need to do, question that other level to see how we can keep pushing this forward. We know President Trump wants retribution. Now we just got to see if we can get it. We're on the way, though, and this is good stuff. Colonel Ivan Raiklin, always great to see you. The Secretary of Retribution for Stinchfield's Army. We will see you soon, my friend.
Thanks, Grant.
Absolutely. Right back at you, sir. All right. Shady lawyers are using illegal aliens and a corrupt justice system to make boatloads of money going after American citizens. What can we do about this? Will Congress do anything about it? It's next.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Howdy, Rav fams. This is Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Carrie Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
Welcome back, everyone. I want you to take a look at this facility. This place is amazing. It's called Delta Animal Rescue. It's one of the largest in the country. Delta Animal Rescue, in my opinion, is a victim of a very serious problem in America, that you've got lawyers using illegal aliens to sue American citizens. So the founder of Delta Animal Rescue hires people who need help. Well, a woman comes along, and she gives a fake Social Security number, and she works her a little bit. Then there's some allegations of theft ensue, and then she becomes pregnant, but she's got to work around large animals. And the founder says, you know what? We can't keep you here. It's too dangerous during a pregnancy. So he lets her go. Turns out she's an illegal alien. She gave a fake Social Security number. She finds an attorney to sue Delta Animal Rescue for millions of dollars. Discrimination, work practices, overtime issues, you name it. She's an illegal alien. The guy was trying to do something nice for her. Well, there's no law in America that says illegals can't sue American citizens. How do you have standing in America to sue an employer when you weren't supposed to be working there in the first place and you lied to get the job? Well, the founder of Delta Animal Rescue is a animal welfare activist. Leo Grillo is with us, and he has Leo's Law out there. He wants to pass a law to stop illegals from suing American citizens. Leo, welcome to the program.
Hi, Grant. Thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
All right, Leo, this law that you have proposed, Darrell Issa, congressman in California, is looking at it. Hopefully he'll file this and get this thing going. But from a financial perspective, an emotional perspective, what did this do to you, your family, and your business?
Well, we've been around 46 years. Financially, it didn't really hurt us because everybody's on the ropes right now. What they did was, in a nutshell, I found out that all illegals in this country have standing to sue Americans. How is that possible? We're Americans. We pay for the court system. How do they have standing? So, but they do, and they find bottom feeder lawyers. And by the way, most lawyers are respectable and believe in the law, but they themselves know, they've told me, we have these bottom feeders, and man, they ruin our reputation. So you have these guys, the illegals aren't sophisticated enough to sue us, but a lawyer would exploit the illegals, trying to find a case in there. In this case, the woman really, what happened here was she didn't tell us she was pregnant. She wrote to me personally, and she said she was sorry I didn't tell you I'm pregnant. And I said, well, you can't work around cats. 2 days later, she says, I had the baby. I'm ready to come back to work. Well, C-section even, no. In those 2 days, we found out she was stealing. She stole well into the six figures while she was here. Cat, dog food. Well, anyway, all of this is on the Frank Report. If you go on Google, look up the Frank Report. We have a lot of stories that Frank has written up there. But the bottom line here is we're looking, I said, how can illegals in this country, 25 million people, your gardener can take your house. How could this happen?
Leo,
and that's what's happening.
You started digging into this problem, and you start seeing there's other crimes that occur. You were telling me about illegal aliens that will take a vehicle back into your parked car, take pictures of your car, and then sue you for rear-ending them.
Yeah, not only that, hit and run. They take a picture in such a way, they'll back into your car parked, and you get damaged, they have damage. They take pictures with an iPhone of them getting out of the car. Oh, my back, my neck, oh. And they're taking pictures of this. And they take a picture of your car as if it's in the middle of the road. Oh, and then, of course, you took off. And they sue you. You were just parked. You come out, your car's damaged. So, next thing you know, the police are after you. Now, that's Leo, one little bit.
It makes sense to me that we ought to have some legislation saying, hey, you can't sue American citizens, especially in certain situations. I don't know. We could all come up with a situation where maybe it would be legitimate, but in most situations, it can't be. They don't have standing. So how is this going on the legal front, the law front of this with Congressman Issa, with Congress? Is there any traction at all?
Congressman Issa has it, and when they took it, Julia De Gigliamo, I think is her name. She's the head of their legislative branch. And she put it in judiciary. And she said to me, she said, it's in judiciary, but you can appeal to other congressmen to get on board with this. She says, that's what you do here. So while I'm here on your show, this is the first time I've mentioned this, by the way. You've got the scoop on this. So now we're going to get hot and heavy on promoting Leo's Law, which they named. I didn't name it, but they said, they named it. They said Donald Trump would like the alliteration, Leo's Law. So anyway, if we get other congressmen, yeah.
All right, I like it. I like Leo's Law. I think this needs to be done. I think it needs to be done for the good of American citizens, to protect them from these things happening like it happened to you. I can only imagine the legal fees that you got to get caught up in all of this stuff. So here's what we'll do. We'll start talking about this to some of the other members of Congress out there and see if we can start pushing Leo's Law, because in the end, we need American citizens protected. We got to put America first. That's what it's about. And I'll tell you, I've been doing some looking into your facility, this Delta Rescue. My Lord, Leo Grillo, what a facility. Why don't you give people a website where they can go help you and how they find you?
Yeah, there's a picture of it in the background right here. It's 115 acres. It's deltarescue.org. That's our website, deltarescue.org. We also have a couple of YouTube channels up there so you can see what goes on behind the scenes and everything. Just type in my name. All the stuff pops up. There's a million things out there.
All right. Well, Leo Grillo, I so appreciate you coming on the program. Good luck with this. Anything we can do to help you out, we're happy to do it. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. Good seeing you.
Absolutely. You too. All right, folks. Up next, gold prices are skyrocketing. What does that mean for you?
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Howdy, Rav fans. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois. We like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Terry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
Welcome back, everyone. So gold is making record highs again. I'll tell you, gold is a good place to be. And guess what? I've been saying that for 10 years, and it always seems like a great place to be. I want to bring in now precious metal specialist for Birch Gold Group, Philip Patrick. Philip, welcome to the program.
Me, Grant.
You know, Philip, it's funny because if I look at a gold chart, I actually could say I should have been saying it for decades, not just years.
It's crazy what's happening now. Listen, even I'm surprised, and I've been selling gold for the last 15 years of my life, but the bull run we're seeing at the moment, it's quite incredible. We saw a nominal all-time high on Monday of 37.56. All the major investment banks now upping their predictions. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, UBS, Societe Generale, all saying over $4,000 by the end of this year, which tells you something. The biggest banks in the world are not ignoring the rally. They're leaning into it. And encouragingly, the driver here isn't day traders. It is structural long-term demand. And the single biggest source of that demand at the moment is central banks. We couldn't be in better company.
Yeah. So what do you say? And I guess this is the toughest question, but I'm sure you get it from every one of your potential customers. Is it the end? Boy, it's at the high. I'm scared to get in now. What do you tell those folks?
I tell them we've got a lot of scope for movement. People have to understand something. Gold's value is a reflection of the value of currency, okay? In World War I Germany, an ounce of gold was 142 German Reichsmarks. 10 years later, after a hyperinflation, it cost 87 trillion German Reichsmarks for an ounce of gold. Obviously, that's a very extreme example, but it tells you gold's price has no top because currency's value has no bottom. Now, I don't think we're heading there, but I think the dollar has some way to slide down. Gold prices have a long way to go. On top of that, we're just basically where we were in the 80s, right? $800 an ounce gold in the 80s. That's the equivalent of where we are today. The fundamentals for gold are stronger today than I've ever seen them. So I think we got a lot of scope for movement. I thought it was high at 2,000, 3,000. It keeps going up.
You know, you talked about that German currency, which doesn't even really exist anymore. And then you've got currencies that basically come and go. Gold never comes and goes. I mean, that has been there since as long as I can remember, going back to King Tut.
You are spot on. Last 300 years, there have been 700 currencies. They always either disappear or survive with significant devaluation. Listen, look at countries like China. The populace there, they buy gold in large quantities. Why? Because they understand in a way that we as Americans don't, the fragility of currency. We've been very fortunate from 1946 up until today. The dollar has been strong. It has been king. But that is the historical aberration. The history of currencies is not a history of strength.
All right, I know everybody's different. What do you recommend as a percentage of your net worth to keep in gold? Or is it different depending on what your net worth is?
Look, percentages are percentages. I think the real driver there is comfort level, and that's where it becomes hard. I have a large percentage of my account in gold. I'm not going to suggest it to anyone, but it's where I'm comfortable. I will say this broadly. There aren't too many options today, right? Cash is losing to inflation. We have bubbles all over the economy, and this is a global recession. In the past, when we were worried about the US, we could look at European markets or emerging markets. Today, we have very few options available, which I think has increased the importance of metals and to a degree the level of exposure. But what I would say to people is make sure what you do is meaningful, right? The idea is that you hedge your exposure. One side goes down, other goes up and mitigates losses. There needs to be some balance for that.
Real quick, Philip, is Bitcoin a competitor to gold, or is Bitcoin a companion to gold?
I think it's absolutely a companion. I wouldn't say a competitor. Gold's a safe haven asset. It performs during tough times. We're not really seeing that with crypto. Crypto moves Bitcoin in lockstep almost with the NASDAQ. But what they do share in common is that they are both stores of wealth outside of the dollar and outside of currency. And I think both of them will see an increase in demand over the next few years as we start to see the dollar value decline more, I believe.
Well, it's a fascinating conversation. I'm one of the believers that I think gold isn't going to stop going up anytime soon. I just don't see the world setting up for that to happen. Certainly, everything going on in the world would be a driver for gold, in my opinion. Philip Patrick, let me tell people how they can find you and the gang over at Birch Gold, which is such a great group and is such a great supporter of Real America's Voice. And as you can tell, we trust these guys, so we get to be friends with them. So text America to the number 989898. That's America to the number 989898. Get your free info kit on gold. And I'm telling you, folks, you can't go wrong with the guys at Birch Gold. All right, right now we are going to dip into our Turning Point tour. That's Turning Point USA in Virginia, at Virginia Tech right now. Megyn Kelly is on stage. Let's listen in.
Videos, and I am a conservative. But you're not going to get people there unless you speak the truth, you say what you believe, you stand up in class, and then someone's going to say, you know what, she's bold. And I'll just say, not as, just as an aside, but I do kind of think where the hot men are, the hot women come. So I know Turning Point can be very heavily male-dominated, but, ladies, as soon as you start showing up there and show them who you're seeing, I feel like you're going to have a lot more droves behind you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. Hi, love your hat.
Hi, thank you so much. I just want to first thank you so much for being here. My question today is, what is your advice to young adults who are getting leftist bull, we'll call it, pushed down their throats? Specifically with my grandparents, they blatantly screamed at me in front of a family dinner for not being vaccinated, and I originally told them it wasn't their business. Along with, I'm taking an identity and inclusion in agriculture class, which is a required course for my major. And again, I know you've mentioned it already a little bit, but I feel forced to act like I'm a lefty. What's your advice on that?
So on the vaccine front?
Just no, on how to deal with people who are trying to change my views. And
well, you should listen to them. I listen to people who disagree with me all the time, because the rare occasion comes along when I realize I was wrong about something, and then as a result of this conversation, I'll be less wrong tomorrow than I was today. So the name of Charlie's, this session, that he does on college campuses, or did, is Prove Me Wrong. So you should be open-minded to being proven wrong, because maybe we are wrong on some things. Who knows? Could happen. Thought I was wrong once, but I wasn't. I was right. So you should listen to them and maybe engage, ask questions, see why they think about these issues differently than you do. And if you disagree, you don't have to try to convince them back. You just say, I got it. You gave me something to think about. That's it. And there's nothing wrong with your questions about vaccine, and that class you have to take is absolute baloney. And I'm doing well, aren't I? And on my swearing. And I actually think in that class, maybe you could have some fun. If I went to that class, I think I'd enjoy myself. You should say what you really believe.
I'm honestly afraid that I'm not going to pass the class if I speak up, like you've already mentioned.
Then you take that paper and you go to your dean and you say, this person's failing me because I'm conservative, and I'm literally going to Harmeet Dillon at the DOJ's Civil Rights Office if you try to ruin my college career because of my political beliefs.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I definitely speak up in class. I'm just a little hesitant, even though I'm normally pretty loud and proud about my.
You're hesitant because you guys aren't having her back. Charlie's Army, they use that term at his memorial, Charlie's Army. And you're all part of it. And you guys have to have her back. Erica said she'd have your back. You got to have her back. If she speaks up in class and says something, somebody say, I agree with her. That's how I feel too. You got to do it for each other. So you're not just the one sore thumb sticking out, and the teacher feels less emboldened to try to bully you. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hi, Megan. My name's Mary. My mom loves you, by the way.
Right on.
Do you think the Epstein files should be released, and why do you think they haven't been released yet?
Yes, I think the Epstein files should be released. This has not been handled well by the administration. I mean, the overpromising and the underdelivering doesn't work in any area of politics, and it really doesn't work when it's something this, well covered. So no, I think we are entitled to more documents. Will we get them? I doubt it. I don't think so. I think so far they've been sort of putting out things that they think are supposed to satisfy us, like we'll call for the court transcripts, like the grand jury indictment in the Epstein case and the Ghislaine Maxwell case, which they knew they weren't going to get. They knew the court was going to say no, and indeed the court said no. So these have been fig leaves so far. I'm not satisfied. I've also moved on because we have a lot more important things to discuss at this point. But yeah, no, I give them a D- in how they're handling Epstein.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi.
I'm a big fan of the podcast.
Thank you.
As a fellow Catholic, I really enjoy seeing you engage with the faith on your show, particularly when you bring on guests like Bishop Robert Barron and Father Michael Schmitz. My question is, seeing you re-engage with your faith, has that made you reconsider your position at all on IVF over the last year since the Alabama court case? I know that you've been very publicly supportive of IVF, and on a couple of points on which I think we agree. I think we both agree that all children that have been brought into the world using IVF are a blessing. It is a good thing that they exist and are in the world. I think we also both share the opinion that all children that are currently in a cryogenic freezer should have the opportunity to be born, and they shouldn't be held captive by an IVF clinic. But my question is specifically on your thoughts on, is it good for society? Should we allow society to have millions of human children conceived in a way through IVF in which many of them will be destroyed, many of them will never have the opportunity to be born?
Did everybody hear it? He's asking about my opinion on IVF, in vitro fertilization, because it can leave a fertilized embryo in a test tube or, petri dish forevermore, frozen, potentially millions of them, sitting, waiting, that'll never be born. And that is life. So it's a good question. And I've been public about the fact that we used IVF to conceive our kids. So obviously I'm in favor of it. Yeah, thank you. You're really going to love them when you meet them. But I totally get that it's controversial. And I would just say, I'm not really into, forcing other people to do it exactly the way I did it. But I think there is an ethical way of doing it. Because having been through this, now I can say, you get all the eggs, and you know how many eggs you have, and then you can choose how many to fertilize. Women will only produce 2 eggs. So most women would say, I would carry 2 babies, and then you can fertilize those 2 eggs. But if you are somebody who produces a bunch of eggs, let's say you produce 20 eggs, then now you have a real moral quandary. I think you should, before you fertilize all those eggs, because those are babies, and you probably aren't going to go back and get them. Now, having my 3 children, I can't imagine having 3 more of them, just like them, waiting for me in a freezer, and I'm too old to go get them, So I agree with you that it really does pose a serious moral issue, and I thank God every day that we did it in a way where I did not have any extra embryos, and I think everyone can get there. The mother will have to go through potentially another cycle or 2, because you don't just get all the eggs at once and fertilize them all. But it's worth it. It's worth it to not have a child of yours sitting in a freezer somewhere.
Yeah, I agree. Do you think that since it's such an ethical problem that we should have the government involved in a way where we can make sure that extra leftover children, as you once mentioned on the podcast, won't be created?
Won't be?
How do we prevent the creation of what you called leftover children, just like the children that you're worried about?
I don't think it's a matter of the law. I agree with you. It's not a government solution. I think it's an individual solution.
Are you concerned at all on just society moving in a direction where we differentiate the value on life based on if you're conceived in a womb or conceived not in a womb, but yet to be implanted?
Yeah. A little. Am I worried about differentiating the value of life if it's in a womb versus out? Because we're really getting into a weird transhuman and, experimentation place in life, and I don't know where that's going. And you've got some people talking about growing babies in incubators without a mother even present, which is a hard no. So I am concerned, and I don't have that one all figured out. I just know, There are too many parents I know who are so amazing, who have had their kids via IVF, and we definitely want more kids. We already have a population problem, in this country. You guys are not going to be able to support my people when we're all on Social Security, which will be bankrupt anyway. So we really do need more babies, especially in the United States. So we want to encourage that. I don't think it's up to government to say no. But thank you for your question.
I want to be respectful of the line, but I do want to say God.
Yeah, let's let somebody else go, but thank you.
God bless you and God bless Charlie.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, God bless. I feel bad because you guys are all lined up.
Hi, Megan.
Hi.
Oops. Hi, my name's David Ioannidis. I've been a lifelong conservative Jew, and I just wanted to understand or sort of reconcile the idea of all the different beliefs that are held here. I know that there are a lot.
Do me a favor, put the mic closer to your mouth, you guys, so everybody can hear.
There you go.
Yes, it's better.
Everybody can hear me now? We're all good? Awesome. All right, so I've been a lifelong conservative Jew, and I was just trying to reconcile the idea of all the different beliefs that we have here and the religion being brought into them as well. Can those beliefs be separated and sort of perpetuated without having to believe specifically in Catholicism or Christianity?
Of course. Of
and
course.
So
you can be an atheist and believe everything that we believe. Everything. Except for the part about God and Jesus and Scripture. But you can not believe in God and still believe in respect for your fellow humans and still believe in divided government and still believe in the Constitution and the way we've chosen to live here in America. And in fact, that was one of the founding principles. We were a Christian nation and founded as a Christian nation. But the ability to have different faiths in the country was there from the beginning. So yes, I think it's a very big tent. Conservatism is a very big tent. Now I will say, taking conservative values and infusing them with faith in God supercharges them. And I think we saw that in Charlie. Gives you the will and the temerity to go out there and spread the good word and fight for these principles in a way you probably wouldn't have if you were purely an atheist. But yes, I think the answer to your question is yes.
No, of course, that allows you to have some humility and understanding, at least fuels that humility and understanding that there's at least something bigger than you. My next question then was, would okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, forgive me. Do me a favor, though. Keep it to one because the line is so long. We'll never get through it, and I hate to leave people standing. Hate it. Hi.
Hi. Thank you for being here today. I just wanted to bring up some bipartisan issues.
Sure.
First, what's your stance on congressman term limits and individual stock ownership for congressmen?
The stock ownership while they're in Congress and they basically insider trade all day has got to end. And it looks like it may. It looks like there's majority support in the House for that to happen. Now the question is whether the Senate will get on board because it can't get to Trump's desk unless we get Senate buy-in. But I think that will come to an end. Paul Pelosi's trades are awfully on the mark. That woman got rich off of all of us, and she actually wants us to believe that it was just his good luck. That's a bull. So yeah, I'm totally against it. Term limits, yes, I guess so. I haven't really thought it out, to be honest with you. You guys like it. I see why. I guess here's my true view. I have zero hope in U.S. Congress people. I do not think they're the answer. I don't think it's going to matter whether we switch them out and switch new people in. I think the organization is corrupt and basically lost to us, and tomorrow's solutions rely on you, the private sector, Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, and people like that. I just don't think the idea is not to give Congress any more power than it already has or find new people. That's not the solution. The institution has been lost. And it's been lost for a whole bunch of reasons. Citizens United, which I believe was correctly decided, but it has really corrupted Congress in a way where they only have to answer to the richest donors who oversee their district. So there's no more cross-the-aisle negotiating. They don't do bipartisanship anymore. And so they talk past each other. They don't make compromises. It's a lost institution as far as I'm concerned. We technically need them, but there's no fixing it.
And I wanted to bring up one follow-up quick question. Conservatives and liberals both combined, polls show that about 80% support term limits or support banning individual stock ownership. And representatives are supposed to represent the people, yet obviously they haven't tried to really push towards this. So how do we as individuals, even on both sides of parties, try to make this issue more known or tried to be pushed more in representation?
Well, you know how Governor Youngkin was saying, out of all of you, 1 or 10 or 100 of you may one day decide you might want to run for Virginia governor, and it's a great job and you should do it? Well, someday 1 or 10 or 100 of you may decide you want to become a journalist, and you should definitely not do it. Run. Do not walk in the opposite direction. But you could start a podcast, which isn't exactly the same thing, and use your voice and build your following and say all these things. And I think that's the future for my particular business. And I would submit to you that I have more influence over most issues of the day than any U.S. congressperson. So do use your voice, but find ways around this corrupt, broken system to do it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You bet.
Good evening. I feel like we are living through a time of unprecedented political divide, and way closer, okay. And it's something that I feel like affects like everyone. It's what ultimately got Charlie, in my opinion, and it's what almost got Trump. So how do you feel we should go about as individuals trying to reconcile that political divide?
Yep.
Because ultimately it's down to all of us.
Well, I think we talked about it right off the top, right? First of all, say what you believe. We've seeded the fight on the right. We have seeded it. I mean, all the way through. It's like, and then, to continue the point I was making earlier, then you get out into your job, and now you're still not saying your politics, because now you don't want to offend your boss or your coworkers, etc. And then dying in your bed, 50, 70 years from now, you can be really proud of yourself that you never offended anyone. Great job. I was just looking at this article that was online today, and it was about a hospice nurse who talks about what matters to them in the final days of their lives. And of course, we've all heard it's family and kids and having spent time with loved ones. But the other thing she was saying most people want to talk about is whether they mattered. And they want to go over the things that they accomplished in their lives that made them feel like they mattered. I mean, wouldn't it be nice to know at a young age that you are making a difference? Right? That your voice and your values meant more to you than being well-liked everywhere? Where has that ever gotten anyone? The goal is not to be well-liked. The goal, Matthew McConaughey was on the show today, and he said, I want to be known as a good man, not a nice guy. He said, it's fine to sometimes be a nice guy, but what's important sometimes when there's conflict is that you're a good man, not that you're a nice man. And I think that's really what you're getting to. Like, there are times to stand up and say, I'm a good man, and a good man fights for his values and says what's real. And if we have to have a disagreement politically, I mean, when we're in the political arena, not at the dinner table, not necessarily at Thanksgiving, but in the political arena where we're in a class or we're in a conversation about politics, say what you believe. And don't be apologetic about it. You remember that you're the side that has the 80+ million votes. You're the side that's elected a Republican president twice. The Democrats are losing. Their party support is in the toilet. Even Democrats don't like Democrats anymore. Republicans are enthused. They're energized. It's never been cool to be a Republican. Trust me. This is people are like, Republicans are cool again. I'm like, oh, you had it almost right. So close. Again, does not belong on there. But we are. So don't be ashamed. Talk about it openly. And that's really the only way we're ever going to affect change. And by the way, I will say, even though I'm sort of a cynical mofo about Congress, there are signs of hope, like Congressman Brandon Gill, right? He's from here, Virginia, and he's brilliant. There are some people who go in there and they do it boldly and they do it well. So let guys like that be your inspo.
All right, thank you. That was a great answer.
Oh, thank you. Hi.
Hi, Megan. I just have a quick question. So I work on labor and delivery at a hospital in Salem. I'm just going to read something.
Yeah, go for it.
So one of my coworkers posted on her Facebook that she would not pray for evil to rest peacefully, referring to Charlie. And then she shared a post that said Trump blamed the radical left on the assassination when there wasn't even a suspect identified yet. You want to know why our country is so divided? He divides us. He said, same friend. She said, same friend. I'll be playing No One Mourns the Wicked all day, every day in celebration. She was suspended for only a week. I just want to know how you think I should go about this, because if it was me or a conservative Christian who posted this, we would have been fired on the spot. We've also been told that we shouldn't post things on social media because we don't want to be unwelcoming and create like a hostile environment. So I just want to know how I should go about this when they have double.
What's her job?
She's a lactation consultant, so she's not technically a nurse, but she goes in and helps new.
Yeah, I know what a lactation consultant is.
Yeah,
that's all. That's in all your futures, ladies. Look forward to that. One thing I will say about breastfeeding, it is best for the baby, but they're selling it all wrong. If you breastfeed your baby, by the time that baby's 8 months, if you're still breastfeeding, which you should be at least through the first year, that weight comes off like there's no tomorrow. It's better than the Ozempic. So, in any event, I'm surprised that the hospital did anything to her for saying the hateful things about Charlie. And by the way, she's wrong, because the reason we knew this was a leftist who took Charlie's life right from the get-go is because we saw the bullet casings right away. Before we even knew who the guy was, we saw the bullet casings, which were very clearly leftist messaging. And then it's been reinforced at every single term, no matter what Jimmy Kimmel wants to tell you, right? So I would say, look, as a conservative, I don't think it's really our jam to run around getting people canceled, even for hateful thoughts. I think it's good the university or their hospital suspended her for a week. She probably got the message. But in this life, you're going to deal with bad people. You know, you are. If it's the majority at your place and they're actually your employers, you have to rethink where you're working. If it's just some coworker who's like dealing with breast milk, you got better things to worry about. Say what you believe and say it loud. Make sure more people agree with you than trying to police her.
Okay.
She doesn't have to be your problem.
Just a second part really quick. How would you suggest that I, as a conservative and Christian, if I talk to another person about my beliefs, like we'll talk about it at the nurse's station, it's no big deal. But when other people come up to us, like higher ups, and tell us to be quiet, but then they allow the liberals to talk about this around other people, how should I go about that?
Well, I mean, look, at the office, you should be working. You know, you should be talking about politics at the office. Like at my office place, we talk about politics. But like at yours, you got babies to deliver. Like, let's focus on that. If I were your boss, I'd say to save it for the after dinner drink, too. But if they have a different standard for the left and the right, one of two things. Now we may be back to you're not at the right place for you. Or it may be an issue that you have to go directly to your boss and address. And let me tell you something. This is not just, you know, old hag Megyn Kelly telling you that. Young co-ed Megyn Kelly had a moment just like that. When I was a brand new lawyer, I had a partner at my law firm who kept making only me copy cases. If he had an assignment for the young men, the male lawyers, he had the paralegal copy the case, and then the two would discuss it, or his secretary. But I was the only female attorney in the office, and when it was me, he wanted me to copy the case, which is secretarial work. And I was 24 and he was 64, and I was very scared, but I resolved the next time he asked me to copy a case, I was going to confront him on it. And I did. I had my pre-ready line. I had it in my head. I said, Bob, if the next time you want me to copy a case, I'm going to tell you that you need to ask Peggy or this other gal to do it. If you want me to copy a case because you want to sit down and discuss it with me as lawyers, that's a separate matter. But you have a secretary to do secretarial work. Well, he got red in the face. He almost blew a gasket. But you know what? He never asked me to copy a case again. And the owners of the firm backed me. They backed me. Yes. They actually said to him, if you ever make an associate of this firm copy a case for you again, it'll be the last thing you do at this firm. So, you know, God may be calling you to a moment where you may need to say to your employer, I don't object to you telling me that I can't discuss politics at work, but I do object to the double standard, and I would like an explanation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi.
Hello. I came here from North Carolina to see Turning Point USA, and we were gonna go to see Charlie Kirk, but you know, and so I just wanted to say, like, thank you for like continuing it, and yeah.
Thank you for showing up.
The question is,
thank you guys.
My question is, there are two definitions for the word virgin. The first one is the
Now it's getting good. Did you hear what she said? 2 definitions for the word virgin. Pay attention.
That in like Greek terms, the first definition is what we all know what a virgin is, and the second is a young woman of bearing age. So if like what was Mary? Like was she the first or the second?
Wow, that's above my pay grade. I mean, a virgin in my understanding is somebody who has never had sex. Yeah, that's my understanding. That's my understanding of the Virgin Mary. Never had sex. I don't think the meaning changes. I'm not sure about the dual meaning. There's no Venn diagram that comes to mind that would explain that. I apologize for not being more illuminating to you. I'm stuck in 21st century America, but I think there's only one real understanding of it, and that's it. Thank you.
Would you rather be a human with pineapple thoughts or a pineapple with human thoughts?
Would I rather be a human with pineapple thoughts or a pineapple with human thoughts? Wow. I guess I'd rather be a pineapple with human thoughts, right? Because then you have sentience. Then you actually have a way of thinking. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Well done on your originality. I got to ask the TP USA people whether that one's ever been asked. Originality. Hi there.
Hi, I had either a silly question or a serious question. Which would you prefer?
Silly or serious?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's do a silly one.
All right, so Charlie Kirk was very well known for his stance that the original Star Wars trilogy was the only one that should ever be watched. But I don't think you've actually come out on this issue. So, in your own words, which is the best Star Wars movie and why is it Revenge of the Sith?
Okay. Very interesting. I mean, I hate to really let you down, but I never even saw the second trilogy. I mean, I know. I didn't do it. I know. So I'm going to have to go with the first because that was, I was there. I saw that the original time it was in the theater.
Oh.
But I will take you on a related but different question, which is the best Willy Wonka and why is it the one with Gene Wilder?
Oh, Gene Wilder.
Hello?
The psychopath.
The one with Johnny Depp is creepy. Why did they even try that? Tim Burton shouldn't have touched Willy Wonka. That's obvious. And by the way, while we're on movie trivia, Rose should have just gotten on the boat and then Leonardo DiCaprio could have had that piece of wood when they were floating in the water. She had a spot. Poor Jack froze to death in the Atlantic because she couldn't give up those extra 20 minutes with him. He would be alive, maybe not today, for a nice long time had she not been so selfish.
If only, if only. Well, thank you very much for coming.
Thanks for coming.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. This question was originally meant to be directed towards Charlie, so I guess I have to ask, do you pay attention to basketball?
Not at all. Well, Erica's going to be disappointed in me, too. She could answer this. Sports are not my thing.
I was going to ask, well, Charlie said the GOAT debate should have been between MJ versus Kobe, so I was going to ask why he thinks Kobe's better than LeBron.
Wait, better than LeBron or MJ?
He was... Basically, he thinks the GOAT debate's between MJ and Kobe and not MJ and LeBron.
Yes.
I wanted to ask why he thinks Kobe is better than LeBron.
Well, I don't know about that, but I can tell, for sure, Michael Jordan's the GOAT, right? Are we all in agreement? That I know a little bit about because I did live through that, and I was in Chicago when the Chicago Bulls were, that Magic team was there. I ran into Dennis Rodman at a bar right after he married himself. That happened. And there was it was truly like watching Magic on the court. Those guys floated up and down. They didn't run. They weren't normal basketball players. That's as much as I can say. LeBron, I don't know anything about basketball other than he's annoying. And I'm sick of him giving me his opinion, which is completely boneheaded. He literally said that cops were hunting black men in the streets, which is A, untrue, and B, incredibly divisive and incendiary. Those are incendiary comments. So shame on him. I'm not his fan.
Okay. That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you.
I tried.
Yeah.
Who wins in a fight? A hokey bird or a cavalier?
What? Hokey bird? Hokey bird.
That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you.
I want to know why you support a president who contributes to the rhetoric that got your friend Charlie killed. We saw his rally recently. He said, "I hate my enemies." Stephen Miller said similar things. How can you support him when he contributed to what got Charlie killed?
Assumes facts, not evidence. What you said is not true.
70% of political violence is committed by Republicans.
Okay.
Look it up.
That's not
DOJ just pulled it. The DOJ just pulled it from their website. DOJ just pulled the study from their website because they're delusional.
That's not true because
it just pulled it. Look it up.
Once you pull
pulled it from their website.
Once you pull the crazies out of there, it is overwhelmingly left-wing violence.
Google it.
We have had
every single person in the audience. Google it right now.
You know, this is how we get here. So first of all, let me take on the first part of the premise of your question, that it was President Trump's rhetoric that led to an assassin killing our friend Charlie Kirk. That's a blatant lie. It's a defamatory blaspheme, and it's inappropriate in this setting.
That's not what I said.
We know. Yes, it is.
No, I said he contributed to the political atmosphere.
Well, then you have no point. Then your point is utterly empty. Contributing to the atmosphere. This guy was, no, let's just make clear. This guy was motivated by leftist ideology. We know it from the bullet casing. We know it from the Utah governor. We know it from his own mother. Yes, we do. Let's be really clear on that.
Even if that's true, so then you're saying because, let's say this guy's a leftist, even if that's true, does that make it okay for the sitting president of the United States to incite violence against liberals?
The President of the United States has not accepted violence against liberals. The President of the United States made a joke at the Charlie Kirk Memorial, which was funny and self-deprecating. It was on the heels of Erica Kirk saying she, in an extraordinary moment, forgave her husband's killer. And let me finish. And then President Trump got up and making a joke, playing off of what Erica said. He said, "We disagree. I need to do better. Erica's going to try to convince me, but I'm in a different place." And that's completely normal for a politician to be thinking about his political fights. And by the way, Trump has every right to loathe his enemies. They tried to put him in jail for the rest of his life. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to put his family in jail. And they tried to kill him.
Criminal.
Wait. Okay, now you go.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. No, it's fine. It's good. It's good to have some folks come up and disagree. Hi.
I'm going to try to follow that. I wanted to say thank you so much. I love that you embody your rhetoric. I mean, you talk to us about being brave and standing up and saying what you believe, and you've done that in the hardest of times, and it's cost you. And it's easy to say it, but when it costs you something, it means you really mean it. So I honor you for that. And someone stole my political question, so I was going to ask you a personal one, which is, what do you want to be remembered by, or as? What do you want people to say about you?
I mean, I think the number one thing I'd want them to say is that I was a great wife and great mother.
Awesome.
And I hope broadcaster comes third. And it is something you have to nurture. You know, I'm a big believer in being a gunner and being a hard worker and out hustling your competitors in the office and elsewhere. But at the end of the day, you really do have to prioritize your family. And if that requires a downshift from time to time in your career, do it. Do it. Because the family and the rewards you get from having kids and having a strong marriage dwarf everything in the professional lane. Even if the professional lane winds up good and great like it has for me, there's really no contest. So don't forget to nurture that piece of yourself, especially, and Charlie would want me to say this, and he was right, especially young women, because there is a clock, it does go tick-tock, and you don't have forever to find somebody to settle down with. It's not that, you have to do it right away. But that whole virgin thing, that shouldn't stay on too long, because at some point you're going to have to get down to business and start recreating fellow great humans. Hi, go ahead. Get some. Poor guy, he's got to follow that. Go ahead.
So there's a lot of videos and claims out there, like conspiracy theories, like Nick Fuentes talks about them a lot, about Israel. And some of them seem kind of true, but it's hard to find true information anywhere. Where would you find good, true,
Great
untainted
question.
information?
That is a great question. I'm sure you guys all have this experience, right? Like, what's real? You hear people who you respect, like, saying stuff that sounds like crazy. And you're like, did we land on the moon? Oh, right? They can make you rethink anything. And it is an ongoing battle. It's going to be a really hard battle for all of you because you're young and you're going to have years of dealing with this. My advice to you is to find one or two people who you know you can trust. And you'll know those people because they will tell you the bad news for your side. They will not just keep whispering sweet nothings in your ear every day when you turn on their podcast or the news or what have you. And once you find those two people, stick with them. Don't trust a platform that has an agenda that's got corporate backers. You know, when I was at Fox, I did not realize that we were funded by Pfizer. But we were. There was a reason we weren't allowed to say certain things on the air. You tried to talk about what was causing autism and whether it was a vaccine back in 2005 at Fox News. It was not going to happen. So I would recommend choosing someone from the independent lane. Of course, I'm biased, but I submit to you I'm an option for you. Ben Shapiro's another great option for you. There's a bunch of us in this lane who you can trust. And then stick with those people who don't get too out there, unless that's just your jam for fun. But I will say, once you sort of let those earworms get in there, it can kind of corrupt your thinking. So choose people who are super factual.
Thank you. Jesus is Lord.
Amen.
Hi, my name is Dylan. It's nice to meet you.
Hi, Dylan.
I wanted to start by offering my condolences. I don't think anybody's father or husband should be killed like that.
Sorry, I couldn't. Can you speak louder? Closer to the mic, yeah.
I wanted to offer my condolences. I don't think anybody's father or husband should be killed like that, or killed at all, which is what informs the rest of my question. It's kind of a lot of words. I hope that's all right.
Yeah.
It has been credibly reported that 83% of the people Israel has killed in Palestine are citizens, not terrorists. 2 migrants were shot by a sniper and killed recently in an ICE facility. 32 people were killed by a gunman at Virginia Tech, the most of any school shooting in American history. All you guys offer are thoughts and prayers. Charlie Kirk had more than that to offer, actually, which was the idea that some gun deaths are necessary in order to maintain our Second Amendment right. So my question is, which of those deaths were the necessary ones? The tens of thousands of Palestinian babies, the 32 students and professors at Virginia Tech, or the late Charlie Kirk? And do you still believe that thoughts and prayers can stop bullets?
Well, you're asking me to defend words I didn't say, which I'm not prepared to do. But I'm perfectly happy to discuss violence in America with you. And I would say to you that, first of all, I'm not sure where you got your stats on Israel, but most of those come out of the Palestinian ministry, which you cannot trust. They lie, and they're propaganda experts.
I'm getting those numbers from The Guardian.
Sorry?
I'm getting those numbers from The Guardian.
Yeah, same difference. The Guardian. So yeah, I sympathize with you because it is very hard to get actual data on what the numbers are out of Israel and Palestine. I mean, I think you're struggling with the same thing I struggle with, because I am not a shill for Israel at all. I've been very defensive of American Jews on campuses. What's been happening to them is disgusting, and I will defend them to the death. But what Israel does in this war, I don't have to defend Israel. They are an important ally of ours, and I would love for them to end this war so that we can stay supportive of Israel, but it's gone on too long, as I said. The civilian deaths is problematic, but in any war, there are massive civilian deaths. And if we went back and we looked at the civilian deaths in World War II, we'd be horrified at the numbers. So, I mean, those are just hard truisms. Now, on the gun violence here in America, it's not just thoughts and prayers. That's not true. Conservatives, look, and I'm a great person to talk to you about this because I am not a big Second Amendment person. Like, I believe in the Second Amendment, but I'm not somebody like my friend Dana Lash, who could, go chapter and verse for you on the guns. I've had my own frustrations on states that won't pass strong, like, red flag laws and so on. But having said that, we could take away all the guns in the country, all of them, and killers still want to kill. But on the first premise, we cannot actually take away all the guns in the country because you know how many there are?
A lot.
Over 400 million guns. There are more guns in America than there are people. And the vast majority of those, over 300 million, are semi-automatic pistols. So the kind that can kill you very quickly. And I'm sorry to say, you mentioned Virginia Tech, the kind that was used right here at Virginia Tech, where I came after that terrible shooter killed so many of the students on this campus. So it wasn't an AR-15, it wasn't a machine gun, it was a semi-automatic pistol. And not even the Democrats' plan to ban assault weapons would get semi-automatic pistols in it. So just realistically speaking to you as somebody who would like, I think, to see an assault weapons ban or something done about guns, they're just not going to do it. Even if we pass with the Democrats' dream, it's not going to encapsulate, it's not going to get 300 million of those guns. So we have to talk about what the other solutions are, and I think Republicans have two, which makes sense to me. One is to fortify the soft targets so you guys don't have to go to school worrying about this stuff. You guys need armed guards on your campus to protect you. God forbid something were to happen. You know, I mean, this school of all schools understands that risk. And secondly, and schools like K through 12 schools, which are just sitting ducks, that's why these terrible people choose them, because they know teachers aren't armed, students aren't armed, and usually there isn't an armed guard. But secondly, we really need, desperately need, mental health care facilities to which loving parents would voluntarily commit their children if they need it. And we don't have it right now. We don't have it. There's one facility in Michigan called Nemours, which is not terrible. But time after time we've seen with these mass shooters, their mom knew or their dad knew in advance, but didn't know what to do with them. The therapists, they won't take somebody who's a psychopath. You can't be therapized out of psychopathy or a sociopath. You know, he's killing the family hamster, he's torturing the cat. They won't take them. These parents don't have the skills to deal with it, so they have to wait for them to get caught up in the criminal justice system, which most parents don't want because that means jail. Well, at least it used to be in this country if they went to jail, 30% of the jails would offer mental health services. No more. So now you go to jail, the mental health services are gone, and by the way, usually now because of the leftist policies, they're not really going to jail. They're going through a revolving door right back onto the street where they're killing their fellow Americans. So we need a facility, a loving but secure facility to which loving parents would commit their own child.
Thank you for your time. Line, I was, heart was pumping, I was getting a little bit nervous, but seeing the way that you were treating everyone with kindness and respect, that really settled me down. So I'd like to, first of all, thank you for that.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
So my question stems from my experience in high school. I'm currently a senior in high school, and me and one of my friends are currently working to create a chapter. And my question...
Right on, yes. And what grade?
Sorry?
What grade?
I'm a 12th grader. I'm a senior.
Awesome. He's going to start a TPUSA chapter at his school, 12th grade.
So my question for you is, knowing the very polarized and volatile times that we're in right now, and knowing the condition that my school is in, being very split, far left or far right, how can I remain a mutualistic respect between the two? That way we don't have really screaming matches and more of, very respectful, kind, civil discourses and debates.
Well, I think you're already halfway there because you sound like you're approaching it with a pure heart, and I think that'll come through in the way you talk to people. I think people can glean whether you are somebody who's respectful of the other side, even if you disagree. But make no mistake, being kind to the other side doesn't mean sacrificing 1 inch of your principles.
Of course.
So you need to study up, you need to know what you actually stand for, and you need to be able to defend it. And you should do that unapologetically. You should do that boldly and with confidence, without a sheepish posture as if you have something to feel bad about. You don't. There are a lot of dicey issues that are in the societal conversation right now, but if you discuss them boldly and with confidence, people will see that you're earnest. And you should, as I always did when I was a lawyer, if you really want to win an argument or persuade somebody of what you're saying, the very first thing you need to do is study the other side's arguments. Okay. Don't go into rhetorical battle without knowing what they're going to say against you. And then be ready for those points and show them that this is not a pastime for you. This is something you're really committed to. Don't be on your phone doing games after school. Be online doing research on these issues. Go to PragerU. They've got tons of educational videos. Go to Hillsdale College online. They've got tons of great information for you. But you can arm yourself with information so that when you do rhetorical battle, you're ready.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You bet.
This will be the last question.
Okay. I'm sorry to those of you who didn't get your questions answered. Hi.
Hi, Megan. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Emma Dayton. I'm a student at Liberty University.
Right on. Yeah, Liberty.
Yes, we actually care about the First Amendment and everything in our government. I wanted to end on a faith note, which is probably something Charlie would have wanted. We're seeing revival all across this country I've never seen anything like it before. And we saw so many people in church the first Sunday after Charlie was assassinated, which is amazing. And I wanted to know your thoughts on what you think pastors should have said to their congregation that Sunday. I know a lot of Christians may have left disappointed knowing their pastors didn't say anything, or maybe they didn't really address it. So what would you have had pastors say to their congregation? And then maybe how can churches go forward in light of that?
Yeah, thank you for that. I think if your pastor didn't say anything about Charlie Kirk on the Sunday after he was killed, you need to find a new church. I think that's a sickness. Who could Christians find that was better than Charlie as an evangelist for their beliefs, both faith-based and political? Most Christian conservatives lean right, and most understood that Charlie was talking about the gospel in a way that was inspirational, even if they didn't share his politics, and would like to hear him more on the faith-based issues. And so I don't understand that there could be a pastor in America who wouldn't at least embrace that side of Charlie and take a moment to pay their respects to him. I think it's disrespectful to him and to the millions of people around the world who felt inspired by him and feel inspired by him right now. So I think shame on them. Find a new church. Once again, back to my original point, in a way that's cancel culture. It's you canceling them or them canceling themselves right out of your life. That should not be your faith leader. Listen, you guys, that's it. I apologize to the people who didn't get their questions asked, but send me an email, Megan@megankelly.com, and I will try to answer them all. And I'm so grateful to you. You're very brave. You're very courageous. Keep saying yes. Lots of love. Have a great night.
All right, Megyn Kelly. Turning Point USA, live at Virginia Tech. I believe she started the night with the governor, Glenn Youngkin. But Megyn took questions from the student body there. Looked like a lot of young people there. Packed house. I saw some of the pictures. Well, you can see kind of there how big the place was. And I believe, again, she did start the night, I believe, with Governor Youngkin there. And very good. And we're going to try to cover as many of the Turning Point events as obviously they press on and continue with the tour. And I mean, I think it's great that, the conservative talking head community of, big audience, Megyn Kelly-ish, Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles, Dave Rubin, others are going to press forward. Glenn Beck, look at Charlie's show from 12 to 2 on Real America's Voice. Look at Tucker, all the people you've seen in that room over the last 2 weeks. And I think they're going to help pick up the microphone and do these live events too. And I just think it's fantastic. So live from Studio 6B, 42 past the hour. Glad you're in. Slick's here. He's going to do some sports. Delgado's going to do some news. Paul Nolan's going to do some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down. Slickster, how are you?
I'm doing good, Big D.
How'd you think of Megyn Kelly?
Great energy. I thought she's fantastic. I love her anyway. She's great, but that was really super. Some of the questions really got you thinking. These young people. I love that young lady with the MAGA hat right at the end too. She was adorable.
Yeah. Delgado, you got a couple lefties in there as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Just a few.
Getting fired up, asking some questions. I thought she handled them fine.
Yeah. I love the way like you said, kind of the bench is now stepping up to the plate, so to speak.
Yeah.
And, I hope it continues. I think it gives a different type of energy, and who knows where this is going to lead.
Yeah. Paul, how are you?
I'm well.
What'd you think of Megyn?
Well, she's always, she's always good at what she does. But to me, I was so impressed with Michael Knowles. I'm a big fan of his, and I'd like to see him continue to carry the torch.
All right, let's take the break. We'll come back, get going here on a Wednesday night, 43 past the hour, live from Studio 6B.
him here. All right.
That's right.
Chat. What's going on in the
Lives
chat?
in the chat.
Welcome back. Thanks for hanging in there.
Can we move on? Yes.
You know what? People have their
got an hour and
routines.
16 minutes.
Think about it, though. How many times do you have a routine and something interrupts your routine? And you're like, come on, let's do it. I understand. I'm the same way. I'm very routine. I do certain things at certain times of the day, and if something interrupts that, oh my goodness, my whole day is shot.
Lee
What's
on Facebook. So, Damon, will these events preempt your show? I have no idea. I don't know when the time. I don't know what the timing is.
Bowser, Cats B.
Important events. I mean, they're very important.
You know, the most important thing right now is to keep Turning Point, front
and center.
Because let's be honest. I mean, what happens, a year from now? We don't want it to fade. It needs to keep growing. It's such an important part of our American culture. And if we're going to keep the American culture alive, Turning Point will continue to teach young men that it's okay to be a man, to teach young women it's okay to want to be a wife and make babies and make a home. Right. I mean, it doesn't mean you have to. It doesn't mean, but it's an option. You shouldn't be ostracized for for saying, I don't want to. I want to stay at home with mom, and I want to take care of kids. But
it's a beautiful thing if you want to do that. Absolutely.
So,
you're right, Paul. Should have your choice and not feel ashamed, like you said.
Yeah, exactly right. They shame women into saying that they're bad people because they want to be moms. Right. It's a crazy world.
No. Let's see. Tweet Potato on X. Damon, you know. No, I actually don't know. I know you're clueless. That's what I know. And annoying. And know how to do nothing but other than complain. That's what I know. Past that, no, I don't. If I knew, I would tell you.
Knew what?
Knew what?
What the times of Charlie Kirk's events going forward are.
Oh.
How could you know that?
How'd you know that?
Duh. Of course, that's the point.
As far as I know, they all start 6:30 p.m. local time to the event.
Okay, there you go.
There's an answer.
Once again, our own personal ChatGPT. Thanks, Fran.
Yeah, he is definitely that.
Fran GBT.
Troy Malone, what's going on, buddy?
Troy Malone.
Mikey AZ, I see you're in there. Mikey AZ, give us an update on your health.
Yeah, David Wiles, too. Give us an update. David Wiles. He's struggling.
Allie Lane, protecting the chat. She's got karate chops all over the place.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night, September 24th. Glad you're in. We took Megyn Kelly live at the Turning Point USA event tonight with Governor Glenn Youngkin at Virginia Tech. And again, a room full of energized students who are ready to stand up and fight. And I think, Charlie's done many things, but as we talked about the revival, I actually have a piece on it tonight, the revival that's happening in America and the energy of young kids who have said, we kind of see that we see what's going on here. And we're ready to continue down the road of what Charlie was trying to do and take our country back and stand up for what we believe in and stand up for what the country was founded on. Is exciting to see in rooms like that. And the energy in those rooms, and the questions and the interest.
And not only from colleges, but in high schools. Breaking news from last night, actually. Every single high school in Oklahoma will now have its own Turning Point USA chapter, according to the Oklahoma State Superintendent Ryan Walters, he announced.
Wow.
So that was huge.
That's
and it's happening around the country. It's amazing.
Did I read that guy's resigning today? Ryan Walters?
I don't know.
You said Oklahoma, right?
Yeah.
I believe he's resigning.
Wow.
I think I read that today. I don't know if he's taking another position or if he's just leaving, but I think I read that he's resigning. You might want to look that up, Doug. I'm pretty sure that's what I saw. Wow. He's resigning his position. So 12 minutes till the hour. Lots to get to. We'll get to some news. We'll get to some sports. I watched a lot of the Ryder Cup today.
Yeah.
You know who went to the Ryder Cup today who maybe thinking he shouldn't have? That'd be the governor of New York.
Yeah, she got a rounding applause there.
Oh, my God.
She's in the rough, Big
man.
D.
I laughed out loud all 3 times.
Just think about how tone deaf she really is. Like, she should have known better.
Yeah.
3 times. She got mentioned, and the boos grew louder every time.
Yeah.
Carson, whatever his name is, Carson Daly mentioned her first. And there was a pretty substantial smattering of boos then. But then each captain, when they got up to talk, they of course introduced their team, and then they thanked the groundspeople, and then they thanked all the New York officials, and they all started with her. Well, when Luke Donald mentioned her and Keegan Bradley mentioned her, the boos were off the page.
She knows she's on Long Island, that's for sure.
And it's great that they had the camera on her, and you hear people in the background going, "Get out, Kathy!
Yeah, get out, Kathy!"
It's like, oh.
And I was just hoping one of them was going to mention President Trump's name, just to hear the roar.
Oh man,
that would have gone up.
Sure,
but unfortunately they didn't. But Kathy was having a little bit of a rough time at Bethpage Black.
We're going to get to that for sure. I can't wait to do that.
She was having a little bit of a rough time there at Bethpage Black. So, and congratulations to my friend Stu Feiner for being the voice of the Ryder Cup. I could not believe it when I saw the package today that they ran, the introduction package. Stu was the voiceover, which is pretty amazing. So it was pretty good.
Did he get you a ticket?
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have gone to him for the ticket. I know.
Did he do it from his bathroom?
No, it sounded good.
Yeah, let me guess.
I wish they had a video element and had him do the video too, because it would have been great. But the voice was good too. So
yeah, let me guess. That text would have been Damon. Who is this?
No,
I don't think so.
I texted with him today. Told him good job.
Now, are you going to be at the tea time tomorrow, or no? You going to be there?
Thursday? No.
No? Okay.
No, I'm not going. The plan was never to go Thursday, only to try to go Friday.
Okay.
So, which we're still.
Well, the president's coming in Friday.
We're efforting in that. Yes.
Yes. Oh, that's big.
It's going to be tough.
Oh, yeah, efforting that. I thought you had to
Friday.
be out of town on Friday.
I'll be at Sacred Heart Friday night. Yes.
Yeah, it'd be a late night. As the sun goes down, Big D will get in the car and head over
Ticket
there.
prices are plummeting, so.
Yeah, well, the first matches go off at 7 a.m., so you can watch. Wow. You could be there for the whole first match. Go 7 to noon, then you leave at noon after the first 4 matches are over.
Oh, that's not bad. That's a good plan.
Yeah, that would be the plan. So.
But you're going to stay for 8. You're going to stay till what time? 6?
No, I would stay for the morning.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can get in. So. All right, live from Studio 6B, 9 minutes to the hour. Let's do some headline news. Maybe we can get caught up on some of the news we covered yesterday on what happened in Eugene, Oregon, and what happened at the UN. I know Paul wasn't here. He's got some thoughts on the UN as well. But Rick Delgado kicks us off with some headline news. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, federal police did make arrests today in Eugene, Oregon. I don't know if you saw any of the videos during the protests. I guess they thought they could get away with it. Day number 2, not so fast. As the ICE Immigration and Customs Enforcement were aided by police. The protesters involved in the demonstrations attempting to surround the federal building, leading to property damage and assaults on federal agents. That came to a screeching halt during the event. Multiple arrests were made, including individuals charged with property damage and attempted assault. The situation escalated, prompting federal law enforcement to intervene and making targeted arrests. And again, after what we saw last night and hearing about how the federal officials, the people that worked inside the building needed to find other ways to escape, just uncalled for, but also just you can't let that happen. You cannot let something like this, you cannot let this kind of stuff go unanswered. And it didn't go unanswered today, as you'll watch some of this here, what's going on.
But if there was a day 2, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, it makes me feel like day 1 wasn't enough of a smackdown to deter them into a day 2. Am I wrong in assuming that?
There really wasn't much of anything of a smackdown on day 1, which prompted them to think they come back for day 2. This is what they got on day 2, which was, police and federal officials in tactical gear, grabbing them one at a time, hauling them off, and placing them under arrest.
Well, the key is going to be, what are they charged with? Because that's going to be the deterrent. Because if you're a designated terrorist group and you surround a federal building, and I would assume whatever the charges would have to be something more than just a slap on the wrist to deter this from happening again at any time in any place, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, you would think.
Wow. That was the
So it'll certainly be interesting because we know you can look no further than the January 6th arrests.
Yeah. 3 to
look
5 years.
Look at the sentences there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I saw Julie Kelly today went through all of the sentences or most of the sentences and added up the months and then some of them she actually listed what the Biden prosecutors had actually wanted, which were, I mean, just obscene for some of these people, no more than trespassing. But look at that. Look at what was handed out there. And I mean, if we don't see something similar, not especially with the designation they've been given from the President of the United States.
Yep.
I mean, I don't see how I don't see how people will take that they're taking this seriously.
Well, they used crowd control measures such as mace and they deployed it to fend off the agitators while arrests were being made. And we'll see what happens. According to this, direct action was organized on social media via collaboration between Portland Antifa and Eugene Antifa, so they know who they're dealing with. Many of the protesters who arrived in Portland have been involved in notorious ongoing 24-hour Antifa occupation outside the ICE facility, which began in early June. And then they put out a flyer to, I guess, the rest of their scumbags that said, Portland in solidarity with Eugene. We are everywhere. Squad up, make travel plans, bring PPE and your unhinged Portland energy, the flyer read. So if anything, it'll make it easier for them to be scooped up since they're all coming to the same place.
And we do know how they're being financed on an international level.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there's been endless now reports that through Data Republican and Mike Benz and several other good online sleuths that are proving there are so many financial connections in so many different places through different nations. This is a terror organization, 3 to 5 years minimum for these people, because there's no way we're going to deter them from this kind of reprehensible behavior that is putting our agents in danger while we're protecting those people. Right. It's outrageous.
Crazy.
All right, quick hour one. We're back hour two. We'll get into everything here. Lots to do. Live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night.
Who's the guest today? Oh, you don't.
Damon, did you watch Candace's video about the shooter? No, I did not.
Chat.
She's losing her cookies.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to watch.
Yeah, a lot
I haven't
of people
watched
asking
anything
about
she's
her.
done in a while.
They were asking me my thoughts on her. I really haven't put
Watch the guy from Tactical Solutions or whatever it's called. Try to get him on.
There's a guy on, I forgot the name of the page, but guy's got 760,000 followers, a tactical shooter. He's like, he's right there behind Sean Ryan. Boy, some of his...
Rob Melton from Paramount Tactical is the guy I would watch. I'm going to try to have him on the show. Way more questions than answers.
Too many questions.
Alice, I wonder. Candace is off the deep end. Doyle Cole. Papa's Nolan. I love the cactus shirt. Doyle Cole. Loves your shirt,
Thanks.
Paul.
Chat, question, the hair. What about it? Pretty perfect tonight, huh?
Hey.
Well, not too shabby, right?
What's up, Les Durham? I see you in the chat, pal. How are
I
you?
just had it clipped on. I went to Vin's guy.
Oh, you got a hairpiece?
Jeffrey Coney.
Yeah,
Vin's a great one.
Snap-on.
Love Jeffrey.
Yeah, looks good.
What's up, buddy? We're moving and grooving.
Jethro says, yes, Damon, 100% get him on the show. Yeah, I'm going to.
That's
I think what we'll do is we're going to get him on for the last segment of the show, talk a little bit, let him talk about him, and then we're going to do probably unedited hour on socials after the show.
That'd be neat. That'd be real neat.
Where we can really get into the stuff.
That's funny, Wayne. Yeah, once in a while, Katie J and I get together. We hang out. Our wives like each other.
No time. We'll do it tomorrow.
Yep. Thanks, Lorraine. Notice the bald spot filled in?
Yeah, no self-inflicted haircuts anymore?
No.
We're not going to do that again.
Lesson learned.
Paul will not do that again. At least I don't think so.
But I shot good golf today. I didn't get to play much this season.
You look like you were golfing today.
That's right. I golfed today.
I thought you were lifting heavy windows, you said.
All right, 9 o'clock on the East Coast. Hour 2, Real America's Voice, live from Studio 6B. Glad you're in, everybody. Slick Rick's here. He's going to do some sports. Rick Delgado's got headline news. Paul Nolan's going to have some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Glad you're in. Lots to get to. Let me start with a quick one before we get to Delgado's news. And that, of course, is the President of the United States today.
I know him.
I know that, too.
We talked a lot about this yesterday. And it's not surprising, and I don't think this is going to go away anytime soon. The president put this out today on Truth Social. We already know the FBI has opened an investigation, but the president today says a real disgrace took place at the United Nations yesterday. Not one, not two, but three. Just as we said last night, Ian Fleming and James Bond said, once is happenstance, two is a coincidence, three is your enemy working against you. And that's exactly what happened. Three very sinister events. First, the escalator going up to the main floor, speaking floor, came to a screeching halt. It stopped on a dime. It's amazing that Melania and I didn't fall forward onto the sharp edges of the steel steps face first. Oof. It was only that we were each holding the handrail tightly, or it would have been a disaster. This was absolutely sabotage, as noted by a days earlier post in the London Times that said UN workers joked about turning off the escalator.
Oh, yeah.
The people that did it should be arrested. Yep. Then, as I stood before a television crowd of millions of people all over the world and important leaders in the hall, the teleprompter didn't work. It was stone cold dark. I immediately thought to myself, wow, first the escalator event and now a bad teleprompter. What kind of place is this? I then proceeded to make a speech without a teleprompter, which kicked in about 15 minutes later. The good news is the speech has gotten fantastic reviews. Maybe they appreciated the fact that very few people could have done what I did. And third, after making the speech, I was told that the sound was completely off in the auditorium where the speech was made, that world leaders, unless they used the interpreter's earpieces, couldn't hear a thing. The first person I saw at the conclusion of the speech was the First Lady, who was sitting right up front. I said, "How did I do?" And she said, "I couldn't hear a word you said." This wasn't a coincidence. This was a triple sabotage at the UN. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. I'm sending a copy of this letter to the Secretary General, and I demand an immediate investigation. No wonder the United Nations hasn't been able to do the job that they were put in existence to do. All security tapes at the escalator should be saved, especially the emergency stop button. The Secret Service is involved. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And I didn't read the part where he said he's pulling all funding from the UN, I guess because that wasn't in there yet.
Yeah, not yet. Hopefully soon.
Let's emphasize the yet.
You know, speaking about that, I was going to talk a little bit about the UN because I thought yesterday's address was one when he went off script, so to speak. He just spoke from the hip. That's exactly who we have running the show here. And I sent David a clip. It was Antonio Guterres, who runs the UN, talked about this time last year that he thinks that the very notion of sovereign nations is a ridiculous, antiquated way for us to live, and that living in the system that was built for our grandparents should not be the system built for our children, and that global corporations and that every nation should be working together as one unified body with no national sovereignty anywhere. And in a Just the News article today, a scathing, outstanding article, if you want to check it out on my socials, it's Paul_Eggs Nolan on X. And it's a great article from Just the News about how Trump essentially said, F off to the entire United Nations. And to me, that's what we all voted for. A lot of this distraction we're seeing and the things that have gone on, that how disappointing they've been with cash and, and some of the, things about Epstein, and obviously, the big bad bill we're not thrilled about. It doesn't matter to me. At this point right now, as long as he stops globalism, if that stops here and ends it, it's already a win for me.
Here's the clip that Paul references. It's only about a minute long from this guy from, I guess it was last year. Here it is.
Mm-hmm. Dear friends, when global norms collapse, so does trust. And I'm personally shocked by the systematic undermining of principles and standards we used to take for granted. I'm outraged that so many countries and companies are pursuing their own narrow interests without any consideration for our shared future or our common goals.
Shared and common.
And I'm certain that unless we take action, we can expect much, much worse. So let's be clear. Rebuilding trust is not a slogan or a PR campaign. It requires deep reforms to global governance to manage geopolitical tensions during a new era of multipolarity. And it is essential to building a safer, more stable and prosperous world. So, dear friends, the institutions and frameworks of global governance, from the Security Council to the Bretton Woods system, were created 80 years ago. We can't build a future for our grandchildren with a system built for our grandparents. The United Nations is fully engaged this year in efforts to bring them up to date.
Shut this guy up.
It's your clip. This fat Bond villain. What's he saying here?
What this guy's essentially saying in a nutshell is that that their dream is where your country has no laws, has no borders, doesn't have its own sovereign currency. That the idea of you being self-informed and self-driven is out. It doesn't matter. You're now a drone on one big globe, and the giant government that they want is fully in control of every nation, and our Constitution is officially eradicated along with every other one. The guy's a psychopath. We have to stop, because once there is, this is what makes the Federalist Papers so incredible. Every state had to compete with every state in an effort to make those local governments continue to compete for people to work in their state. And now if nations don't have to compete, you all just line up for your gray jumpsuit because it's over.
Yeah, and grab your wheelbarrow because you're going to need that to haul the money just to buy a loaf of bread.
Yeah, your money will be useless.
That's what will happen. Paul,
Mr.
just
Bond, you want this shaken, not stirred, Mr. Bond.
More porridge, sir.
Hey, Paul, just to back up your thoughts on President Trump basically annihilating the UN, here is more from GB News. We played a clip of them yesterday. GB News seems to love what Donald Trump did yesterday at the UN. Here they are talking about it yet again today. Here's cut number 14 with more reverberations from that Trump speech on GB News. Cut 14, check it out.
Moving on to American matters, Donald Trump, we have not been able to get him off our screens tonight because his speech to the United Nations, which is absolutely sensational, no teleprompter, no escalator, as you happen to point out on the way in there too, but what an incredible speech. He pretty much went after everyone on net zero, on open immigration. What's the reaction been in DC?
Well, no teleprompter, no filter. We know that about Donald Trump, right? And actually, I thought it was just quite beautiful. I don't think there is any concern here, actually, amongst the government in Washington, D.C. about what was said. I think, as he said at the start of the speech, well, you don't have a teleprompter, you talk from the heart. And he went for all the big issues, didn't he?
Yeah.
I'm going to get a British accent.
Oh, it sounds great.
And again, that was followed up today. I don't know if you guys caught Argentine President Milei, his speech to the UN, We have a little bit of that. Do you want to check that out as well?
Yeah.
Here we go. Cut number 10. Here is the Argentine president picking up where Donald Trump left off. Cut number 10. Check it out.
At some point, and as often happens with most of the bureaucratic structures that we humans create, this organization stopped upholding the principles outlined in its founding declaration and began to mutate. An organization that had been conceived essentially as a shield to protect the realm of men transformed into a multi-tentacled leviathan that seeks to decide not only what each nation state should do, but also how all the citizens of the world should live.
Yeah, man.
This is how we went from an organization that pursued peace to an organization that imposes an ideological agenda on its members regarding a myriad of issues that pertain to human life in society. The model of the United Nations that had been successful, whose origins we can trace back to the ideas of President Wilson, who spoke of a society of peace without victory and was based on the cooperation of nation states, has been abandoned. It has been replaced by a model of supranational governance by international bureaucrats who intend to impose a certain way of life on the citizens of the world.
Yeah. And that's basically what you were talking about as well with the globalization there, Paul.
Without a doubt. I mean, that is our number one threat. And that's why, Trump is constantly not just up against the deep state here, but the deep state abroad. This is the heart of the deep state. This is these global bodies, these bureaucracies like the Council on Foreign Relations and the United Nations and the WHO, and you name all these alphabet gangs, they have absolutely no interest in our sovereignty. They have absolutely no interest in our liberty. Nothing matters to them other than their global agenda and their corporate aligned interest in terms of stocks, bonds, and markets, how they completely fluctuate and they manipulate those fluctuations.
When you look at considering all U.S. contributions, mandatory and voluntary to the UN, the estimate puts the U.S. share of UN member government funding back in 2023, this is, at almost 30%. So, I mean, if you wanted to cut something or say, unless everybody who works there that day gets fired, we're out, 30% is what they stand to lose.
Yeah, and plus a really nice piece of real estate in Upper Manhattan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Give me one more, Delgado. What else is
the big
going on?
story of the day, of course, this morning of the ICE facility in Dallas where a shooting took place. 2 people are dead after the shooting at the facility, confirmed by the news. The 3 people shot are ICE detainees. An ICE spokesperson told NBC News. No ICE officers, thankfully, were hurt. The shooter, of course, was also dead, self-inflicted wound. And, of course, this comes after we saw the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and of course the rhetoric that continually comes from the left when it comes to the ICE officials, these ICE facilities. We saw what was going on up in Portland, Oregon, and Eugene, Oregon, and now we see this. Here is J.D. Vance, Vice President, as he talks about the Democrats and their violent rhetoric and where it's leading us. Cut number 6. Check this out. Cut 6.
And I think that is the most disgusting thing. The very people who keep us safe ought to be honored and protected and praised by Democrats and Republicans alike. It is time to stop the rhetorical assault on law enforcement. Because here's what happens. Because here's what happens when Democrats like Gavin Newsom did say that these people are part of an authoritarian government. When the left-wing media lies about what they're doing, when they lie about who they're arresting, when they lie about the actual job of law enforcement, what they're doing is encouraging crazy people to go and commit violence. You don't have to agree with my immigration policies. You don't have to agree with Donald Trump's immigration policies. But if your political rhetoric encourages violence against our law enforcement, you can go straight to hell and you have no place in the political conversation of the United States of America.
There you go.
There you go.
Bang.
J.D. Vance was fired today in that speech.
Yep.
North Carolina. All right, 13 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. We'll do some news. We'll do some sports with Paul Nolan. We'll do some sports with Slick. News with Paul Nolan when we get back right after this.
if you saw the Twitter war that J.D. Vance got in today. Jon Favreau, the guy who did all the, he did the movie Swingers. He did those not X-Men, Marvel movies. He wrote something about him being a liar, and Vance called him a dip. I can't say that on the air.
We're not on the air.
We're on the social stuff.
Yeah, not on the air. Dipshit. Called him a dipshit. He loves calling people dipshits. It's great. I think that's his favorite word for people.
It's so great. Where am I lying, dipshit? Great was that. It's and obviously we have no clips of it, but there are crazy liberal women everywhere
taking
Tylenol. And here, this just in. This is from Wall Street Ace. Pregnant liberal lunatic woman just took so much Tylenol after hearing President Trump. She's now going to the ICU and is going to die. The executive director of the American Frontline Nurses got a very frantic call at 4 a.m. from a husband whose wife is now dying of liver failure and is on a ventilator in the ICU because she was trying to prove that Tylenol doesn't cause autism. Now, not only is she going to die, her 26-week-old baby is going to die. Is that not, remember I was joking around about a meme I saw? Trump says, don't drink your urine, and every liberal just start drinking their own urine. It's just, this is how sick these people are. Do you have Kimmel's clip of his crocodile tears and his
Yeah.
Okay, we also have the clip of the ostrich farm.
Yep.
And I have two great clips from Prager, Dennis Prager on his hospital bed talking about Charlie. They are just fantastic. It's 2 minutes and 1 minute. I'm sorry, it's 2 minutes and like 13 seconds. It's
18.
It's just an absolute beauty. And if you don't follow PragerU, they're just so good.
Like that.
Desiccated.
Chat live in the chat.
Chat. Oh, we got to check.
Oh my goodness, chatsters.
God. Going on in the chat.
And
whoop whoop.
I have a good clip of.
It is Wednesday.
We just don't have time to do the clips tonight but there's a terrific clip of
BG, right?
What's that?
Okay.
James O'Keefe got a FBI agent at the Department of Justice talking about
All right, 17 past the hour. Let me talk to you about our friends at Birch Gold. When inflation jumps, when you hear the national debt is now $37 trillion, and over that, quite frankly, I think now it's over $37 trillion. Do you ever think maybe now would be a good time to buy some gold? Well, you probably should be, whether as a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just for sensible diversification. Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold, and so they've created something special until September 30th, so you've got about a little less than a week here. If you are a first-time gold buyer, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of up to $10,000 in free metals on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility and start the process, request an information kit right now. All you have to do is text the word America to 989898. Just text America to 989898. Plus, Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and you're still eligible for a free rebate in free metals up to $10,000. Birch Gold is the only precious metals company that I trust, as do their tens of thousands of customers. So make right now your first time to buy gold and take advantage of a rebate up to $10,000 when you buy by September 30th. Text America to 989898. That's text the word America. Send it to 989898. Claim your eligibility and get your free information kit. Again, text America to 989898. Talk to our friends from Birch Gold. All right, 18 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow. And we appreciate when you do and use LFS6B at checkout. It gives you great savings, sometimes upwards of 50% off all the great stuff from Lindell. Let's do some sports. Slick's got it. What's going on, Slickster?
All right, Big D, we're down to the wire. Major League Baseball, just 5 games left in the season. 3 teams in the National League, 3 teams in the American League still alive for that final wild card spot. Yankees clinched their spot last night. Rick was smiling when they came back and won that game 3-2 over the White Sox, with Aaron Judge having 4 seasons of 50 homers or more. I'm going to get to that story a little bit later if I have time, but I do want to talk about the Mets and the Reds right now. Mets have the Reds are losing 5-0, and the Reds have just tied it up in the bottom of the 9th, and they are vying for that last position. Arizona's also in there for 1 game back as well. And then in the AL, we have Boston, Detroit, and Houston going at it, and they're all looking for that last spot, like I said. In fact, let's see, we got Houston is right now leading 1-0 so over Detroit, so we'll keep an eye on that score. I'll give you an update right at the end of the night, but nice to see the Reds come back. You know, I'm rooting for my Reds, of course. And here's a story, Big D. I know we talked about it a little bit earlier tonight, but I think it deserves a mulligan. Hochul, he has loud boos from Ryder Cup fans at Bethpage Black. Ryan Gatos. Here we go. New York City Governor Hochul was booed while attending the Ryder Cup opening ceremonies on Wednesday at Bethpage Black on Long Island. NBC broadcaster Carson Daly was announcing the guests in attendance for the ceremony. As he revealed the Democratic governor was in attendance, loud boos were heard on the broadcast. The telecast showed some people around Hochul clapping as she waved an American flag. One person was heard shouting, "Get out of here, Kathy," which is what Rick said earlier. And she smiled through it, but the fans of the Ryder Cup made their voices heard. And Representative Elise Stefanik from New York mocked Hochul on social media, calling the boos brutal. Bad day for the worst governor in America, Stefanik added. So she kind of nailed it. It's kind of where I wanted to get to that story. And just one more quick one, Big D. Mets announcer Gary Cohen criticizes Matt Shaw for skipping Cubs game for Charlie Kirk's memorial. The young man I ran that story about last night who took the game off to go to Charlie Kirk's memorial at the request of his wife, Erica. And this is Dylan Gwynn at Breitbart. Mets announcer Gary Cohen took issue with Cubs star Matt Shaw missing a recent game to attend the memorial service of slain conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Shaw asked for and received permission to miss Sunday's game to attend the Kirk Memorial. The Cubs clinched the playoff spot last week and currently hold the first wild card spot in the National League. While stating he didn't want to get into the politics of it, Cohen said he felt the decision to leave his team during the crucial playoff push was weird. I don't want to talk about any of the politics of it, but the thought of leaving your team in the middle of a race for any reason other than in a family emergency really strikes me as weird, Cohen said on SNY during the bottom of the 4th inning of Chicago's game against the Mets. Well, they already clinched the wild card spot. So we're not in the middle of a race here.
Tell me you're a bleeding heart liberal without telling me you're a bleeding heart liberal. Shut up.
Gary Cohen certainly needs to be canceled. So just wanted to get that story in, Big D, as we heat up with the playoffs, but not so crazy about what the Mets had to say there. So that's a wrap in sports. Back to you.
All right, Slick, very good. Here's the first. You can just put the audio up, Aaron. Here's the first time Kathy Hochul got mentioned at the Ryder Cup today. Here's what it sounded like.
Your friend and mine in attendance, Governor Kathy Hochul. Governor, thank you so much for being here. And thank you to your team, too, for getting us ready.
Okay, so that was the first one.
That was
here was the second one.
The Governor of State New York, Kathy Hochul.
Can't imagine the third.
Yeah, that was that. The second and the third one were brutal.
I don't know. I think it's 50-50.
Yeah.
I'm telling you on TV, the second and the third
50,
one were
50 between boos and hisses.
Yeah, well, sounds like the people that teed off with her performance. That's what it sounds like.
It was bad. All right, 22 past the hour. Let's get to some news with Mr. Nolan. Paul Nolan is here. What's going on, Mr. Nolan?
Well, we have some abbreviated time here, but I happen to love Dennis Prager. I think he's a beautiful soul. I've been a big fan of his since I'm a kid. For as long as I can remember, I have always followed it. This guy's health is not great. Since we don't have a lot of time, I'd love you to hear the 2 clips I have of him talking about Charlie Kirk. Please roll those for me.
When my friend from high school, Rabbi Joseph Telushkin, told me, and he's officiated it, I'm sure at least 100 funerals. What he does is he speaks to the friends and the widow or widower and the children. And he was particularly moved when he would meet the children of the person who died. And they would each tell him that they believed that they were the most loved of the children. And that's what Charlie's friends think. We were all the closest friend that he had. And you heard at the memorial that that's what people felt. That's what Charlie was able to achieve, which is a very great accomplishment. Anyway, and I would have spoken about his courage, but not just courage, his knowledge. I mean, I would watch him respond to all these students who threw everything they had at him. And his responses were so excellent and so knowledge-based. I couldn't get over how much he knew and how much he retained. Anyway, it was all very remarkable. I'm not sure Charlie knew how big his impact was. There's a saying among the timber workers in Oregon, you never know the height of a tree until it falls.
Whoa. You never know the height of a tree until it falls. If that does not really capture and crystallize Charlie Kirk and his importance and what a towering figure he truly was, I don't know what does. That is as poignant, as poetic as it gets. Dennis Prager is a gem. Incredible channel. Obviously his health isn't great, but we don't know how much longer we have left with him, but he is a fantastic human being, and I can't say enough how much I've learned through PragerU. So I just thanks for letting me do that. Thanks for indulging me.
Nice clip.
All right, 26 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. More to do. We're back right after this.
Part of me wanted to play that at 1 1/4 speed only because but I didn't think it would do justice to, just for the sake of time. But, it's just his fireside chats. If you've never watched them, talk about a guy who is so good at having long form discussions before it was really hip and trendy. What's up, Jesus? I'm glad the chat enjoyed that. That's great. I'm glad to see this.
Yeah, could you ask her what this is, since I have nothing other than this to work off of? This? Yeah. Does that stand for something?
XJSCV, thank you. Travis Keese, Marjorie, Bowser, good to see it, man. Yeah, I got the ostrich story. I'd like to get to it I know Delgado's got the clip. I just have a happy update. If we don't have time, I will, in the chat here, that the ostrich farm in BC is now under the protection of an Indian tribe, which has issued a cease and desist order to protect the birds and land. If I understand this correctly, now that the tribe has issued this protection, they must be consulted for any decision going forward. I don't know how that works that way, but it's in
other words, they take over.
And the worst thing about it is not one of these ostriches, not one has the avian bird flu, not one.
Oh.
And every single bird is healthy, but this is just an overstretch of the government again. And, it's just ridiculous, man. I'm just so sick of governments ruining people's lives.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night, September 24th. Glad you're in. If you're watching on social media, make sure you follow and like the channels wherever you're watching. We appreciate it. And head over to, of course, AmericasVoice.news. Make sure you're a member there. Make sure you're a member at livefromstudio6b.com as well. Great stuff over at the website. You can sign up pretty quickly and easily. You can earn points for being a loyal viewer and watcher and active in the chat. We always appreciate that. Slick's here. He's going to do some more sports. Delgado's going to do some more news. Paul Nolan's got some more news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. But right now, please welcome to the show the Vice President of Strategic Partnerships over at our friends at Patriot Mobile, Danielle Buck. It joins us. Danielle, how are you?
Doing good. How are you guys?
Very good. Thanks for giving us a few moments tonight. Tell us exactly what you do as the Strategic Partnership VP over at Patriot Mobile. What's your job?
Honestly, every day is a different day, but the by and large part of what I do is actually working with our partner organizations. So as many of you know, because you've heard of Patriot Mobile, we give a portion of every single dollar from whoever's cell phone bill that actually pays with Patriot Mobile to conservative Christian causes. So those align within our 4 pillars, which are the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the sanctity of life, and our veterans and first responders. So I'm actually the main point of contact for all of those organizations on how we actually partner with them and really try to do that activism side of Patriot Mobile, which quite frankly is why most people join us. Yes, we have amazing phone service. Your phone's going to work exactly the same as the major carriers, and we actually have all 3 networks. But the thing that I get to do every day really doesn't have much to do with phones, but it's actually about some of the events and sponsorships that we do and really how we partner with these amazing organizations, just like Charlie Kirk's organization, TPUSA, that was obviously an incredible loss, and it's been quite a crazy 2 weeks for us as well, just because of what a close friend he was to our organization. But yeah, in a nutshell, I do a lot of different things. It kind of depends on the day, but it is really fun to get to see really what people are doing with the money, right? A little cell phone bill, $50 a month, it doesn't seem like much, but when it adds up, it can really make a gigantic difference in some of these organizations.
Yeah, and since you went there, let's start there with the Charlie Kirk relationship, and kind of give me like when you found out, obviously, what had happened, and as a company, how did you guys talk about it, deal with it? Because obviously you had a deep relationship with TPUSA and with Charlie. Talk about some of that and the investment you guys kind of made with Turning Point.
Sure. So I found out about the shooting. I was actually in a cab in D.C., headed to an event. And honestly, it didn't feel real at first. I'd actually known Charlie long before my relationship at Patriot Mobile, because I've kind of been in this movement for over 10 years. And so every time I had met Charlie, he was just so wonderful and kind and brilliant and just such an encourager to all of us in the movement. And so honestly, I really was not just a shock, but just felt such a deep loss. And honestly, one of those initial moments where you kind of want to hide, like I'm a young mom, and I think, what am I doing every day by putting myself on the line? And then after the shock kind of wore off of like, Charlie would have wanted us to actually be bolder. Like, that's exactly who he was. And so I actually got to address a group of about 350 women from across the whole country about a day and a half later. And that's exactly what I talked about, was not just Charlie's relationship to Patriot Mobile, which was very deep. Not only was he obviously a promoter of Patriot Mobile for years, but he had actually become quite close to our company and had actually recently joined our board, and really just, he cared a lot about who we were and what we're doing and what we were trying to grow to do. And so it has felt obviously like an immense loss, but also kind of this reinvigoration of like why we do what we do. And honestly, to fight a little bit harder. Like, many of us are like, we were given 100%. Now we're given 150%. And just yesterday, I was chatting with our CEO and COO, which are husband and wife, Glenn and Jenny Story. And they actually were in Arizona at the service on Sunday. And we were chatting just kind of about what it was like, not just on Sunday, but kind of how do we go from here with our relationship with TPUSA and Patriot Mobile? And it was kind of like, we've got to double down with how much we give to them. I mean, we've given, I think the number was around $750,000 to TPUSA just in the last few years. That's an incredible amount of money. And we want to continue to do that and do even more. Because, I mean, I was looking at how many requests they've had to get high school and college chapters just since Sunday. I saw 120,000 requests. I mean, that is incredible. We should have a TPUSA chapter on every single high school and college chapter. But to be able to do that, they obviously need money. And so many of us are obviously buying t-shirts or doing little things that we can. But most everyday Americans don't have all that much money to be able to maybe give to TPUSA. But by joining with Patriot Mobile, by paying your cell phone with us, whether you're an individual, a family, or a business, you're actually able to contribute to these causes just by simply paying a bill that you already pay. And so where do we go from here with that relationship? I mean, I know we want to double down. I was texting with his team, obviously the day it happened, the next day, obviously ever since, and just saying, like, we're here with you guys. Patriot Mobile is in it for the long haul with TPUSA. And honestly, can't wait to see with Erica at the helm where she takes that organization. I think it's going to be very interesting. I think she's an incredible woman. I was so moved by her speech on Sunday. Quite frankly, some of the best 20 minutes of television I think I've ever seen. And coming out of such deep pain and emotion, but to share the gospel in such a really tangible way, as well as to kind of give a glimpse into her and Charlie's relationship and just where she's going to lead TPUSA. I just think it's going to be incredible. And Patriot Mobile is obviously deeply going to be connected to TPUSA for the long haul.
We're speaking with Danielle Buck. She's the VP of Strategic Partnerships at Patriot Mobile. You can go to patriotmobile.com/RAV, patriotmobile.com/RAV, R-A-V, if you want to sign up. Some of the other great work you're doing, obviously, I know are with women and with young people. Talk to me about you guys sponsoring the Texas Youth Summit.
Yeah, so we were just actually in Houston this past weekend, and they dedicated the entire weekend to Charlie Kirk. And they said it was record numbers, 2,500 people, and they had obviously a lot of worship and teaching. And typically it's a very political event, and this year there was such an additional spiritual component, which I just think is really indicative of what's happening right now across America. I know many have been calling it a revival, and I pray that that is true. Obviously, revival means that new believers who didn't know Jesus are coming to know the Lord. But I also think it's a reawakening of maybe believers who knew Jesus, maybe grew up in a Christian home, but maybe have been apathetic, have been just kind of living for the world, not really engaged in anything with their faith or, quite frankly, with politics, both. Right? I think it's both and. And so this past weekend, what we saw was just an incredible energy and excitement around really getting involved and giving their entire lives to the Lord. And from that, I think overflowed therefore comes obviously an engagement in kind of the political world. So Texas Youth Summit was just one of the organizations that we just recently partnered with and sponsored that, as well as Young Women for America, which actually kind of is similar to TPUSA, but different in that it focuses on young women and actually focuses on biblical training. So like they have a course on biblical femininity and how to actually approach that in our culture. Obviously really important topics. And so it was incredible to be with those young women as they not only learned how to be equipped to go back to their college campuses to be light in the darkness, but also learned super practical things like lobbying, how to talk to their congressmen. So, this is skills that we're able to do with people paying their cell phone bills to Patriot Mobile, but then obviously end up giving money to these organizations that are training up the next generation.
Yeah, it's great work. We're talking with Danielle Buck from Patriot Mobile. And again, you can go to patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT and use promo code RAV for a free month of service. Danielle, keep up the great work. Thank you so much for giving us a few moments.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And we would love for anyone watching who isn't on Patriot Mobile to join us. It takes about 20 minutes. I know our call centers are already closed for tonight, but put it in your phone and obviously call us tomorrow. We would love to have you so we can keep doing this great work.
Amen. Again, patriotmobile.com/RAV, patriotmobile.com/RAV. Danielle is great. And Patriot Mobile, as we said, is doing great work.
I'm changing over to Patriot Mobile. Nice. That's it. I'm done. I got 8 lines with my family and iPads. I'm doing it. That's it. You got me.
All right, patriotmobile.com/RAV, Paul. That's the place to go. Make sure you get a free month if you use promo code RAV.
She talked about
free month for you sounds like about $1,000.
Yeah, those tablets and lines.
8 lines.
Yeah, I don't know how I keep letting my kids get a free pass.
You want to take mine? Make it 9. You'll never notice.
I'm a jackass. But did you see Hillary's? We're talking about like this revival and decency in America. This was Hillary's quote today. She said, "The idea that you could turn the clock back and try to recreate a world that never was, dominated by, let's say it, white men of a certain persuasion, certain religion, certain ideology, it's just doing such damage for what we should be aiming to do." I mean, this is what this crazy lady who
aiming to do
she's
what?
so detached from reality, and
she still thinks she won. She still thinks she blames everybody else.
She's obviously untouchable. I mean, with bleach bit in her computer.
That was.
But did you see what happened over at O'Keefe Media a couple hours ago?
I got the story.
So I got the video here. If you want to roll that, it's a 2.5 minute. This guy just blows the whistle on her husband. If you guys want to do this, okay, it says here you have it, but.
Well, I've got the video that I sent. Here it is. It's the DOJ Epstein investigator. He admits that Epstein was a CIA asset. This was overheard, Damon, at the Phoenix Sky Harbor Terminal 4 Airlines on a flight to D.C. U.S. Department of Justice investigator for the Jeffrey Epstein case tells all. His name, last name Prager as well there, Paul. Yep. Glenn Prager, a DOJ investigator on the Epstein case, revealed on hidden camera that he reviewed Epstein's itineraries and interviewed lots of the victims. He claimed the DOJ avoided pursuing Epstein because he was an asset, an intelligence asset for the CIA. Here's that clip, cut number 12. Check it out from James O'Keefe Media Group, cut 12.
It's not talked about yet, but it's soon come out that he was a CIA informant.
He was a CIA informant.
He wasn't a CIA. I think he's protecting a lot of other people. He's not protecting himself because there's nothing there, but he's protecting a lot of people. Because Trump's now saying it's a hoax, the case is like a hoax or something. I mean, come on, it's not a hoax. He's been on the plane, many times. It's just he was never on the plane with the kids. I've seen the itineraries and I've interviewed all the victims. There's never been an instance where Trump was on a plane with these kids and a rape occurred. But that can't be said for Clinton, and it can't be said for others. While the Clintons were on the plane, while Bill Clinton was on the plane, there were rapes that occurred.
Yeah. That goes on, by the way. That video goes on, and then this guy ends up going out to dinner with this young woman with her information, and she recorded the entire 2-hour dinner in D.C.
Yeah.
So what did he say?
Again, it's all honey trap. That's how they get these people.
Absolutely.
He basically went on to talk about how he explained that he interviewed all the victims and turned out they were all paid off by Epstein right before going to trial. Prager worked as an investigator inside the DOJ for over 20 years, has a background in these investigations and insurance fraud investigations as well as a brief stint in program integrity at the U.S. Department of Human Health and Services. During his time at the DOJ, he claims he was tasked with interviewing Epstein's rape victims and investigating the flight logs. So he covered a lot of stuff in that interview. Again, that's just a quick 40 seconds. You can check out more. I know I definitely twixed it on my Twitter account as well. I'm sure you did, Paul.
Yep.
So, yeah. What?
No.
What? You want information,
So what
Damon?
does that mean, though?
It means
he's retired now. He's retired.
Well, the guy came out, was busted, saying that Trump was not involved in any of these rapes with children, but the Clintons and a lot of high-powered people are. Yeah. And he's pissed that Trump is protecting people. And he kind of, it's, I don't know, to me, it's a big deal. The Justice Department won't speak about it. At least this guy will.
Yeah.
To a stranger, because he's trying to get in the sack.
All right, 43 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. We'll wrap it up for a Wednesday right after this.
who's out there, Happy New Year.
Yes.
Happy New Year.
Very nice.
And for our Rapture friends out there, don't worry. If it didn't happen last night, you still have a chance tonight.
Yeah, I played the lotto tonight too, baby.
Did you?
Yeah. All right. I got a chance at that. That'd be a rapture. You want to see a rapture? Slick Rick winning the lottery.
And he was disappeared just that quick.
Nah, I'd stick around. I couldn't leave you guys. Couldn't leave you guys.
Would you deliver?
I need somebody to carry my wheelbarrows to the bank. Paul, you go to the bank, my wheelbarrow. Get your beak wet while you're on the way there, Paul.
Scratch a little something off for yourself for the effort.
What do they say over there? Stephen Palsner, what do they say? The Judeo-Christian religion survival will forever be linked together.
That's true.
Damon didn't know anything about the rapture last night.
No.
He's educated? I haven't seen his tweets.
I got to go
now
look
I have
at
to go on
those.
his tweets.
Aaron, let me hear this. Put this up for a second.
I got to go look at that now.
All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen. But she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the two things I got from the United Nations: a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's working now. It just went on. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier.
That's beautiful.
Thank you very much. I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. Really
goodness.
after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous, tremendous potential. But it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and war is
baby with a
action.
beard.
Live from Studio 6B, 13 to the hour. Let's try to get to everybody here before we wrap it up. We'll start with Slick. Slickster, what else is going on? Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. What's going on, Slick?
Getting down to the wire with the wild card. The Reds have come back and have tied it at 3 against Pittsburgh. So the Reds are looking to try to get tied with the Mets. The Mets right now trailing 6-2. So in the 8th inning, Aaron Judge becomes 4th player in Major League Baseball to post 4 50-run home run seasons. Only 2 clean players have done it. Judge and, of course, the great Babe Ruth. 2 great Yankees. This is Jack Baer of Yahoo Sports. It is accurate to say that Aaron Judge is doing stuff that hasn't been done since Babe Ruth from a clean player. The New York Yankees star became the 4th player in Major League Baseball to post 4 seasons with at least 50 home runs on Wednesday, joining Ruth, Mark McGwire, and Sammy Sosa. Obviously, those McGwire and Sosa feats come with asterisks, which we know. So congratulations. Looking forward to seeing Aaron Rodgers in the playoffs because what's happened? Well, the Yankees have clinched and they have moved on. They'll see the playoff seedings. We should have that all for you on Monday. And obviously, we will be tracking the playoffs as the season goes throughout. And Sister Jean, Big D, she retired today, 106 years old. Not bad. I think it's time for her to step down from Loyola Chicago. Loyola Sister Jean announced retirement due to health concerns. The 106-year-old Catholic nun, a campus minister, and the official chaplain of the Loyola Chicago Ramblers men's basketball team is stepping away from her duties due to health concerns, according to the Loyola Phoenix. Sister Jean became a viral sensation by cheering on Loyola during its epic Final Four run as 11th seed in 2018. She has served in her role since 1991, so she'll be missed on the sideline for sure. But it's been a while since they've made a run, so we'll see. But we wish Sister Jean well in her retirement. 106 years old. God bless. And Big D, that's a wrap in sports for tonight. Back to you.
All right, very good, Slick. So the White House a lot of stuff at the White House Trump is redoing. He redid the Rose Garden. He's redoing a lot of the inside, redid the Oval Office, making a lot of it look better. And he redid the Presidential Wall of Fame at the White House. And here's what that looks like. Roll that.
Wow, look at that.
Whoa.
Go full screen, Aaron.
That is nice.
All of the presidents.
Look at that.
Clinton.
Oh, Clinton's on there.
Bush.
And they were a lot of.
Okay. Obama.
Ugh.
Okay. Trump.
Hey.
And then
The auto pen.
Wow, I love it.
Such a
Wow. He really is.
I was framed.
Joe Biden's portrait is the auto pen. And as much as I appreciate the humor, and I think it's just, I don't know how you can't love this guy. It would be nice if we could look at that knowing that the people who are responsible also were, got their due for what they did. So it's nice to have that up, and I get the humor in it. But I think we'd all be a little more satisfied if we actually knew and found out what they actually did and brought the people who, God knows what illegally they did, could bring them to justice. So let's hope they're putting as much effort into that as they are the comedic value of it, which I think is great.
Yeah.
But it'd be nice to find these people and get to the bottom of the auto pen and not let it just go out into the ether and nobody pays
a price.
Yeah.
Nope.
And you get the people like Fauci, who gets to walk free with tens of millions of dollars and a huge pension. Wipe it all away.
Yeah.
Take it.
Let's talk about somebody else who's going to be maybe facing down a little more trouble. And before you jump up and down about it, the old saying is you can indict a ham sandwich, but what happens after that and what's the actual consequences is what you should be waiting for. And that is, of course, the former director of the FBI, James Comey.
Ugh.
And the word tonight, Delgado, is what?
Imminent.
Well, the word tonight is that they are weighing indicting James Comey for false statements. The statute of limitation deadline looms. The Justice Department is making plans, considering the criminal indictment against the former FBI director for allegedly making false statements to Congress on multiple outlets. The investigation into Comey is reportedly focused on whether he lied. We all know he lied. Statute of limitations, though, runs out on Tuesday. And it just begs the question, because we know they have his all his statements, and they now know what the truth is. The thing is, the prosecutor who was tasked with doing this, Eric Siebert, decided, well, he wasn't going to put forth the charges, so the Trump administration has pushed him out, and they're making way for White House aide Lindsey Halligan to replace Siebert, who is yet to be confirmed by the Senate, but she was nominated a little while ago, so it should have gone through. But let's face it, this is Congress. This is how they work. They don't want Trump to get what he wants, and we'll see an indictment of James Comey sometime before Tuesday. So that's the word.
Well, the thing on the indictment on Comey, if it's just about him lying, we all know he lied.
Yeah.
The video is there. Everybody knows he lied. We know which videos it are that he lied in, and multiple. But if it's just about that, I would be disappointed, because God knows what else this guy's been involved with. The day he shook President Trump's hand for the first time in the White House when President Trump was there, that first little round meeting they did in that room where he introduced him and Trump thought he was great. He came over and look how tall this guy is. Remember that?
Yep.
He already had a plan in place to try to frame this guy for treason, Trump. Mm-hmm. That day, that weasel did. So if this is all just about lying to Congress, I think that's a disappointment, quite frankly. I hope it's more than that. I hope they've looked into anything else they can look into with this guy, because there's got to be more, because the guy's as corrupt as hell.
Right.
I think there's so many emails proving that he was talking to people. Listen, you need to be a team player and lie for me here.
Well, not only that, it was about the leaking. It was about what he knew, when he knew it, who he told to lie for him. So you have all that. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully it'll come sooner rather than later, because, again, statute of limitations runs out on this Tuesday. The last thing I have for you, Damon, comes from J.D. Vance at his at his speech today down in Virginia. Here he is taking a question from a very special reporter, cut number 11. Here you go, J.D. Vance, cut 11. Check
Young man, this is a very earnest young man. He doesn't look like a journalist to me, but go ahead and shout out a question, because I'm not going to deny that level of energy and that level of passion. First of all, what's your name?
Henry.
Henry. It's good to meet you, Henry. Ask your question, please.
I skipped school today. I was wondering if I could get a picture with you.
Henry skipped school today, and he needs a picture.
You might have been off for the holiday, you know. Oh, that's a
Henry said, I skipped school. Can I have a picture with you? Well, I guess you got to have some excuse to skip school, so I might as well get a photo with Henry.
Don't forget that as long as it is, huh?
I thought this was too cool.
That is
Well, there you have it. JD
Hold on, let me get my phone. See, I get some filters on.
You remember the day where someone would actually take that photo, but nowadays it's like, hey, let me bring up my brand new iPhone 17 and take a picture of myself.
It was better than him.
Yeah, skipping school and meeting the vice president.
And grabbing selfies with the VP. There you go.
Yeah.
The VP was pretty damn cool himself.
He sure is. He sure is.
That whole speech today, if you haven't seen it, we highlighted just a couple moments, but that whole speech was just fantastic.
Yeah.
By the way, we didn't have time to get to this tonight, but I feel like this story is a huge story, and I don't feel like it's getting much attention. Do you all know what the Secret Service has done in New York City the last couple days?
No.
Dismantling this network.
Oh, I heard something about that.
Amid the UN meeting in New York City?
Jamming communications?
I mean, this to me seems like it should be a way bigger story. So basically, the U.S. Secret Service dismantled a network of electronic devices that were scattered all across the tri-state area that had the capacity, if I read it correctly, to send 30 million text messages a minute.
Yep.
And completely overload the entire Northeast Corridor system, including like the 911, like the whole thing, phones, communication, 911, it all would have gone down. And I don't know if this is some kind of test run for something or what, but I feel like this story is not getting nearly the attention it should be getting. So maybe we'll get into it tomorrow. As always, we salute our military, active and inactive, police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, everybody on the front lines protecting us. Thanks, guys, on the show. Aaron, Fran, great job as always. We'll see you tomorrow night, 8 p.m., right back here, live from Studio 6B.